The military system pulsed in my veins: enlist, grind, conquer.
Programmer? No. I rewired my destiny. Every dawn, I outran my platoon. Every dusk, I bench-pressed their limits.
Roll King, they spat, half awe, half terror. Instructors begged me to ease up. Comrades wept as I doubled training quotas.
The system?
It fed on my sweat, spat out promotions. Academy halls trembled, I turned lectures into war games. 10 years blurred medals piled, ranks shattered.
Now, the army breathes my rhythm. They call me obsessive. I call it code. The keyboard's dead. My new language?
Orders.
My legacy? A generation of soldiers sculpted in my grind.
When I opened my eyes, I found myself lying on cold, hardwood. The ground was dark, damp, and unwelcoming. A hissing sound accompanied the realization that my feet were freezing. I sat up and touched the hard bed beneath me, cushioned by coarse cornstalks whose edges felt prickly.
Where am I? I wondered.
Instinctively, I placed my hand over my chest and noticed my heartbeat was stronger than I remembered. It certainly wasn't the underworld.
Could it be that I'm dead?
I recalled that I had resigned from my job as a programmer out of sheer exhaustion, and as soon as I stepped outside, a dump truck struck me from over 10 meters away.
Now, here I was, waking up in this unfamiliar room. I couldn't help but complain, it's not even the end of the year, and now the dump truck reincarnation brigade is out in full force?
I murmured to myself, bitterly amused.
I wasn't time traveling, I was reborn.
As I stood, everything around me perfectly matched the memories I had locked away. I hurried to the calendar hanging in the corner and, sure enough, it phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme August 98, my freshman summer vacation, right here in my hometown. I recalled how I had performed abnormally well in the 1997 college entrance examination, ranking third in the province and earning a spot in the computer department at Peking University. I became known as the Volume King in the Department of Computer Science, and after graduation, I worked as a programmer, even picking up some honker skills from my mentor. Then, a mechanical reminder rang in my mind: the detection host is awake, and the military Volume King system has been bound. Moments later, another prompt startled me: the detection host has not yet entered the army, and the system failed to start.
I was stunned.
So, a system, something essential for a traveler, actually existed, and it seemed to want me to become a soldier.
If I didn't join the army, the system wouldn't activate.
I couldn't help but smile at the thought. In my previous life, I'd always been a fan of the military. As a child, I devoured military novels, and the dream of enlisting had always sprouted within me. Yet, the allure of a high-paying job had kept me from pursuing that dream. Now, tired of the monotony and loneliness of late-night coding, I found myself longing for something different, something more fulfilling.
Imagine this: holding a steel gun, defending my country, feeling both powerful and handsome. Who wouldn't dream of that?
Becoming an officer carried a level of honor and status money could never buy. With the system's urging, I realized it was time for a change.
Instead of being trapped in the endless cycle of internet work, I was ready to embark on a new journey.
After all, in the past 20 years, countless opportunities had come and gone. The easiest path might have been to dabble in sports lottery hands or invest in stocks, but right now, I just wanted to settle down and be a good soldier.
Of course, I still had to convince my parents.
Stepping out of my room, I found myself in a somewhat unfamiliar mud-walled, tile-roofed house. I could smell the aroma of freshly prepared meals. My mother, Hu Fengxiang, was busy in the kitchen. I recalled how she always said, "My son is a golden phoenix soaring out of the ravine.
When you return home for summer vacation, I'll cook you the best meal."
Her words, full of pride and hope, had always filled me with warmth. Even now, after years of hearing them, they never failed to brighten my heart. Later that evening, I sat down for dinner surrounded by relatives, all eyes on me like I were a star. My father, Li Guozhong, managed to sneak a low-quality cigarette and looked content, while my second aunt sipped on home-brewed Realgar wine, and my second uncle eagerly discussed children's skills with my mother.
Roll King value +1.
Li Shou was stunned. Turning his head to look, he suddenly pulled other recruits more than 10 meters behind him. Li Xiu just wanted to slow down, but found that the second lieutenant and the non-commissioned officers hadn't spoken, so he gave up this idea.
However, in the army, someone whispered.
This man has lost his mind. He can run so fast for 4 kilometers. Don't run so fast, you will definitely get tired in the end. Don't say anything, maybe the officer will ask us to help him with his luggage later. Run slowly, it's 4 kilometers anyway. The second lieutenant and the 3 non-commissioned officers didn't speak phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals IR either / phoneme. They want to let these recruits run away, mainly to test the waters, to give these recruits a good start, so that they can be disciplined in the future, and by the way, they can see if there are any outstanding youngsters. Li Xiu ran like this, and after a while he exhausted his energy and couldn't run anymore. He felt better.
By then, we must be at the end of the line.
They are all used to it, and there are such stunned young people every year. As time passed, the speed of the recruits gradually slowed down. Everyone felt that their legs were filled with phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals lead / phoneme, the soles of their feet were burning, and the hamstrings in their calves were always tight and painful.
I can't do it. Oh, I'm too tired. I really can't run anymore.
There's still half of it left. The one in front, run slowly, I don't want to fall behind. More and more people, exhausted, slowed down.
The focus of several non-commissioned officers was also on Li Xiu.
At this time, Li Xiu was already 600 meters away from the main force.
From a distance, there is only a small dot left.
As the saying goes, no contrast, no harm. Li Xiu immediately formed a contrast with the surrounding recruits. Several recruits could not help cursing their mothers while complaining endlessly. They no longer have the initial contempt.
The difference is so obvious. This comparison is simply insulting. And this guy, does running have to compete?
A few soldiers were unwilling to show weakness and chased after Li Xiu with big strides, but soon they couldn't hold back due to lack of physical strength. At this moment, Li Xiu was also panting. But the farther he is from the soldiers behind him, the faster the roll king value will increase.
What are you hesitating about? Run like hell.
If nothing else, the value of 1 must be a good thing. Li Xiu's physical strength has almost reached the limit of human beings after being strengthened by a strengthening card. Therefore, while maintaining a high speed, his speed did not change much, but the speed of the group of recruits behind him became slower and slower due to lack of physical strength.
The distance between the two is getting bigger and bigger. The non-commissioned officers and second lieutenants also felt that something was wrong. That guy in front has such good physical strength? Where is this kid so holy? The new barracks. Looks like a thorn has come. A second-stage non-commissioned officer with triangular eyes, looking at the panting and crumbling recruits beside him, angrily scolded, "What are you doing in a daze? Why don't you run away? They're all recruits, they haven't received any training, how can the gap be so big? Is it because you think you can be lazy by running slower? The people need it most." Train station.
Li Xiu was sweating all over and gasping for breath. After running 4 kilometers at full speed, Li Xiu was finally a little tired. It was only his physical strength could support him, so he was able to run like this. If he was replaced by him before, he would have been unable to run for a long time. But look at the harvest. Li Xiu was quite satisfied. After running for a distance, I picked up 8 king points for nothing. After resting for about 7 or 8 minutes, the recruits arrived late. Everyone's face was full of exhaustion, and many recruits fell to their knees directly on the ground.
Tired. Really tired.
For this group of untrained recruits, if they were to run 4 kilometers with a load, it would definitely make things difficult for them. For them, it was torture.
Very important.
This recruit usually has excellent training results, and he doesn't want to let his training results go to waste because of today's negligence.
He is a little unwilling. Shi Jianxiong looked at this new recruit, took a deep breath, and said, "You didn't have a good rest yesterday, so, if a war broke out, the enemy would have to F*** ask you if you had a good rest? Not ready?" Shi Jianxiong snorted coldly. Is this the fighting spirit of the recruit company of the Iron and Steel 7th Regiment?
In the Yan'an War, there were 3 companies and hundreds of people, some of them were frozen to death, and some of them didn't retreat.
Do you know what it means to race with ugly country's steam wheel with your feet? Are they ready?
With the same equipment, we've already made it to ugly nation's lair.
Training is not fair. The field army doesn't believe in reason. Squads and companies only want results. In a trance, Shi Jianxiong turned into a humanoid tyrannosaurus, pouring out his anger. Battle means fighting as soon as it is said. A bullet may be shot at you while you are eating. No matter how high your training performance is on weekdays, is it useful?
Those who don't want to be soldiers, those who can't bear it, there is a shelter car behind.
Go back early.
Push-ups, hurry up. You, double.
After finishing speaking, Shi Jianxiong pointed at the stubborn recruit.
And the helpless recruits could only bend over and do push-ups. He was also said to be a little guilty, with a regretful expression on his face. The rest of the recruits also lowered their heads and thought. What Shi Jianxiong said touched their hearts. They stop complaining, do their push-ups honestly, and move on with fatigue. For all this, Li Xiu looked calm.
To be honest, if it weren't for everyone's mental fatigue, they would definitely realize that it was fake.
After all, it is training, and it is about practice rather than acting. As long as you observe carefully, you can still detect the flaws. Of course, Li Xiu agreed with what the company commander said. Afterwards, everyone carried out chemical defense training for crossing the poison zone and battlefield first aid training. After all, they are new recruits in the Xinjiang region, and the training intensity of the recruit company is even greater. The quality of the recruits is still good, and the exercise is very smooth.
Finally, near dusk. As dusk draws near, everything is still.
Shi Jianxiong gave an order, and the squad leaders asked the recruits to start camping and pitching tents in place. But the accident finally came. In the distant sky, there is a thick layer of dark clouds.
Sorry for being late.
Dear parents, please scold me here. Update and follow-up of this book. The first is the update issue. The author is currently double opening, and the old book is finished today. If it is not this site, it will not be recommended. Therefore, there will be more time in the future, and there will be no errors in the update. Today will be a little later, after it is put on the shelves. The minimum guarantee is, and the author will keep his promise. If he says that the minimum guarantee is, he will guarantee the minimum of, and more can be flexibly adjusted according to the performance. If the subscription is high, it will be updated 10,000 times. In the current new book period, if the grades are not good, there is no way to update it 3 times, so the author will save the manuscript first, and then it will explode on the shelf. Promise first that after it is put on the shelves, it will not be less than, words per day. It will be very painful to chase after that. A book with, words is basically useless, so at least, words. Second, some readers have reported that cheating is too fast, and the book will collapse in the middle of the book. The author can only say. The author is not a newcomer, nor is it the first time to write a similar article. Although this book has followed the trend, it will not fail to grasp the plot. Recruit skills are just basic skills. In short, they will not have any impact on the main line at all. Another big guy's book on this site, that one is mainly realistic. It writes detailed military life, and it is very well written. I can't compare, but the two books are quite different, and my future development direction of this book is different from that one. My plot will be relatively intense. Therefore, golden fingers cannot be generalized. Of course, I will try my best to write the military part as detailed as possible, and of course I will also process the plot in novel art. This article has an outline, and the current rhythm completely fits in the outline. Don't worry about crashing. The only plot development that wasn't included in the outline was the singing plot. The original plan was to get published in the military newspaper, attract the attention of the superiors, and show his face. But later, I felt that the integration of military and entertainment was a bit nondescript. So dropped this line. You may find it baffled, which is why there is no manuscript, and there will be no such problem in the future. Finally, thank you for your monthly tickets, rewards, follow-up reading, and various suggestions, ideas, and error corrections. The author kneels and begs to follow up. At present, the follow-up reading of the day before yesterday is, the author is quite satisfied, thank you everyone.
But if we want to go further, we need everyone's support.
I will guarantee the update time and content, and I hope you can keep reading. In this way, this book can be better and further.
The comment area can be written on it, and I will basically reply. Ask for follow-up, ask for monthly pass, ask for recommendation, ask for comment. Kneel down to the big guys. Pervert? Test the ability of recruits to deal with emergencies. Zhang Shanhai looked at the dark clouds in the sky, his face was full of seriousness and anxiety. It's cloudy today, so it's going to snow.
Sure, Jianxiong also had a serious face, I hope not. Snow is a huge test for the training in the snowy area. Extreme cold and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and snow will devour everything. Although they brought more food, they could support the training for a longer period of time, but once the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and snow were too heavy, it would slow down the marching speed, and the food might not be enough. Even, the driving of the containment vehicle will encounter difficulties, and the risk of training in the snowy area will increase infinitely. Sure, Jianxiong had seen the weather forecast before, and the weather forecast showed that there was no phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and snow. But now, the dark clouds in the sky are about to move, and no one can say whether it will snow or not. After all, the climate in the Xinjiang region is unpredictable, and even the weather forecast may make mistakes. At this time, a group of squad leaders also surrounded the recruits. They need to clear out a snowy area, and then set up camp and set up a camp. Use a shovel to sweep the snow to create a clean area. The recruits quickly set up their camps and pitched their tents. Afterwards, Zhao Nanping led the crowd to dig a toilet pit with a sapper shovel. On the march, I felt like I could only hold back. Of course, because the training intensity is high and the consumption is high, it doesn't feel like much. But after a break at this time, the toilet pit has been lined up to the end. Of course, defecation is not a very comfortable thing. Because of high-intensity training, the excrement will be very dry, not only difficult to defecate, but also difficult to wipe clean with dry paper, and sometimes you have to wipe it many times. Anyway, anyone with experience knows that it's uncomfortable. 10 minutes later, the veterans led the recruits to light the bonfire. The snow-capped mountains are bare, but the squad leaders are obviously experienced. The squad leaders of the 3rd and 5th squads have 2 large bags of chopped firewood in their backpacks. The training is not only the assessment of the recruits, but also the squad leaders. The bonfire slowly rose, and everyone put their luggage in the tent and surrounded the bonfire to keep warm. Many recruits also took off their shoes, showing blisters full of feet. That is, the flesh and blood are separated, with stagnant water in the middle. At this time, the squad leader brought the needle, sterilized it with alcohol, and asked the recruits to pick the blisters away. This thing is not serious, but we must pay attention to it. Also, remember to use the needles separately. Remember not to cut the skin of the feet. There was a naive recruit before, who was infected directly because of this. You guys, it's just that the soles of your feet are too soft, and you don't stand in a military posture too much. Veterans like us with iron feet don't have a long blister. An old squad leader took out alcohol and said to the recruits. Hearing this, the recruits quickly nodded and followed suit. 10 minutes later, Zhang Nanping also came over with a large bag of things. When Zhang Nanping approached, everyone saw what Zhang Nanping was holding in his hand. Fuck, squad leader, you pervert. Zhao Lei blushed when he saw it. Zhang Nanping was holding a large pack of sanitary napkins. Perverted bird, get out if you don't want it. Zhang Nanping reprimanded, and then, under the shocked eyes of the recruits, distributed the sanitary napkins one by one, and then explained, don't look at me with such eyes, this thing is a magic tool. Put him on the shoes, no foaming. This is all experience. Learn more in the future. The recruits looked surprised. Sanitary napkins can actually prevent blisters on the soles of the feet? Amazing. Squad leader, do you know why? Li Dezhuang asked Li Xiu curiously. In the second class, Li Xiu was the core of everyone. The first time he went to sleep, he knew that the temperature difference between day and night in the Xinjiang area was large, so he needed to cover it with an extra layer. Li Xiu thought for a while, and said, probably because it can absorb sweat. When the soles of your feet are wet with sweat, the epidermis will soften, and friction with the soles will cause the skin and flesh to separate. Everyone remember to bake the shoes, try to dry the shoes, otherwise it will still be useless. However, that being said, Li Xiu still took over the artifact from Jiang Anping. So it is. The recruits looked surprised, and they all felt raised. It's so convenient to have a top student in the team. Afterwards, the recruits took off their shoes and put them by the fire to roast. The squad leaders set up pots and burned several pots of snow. In this day and age, people didn't pay much attention to it. The water could be boiled to drink. The men in the barracks were strong, and no one cared whether the snow water was dirty or not. It's just that the meal is a bit monotonous, so we can only eat steamed buns. Squad leader, there are foxes. Suddenly, someone shouted. Fuck, there is a white fox. Shall we catch and skin it and eat it? I haven't eaten fox meat yet. Zhao Lei drooled as he looked at the fox in the distance. In the next second, a big fist hit his head directly. Hey, monitor, what are you doing? Zhao Lei stroked his head with an innocent look on his face. What are you thinking about? They are all endangered animals. As long as you don't starve to death, you can't think about them. Jiang Anping said with a serious face, we not only want to protect our home and country, but also protect endangered animals and avoid them. They get hurt. If we come across a poacher, we want to bring him to justice. Zhao Lei covered his head and said, I understand. On the other side, Shi Jianxiang was also discussing with several platoon leaders. Old rules, everyone cheer up at night and give this group of recruits a gift. Shi Jianxiang said. Don't worry, company commander. I understand. The Blue Army has already arranged for it. Zhang Hanja showed his white teeth. Also, everyone remember to keep vigil. Shi Jianxiang said seriously, in any case, the safety of the recruits is the most important thing. Don't stop the fire. The platoon leaders nodded. The 120-kilometer-long training is a test for recruits, and this group of veterans should not be careless. In addition to marching with the recruits and conducting assessments on the recruits, they also took turns standing guard at night. Of course, especially the bonfire cannot be extinguished. In the snow area of the border area, apart from the harmless snow foxes, there are also extremely aggressive wolves. Of course, the frequency of encountering wolves is not high. Shi Jianxiang ran this road dozens of times, but never encountered it once. However, the vigil cannot be relaxed at all. Of course, the gifts for recruits are also indispensable. The night was dark. Snoring loudly. The recruits slept with their clothes on. Marching 45 miles a day, they were exhausted. Li Xiu didn't sleep, he had watched some film and television works in his previous life. The first night of training is not easy for the recruits. 80% will be concocted by veterans. Of course, Li Xiu also mentioned it, but the other subclasses didn't care much, and Li Xiu didn't say much. The purpose of Blue Force exercises like troop facilities is to impress recruits. As for the squad leader, this guy didn't know where to go after setting up the tent. At night, a figure groped into the darkness and stuck outside the tent. Putting your head against the tent, listening to your breathing carefully. After successfully hearing the snoring sounds of 4 frequencies, the figure quietly touched it. First of all, the black shadow naturally aimed at Li Xiu, looking at the sleeping Li Xiu, just about to attack him. In the next second, Li Xiu's eyes suddenly opened. The blues got fucked? Black Shadow was taken aback. He clearly heard 4 breathing sounds, why didn't Li Xiu sleep? But still calm down and take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme. A pair of big hands stretched out directly, trying to cover Li Xiu's mouth. He obviously didn't pay attention to Li Xiu, and his shoulder blades were strong. But Li Xiu's hand was even faster, he directly pulled away He Ying's hand, and then yelled, "Get up, there is an enemy attack." This loud roar immediately awakened the recruits.
Countless recruits woke up from their sleep. What happened? Damn it, go and inform the squad leader.
Ying didn't expect Li Xiu to be so strong, much stronger than a veteran like him, and knew that this sneak attack would not succeed. Seeing that the recruits were all awake, they left quickly without hesitation. Li Xiu didn't let him go. Suddenly step up with your right foot, put your thumbs on the back of your right hand, and your four fingers against your palms. Step back with your left foot and twist your hands hard.
Folding wrists and kneeling neck in fighting and wrestling. Li Xiu has long been proficient in the wrestling technique and the fighting method.
The Black Shadow lost his balance, fell to the ground and rolled over, and then Li Xiu's thigh touched the Black Shadow's neck.
Standard. Fast. There are few countermeasures. That Black Shadow was obviously not good at anything.
After his arm was suppressed, he kicked his leg directly and was about to kick towards Li Xiu's waist. But in the next second, a group of recruits rushed forward at the same time, and directly hugged the Black Shadow's legs.
Let go, we are all our own. Sombra finally spoke. He also knew that he was captured.
I didn't hear the voice, but Li Xiu said, "You are already dead." A few recruits pulled off the hijab with one hand without saying a word.
Showing a big old face. Do not know who is this person? Blue Army.
Li Xiu simply explained. Under the old-fashioned kerosene lamp, everyone saw an old-fashioned face.
Really?
At this moment, Zhang Bo's face turned red.
Grass, this time I lost my adult. My mother was captured by recruits. Shame. I knew that I would let that bastard Li Hu go.
But he clearly heard Li Xiu snoring.
Sleep so lightly? If his story gets out, everyone else will be thrown away. The vigilance is good, and the reaction is very fast. The wrestling technique is also well practiced. Zhang Bo commented. Some recruits snickered.
Zhang Bo stared over.
There are some emotions in my heart.
Li Xiu's wrestling technique is too standard. At any rate, Zhang Bo is a low-level non-commissioned officer of the border guards, and he has some skills. In a real fight, the top three in the whole company's mixed martial arts.
Proficient in Kindikwan, wrestling and Sanda. But I can't stand the number of recruits. Moreover, he was hot and lost. What is hot?
The attack method of the wrestling fighting genre. The core of wrestling, judo, sambo, and wrestling. Instantly grabs the opponent and breaks the center of gravity. How could this boy Li Xiu not be in the company? He broke his head and never imagined that Zhang Anping would teach a recruit this. Li Xiu didn't listen to his nonsense. After taking down Zhang Bo, he hid directly behind the door.
What's wrong? Fuck, you won't be planted.
A few seconds later, there was a sound outside the door, as well as the sound of intensive footsteps. The commotion here has already attracted the attention of other veterans. At this time, the entire recruit company also heard riots one after another.
Judging from the reaction, the recruits in the other tents should also be planted.
As soon as the veterans who came over opened the door, they saw a group of recruits holding Zhang Bo down.
It's okay, you recruits.
Li Hu was a little surprised when he saw that the recruits had grabbed Zhang Bo. At the same time, he was also ready to call other veterans to end this group of recruits.
It's okay, same lesson.
Today, tell this group of recruits a truth: before the battle is over, all your enemy's actions are camouflage. As soon as the recruits heard that they were praised, they chirped and were about to claim credit. Under the kerosene lamp, Li Xiu lay behind the door.
Idiot, you are really.
He made a mockery of Zhang Bo while delaying time. The next moment, his left arm was grabbed. The palm of the hand was held back by a force, and the wrist was already grasped tightly by two hands.
Twist straight to the right. A brace. Fuck, what are you doing?
Before he finished speaking, his thighs covered his head again.
Li Dazhuan also responded quickly. Knowing the principle of following Li Xiu to drink soup, he just squatted down on it. Pressed the veteran's legs and feet. Don't let him break free. You're dead too.
Li Xiu's voice was short.
If his leg hit the veterans directly on the back of the head, it is estimated that this kick could really knock them out.
The veteran who came in the second wave was stunned, he hadn't realized what happened.
I am dead? Why should I die? What are these recruits doing? I am stupid, I paralyze you, you paralyze me?
Afterwards, without saying a word, Li Xiu turned around and rushed out the door.
A group of rioting recruits also quickly reacted. They all scattered and ran out of the tent. Boot camp.
By this time there had been riots. A group of veterans who didn't know who came out of that corner painted a black line with a pen on each rookie.
Means noobs have been killed.
Several squad leaders didn't sleep, watching the commotion in each tent, discussing one after another.
They all come this way.
If you get wet in the rain, you will definitely tear up other people's umbrellas. What monitors pay attention to was a reincarnation. The rookie who was caught had to take off their shirts and do a set of assassination exercises in the snow as snow hardening training. Therefore, according to the rules, every recruit must bear these.
However, they also heard the commotion in Li Xiu's tent. Looking at each other one by one, nothing but surprise is weird. No matter what, the whole army was not wiped out after listening to the movement. After a while, when Li Hu went in, there was a lot of movement, and in the next second, a few recruits rushed out. Grass.
Weird. Not only was it not wiped out by the group. It seems that this group of new recruits actually killed the veterans.
This year's blues, so poor quality?
The company commander narrowed his eyes, a little surprised.
What is the blues? Imaginary enemy troops.
Simulated confrontation exercises, during the training, specially pretend to be the enemy's troops.
Of course, it's not a regular blue army to deal with recruits. But it is also a miracle that the new recruit Danzi can be killed. P.S. Apologies to everyone for modifying the previous chapter. So I will add more today. Wrestling was also mentioned before. Xia Puji asked for a monthly ticket, yeah mistake.
Sure Jianxiong and hashtag 039's criticism, seeking to follow up, the recruit company became a mess.
Because it was dealing with a group of rookie recruits. So the number of Blue Army is not many.
At this time, something went wrong in the mission, and the second lieutenant in charge of the training department also responded quickly, commanding and intercepting the recruits. Although it is only an assessment for the recruits, for the training department, they also have task indicators, and they need to solve all the recruits within a limited time.
Once the task cannot be completed, the pressure may be greater than that of recruits.
The head of the Operations and Training Department, Lieutenant Colonel Chen, is a well-known stress monster in the Operations and Training Department of the Frontier Defense Field Army, and is a workaholic. Working under such a minister, even though they are separated by several floors, the pressure of the lieutenant colonel is like a mountain, pressing on their hearts all the time. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are layers of high pressure. Also because of this, the non-commissioned officers in the training department are all suffering like bitter melons, and the collective is aging prematurely. For example, Lieutenant Dong Xing, 27 years old, looks like 40, and his forehead hair has basically fallen out.
Second Lieutenant Dong Xing's reaction was still a little slower.
After all, there has never been such a situation before, when Dong Xing gave the order.
The 4 recruits had already run away. 4 people, the Blue Army of the training department quickly put together, and under the command of Second Lieutenant Dong Xing, the leader of the Operation Command Team, they chased after the recruits.
And at this time in the camp,
Shi Jianxiong looked at the chaotic mess of veterans and recruits.
Although several recruits were blocked within a few minutes, his expression did not change much.
The specific mood is also a bit complicated. Long face. This time the recruit really gave him a long face. But why did he let go a few days ago? What a scout seedling.
Shi Jianxiong was so regretful that he exploded.
It's so eye-catching. Whoops, my mouth. Company commander, Li Xiu is really clear-headed. He runs in a straight line.
With his physical strength, a few veterans may not be able to run.
Maybe he will be the first recruit company to escape. Snow hardiness training recruits.
Zheng Hanja looked at it for a while and said,
There are a lot of veterans, so we need to clear them out. If Li Xiu wanders around, he will definitely be blocked. But running in a straight line, the speed is not comparable, so there is really nothing to do. Shi Jianxiong shook his head and said, "It's about command. This command won't work." He was a little disappointed, and said, "There are a lot of mistakes, too young. If the command level is higher, it is estimated that more things can be seen." As he said that, Shi Jianxiong stood up directly, and shouted to Dongxing in the distance, "Don't catch it. You can't catch it." Dongxing's face changed slightly, but he quickly understood the meaning of the company commander, raised his head and said, "The 4th company commander." Shi Jianxiong didn't give him good looks, but said, "Second Lieutenant Dongxing, you can't catch him." This kid, armed with 5 kilometers, broke the regiment record. Yes, mission records. Shi Jianxiong went back to check the results. Li Xiu not only broke the company record, but also broke the battalion record and regiment record. If it weren't for the ruthless man in Division T 30 years ago, who was the first in the entire military region with 5 kilometers of armed forces, Li Xiu probably would have broken more records. Encountered a ruthless person, there is no way. Second Lieutenant Dongxing looked solemn. For the recruits, they don't have practice rounds, of course. Really run 5 kilometers, absolutely overtime. So, they really failed. Lieutenant Dongxing wanted to cry in his heart, "What kind of moth is this? Can't complete this task? Where is his face? Li Xiu, don't run away, come here." Shi Jianxiong beckoned. Naturally, Shi Jianxiong ignored Dongxing and greeted Li Xiu directly. Li Xiu looked at the look of the old soldier behind him and stopped chasing him, so he ran back. "Company commander, I." Dongxing didn't finish his sentence. Shi Jianxiong said, "I abuse the recruits every day, and I have trained these veterans in your training department to become muggles. If our reconnaissance company comes, how can there be such problems? The tactics are conservative and monotonous, the command is bloated, and there is no idea." Shi Jianxiong severely criticized. This sentence made Dongxing's face turn red. It stands to reason that Dongxing shouldn't be in charge of him, but in the training department, everyone wants to complain. During daily drills and training, the training department phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme brings a group of captives to the Dalian team to show off their might. In war and training, you must use your brains and not be dogmatic. 10 years of using a routine, do you think people don't know? It's time to reflect on it. Go to our reconnaissance company to learn more in the future, so as not to keep up with the times. Dongxing's face darkened, and he couldn't find a reason to refute. You are the commander, and your responsibility is greater. If you make such a command on the battlefield, you will be shot. Don't you care about the dynamic balance of the battlefield? Do you understand the relationship between the enemy and the enemy? Tactical orders are so monotonous? Just catch and catch? Dongxing was so scolded that he couldn't lift his head. He does have little experience. Before, even all the time, they were civil servants, belonging to the column of talking on paper. Although Shi Jianxiong is only a company commander, he is also an excellent military student who graduated from the command department, so he must have 2 talents. The reconnaissance company also has requirements for battlefield command. After Shi Jianxiong finished cursing, he straightened up happily. Okay, let the unclothed recruits put on clothes and assemble in 1 minute. Shi Jianxiong gave the order. Although Li Xiu survived, the other recruits still failed. Education cannot stop. 1 minute later, before the bonfire, the recruits bowed their heads. Shi Jianxiong said, "You know, if you were on the battlefield just now, would you have died?" Shi Jianxiong glanced at the recruits, and added after a while, "Li Xiu, including you." Li Xiu nodded. This is not called an exercise, it can only be called training. The exercise is much more tense than this. But marching in the field, don't you have the slightest sense of keeping watch? Didn't feel any crisis at all? Didn't I teach you to keep watch? Today's enemy is inexperienced, let you escape. But on the real battlefield, it's just a grenade. 1 grenade, 1 tent was blown to pieces. You don't need grenades to deal with your recruits, a smoke bomb will do. What year is it, and you are still dancing with knives and guns? Listen to snoring, breathing. It's unnecessary. Li Xiu, you are considered a failure this time. Do the same cold-resistant training in the snow? Awareness of crisis is much more useful than your flamboyant fists and embroidered legs. Sure, Jianxiang didn't give anyone face. Zhang Hanja was speechless. Can Li Xiu be punished?
If you row to the reconnaissance company, why are you holding it in the palm of your hand and fearing it will melt?
Of course, Zhang Hanja underestimated Shi Jianxiang. First of all, Shi Jianxiang was not so narrow-minded, and secondly, he admired Li Xiu very much. Moreover, because of the song that Li Xiu sang at the barbecue meeting, he liked Li Xiu even more. By doing this, I just don't want Li Xiu to go too smoothly and expand too much. After all, the training department suffered a great loss, and this matter will spread sooner or later. If Li Xiu expands at that time, it will not be a good thing for Li Xiu. At this time, the squad leader of class, couldn't bear it any longer, and said, "Report speak." Comrade Li Xiu suggested that we stand guard, but we were too tired at the time, so we ignored Comrade Li Xiu's suggestion. Post first and then correct the typo, chapter 3 will come soon. Corrected the typo, the road is blocked by heavy snow. The deputy squad leader of class 4 lowered his head, feeling a little guilty. The same goes for the other deputy monitors. Several deputy monitors discussed together, and Li Xiu made a reasonable suggestion, but they rejected it. Shi Jianxiang changed quickly, then except for Li Xiu. In addition, we will truthfully record the performance of this training. I hope you will cooperate. Shi Jianxiang said to Dong Xing. Although Dong Xing was disappointed, he still nodded. Soon, 2 non-commissioned officers came over. They both shrugged their heads, like big geese without momentum. There's no way, it's too embarrassing to be killed by recruits. Describe it, please. Shi Jianxiang said. Zhang Bo immediately braced himself and described it again. The rest of the people had weird expressions. Zhang Bo, as the Blue Army of the training department, was actually captured alive. Can't beat the recruits in a fight? Can the recruits know how to wrestle and capture? And when it was said that Li Hu was also captured by the same method? Shi Jianxiang's forehead was almost filled with question marks. What the hell? This also scored twice. In short, that's it. After Jiang Bo finished speaking, his expression was a little subtle. Report. Jiang Anping spoke suddenly. Speak. I taught him the wrestling technique. Li Xiu learned things too quickly, and the recruit project progressed quickly, so I taught him some other things. Jiang Anping said hastily. It has to be explained. In this case, if he doesn't explain, Li Xiu may be suspected. After all, in Li Xiu's information, it has never been shown that he has learned the wrestling technique. Hearing Jiang Anping's explanation, Shi Jianxiang was inexplicably sour. Li Xiu is a quick learner. In their view, it is not incomprehensible. After all, Peking University students must have flexible brains. What else have you learned? Shi Jianxiang asked suddenly. Li Xiu was stunned, thought for a while and said, I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme some books. The squad leader and company commander Gun also taught me something. Tell me about what you learned. It goes without saying that the recruits even learned it. Shi Jianxiang suddenly became interested. Well, I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme 3 or 4 books, mainly 2 books related to sniper technology, and some other miscellaneous books. I learned how to throw grenades, and learned smoke-free stoves from the cooking squad leader. Also, the last time company commander Gung taught me how to operate a portable radio, but I know a little about that. After a while, Li Xiu coughed and said, of course, I just took a rough look. Li Xiu didn't choose to hide it. He has a system, and it is impossible to hide his clumsiness no matter what. He will even show more talents in the future, and he originally planned to create a genius character. And the troops don't need to hide their clumsiness. All the recruits around looked adoring. Damn, it's too hanging. Not to mention sniping, they only touched the gun once. Several officers in the training department were also very surprised. The recruit company has so much time to learn so many things? Shi Jianxiong's first reaction was, where did this kid get the time? He originally thought that running in the playground early in the morning would be enough, but he didn't expect that Li Xiu was still learning so many things at the same time. The daily training of the recruit company has squeezed out a lot of time. Where does Li Xiu get the time to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read read slash phoneme and study? And, sniping? Did he hear it right? Grandma is a leg. Deng Jun really lied to him at first. When did you get the sniper rifle? Shi Jianxiong stared. The first time I went to the 4th company of sharpshooters. Li Xiu responded honestly. Grass. Deng Jun's silver coin. Shi Jianxiong's liver hurts. Li Xiu went there for the first time and let Li Xiu try the sniper rifle. But Deng Jun didn't tell him. Moreover, Li Xiu also showed such a high talent. 3 months, and the daily training of the recruit company, how did he learn it? Why do they have so many skills compared to recruits in the same period? Have time to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read read slash phoneme? Shi Jianxiong asked. If you don't have time, make time to watch it. Besides, there is plenty of time. Li Xiu answered honestly. Shi Jianxiong stopped talking. Because Li Xiu's efforts are recognized by the whole company. The perseverance to get out of bed in such a cold morning in Xinjiang is absolutely impossible for ordinary people. Such a self-disciplined soldier can't find time to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read read slash phoneme? He just regretted it more and more. Shi Jianxiong quickly changed back and said, I have recorded all of your performances this time. Besides Li Xiu, Chen Shanfeng, Li Dezhuan, and Zhao Lei, the 3 of you also performed well. However, the 3 of you still have to do cold training. Yes. The 3 nodded and smiled. Zhao Lei's usual training performance is not particularly good, but this is the first time he has been called, and he is even more excited. For a moment, he was full of gratitude to Li Xiu. Li Xiu, you can't be proud, you have to think better in the future. Shi Jianxiong said. Yes. Li Xiu answered rightly. Hey, you kid. Shi Jianxiong shook his head. Cold resistance training in the snow, we will do it tomorrow morning. Everyone should go back to their tents to rest. Shi Jianxiong was finally humane and gave the recruits time to sleep. However, several deputy squad leaders still did not sleep, and discussed the matter of being on duty. There is no way, a soldier is not a deputy squad leader. Although the job of a deputy squad leader is considered a grassroots cadre, it is very busy. It took half an hour to make a list and set the order of duty. Li Xiu also felt a little tired and was about to go back to sleep. For the training, Li Xiu felt a little pity. If this is a drill, he will definitely get a reward. Don't even think about training, it's fake if you get it. At this time, inside the military tent, the wick of the kerosene lamp was burning, illuminating the entire tent and the faces of the officers with varying expressions. There are many topics that need to be discussed, and the marching road is not as simple as moving forward. Their purpose is to sharpen the recruits. After the recruits fall asleep, they also need to review a series of actions during the day. Dongxing is also there, and their mission fails. But the task project is also considered complete. Therefore, in the future, I will march with the recruit company and then return along the road. After all, in the snowy no man's land, there is no pickup point. Just when everyone is preparing for review and discussion. A correspondent suddenly rushed in from the door. His face was a little unhappy, and he typed a report and said, Company Commander, it seems to be snowing outside, really. Outside the company camp, snowflakes fell one after another. Shi Jianxiong's expression changed instantly, and he rushed out without hesitation. The meeting was stopped immediately. Not only him, Jiang Shanhai also had a gloomy face and a solemn expression. They are no man's land, roads are blocked by heavy snow, it will be very dangerous. Containment vehicle cannot drive. Marching will also be frustrated.
At this time, the snowflakes are falling and the cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme is gradually sweeping. Hopefully it will stop tomorrow.
Jiang Shanhai sighed.
Shi Jianxiong looked into the distance. Because of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and snow, the visibility was getting lower and lower, and his brows were also wrinkled into Sichuan characters. The officers looked at each other, but no one continued to speak.
Continue marching. Need to advance, begging to follow up, begging to follow up. Shi Jianxiong's face was solemn like never before.
Especially seeing the heavy snow falling and getting bigger, his expression became more serious.
Zhang Shenkato, we carry a shortwave radio station, do we need to contact other companies to respond?
Shi Jianxiong pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, the road is blocked by heavy snow, and it will not be easy for them to come to meet them.
Besides, it's just snowing, so it's not like I can't walk. Training is to prepare for war. Responding to emergencies is also part of war. Everyone, rest early and recharge your energy.
The food we brought is sufficient, and we can keep up with the slower marching speed.
It's a big deal for everyone to rest for a while. Shi Jianxiong gave orders very decisively. Everyone nodded after listening. Indeed, you cannot give up training because of this setback.
I can only hope that the snow will not fall too much.
However, it backfired. Early the next morning, Shi Jianxiong woke up.
The first thing to do when you wake up is to open your eyes, and the second thing is to tidy up the quilt honestly.
After everything was ready, Shi Jianxiong put on his shoes and looked outside the tent.
His face became more serious. From the small gap, you can see the scene outside the tent. The catkins were falling all over the sky, and the heavy snow obviously deepened. Shi Jianxiong measured it with his legs and found that the heavy snow had covered his calf and calf. Not only the snow, but also the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. Shi Jianxiong only opened a corner of the curtain of the tent, and the cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blew in his face, and immediately felt a layer of frost on his brows.
Damn the weather. After cursing, Shi Jianxiong felt a little stressed.
Now that he has just reached his calf, he can still march, but it will be difficult if he reaches his knee.
The grassroots commanders got up earlier than the recruits.
Seeing the snow all over the sky, they had nothing to say and could only choose to reconvene the meeting. Inside the recruit tent, Li Dazhuang, Chen Shanfeng, and Zhao Lei got up very early today. Li Xiu had a meeting last night, and they didn't have time to talk to Li Xiu. When they woke up today, the three of them hurriedly talked to Li Xiu.
Squad deputy, you were strong yesterday.
You killed all the veterans. Li Dazhuang said. It's the first time I've been named and praised by company commander Shi, this feels so good.
Zhao Lei said.
Chen Shanfeng was not good at words, but he was very grateful to Li Xiu. Although there are no rewards and no substantial benefits, being a soldier and being praised by superiors is a great happiness.
Sometimes, just a simple compliment can make a whole day happy.
Moreover, their performance this time will be recorded, and they have worked together to capture the veterans of the training department.
This is a big hit.
What's more, it is still a sensitive period for the branch company. Even if it may not be of much use, it can still be comforted.
It's okay, I might not be able to fight without you.
Li Xiu said casually. However, it snowed heavily last night, so our march today may be more difficult.
Is it snowing?
Zhao Lei immediately went to check, and sure enough, the outside was covered with snow, and there was still heavy snow floating in goose feathers, and as soon as the door was opened, a gust of cold air blew into the tent, making everyone shiver. Damn it, it's freezing to death. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme it quickly. Li Dazhuang hugged his arms and hurriedly urged. Zhao Lei hastily pulled down the curtain. Afterwards, the recruits put on their fur coats and caps. These two-piece suits are absolute protection against the cold, and anyone who wears them knows it.
The three chatted for a few minutes, and the wake-up call rang again.
Everyone hurriedly carried their bags and repacked.
The same goes for recruits from other companies. Outside the tent, goose feathers and heavy snow fluttered and fell on the recruits.
The bonfire was propped up with a hood and burned quietly. Standing in front of the recruits, Shi Jianxiong said with a serious expression.
Comrades! You must have seen it. We are not very lucky. I am afraid we will march in the snow.
Just now, we contacted the meteorological department, and the weather will continue to cool down today.
Are you afraid? Don't be afraid, the recruits shouted in unison. Very good. Now, everyone warm up and prepare.
In 10 minutes, the snow hardening training will officially start.
Shi Jianxiong gave the order.
The recruits warm up immediately. The cold-resistant training in the snow is to let the recruits take off their upper bodies and perform a set of assassination exercises in the snow. For ordinary people, lighting the spine in a snowy day is like lighting a lantern in a latrine. Therefore, recruits must increase their training intensity if they want to avoid getting sick. Soon, each of the recruits finished warming up and took off their military uniforms and leather jackets, revealing their muscular upper bodies. But soon, some recruits began to tremble. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme is so strong that it seems to be frost on the body. Cold? Shi Jianxiong did the same, taking off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. Then, his next move left all the recruits dumbfounded. I saw that Shi Jianxiong actually grabbed a handful of snow and wiped it on his body.
It's been a long time since I took a bath. Just wash it with snow.
As he said that, he continued to grab the snow and wipe it on his body. All the recruits were stunned.
Take a shower with snow? It's too fierce.
Although Li Xiu didn't have to do it, but when he saw the company commander, several platoon leaders, and even the non-commissioned officers in the training department take off their shirts and go into battle shirtless, they took off their shirts without saying a word.
Anyway, there is no harm in training for a while.
Snow bathing, like winter swimming, is a cold-resistant training method. Shi Jianxiong's tone was extremely calm. Pay attention to using the friction of ice and snow to heat every part of the body.
It can promote your blood circulation and enhance your activity. Rub with snow, the faster you rub the better, the harder you rub the better.
Especially at the back, the non-commissioned officer couldn't stand it anymore, and even urged them to hurry up.
It made them even worse.
The 3 second-stage non-commissioned officers and the second lieutenant were not tired, but full of energy. At this time, the second lieutenant did not look at the group of recruits, but looked at Li Xiu instead.
That soldier, what's your name?
The second lieutenant's sharp eyes were like sharp long swords.
Report, my name is Li Xiu. Li Xiu replied angrily. Okay. I remember you. However, you are a soldier now, don't act without authorization, yes.
Li Xiu grinned and quickly said yes. The second lieutenant was not in a hurry, and waited for the recruits to slow down for 2 minutes before blowing the whistle to gather. At this time, there were also veterans who had come here to meet them early. Looking at the slumped recruits, they all had a familiar feeling. The green leather train arrived at the station soon, and under the organization of veterans, recruits boarded the train one after another. The recruits were exhausted and immediately climbed on the train to find a seat. Li Xiu found a seat at random, and sat in the one near the door. A tall, thin recruit with a black face that looked like he had been washed with squid ink sat next to Li Xiu. The recruits sat down one after another, and several second-stage non-commissioned officers and second lieutenants also walked to the locomotive. The veterans who came up from the back of the locomotive restrained their serious expressions and smiled. These veterans should all be first-stage non-commissioned officers, and they look very kind.
A man about
1.7 meters tall stood up kindly.
Okay, everyone, take a good rest, we are all here.
After running such a big circle today, everyone must be tired.
Let's take a good rest on the locomotive. After a while, when we are full, someone will bring food. Don't waste it, eat as much as you can. If you want to ask anything, you can chat and ask. If you have any personal matters and opinions, you are welcome to talk to me. I'm at the locomotive.
Listening to the caring words of the veterans, the recruits gradually relaxed from the tension just now.
Li Xiu knew it in his heart. Compared with the sternness of the squad leaders, these veterans seemed amiable and easygoing. Obviously, there are arrangements for every relaxation and relaxation. On the train, Li Xiu also became the focus of the recruits. Also a recruit, Li Xiu was too outstanding. The speed and physical strength amazed a group of recruits. "Brother, your physical fitness is really good." The big recruit waited for the veteran to finish speaking, and then opened up the conversation. As soon as he said this, the other recruits also looked over. Li Xiu smiled modestly and said, "It's okay, I was exercising at home before. My name is Wang Jian. My physical strength is not as good as yours." The big black man said firmly, "My name is Li Xiu." Li Xiu also replied. On the opposite side, a single-eyelid recruit with thin body and soft hair said, "My name is Guan Yu." "Brother, you have hurt us. You ran so fast, and the squad leader kept urging us, and almost passed me by." "Tired," Guan Yu complained. Li Xiu laughed and said, "That squad leader is really vicious." Several people chatted quickly. The freshness of being a soldier made them curious about everything. However, as time went by, after the freshness and enthusiasm continued to wear off under the sound of the train whistling, the conversations among the people gradually decreased. Everyone was tired. The space on the green leather train was narrow and the seats were hard, which was really uncomfortable. Those with weak bones, such as the skinny monkey like Guan Yu, had frequent diarrhea halfway through, and went to the toilet 6 or 7 times in half a day. Along the way, the green leather train stopped and went, and familiar figures kept changing trains, and new young people kept coming up. The scenery outside the window was constantly changing. Li Xiu saw the endless sea of golden rapeseed flowers, the layers of dark green field ridges, the golden gobi phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert phoneme, and the dense dark brown coniferous forest. The sun was setting outside the car, and Li Xiu, who had fallen asleep, woke up and saw that the fiery Guan Yu who had been chatting with him before had disappeared. Li Xiu followed suit. "Grab a handful of snow and rub it on your body." As soon as the ice and snow came into contact with his skin, Li Xiu shivered suddenly. "Cold. It's too cold." Especially when the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine/phoneme blows, the whole body trembles. Also, the skin is a little sore. However, seeing Shi Jianxiong holding on, Li Xiu didn't hesitate, grabbed another handful of snow to cover his body, and then rubbed it vigorously. Seeing Li Xiu from the corner of his eyes, Shi Jianxiong couldn't help but nodded. This kid is very executive. The rest of the recruits also gritted their teeth and began to grab the snow and rub it on their bodies. Very strange. As the snow continued to rub on his body, Li Xiu obviously felt that his body suddenly became warmer, not only warmer, but even a little hot like a small stove. "Fuck, I'm not going back to the West." Li Xiu shook his head and gave up the idea of escape. Some recruits also found that their bodies gradually adapted to the cold. "It's not that cold anymore. It's really, really weird. I'll wipe a little more." The recruits were gradually amazed. Shi Jianxiong's voice sounded again. "What are you doing in a daze? Prepare for the assassination. Move quickly, quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you if you catch a cold." Shi Jianxiong shouted. Immediately, the recruits quickly performed a set of assassination exercises on the snow. The voices of Ha were endless. The recruits did the assassination exercises very fast this time. After a set of procedures, Li Xiu actually broke out in a thin layer of sweat. After the assassination exercise was completed, the squad leaders began to urge the recruits to get dressed and not to sweat. The training of the recruits of the Iron and Steel 7th Regiment continued. "Everyone, speed up your march. The further back, the deeper the snow will be, and the more difficult it will be for us to march." Squad leader Jia Nanping yelled at the queue behind him. Stepping on it again, the ice and snow are already 50 centimeters deep. Beg to follow up. Monthly tickets, recommended tickets, rewards. This book is in a critical period of promotion and urgently needs everyone's help found. Report to Shi Jianxiong. Li Xiu carried the flag and walked in the front, leaving a deep mark. The road was blocked by heavy snow, which not only consumed physical strength, but also slowed down the marching speed. The containment vehicle did not continue to follow them because the snow was too deep for the containment vehicle to proceed. "Squad deputy, let me carry the flag for you." Li Dezhuang watched Li Xiu carry the flag all the way, thinking that Li Xiu must be tired, so he said hastily. Li Xiu shook his head and said, "No, I'm not tired." Because of the snow, the recruit company marched much slower. However, there is no security issue. Shi Jianxiong has been keeping in touch with the outside world through shortwave radio. The problem now is that the physical strength of the recruits is somewhat exhausted. Coupled with the 2-day frozen steamed buns, many recruits also had problems with their mentality. Mental breakdowns are contagious. Once it spreads, it will seriously affect the momentum of the entire team. However, under the guidance of the instructor, the recruits quickly adjusted. Everyone sang military songs to cheer up. However, Dong Xing was very interested in Li Xiu, and kept walking beside Li Xiu, chatting with Li Xiu. It's a chat, but it's actually a question and answer. After all, Dong Xing is the officer, and Li Xiu can only cooperate. Shi Jianxiong snorted coldly, and said to Dong Xing, "Don't think about it, the training department can't dig it away." Dong Xing smiled awkwardly, but didn't answer the question. Li Xiu is a new recruit, he is indeed rare. The reason is not because of Li Xiu's military quality, but because of Li Xiu's flexible mind. He's a quick learner, and after inquiring twice, he was still a top student before he joined the army. After asking a few questions about sniping, I knew that Li Xiu had really phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme the information book, and he still had a certain understanding. It's not like some people who just show off after knowing a little bit. This made Dong Xing appreciate it very much. But he also knew that such an excellent recruit as Li Xiu would basically not be able to join the training department. Definitely going to be the baby bump in some sharp knife company. The sharp knife company is the group's sharp knife, and the top is the boning knife in the sharp knife company. It's useless for him to worry about it. After marching for another hour, Shi Jianxiong looked at the time and said, "Let's take a rest, everyone." All the recruits instantly became refreshed. After the continuous march, everyone was very tired. The squad leader of the veterans greeted the recruits to sweep the snow, set up tents, and light bonfires. Everything is the same as yesterday. However, this time a few veterans took out an iron pot from somewhere. The company commander said that the journey is difficult, and I'm afraid you won't be able to sustain it if you eat cold food, so I need to help you supplement some nutrition. Let's make soup tonight. Squad Monitor Chen Long said to the recruits with a smile. The eyes of the recruits suddenly lit up. For the past 2 days, they have eaten frozen steamed buns for several consecutive meals. Now, the squad leader said that he would make soup for them, which immediately made the recruits look forward to it. Squad leader, what kind of soup are we drinking? A recruit couldn't help asking curiously. After Chen Long heard it, he smiled and said, "The soup is just to make you drink warm." What kind of soup do you care about? However, while Chen Long was talking, he still took out a small bag from his backpack. Cornmeal? Li Xiu recognized it at a glance. Chen Long nodded, and said, "I call it sticky porridge. Just wait and drink it." After serving in the army for so many years, no one said it's not good. With that said, Chen Long began to suffer. The recruits originally wanted to drink some flavorful broth, but they were a little disappointed to hear that it was noodle porridge, but, yes, some would be good to drink. Chen Shanfeng, who was from Qilu, felt a little nostalgic, and said, "I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often /phoneme drink it at home, and it tastes really good." Around the bonfire, the recruits howled. Li Xiu wanted to relieve himself, so he went to make a report with the monitor. "Go, be safe. I'll keep your porridge for you." Zhao Nanping responded while busy directing the recruits to set up tents. Li Xiu went to urinate, walked forward for a while, and just about to release the water after unbuttoning his trouser belt. Suddenly, he was taken aback, and he saw a large tire track in the distance. Li Xiu's heart skipped a beat. Taking a deep breath, he walked over cautiously. Next to it, I saw a series of small deep holes. Whose footprints are these? Because of the snow, the deep hole has been covered with a layer,
so it is impossible to identify the footprints. Li Xiu's mind turned quickly, and a name quickly appeared in his mind. Poachers.
The small footprints should be of hounds.
Li Xiu shook his head again. It might be a military dog. When he was in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, he heard from Wang Tai that the soldiers at the border post would raise several long-haired wolf dogs, that is, shepherd dogs, also called West German long-haired dogs. However, anyway, Li Xiu decided to report this matter to Shi Jianxiong.
What?
Where did you see it?
Jia Nanping, the squad leader, had a solemn expression when he heard it.
In the army, if there is no major problem, in order not to leak the secrets for safety, otherwise, you must not report to the higher level. Once you report to the higher level, you need to write a self-criticism. And at least, words are handwritten. Li Xiudao, it's about 300 meters away from our camp at 9 o'clock.
Okay, I'll report it.
Jia Nanping left in a hurry after leaving a word. For Li Xiu, Jia Nanping trusted him very much.
Soon, Shi Jianxiong hurried over and asked, "Where is it? Take me there."
However, Shi Jianxiong paused and said, "Wait."
Li Xiu didn't understand why. But soon,
Jiang Shanhai rushed over and said seriously, "There is danger ahead, we should not act lightly.
We need to report to the superior."
Shi Jianxiong nodded and said, "I have already sent someone to contact you.
We have walked through this area many times, and there are not many wild animals.
Even poachers may just pass by.
Of course we can't take it lightly.
The road is blocked by heavy snow, and poachers may be trapped, maybe around."
Li Xiu, you did a good job. You didn't act rashly. You knew to report this matter to the squad leader in time. After the training is over, I will report this matter.
If the poachers are really caught, you will also have a share of the credit.
Now, take me there to check the situation.
Depending on the situation, it doesn't mean to intervene. Because the recruit company must ensure the safety of the recruits, as long as a dangerous signal is found, it is necessary to confirm whether there is a potential crisis. As for the hunt, further careful consideration is required. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Shanhai. Jiang Shanhai nodded and took out a pack of craft paper. Shi Jianxiong nodded and opened the craft paper.
Inside, there are shiny bullets. Pay attention to the separation of firearms in the army.
In addition to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme ammunition training, even the company commander is not allowed to equip the gun with bullets, and needs to apply for calling when performing tasks.
The instructor is not equipped with a gun.
Therefore, at this time, even the bullets in the long gun were empty, and it was not until just now that I got the bullets from the instructor.
Not many bullets, 5 in total.
After Shi Jianxiong loaded all the bullets into the magazine, he was ready to go to the tire tracks to investigate the situation.
P.S. Adding more may be delayed until tomorrow.
My mind is a little weird today, probably sucked dry by my girlfriend.
The trap.
The muzzle of the black hole.
Snow is still falling.
Shi Jianxiong observed while walking.
I saw it, you wait here for a while.
Shi Jianxiong said to Li Xiudao after seeing the traces from a distance. Li Xiu was a little disappointed, but he knew that the military order could not be disobeyed, so he nodded. Shi Jianxiong was very careful. China banned guns in 1996 and officially implemented the Yi gun control law, stipulating that citizens are not allowed to illegally possess guns and ammunition. But poachers don't care about that. They still carry firearms.
Its implementation, Jianxiong, currently has no intention of arresting them.
After all, Shi Jianxiong was not alone, he also had a company of recruits with him. His first priority is to protect the safety of the recruits.
Soon, Shi Jianxiong saw traces on the snow.
Just like what Li Xiu said, on the snow, there was a trace of a vehicle crushing the snow, and next to it, there were also dog paw marks that were slightly sunk into the snow. After just one glance, Shi Jianxiong concluded that this was not an indentation from a military vehicle.
The width between the tires is wrong. Plus that canine claw marks.
Poachers.
Shi Jianxiong made a judgment.
At least, % sure. Gently poke the soft snow layer. Judging from the traces, the tires have slipped many times. Obviously, the thick snow layer brought trouble to the driving of this car. However, looking at the thickness of the soft snow layer on the outermost surface and the amount of snowfall, Shi Jianxiong predicted that the car had been away for at least an hour. As far as the eye can see, the car marks stretch far away. It shouldn't be too dangerous. As he spoke, he walked to Li Xiu's side and said, "It's basically a poacher. It can be seen from the tire marks. It doesn't match all the models of our border guards. Moreover, there are generally no patrols in this area," Shi Jianxiong said. Li Xiu immediately said, "Then, shall we arrest them?" Shi Jianxiong shook his head and said, "It's too dangerous. Poachers will carry armed firepower. We only have one gun." After finishing speaking, Shi Jianxiong said again, "Of course, I have already reported this matter. Someone will come to arrest them soon. You have provided key clues, and you may have a chance to make meritorious service. Don't worry, the road is blocked by heavy snow, and they shouldn't be able to escape. With such a thick snow layer, and it's still such a soft snow layer, they won't be able to run too fast. If it is a relatively compact snow layer, the tire pressure can be reduced, which may allow the vehicle to drive on a thick snow layer. But this kind of snow that just fell, the snow layer is relatively soft, and the tires will collapse and skid crazily." Of course, Shi Jianxiong didn't say anything dead. If the poachers are really caught, meritorious service is basically guaranteed. But it is still snowing now. If the soldiers from the Frontier Defense Company or the armed police arrive later, the heavy snow will cover up all the traces. In fact, Shi Jianxiong also felt that Li Xiu was very lucky. You can encounter clues when you go out for a brief explanation. However, luck is one aspect. If you were someone else, you probably wouldn't think so much. Even if you think about it a little more, you may not necessarily report it. Go back. Remember to be more vigilant tonight, Shi Jianxiong said. Li Xiu nodded and said, "Understood. In addition, I will give you a task to appease the recruits and not let them cause confusion." "Yes." Li Xiu stood at attention. The two returned to the campsite. Shi Jianxiong continued the meeting and reported his findings. It is required to strengthen vigilance, formulate a combat readiness plan, and let 3 platoon leaders and 9 squad leaders take turns to keep watch to ensure the safety of recruits. As for Li Xiu, he returned to the recruits. As soon as Li Xiu arrived, he immediately attracted the attention of many recruits. Zhao Lei asked, "Squad deputy, what happened? I see that the monitors of several classes have gone to the meeting." Li Xiu said casually, "It's a small matter, maybe they are busy punishing our recruits, everyone be careful." When they heard this, everyone showed a look of fear. "Squad deputy, any news?" Zhao Lei asked alertly. "No, but I suggest that everyone try to sleep together tonight, to deal with possible emergencies. When the time comes, just obey the company commander's orders." The recruits nodded again and again. To be honest, it's not that they can't complete the training task, but because they have too many routines, they haven't adapted to it. Moreover, when they heard about the mission, many recruits also ignited their fighting spirit. Their previous projects did not perform very well, and they also want to restore the situation through the next project. At this time, in the snow curtain, the 3 figures walked in the cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Their lips were blue and purple from the cold, and their faces were covered with a layer of hoarfrost. "Youngest, didn't you say it won't snow?" A fat man with a red nose tremblingly complained to his companion. "Fuck, how do I know?" His companion, a thin man, was dissatisfied with the fat man's blame. "The weather forecast is wrong, and the most important thing is not the owner of the irresponsible retail store? 2 lighters, all it's fucking out of light. Stop arguing." The burly man with a pistol on his waist stared at the smoke in the distance, with a flash of hope in his eyes. "I thought I was going to be trapped to death in the heavy snow, but in this place where the birds don't shit, I can actually see the smoke from the cooking." Looking at the smoke in the distance, the burly man swallowed. "Fuck, I can finally get a little warm." The 3 of them walked and suddenly felt something was wrong. Not to mention anything else, it seems that there are 3 kinds of cooking smoke.
There are too many people.
However, they have guns, so what are they afraid of? He lowered his waist a little, and suddenly there was a stern voice in his ear.
Who?
The hearts of the 3 jumped suddenly. The burly man instinctively wanted to touch the gun, but was blocked by the fat man's entire body. The obese man frantically cast his eyes, his brain was buzzing, and at the same time, he kept winking at his companions.
Soldiers, so many soldiers. Fuck, how bad luck is.
When Jiang Anping saw the 3 people in their clothes, he thought of the meeting held by Shi Jianxiong, and immediately thought of the poachers. Just as he was about to speak to warn, he suddenly felt a pain in his foot. Fuck, who stepped on his foot?
In the next second, Li Xiu's voice sounded.
You are tourists, right?
We are the People's Liberation Army. Are you lost?
The obese man's eyes lit up immediately, and he said, Yes, we are tourists, and when we saw the smoke from the kitchen, we wanted to come and have a look.
Fat men don't want to cause trouble.
Although they have guns, they are soldiers.
But if you shoot, you can't run away. Maybe one can be replaced in a hurry, but they will all be taken away. But killing a person is of no benefit to them.
Right now is a good opportunity to muddle through.
Comrade People's Liberation Army, our lighter is broken, may I borrow one?
Fatty couldn't help asking again when he saw the burning fire behind the recruits.
Of course. Come and get them.
While talking, the fat man frantically gave the tall and thin man winks. The tall and thin man gritted his teeth, walked over slowly, and carefully took the lighter that Li Xiu handed over. Then, he returned to the queue safe and sound.
Thank you, PLA.
You have worked hard. At this time, the fat man was slightly relieved, and let out a long breath.
Remember, in the future, you must pay attention to safety when traveling. Li Xiu reminded.
Understood.
Do you want to stay and have a bowl of hot porridge? Aren't you lost?
No, I'm fine. Do you want? The fat man answered patiently, frantically giving the strong man his eyes. If this guy is reckless, if he draws his gun all at once, he might be able to kill 1 or 2 people, but they will definitely die in the next second.
It's better to fool the past.
However, the little brother of the People's Liberation Army in front of him is indeed enthusiastic.
Thank you, the People's Liberation Army. We will definitely send you penance.
The fat man turned around and was about to leave with a friendly face. Suddenly, he saw a series of black muzzles aimed at them. The last broken chapter is mainly for today's promotion, and everyone must follow up. Kneel down to the big brothers. Absolutely no chapters in the future. It seems that it was not sent out at first, and was hindered by some mysterious force.
There are 2 more. I finally finished writing the difficult part. Opportunity. The company commander handed me a cigarette. Don't move. A loud shout made the fat man dizzy.
The fat man was startled at first, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. The next moment, he broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, the burly man was ready to quickly draw out his gun.
Boom!
A thunderous sound exploded in my ears. Shi Jianxiong fired a warning shot at Tian. At this moment, the burly man had goosebumps all over his body. The muzzle of the black hole has been aimed at him, but he hasn't pulled out the gun yet. As long as he made a change, the soldiers would pull the trigger, and he had no room for resistance.
Put your hands up.
With a cold face, Shi Jianxiong shouted loudly. He held the trigger firmly with both hands, and once the 3 of them moved, he would pull the trigger without hesitation. The fat man's face was livid, and he gave Li Xiu a hard look. He knew that he had fallen. It's very stupid. If someone chats with him, it's fooling him. While he wasn't paying attention, he wrapped them up. But, facing the many black-holed muzzles, Fatty felt that if he acted without authorization, he would be shot into a sieve. After all, he didn't know that only Shi Jianxiong had bullets in his gun.
This time, I was frightened. Put your hands up. Shi Jianxiong shouted angrily again.
The 3 of them trembled, and a smell of urine gushed out from their pants.
When Shi Jianxiong roared, there was no warning at all. His voice was really loud, and it shook the minds of the three of them. Shi Jianxiong was not careless, said. As long as you're caught with your hands down, I won't shoot. We are the People's Liberation Army. Take you back to stand trial. Strive to cooperate with the investigation and deal with leniency. Whether to die immediately, or look for a chance, choose yourself. Shi Jianxiong's tone softened. He was also worried that the suspect lost control of his emotions and hurt others. In the end, the fat man took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands. Afterwards, the thin man and the strong man also raised their hands one after another. Zhang Hanja, the leader of the row, stepped forward, took out the pistol from the waist of the burly man, and pressed it against the burly man. At this time, the leaders of the second and third rows stepped forward and controlled the three of them. Take down the guns on the waist of the fat man and the thin man. Several squad leaders also stepped forward one after another and tied the hands of the three with backpack straps. Backpack straps, very strong. This kind of rope is harder than nylon rope. Seeing the three being captured, Shi Jianxiong finally let out a sigh of relief, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Oh shit. This time it was really big. Catching an armed poacher is definitely a great achievement. Not to mention anything else, as long as the other party brought a gun, anyone who participated would be rewarded. And the starting group award. Don't look at the other party not pulling out a gun. But this is blood licking with the tip of a knife. If you are not careful, you will die. Even if a poacher is shot, he may not necessarily lose his ability to move instantly. What if he counterattacks before he dies? In this extremely cold environment, eating a bullet would basically kill you. It's like in a film and television drama, eat bullets and then pick them out, and still be alive and kicking. It's purely fooling people. That's stupid. Even if it is a pistol, shooting the body at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range will be penetrated. Seen from the front of the bullet is a small single hole, but after touching the human body, a hole the size of a bowl will be torn from the rear. The bleeding could not be stopped at all. Tai Ji did not enter the emergency room within an hour. Same goes for limbs. Thinking about today's experience, even an old fritter like Shi Jianxiong feels exciting. Among them, Li Xiu played the most important role. First of all, it was Li Xiu who discovered suspicious traces, which made Quan Lian vigilant. Then, it was Li Xiu who paralyzed the three poachers with his words, avoided a direct conflict, and had someone notify him in time, delaying the time, which allowed Shi Jianxiong to capture the three poachers with extremely small losses. Poachers. Clever, this kid is too clever. Not elm heads. Shi Jianxiong didn't say anything else, he would definitely help Li Xiu to fight for third-class merit. Even if Li Xiu is not assigned to the company, as the commander of the recruit company, Shi Jianxiong will do the same. Of course, a company commander would do that. It's not Li Xiu, there might be an accident. What's more, Shi Jianxiong is sure that the third-class merit is probably, %. Thinking that Li Xiu had a chance to get third-class merit after joining the army for such a short time, Shi Jianxiong felt a little unreal. This is real merit. Much better than the teacher's commendation. There are honor pennants, medals, and certificates. Can accompany a soldier for a lifetime. In layman's terms, the third-class merit platform will be awarded. But don't think that third-class work is easy. Ordinary soldiers, too, can be submitted to the military academy for promotion. Let's take Shi Jianxiong's company of sharp knives and iron bones as an example. They are the boning knives of the Iron and Steel 7th Regiment, their training volume exceeds the outline of the full training army, and they are in the top 10 of the grassroots company assessment of the T Division every year. However, in a normal training year, if there are no drills, emergency rescue, disaster relief, and water rescue, the whole company is in full swing for a whole year, and the greatest honor is a third-class merit. That's right, more than 130 people, including non-commissioned officers and military officers, are divided into third-class merit. Now Li Xiu can probably get one. How long has he been in the army? After a while, several officers put the poachers on trial.
and Li Xiu was taken to his tent by Shi Jianxiong.
You boy, awesome. As soon as Li Xiu came, Shi Jianxiong gave Li Xiu a thumbs up. Aren't you nervous?
Li Xiu was still very modest, and bitterly said, I'm really a little scared. If it becomes self-defeating and makes the three poachers anxious, and things go wrong, I'm really afraid of going to a court-martial. It means you have brains, courage, and a good soldier. Shi Jianxiong patted Li Xiu's shoulder violently, then took out a cigarette from his pocket, and handed one to Li Xiu.
Huazi, let's go on.
As he spoke, he said with a bit of resentment, generally, it's not my soldier, so I won't hand it to him.
Recruits are not allowed to smoke in their first year. But in the army, cigarettes are absolutely inseparable.
The most rewarded by the superiors of the field army is smoke. Li Xiu accepted the cigarette sensibly, so naturally he would not mention the fact that recruits are not allowed to smoke. If the leader gave it, just continue.
Talk about other things, spoil the fun.
Facing the excellent recruits from the recruit company, Shi Jianxiong showed a satisfied smile.
This mattered, no one would have thought of it. You kid can behave so well. You are definitely famous this time.
I will record this matter completely and report it to the group.
But don't cock your tail and keep moving. Today's matter is likely to be third class. Li Xiu immediately said, yes. Company commander. I keep it up. But in my heart I was a little excited.
Third class work. Why is he so awesome? Okay, kid, don't make any mistakes these days, find a corner to smoke, and don't get caught.
Yes.
After speaking, Li Xiu ran away. In his life, he had no addiction to cigarettes, so he didn't think about smoking.
Maybe in the future, maybe not.
Also, he's a sniper, and generally speaking, can't smoke. Back in the tent, the recruits were still in shock. Jiang Anping saw Li Xiu coming to the tent, but pushed Li Xiu.
Damn it, you kid, you stepped on it so hard.
Li Xiu smiled awkwardly and was about to explain. Jiang Anping said, next time, when I see how stupid I am, just step on it harder.
Damn it, I almost killed my comrade in arms, I'm a deadhead.
Stay up late to write.
Feel sorry. Must have. Thank you for the 500-point coin sent by Mingxi not long ago. I just found out today that I can see it with a reward.
I haven't posted the previous one, and I will thank you next time. Line of defense. Jiang Anping was very grateful.
He was really stupid. The opponent was holding a gun, and his own reaction was too reckless.
That is Li Xiu, who has a flexible mind and knows how to respond in time.
Squad leader, it's okay, don't think too much.
Li Xiu comforted him.
Jiang Anping was indeed scared.
At the time, I was very courageous, but afterwards I became more and more emboldened.
Okay, you did a good job this time.
I feel that the company commander may apply for a third-class merit for you. Jiang Anping said enviously. At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Li Xiu looked over and saw the platoon leader Zhang Hanja approaching. Just as Li Xiu wanted to salute and say hello, the platoon leader waved his hand and said, "You've done a good job, you're worthy of being a soldier I value."
Has it been found out? Jiang Anping asked curiously. It was found out.
The three of them were gold diggers at first, but later they fought with the poachers, felt the huge profits of the poachers, and embarked on a road of no return. The furs of precious animals, large and small, are valued at nearly 50. They all have firearms on their bodies.
There are 3 shotguns in the car. I don't know where they came from.
50, and they all have guns.
Jiang Anping took a deep breath.
This is a few months to earn a lifetime of money. Huge profits and wealth touch people's hearts, no wonder, the three of them have misguided thoughts.
However, hunting endangered species is equally hateful. Normal, it's fried by foreigners. Zhang Hanja sneered. We followed their confession to find the stolen goods. And counted the value.
Li Xiu, this time you are going to become famous. I think the head of the regiment will be impressed with you. Besides, you captured the poachers, the comrades guarding the frontier, and the armed police of our government here.
Everyone wants to see you.
Zhang Hanja then urged, keep working hard.
Li Xiu immediately responded loudly, yes. Zhang Hanja nodded, and said again, go to sleep, tomorrow is the end of the training.
After saying a few words, he turned and left. At this time, the night was already dark. Zhang Anping said, I will treat you to barbecue later.
It won't be to let me look at the car again, and then bring me something to eat. You are so stubborn, dare to talk back to the monitor? Zhang Anping also recovered, patted Li Xiu's forehead and said, I'm ready to bleed for serious barbecue.
The squad leader clearly said welcome to Zai. Li Xiu naturally would not refuse.
After chatting for a while, the squad leader left. After the squad leader left, the three recruit roommates looked over at once.
What the fuck, go to sleep, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Li Xiu replied. The three of them nodded and fell asleep with their clothes on. However, they all understood what was going on today.
The same batch of recruits who joined the army had already made meritorious service.
So envious. The next day. At dawn, everyone continued on the road.
In the morning, I cooked sticky porridge again, and didn't get up early. It was incredible for the recruits to sleep well. The impact of yesterday's events spread. Everyone knows that yesterday, the poachers and gangsters were equipped with firearms. As usual, Li Xiu greeted the strange gaze with a smile on his face. After experiencing yesterday's incident, everyone suddenly discovered that this time the training did not seem to be as hard as before. After all, they are equivalent to picking up a life from the crisis. Until now, many people still feel dreamy about what happened last night. They were all secretly looking at the poacher and Li Xiu whose hands were bound. Li Xiu also drank sticky porridge, and Shenlong added sugar specially, which made Li Xiu very embarrassed. Along the way, everyone stopped and went, and the voices of complaining were much less. Because of the heavy snow, everyone marched at a much slower speed. However, at noon on the fourth day, I finally arrived at the destination of the training.
Frontier Post number 734. However, when everyone arrived at the outpost, everyone was shocked.
The forward outpost that Shi Jianxiong mentioned is not the kind of round tower structure building that everyone imagined.
Instead, there are tents, surrounded by soldiers patrolling with guns.
Their skin seemed to be scorched, and their lips showed an unhealthy bruise. At this time, Li Xiu and the others just showed their heads, and the soldiers at the outpost had already noticed them.
Look, this is called sentry. Shi Jianxiong did not forget to educate the recruits.
At the same time, salute to these comrades.
Then, show relevant documents.
A recruit just wanted to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme and ask some questions, when a dark gun pointed at him.
He was so scared that he ran away. Shi Jianxiong immediately shouted, "Don't move."
The recruit barely managed to stabilize his mind, trembling all over. The sentries didn't pay attention, but seriously checked the things on the recruits.
That's right, Shi Jianxiong also checked if he had any documents.
After the recruits were searched all over, the soldiers at the post put down their guns.
Saluted, thank you for cooperating with the investigation.
Shi Jianxiong returned a salute and said, thank you for your hard work.
At this time, Shi Jianxiong angrily scolded the recruit just now, do you want to die? You almost died today, do you know that? The recruit was a little dizzy. Shi Jianxiong said coldly, you can't point your gun at your teammates.
But, you haven't fully verified your identity just now.
If you make any changes, they can shoot.
It's so ruthless, everyone checks it out. Hearing this sentence, Zhao Lei couldn't help but said.
Don't you understand why?
Shi Jianxiong said, this is the real front line. Every soldier, every moment, is in a highly tense state of mind, ready to guard against the enemy's attack at any time. Ahead is the border of our country. They have been facing the cunning enemy in the dark. Once upon a time, an enemy was camouflaged, but carried a bomb on his body. The suicide method took away our two brothers.
Don't give up the search in any corner. This is a responsibility to your comrades in arms, to the country, and to yourself. Shi Jianxiong's words made all the recruits ring in their ears. Shocked.
The real border is actually so tense all the time. There is a potential danger that could erupt at any time, and the sentries at the front of the outpost are dealing with death almost all the time. And when Li Xiu and others passed through the sentry post, the sentry guards at the front didn't say a word to him, but immediately jumped into the guard post. And soon, a burly captain came out from the tent. As soon as the captain came forward, he smiled and said, "In the face of heavy snow, you can still come here after untold hardships, good job. I heard that you caught a group of poachers."
"Ha, well done."
"Everyone adjust first, wait a moment, I have something to say to everyone.
P.S. It's really late. Feel sorry. I am asleep."
There should be a typo, post first and then correct.
Training, the monument heals the heart, and the downhill. The downhill. After about half an hour.
Sure, Jianxiong had a small meeting with the lieutenant. Taking advantage of this time, Li Xiu also obtained the identity of a captain from Dongxing. He is the company commander of the 6th Company of the 7th Frontier Defense Regiment, and his name is Zhao Guoqiang. With the whole company stationed at the 734 outpost at the front. And soon, Zhao Guoqiang came back. After returning, he couldn't help but look at Li Xiu a few more times.
However, soon, Zhao Guoqiang looked at the recruits, nodded slowly, and said, although the time was delayed for half a day because of the heavy snow. "But, you are all good. 120 kilometers, marching in the snow, 4 days and 3 nights. Not bad, very good. I didn't lose the man's flesh and blood." The recruits held their heads up and their bodies were straight. "This is the 734 post, which is one of the frontline posts of our army against Tianzhu. The altitude is as high as 3,211 meters, and the highest station is as high as 3,821 meters. It is one of the few areas in the Xinjiang region where the altitude exceeds 3,000 meters and altitude sickness may occur. Among you, anyone who feels unwell and has difficulty breathing needs to report to me immediately." Zhao Guoqiang gave a brief introduction, and then said, "This is the end of your training. You originally planned to rest here for a day, and then there will be military vehicles to transport you back. But because the road was blocked by heavy snow, and everyone was tired and accumulated disadvantages, the superior made a decision to allow you to adjust for 2 days before returning. Now, everyone follow me." With that said, Zhao Guoqiang turned his back and led the recruit company forward. I don't know if he felt the tension and severity of the border. Zhao Lei, who talks the most on weekdays, is also looking straight ahead at this time with piercing eyes. Soon, everyone came to a stone tablet. The stele is very small, reaching only between the calves. On it, there are dense names. The snow stopped as early as yesterday, but the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme did not. At this time, it was blowing on everyone's faces like a knife cutting. Everyone's face was extremely solemn. No matter how stupid the recruits are, they still know that the stone tablet in front of them is very heavy. Since our 7th Frontier Defense Regiment was stationed at the border of the Xinjiang region, a total of 41 soldiers have stayed here forever. Among these people, the youngest is only 21 years old. Some of their deeds have been reported, while others have not. Some left traces in other parts of the world, and some may only remember his name. But no matter how bad the environment is, no matter how difficult the task is, they are not afraid or shrink back, they are heroes. The stele in front of me is very small, and the stele cannot accommodate too many people. But you have come to the 7th Frontier Defense Regiment, you must make up your mind, inherit their will, and fulfill your duties as a field frontier defense force. Do you have confidence? Zhao Guoqiang shouted at the recruits. Have. Everyone shouted at the top of their voices, with firm expressions. All in silence. After Zhao Guoqiang said this, he stopped talking and looked at the stele. Everyone lowered their heads, looked at the names on the stone tablet, and images kept flashing in their minds. The cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blows all day long, the distant mountains are harsh, and the snow covers knees. Soaring altitude, intense and boring work, day after day. The seemingly infinitely beautiful territory is full of great dangers. The responsibility of the border guards is to keep danger out of the line of defense and never retreat. People are emotional animals, and at this moment, the recruits were all shocked inside.
Especially some recruits suddenly understood why the veterans had so much emotion for Li Xiu's son hero. Who said that those who stand in the light are considered heroes? This group of people guarded silently in the dark. Seeing this, Zhao Guoqiang said again, "You are assigned to the border guards. It is the sharp knife of the country. A sharp knife must be stronger and sharper than armies in other regions. Now, facing the heroes, I ask you, do you have the ambition?" Zhao Guoqiang roared. "Have." The recruits roared in unison, saying, "Very good. I believe that the heroes and martyrs will look up to the sky and sing while drinking when they see how good our country is now." The end point of the recruit company's training is the national border. It is the truest front line, the truest outpost. Whether it is a dangerous environment, a tense atmosphere, or a sad stone monument, all the new recruits were hit hard. Li Xiu understood that it was precisely because the soldiers poured their bodies into an insurmountable solid line of defense that the mountains and rivers were safe today. Brush, brush. Everyone saluted in unison. Li Xiu and other recruits witnessed the tension and hardship on the front line and mourned the heroes. Everyone's spiritual will has been sublimated. This kind of feeling can only be felt by standing in front of the stone steel with dense small characters and truly feeling the icy cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and the endless ice and snow here. Night. The recruits rest at post, dash. After all, the 120-kilometer training has greatly consumed the physical and mental strength of the recruits. Therefore, the recruits will not be rushed back on foot, but military vehicles will be sent to send the recruits back to the original company. Of course, you will not take the snowy road in no man's land. It would be too perverted to go to the no man's land on snowy roads. The outpost where Li Xiu was assigned was very special and dangerous. It is not gathered together with other garrison points, but is located on a platform protruding forward in the towering mountains. Li Xiu and Li Dezhuan were assigned here together. The location of the station is steep, with a vertical height of about 400 meters from the ground. When Li Xiu first came, it was 0930 in the evening. Except for the 3 sentinels on duty, the rest of the soldiers gathered around a pure black radio station. The station is quite old, and there is still a hissing noise when playing. However, the soldiers listened very seriously. Now you are listening to ZY People's Broadcasting Station, Literary and Art Network broadcast, Cheers to the Motherland. Here, we extend our cordial greetings to the people of all ethnic groups, regions and overseas Chinese. The program of this issue is. Li Xiu didn't bother them, but was very touched. There is no electricity here, and there is no TV, so the daily news network is all listened to the radio. And like this kind of literary and art broadcast, Li Xiu and the others can still see the picture when they are in the company, but here they can only listen to the sound of the song. Thinking that this is the only way for the soldiers stationed in the border area to understand the outside world, Li Xiu felt touched. After listening to the literature and art broadcast, the platoon leader Wang Guoqing was also idle. "Are you recruits this year? Ha, it's not bad to be able to walk here in Dashue Mountain." Wang Guoqing smiled and said, "I heard that you also arrested armed poachers?" Wang Guoqing looked very curious and said with a simple smile, "I'm well informed." Before Li Xiu could say anything, Li Dezhuan pointed at Li Xiu and said, "Platoon leader, our squad deputy has made great contributions in arresting armed poachers." "Oh? You are that Li Xiu?" Wang Guoqing asked in surprise. Li Xiu nodded. He wanted to keep a low profile. However, it is said. "Ha, not bad." Wang Guoqing took a look at Li Xiu and said gently, "I heard that you also arrested people from the training department?" "Great. Back then we were miserably teased by them." A flash of reminiscence appeared on Wang Guoqing's face. "Work hard, you may be able to get merit this time, and if you get another one, you will be sent to the military academy." Later, Wang Guoqing introduced, "We have a total of 13 people living in this station. Among them are 2 platoon leaders, 1 Han platoon leader, 1 Uyghur platoon leader, and 11 soldiers. On weekdays, our main task is to observe and guard the number 734 mountain area behind the outpost. Because in our place, it is difficult to use water. Every time you use water, you need to carry it 2 kilometers down the mountain, so even if you have marched in the heavy snow for 3 days and 4 nights, you may not be able to take a bath. Wang Guoqing said with some embarrassment.
Li Xiu and Li Dazhuang said in unison, "It's all right."
Instead, there was another boy with a simple and honest appearance, a strong figure and a white face. Li Xiu has long been used to it.
He just wanted to get off the train quickly.
The hard seat on the train for 3 days and 3 nights made Li Xiu feel as if he had been put on a dog's head, and his whole body was so weak.
Wang Jian also turned pale and was not feeling well. "Li Xiu, where do you think we are going? Why have we traveled so far? We may go to Xinjiang,"
Li Xiu said.
"Border area?" Wang Jian was startled, and quickly asked, "Brother, how do you know?"
Li Xiu pointed out the window and said, "There is no notification sound on the car, but the stop sign can be seen from the window. Look, on that signboard, besides Chinese, there are also Uyghur languages." Li Xiu pointed to the stop sign in the distance. The recruits around were also a little startled, and they all looked outside.
Sure enough, I saw a string of Uyghur characters. Of course, they couldn't understand Uyghur, but they didn't doubt what Li Xiu said. Everyone started talking immediately.
The hardest place to be a soldier is the border area, except for the snowy area. Moreover, the environment in the border area is harsh, and there are endless deserts everywhere.
However, everyone was also full of excitement and anticipation.
I have never been out of the province in my life. I heard that the scenery in Xinjiang is very beautiful, and there are many delicacies. Big plate chicken, kebabs, roast pouch, fried rice noodles. Wang Jian could hardly restrain his inner excitement. When he talked about food, he also talked about the hearts of all the recruits. Several people ate the train meal with little fat and little meat for 3 days. When Wang Jian mentioned the mutton skewers and fried rice noodles, the recruits salivated immediately. Serving as a soldier in the Xinjiang region also has many advantages. The allowance and so on are not comparable to other regions. Li Xiu didn't say a word, he didn't want to hit the excited Wang Jian. Although the Xinjiang region is beautiful, behind the beauty is also full of crises. Although it is not like the Tibetan area that is frozen for thousands of miles, the plateau is extremely cold, and the low pressure is hypoxic, but it is not easy to be a soldier in the border area.
In addition to facing the huge temperature difference between day and night, it also faces the embarrassment of water shortage.
Coupled with the dry and hot temperature, it is very easy to suffer from heatstroke during training. Moreover, compared with other regions, the social phenomenon in Xinjiang is more significant. For soldiers, the pressure is greater and the training is more stringent. It is difficult for ordinary people's physical fitness to withstand high-intensity training in this area.
Peking University? The other side.
The second lieutenant looked at the towering Gobi phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, and memories flashed in his eyes. A few years ago, he also honed in the border. The memory of that period also made him extremely deep.
Zhang Pai, it's incredible. The kid you asked me to check is actually a college student. At this time, the triangular-eyed non-commissioned officer took out the recruit information form and handed it to Zhang Pai. College student? Zhang Hanja was slightly surprised.
It is not uncommon for college students to serve as soldiers. Not only college students, but also Peking University students. The triangular-eyed sergeant emphasized his tone, and his eyes were full of disbelief.
This time, even Zhang Hanja was shocked.
This is a serious college student from a prestigious school.
Want to enlist in the army? Quickly took the information.
Sure enough, Li Xiu's education was immediately seen, and he was a freshman in Peking University. At this time, Zhang Hanja's face changed slightly.
He remembered something else.
Since an epoch-making battle in everyone has understood one thing.
Modern warfare is no longer the model they were familiar with before.
The factor that really determines the outcome of the two sides is not only military strength, but also advanced technology. Sea, air and space integration, high informatization, precision strike and other modern high-tech new terms have entered the stage of the new era. Although Huaguo watched the entire war from thousands of miles away, he was still shocked by this war mode.
Let's just wash our face with snow.
Of course, the hands and face can still be washed. Although the heavy snow blocks the roads, it is annoying, but because of the heavy snow, there is water. Usually, the 13 of us wash our faces with a basin of water, or wipe our teeth with a towel.
The water in the tank, just wipe your face.
Wang Guoqing was very talkative and gentle, and he had no airs towards the recruits at all.
Li Xiu once again had an understanding of the miserable living environment in the frontier.
Water resources are so scarce. Afterwards, Li Xiu and Li Dezhuan washed their faces with snow water, and then made 2 bunks in the tent. The size of the tent is a large tent for 12 people, but it can accommodate a few more people temporarily. In the evening, Li Xiu phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red read / phoneme a book for a while, but he only stayed up until 2 o'clock, so he turned off the kerosene lamp early and went to sleep. Right now, his sniper tactics experience column is almost full. Li Xiu also felt that his understanding of sniper tactics in various cases was getting deeper and deeper, and he had almost reached the finishing line. Not only is the accuracy of the sniper, but also a kind of battlefield thinking, that is, the sniper consciousness. Or what a sniper should do. After all, I have seen many cases of sniper tactics, and if there is no feedback, I am a real fool. Take a deep breath. A gleam flashed in his eyes. Li Xiu was only short of camouflage lurking and sniper rapid fire, and Li Xiu could exchange 4 sniper proficient skills.
Early the next morning, platoon leader Wang Guoqing began to arrange tasks. Tonight, we have 3 tasks.
For the first task, Deputy Squad Leader Yang Junhong will phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead lead / phoneme 2 comrades to patrol, observe, and guard on Mount 10. For the second task, I and the platoon leader Mami will phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead lead / phoneme the 5 comrades down the mountain. The third task, the left behind personnel, Zhang Yongpeng is responsible for the radio contact and food guarantee to recruits. Carry the water with me. I hope that after the division of labor, everyone will take their own responsibilities, organize in a unified way, and ensure safety. P.S. It's late, this chapter has more than 400 words.
There may be a typo.
I'm a bit distressed, I don't know how everyone feels about this rhythm.
It's the first time I write an article at the starting point, I'm a little nervous and don't know the feedback. I hope you will comment more.
Thanks, Mingxin, who just arrived, gave a reward of 20,000 starting coins. Thanks to the society, Brother Dong, for the reward of 500 coins.
Put it on the shelves for everyone to add more.
Guocheng and hashtag 039, S expectations, Zhanglian team, see you.
Committee.
Of course Li Xiu and Li Dezhuan had no objections. They also hoped to experience the life of border soldiers for a day. Everyone left quickly after the platoon leader Wang Guoqing issued the order. Afterwards, Wang Guoqing brought a group of soldiers to a small warehouse, and then divided each 2 into a big blue bucket.
This barrel is not small at all, almost reaching above Li Xiu's belly button. Wang Guoqing said, 1 barrel for 2 people.
Li Xiu, Li Dezhuan, you 2 use 1.
The 2 nodded hastily.
Afterwards, Wang Guoqing gave each of them a pair of sunglasses and said with a smile, this place is phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close / phoneme to the sun, otherwise you will be blind. Li Xiu and the others took the sunglasses and put them on, have to say, pretty cool. Afterwards, Wang Guoqing took everyone down the mountain to carry the water. The road was rough, and the snow was swept away early, but it was always uncomfortable to hold a bucket.
However, the scenery here is very good, with white mountains and black water, surrounded by clouds and mist.
You guys are lucky.
It's snowing.
We don't have to dig ice at Sun Moon Lake at the foot of the mountain. We can dig snow directly at the foot of the mountain. Wang Guoqing walked ahead, taking every step very carefully. Although the snow on the ground was swept away yesterday, it was slippery because of a thin film of ice forming on the ground. Although it is only 2 kilometers away from the lake at the foot of the mountain, you must know that this is a rugged mountain road. Fortunately, however, because of the snow, they don't have to go to the lake below the mountain to dig ice to get snow. They just need to come to a flat land below the mountain and put the snow in buckets. Be careful, everyone, don't be in a hurry, Wang Guiqing reminded.
But in the next second, Li Dazhuang slipped his foot and his buttocks fell. Oh, it hurts like hell.
Li Dazhuang rubbed his buttocks and screamed strangely. Li Xiu stretched out his hand to pull him up, and then took the bucket from Li Dazhuang's hand.
I'll take it, thank you, deputy class. Li Dazhuang thanked quickly. Wang Guiqing laughed and said, I told you to be careful.
Li Dazhuang scratched his head, a little embarrassed.
However, this is just a small episode.
Soon, the group walked to a large snow field at the foot of the mountain. At this time, many soldiers also came here and began to fill buckets with snow.
Everyone didn't talk nonsense, and worked together to dig the snow and put them into the bucket.
A big bucket of snow, full of it, was carried by 2 people together.
Because it is that kind of big barrel, this barrel has at least 80 kilograms. Afterwards, everyone staggered back.
Going uphill consumes more energy, and because you have to bend down to go up and down, Li Dazhuang is a little dizzy after only going back and forth twice. The thin air greatly affected his physical strength. Seeing Li Dazhuang like this, Wang Guiqing didn't criticize him. He could see that Li Dazhuang hadn't adapted to the high-altitude oxygen concentration and had altitude sickness, so he didn't make things difficult for him.
After reporting to the company commander, he let Li Dazhuang rest.
But Li Xiu was beyond his expectation, going back and forth 3 times, he didn't breathe at all.
This new recruit is really unusual.
It took a total of 3 times to carry the water down the mountain before finally completing the task.
But that doesn't mean they can rest today. Many fighters still went down the mountain. Li Xiu didn't understand why. Wang Guiqing pointed to a piece of flat land next to him and said, You know that piece of land, what are we going to do?
Li Xiu shook his head.
Wang Guiqing said, We are going to use bricks to build an outpost here, the same outpost as other garrison points.
Besides, we have obtained the consent of our superiors. However, because the vertical height of the mountain road where we are on duty is too high, the transport vehicles cannot come up.
Therefore, we can only use human power to transport construction materials.
Speaking of this, Wang Guiqing said again, In 2 years, I may be transferred. I hope I can leave something for the soldiers who will come to this duty station in the future. In the future, maybe you won't need to sleep in a tent. Wang Guiqing smiled with anticipation in his eyes.
Are you free in the afternoon? 1 more labor force is won.
Anyway, I heard from the company commander that you have good physical fitness and are resistant to manufacturing.
Moreover, there is a saying in our PLA that says that labor is the most glorious thing, so you can't practice it. Li Xiu felt Wang Guiqing's determination and nodded heavily.
Of course. Platoon leader, you can definitely get this done. To be honest, the more he stayed here, the more Li Xiu felt touched.
Bing is a big group, and there may be good and bad.
But these soldiers stationed at the border are always worthy of respect. They may have spent the best years of their lives in silence.
Ha ha. Very good.
Wang Guiqing said happily, Let's build the future of our motherland together.
2 more days passed. In the past 2 days, Li Xiu moved a lot of bricks.
Of course, the other fighters also worked hard, especially Wang Guiqing. As much as Li Xiu did, he would do as much. Wang Guiqing also felt bitter, but seeing that Li Xiu, a recruit, was so serious, he certainly couldn't be compared.
Otherwise, if it gets out, wouldn't they torture the recruits?
Wang Guiqing didn't want to do that, so he followed Li Xiu's rhythm and moved hard.
Over and over again.
Of course, he still lost, his eyes were red the next day, and his arm didn't seem to be his own on the 3rd day. Boiled. Who asked him to compare with the King of Curls?
This is what happens. Back to the point. After 2 days of adjustment, it should be time for everyone to leave.
After saying goodbye to Wang Guiqing and more than a dozen soldiers, Li Xiu headed towards the assembly point. However, before leaving, more than a dozen soldiers gave Li Xiu a small gift.
A black, plastic-framed sunglasses.
Li Xiu's pragmatism and seriousness in the past few days has won the friendship and recognition of the soldiers. In addition, Li Xiu also caught the poachers who phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals FN often / phoneme had conflicts with their border guards.
This made the simple soldiers have a good impression of Li Xiu.
Sunglasses, although not a gift of particularly high value, but this gift is very special.
As long as Li Xiu sees the sunglasses, he can recall many things. Goodbye.
Li Xiu and the soldiers at the outpost waved to each other. Li Dezhuang also gradually regained his vitality. Say goodbye to the soldiers. After saying goodbye, the recruits came to the assembly point. Coming to the outpost this time, the recruits seem to have been baptized physically and mentally.
Life is bitter, is there anyone suffering? Not to mention the lack of electricity, it is even difficult to drink water and eat vegetables every day.
There is no TV, and the Spring Festival Gala program can only listen to the voice. Soon, everyone finished resting.
Instructor Jiang Shanhai and company commander Shi Jianxiong began to speak, summarizing the training.
The company commander also praised Li Xiu many times, which made Li Xiu a little embarrassed.
After half an hour,
the recruits got on the military cards and returned to the company.
Training is officially over.
120 kilometers, measured with feet when coming, but returned by car.
White mountains and black waters, the scene is dreamy.
Li Xiu lay at the back of the car in a daze, looking at the scenery on the side of the road, tsk in amazement. At the same time, very proud. This is the rivers and mountains of the motherland, and it is also the place they want to protect.
Military card, open very fast. We took the main road, and arrived in one night.
Just as everyone was about to rest, Shi Jianxiong suddenly grabbed Li Xiu. After returning to the company, take a good rest tonight. Remember to find me in my office tomorrow, the chairman wants to see you. Push a nice book. Dark Game, Redemption of Sins, written by a good brother.
Bloody Day member, the excited Gung Jun Regiment Center building.
The succession sentinels carry out post handover. Weapons, walkie-talkies, and duty registers have been handed over.
The non-commissioned officer on duty reminded.
The committee members stayed up all night again, and in about 10 minutes, the office cafeteria will deliver breakfast.
The successor sentry nodded, yes.
Li Zhangwei, the official member of the 7th Mechanical Regiment, worked very seriously.
His principle is that the tasks planned to be completed today will never be delayed until tomorrow.
The committee members have many tasks, and their power is greater than that of the head.
The rhythm is also very tight. The head of the regiment went to the division headquarters for a meeting. Some tasks have to be assisted by the committee.
At this time, the layout of the meeting room was simple, and the military flag was the only embellishment. However, at this time, the admiral was in a very good mood. Although, he still has a lot of unfinished tasks. For example, the reform of the conscription plan, the reassurance of the people during the retirement season, the 5th batch of refits in the army, the sorting and promotion of new tactics summarized by the refitting units in the early stage. In short, it is impossible to not be busy during the reform season. But the people feel relieved when the hanging issues are resolved. And at this time, there is good news, and the individual will feel happy. Earlier, when he heard Shi Jianxiong report that he met a poacher, he raised his heart in his throat. At that time, even if Shi Jianxiong had no contact for more than 2 hours, he was very anxious. Recruits are the future of the force. If the lives of the recruits are threatened, this is a major mistake, and if it causes a storm of public opinion, it will increase the pressure infinitely. Of course, more importantly, if the recruit had an accident, he would feel sorry for himself.
But, soon, the good news came.
The 3 armed poachers were all captured by officers and soldiers of the recruit company. The poachers, armed with guns and bullets, were all caught.
Stolen goods were also confiscated. And more importantly, 0 casualties. The only loss is 2 warning bullets. A bullet for $1. A total of 2 pieces. This allowed Li Zhangwei not only to sweep away the haze, but also to feel the warmth of spring and the sun shining in his heart. Work pressure is reduced. After carefully reading the report from Shi Jianxiong this time, Political Commissar Li was even more surprised. Li Xiu. How could a new recruit have such great ability?
He has good grades in training on weekdays, is smart, and has strong observation skills.
The performance of this training is too surprising. All test items are excellent. Few flaws.
The company commander's evaluation in the last column, Shi Jianxiong's evaluation is, this soldier can endure hardships and stand hard work, is extremely strict with himself, and has a positive motivating effect on other recruits in the same class. He performed very well during military training, and performed perfectly in emergency situations. He is modest and prudent, unite recruits, have outstanding abilities, and have great training value. You know, Deng Jun of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters just asked for a transfer order from him. The meaning of the transfer order is that as long as Li Xiu does not object, even if the brigade commander assigns troops to Shi Jianxiong, Li Xiu can be transferred back.
Is this a money-losing business? After reading the contents of the report, Li Zhangwei felt that Shi Jianxiong's evaluation was not excessive at all. Can you believe that a recruit captured a veteran from the training department?
More importantly, traces left by poachers were also found, which played a very important role in the process of catching poachers.
This recruit is too old to do things.
Moreover, judging from Shi Jianxiong's evaluation, this Li Xiu should also be very good at doing things. Of course, this training also exposed some problems. The veterans of the training department were actually captured by a group of recruits.
Also made some mistakes. Empiricism, dogmatism. Don't look at Shi Jianxiong's usual martial arts.
He is also an officer who was admitted to Shirlu, and he made a small report one sentence after another.
Of course, Shi Jianxiong also made a reflection and review in the end.
There was indeed an accident during this training, which even threatened the safety of the recruits. Therefore, it is necessary to treat recruit training with more caution. Commissioner, the 3 armed poachers, we have already notified the local armed police. Waiting for them will be a trial by law, and then, do you think we should give some praise and encouragement to Comrade Li Xiu who performed very well this time, at this time? The chief of staff said with a serious face. The official waved his hand and said, there must be praise, but we have to wait for the team leader to discuss the details.
Hasn't Li Xiu come yet?
The chief of staff said, it should be here soon.
At this time. Sharpshooter 4 in a row. It's crooked, move it to the left, and make a space.
Hey, that's right.
Deng Jun's face was full of joy.
As the company commander of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, Deng Jun has a strong feeling for the 4th Company of Sharpshooters.
Therefore, hanging the pennant is one of his joys.
The 4th Company commander, who is usually not big or small, is actually very proud and self-respecting.
Hey, Wang Tai, tell me, when Li Xiu comes, will the room of honor of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters not be able to hold it?
Deng Jun looked at Wang Tai beside him, and asked cheerfully. Wang Tai stared blankly at the space that had been moved out, and quickly reacted, how can it be impossible to hold the company commander, there is still such a big space.
And the matter of Comrade Li Xiu, the horoscope has not been written yet.
Good boy, if you say this, Li Xiu definitely has 3rd-class merit.
If he doesn't have 3rd-class merit, I'm in a hurry with him. Deng Jun snorted and said, do you know who's on the other side?
A vicious poacher with a gun.
You should have this 3rd-class merit.
As long as that old ghost Shi Jianxiong doesn't cheat his merits and has a good conscience, he will definitely have it.
This is the dowry they came to our sharpshooter Celian. No one can take it away. Deng Jun's tone was firm.
Wang Tai was a little helpless, he was used to Deng Jun's appearance.
Deng Jun attaches great importance to the honor of the company.
The activity room and honor room is regarded by him as an important place for military strategists.
Various pennants symbolizing honor are hung on the walls.
The subjects are all-encompassing. Train pace setters, build style, and record achievements.
You are a hygienic model, and he can pick you up.
Not to mention that Li Xiu won the 3rd class.
What about personal 3rd-class merit? Isn't Li Xiu a soldier of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters?
Seeing the micro-knowledge, anyway, outsiders phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it is also the glory and blood of the sharpshooter Celian. Deng Jun put his hands on his hips and looked proud. The source of Celian's fighting spirit and sense of accomplishment are all here. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to let Li Xiu join the company. Give it another year, and with that kid's firearms talent, maybe he can make up for a third-class skill.
The other side. Regiment Center Building. Report. The clear report sounded.
Li Zhangwei looked back and saw that the young soldier was standing upright.
Comrade Li Xiu. Li Xiuli responded. Arrive. You did a good job this time, and you will be commended for your vigilant performance in the future. The recruit assessment will start soon.
I hope you will maintain your excellent performance and achieve excellent results.
Yes. Li Xiu replied again. Assessment officially begins. Okay, the momentum is good.
The committee member smiled gently, then took out a document and said, Sure, Jianxiong told me the reason why you gave up Peking University.
It is very courageous. Although the specific method of commendation has not yet been discussed, I will work hard for you.
Li Xiu's eyes lit up, his heels knocked together, making a crisp pop sound, and he stood at attention. I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme up to your expectations. No wonder Gung Jun asked me for a transfer order 1 month in advance.
You are a good soldier. The officer nodded and said, if you can win it for you, there will be a commendation ceremony in the regiment.
Be prepared, practice the basic movements, and don't be stiff when you go on stage.
Yes.
Li Xiu's voice was loud.
Do you want to be my clerk?
The committee member asked suddenly. Li Xiu was taken aback. He doesn't know much about documents, but in a military drama he watched in his previous life, Special No. Middle School, Miaolian wanted Xiaozhuang to be a document, so he also searched for it. Generally speaking, only companies have the position of clerical staff.
In the regiment headquarters, clerical positions are called officers and assistants.
It is mainly to manage ordnance personnel and registration work, similar to secretary work. Of course. After all, it is easy to enjoy the coolness by relying on your superiors. If you can be a clerk in the army, as long as you don't make mistakes, you will basically have a golden job. Seeing that Li Xiu was in a daze, the official said with a smile, if you want to be admitted to the military academy, you will have more freedom as a clerical officer and have relatively enough time to prepare.
Of course, you will also work overtime occasionally.
If Li Xiu wants to develop, he must go to the military academy and become an officer.
Being a clerk is just a springboard.
The committee member understands that if he wants to get ahead in the army, he has to be an officer. Although the non-commissioned officers are also very powerful, and the 6th-rank non-commissioned officers are even legendary, they have great limitations compared to military officers. As a clerk, you will have more time to prepare for the military exam. After saying this, the committee member also smiled a little. If Gung Jun knew that he had dug Li Xiu up, he would not know how exciting his face would be. Li Xiu thought for a second, shook his head, and said, Report, committee member, I want to go to the 4th company.
Li Xiu was straightforward. Isn't the reason why he came to the army because he was tired of the boring life in the previous life? Working as a clerk in peacetime is not much different from working outside. As for the military exam?
Li Xiu's brainpower has reached 11 now. If he really wants to prepare for the military exam, plus the foundation of his previous life, he doesn't need to spend too much effort. It's not particularly surprising that the committee is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. Young people, it is normal to want a challenge. Fang Gang, who is full of blood, likes to go to the combat squad. Of course, no matter what, Li Xiu is still a soldier of his regiment, so he won't be too disappointed. Nodding his head, he said, the 4th company of sharpshooters is also good. It is our company's military training model company. Study the basics well in Celian, learn everything that should be learned, and lay a solid foundation.
Li Xiu nodded. In fact, after these days of understanding, Li Xiu also understood that the 4th company of sharpshooters is not a pure infantry company. It was an armored infantry company. It is true that many sharpshooters in the industry are paranoid about marksmanship, but it does not mean that they only play with guns. People also have armored systems. As for the name, it is mainly a matter of historical inheritance. Naturally, the honorary title given during the mass military training activities in the early years cannot be lost.
Of course, the fanatical atmosphere of the sharpshooter Celian's marksmanship is also inherited. Soon, Li Xiu left the regiment headquarters.
He was sent back to the recruit company by Shi Jianxiong. After returning from the frontier post, Shi Jianxiong gave the recruits 2 days to adjust.
In the past 2 days, there will be no other training except for the basic 5-kilometer cross-country training that must be done every day. 2 days later, Li Xiu and others will face the recruit company assessment. The assessment of everything learned in the recruit company is also related to which company they will be assigned to after the next company.
This is also a test of the 3-month training results of the recruits. The lower company will be assigned according to performance and characteristics.
Some will be assigned to government units, some will serve as infantry, scouts, and tank soldiers in combat platoons, and some will be assigned to logistics to wash vegetables and dishes. Those with good grades will naturally be assigned to good units, and those with poor grades will follow fate. After all, competition is everywhere, and there must always be a standard. Although there are no training tasks assigned in these 2 days, they are the most intense and compact 2 days. Even Li Xiu felt like he was back 3 days before the college entrance examination. Everyone felt this atmosphere, even Zhao Lei, who likes to be lazy on weekdays, has been working very hard these 2 days, working hard. At this time, Li Xiu, the paper king, naturally took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme, leading the whole class to open the papers and start training crazily. For a while, the entire recruit company camp was very lively, and every training ground was full of people. The squad leader conducts special training again and again, repeating the key points of the assessment again and again, hoping that the second class can have a good result. And before the exam, Shi Jianxiong's speech during roll call at night touched the hearts of some recruits even more. The night before the recruit assessment, the night was very bright. When Li Xiu got up early in the morning, he saw Zhao Lei with black eyes. Seeing that Li Xiu had woken up, Zhao Lei became even more irritable. He fell asleep. On the most critical day of the recruit assessment, he actually suffered from insomnia. Originally, Zhao Lei's personal ability was not top-notch, but on the night of the 3-month assessment for recruits, he still suffered from insomnia. Li Xiu whispered a few words of comfort, feeling a little helpless.
Insomnia is something that can't be helped.
But the recruit company assessment will not wait for anyone, it can only be said that they are not lucky.
And at 8 o'clock in the morning, the wake-up whistle sounded on time.
Li Xiu got up early today, but he didn't go to the playground for training. Instead, he adjusted his status silently and reviewed the internal regulations. Moreover, he roughly went through the content of the assessment in his mind. After the other recruits heard the wake-up call, they also moved quickly. After tidying up their housework and washing up, they went downstairs to gather.
After going downstairs, the squad leader Jiang Anping was already waiting downstairs.
Wait until the second class is assembled. Jiang Anping suddenly said, Li Xiu, you have experience in the exam, please tell everyone about it. It should be similar to the college entrance examination. When Li Xiu heard this, he nodded and said, everyone, don't be too nervous, and focus on the exam. You don't need to put too much pressure on the branch company. Anyway, excessive anxiety is of no use to the results.
Instead, focus on what's most important right now.
Li Xiu shared it briefly. After all, it was on the spot, and mentality was the most important thing, so he didn't say much. It's all commonplace stuff.
Jiang Anping nodded, and quickly followed the troops to the electronic classroom to gather. The first item of the recruit graduation assessment is the theory assessment.
Everyone was spaced 3 meters apart, and there was no possibility of peeking. It doesn't matter if you can't do it, don't worry if you can't write it. I only have one request, no cheating, no whispering. Once you cheat, your grades will be invalidated and you will be given severe punishment.
When you come to the recruit company, you must remember that you are a soldier.
The word cheating is insulated from soldiers.
Cheating in exams is very serious in the army.
In the army, if you are found cheating in an exam, the consequences are very serious. After all, the army attaches great importance to moral issues, and poor grades can find ways to improve, but morals are not good, it is a matter of bottom line and principle. At this point, the exam has begun. The assessment is very simple, with very basic content, such as internal affairs regulations, discipline regulations, and general knowledge of soldiers.
These things are very difficult for Li Xiu. Moreover, most of them are multiple choice questions.
In the electronic classroom, the sound is very monotonous, only the brushing sound of paper and pen rubbing against each other.
After 10 minutes passed, Li Xiu looked at the test paper. P.S. Sorry for being late.
How did I sleep for so long?
Write it right away.
Typos are posted first and then corrected. Desperate Jiang'anping, seeking pursuit, monthly ticket. Li Xiu memorized the theory assessment thoroughly, but others were not necessarily so.
Although multiple choice questions seem easy, multiple choice questions are difficult.
There is no point in choosing more or less.
The fill-in-the-blank questions are even more standard for answering.
If you miss a word, you will get no points. 3 or 10 minutes later, most of the recruits had finished it, frowning at the rest of the questions.
Occasionally, my eyes light up and I find a question that I can do.
The theoretical assessment is not difficult, and basically all recruits can pass, but it is still not easy to get excellent. Some questions are unconventional and require a wider range of knowledge to solve them. Li Xiu finished it early, and then checked it carefully. An hour later, Li Xiu handed in the test paper with confidence. At this time, the recruits will have a rest time of about half an hour. After the other recruits handed in their test papers, they started discussing one after another.
It's over, I'm going to fail the exam.
Zhao Lei muttered. After the exam, he lay down on the table and took a nap for a while.
It's me, the questions are too difficult.
Sigh. I must be worse than you in the exam.
Chen Shanfeng sighed.
In short, almost everyone sighed, as if they all failed. On the contrary, Chen Sania from class, was very excited, and said, I seem to know it, I've filled it all out. Li Dashuang blinked, jumped up like a moth, and asked with a stretched neck, what is the third choice?
Chen Sania said to himself, I'm C. I am also C. Chen Sania's face changed slightly. What about the ninth one? Isn't it A? It should be of YMIB. Chen Sania's face was exaggerated.
Li Xiu felt that these two people were really bad. Specially pick the right answers that are a little difficult. Destroying Chen Sania's morality, right? In Li Xiu's opinion. The difficulty of this exam is average, and with the strength of the second class, there shouldn't be any problems. As for the other classes, Li Xiu didn't know. Anyway, the second class is full of paper. This group of people, all pretending to do badly in the exam, are definitely secretly happy in their hearts. Moreover, the squad leaders are not vegetarians on weekdays.
If this thing cannot be memorized, the squad leaders have many punishment methods.
Li Xiu still remembered that every time there was a spot check in the military training after the news broadcast, some people couldn't recite the internal affairs, and they were almost squatted to death. After a short break, gather again.
Skill assessment, start.
First, there is a single queue, starting from the first class, taking the assessment in order, and then scoring.
Chen Long shouted the password at the top of his voice.
When he saw that some recruits even made a mistake in stopping and turning, his expression was not very good.
This new recruit is so nervous.
He didn't expect that after going through training, his mental quality could be so poor.
The company commander was also very dissatisfied with this result. After all, the Q is the longest and most basic training program for recruits.
This is a big scandal, and when it is reported, it will definitely be criticized.
In addition, I messed up my errands last time.
Thinking of this, Shi Jianxiong's face was not very good looking.
Li Xiu. Arrive. Exit.
It was Li Xiu's turn. Li Xiu took a deep breath and walked forward.
To the left. Turn right.
After a series of Q tests, Li Xiu's pace was very steady.
Following Jiang Nanping's every password, Li Xiu's movements were standard without any mistakes. The facial expression has also been showing a facial paralysis face.
The examiners on the side nodded slightly. They were very satisfied with Li Xiu's performance. The Q is not difficult, and not many people make mistakes.
But to get a high score, you need to be full of energy.
In this regard, Li Xiu played very well and was very energetic.
After the assessment was over, Shi Jianxiang glanced at Li Xiu's score.
Sure enough, it got 299 points, which was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to a perfect score.
The tense face finally relaxed. Li Xiu's performance saved him a lot of face.
Raised his voice, yes, everyone learns from Comrade Li Xiu. As long as you show your usual training style, there will be no problem.
Relax. All relax. It's just a small recruit assessment. You're so nervous. What will you do when you go to the battlefield? Do you tremble when you pick up your gun? Listen to the order clearly before acting, everyone, don't worry.
The individual Q assessment took a long time, and it was already noon after all the examinations were completed. Zhao Lei unexpectedly performed well and was not affected by insomnia.
Just a general mental outlook.
But for Zhao Lei, he is already very satisfied. In the subsequent assessment, there are many items such as semaphore communication, first aid bandaging, personal protection, and gas masks.
The basic assessment of recruits, one after another.
The remaining few items are not difficult.
After everyone gets used to it, they basically pass the test. Those assessments that stand out will be included in the military resume. At the end of the day,
all monitors conduct performance statistics.
Which class is Li Erniu in?
His grades are good, and he is excellent in 3 subjects. Only the gas mask is a little slower, about 5 seconds.
This Wan Jun is also good and excellent. Wang Long is also from the 2nd class? I don't know Chen Shanfeng, right? Zhang Yang seems to be in class 2, too. Jian Anping is such a good leader? Fuck, we have a little more training in the 2nd class on weekdays. But, how can there be such a big gap? Well, they seem to be very active in training Li Xiu, fuck it, this score is a blast. All excellent? Rank 299? Does he have a long face? Can he still get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to full marks?
Chen Long pulled out the report card and muttered.
The 2 words in the heart, wohuo. 2 more words, jealousy. Psychologically unbalanced. Jian Anping looked happy and wanted to beat him up. This evening. Jian Anping is very active and enthusiastic.
There are 9 squad leaders in the recruit company, and 6 of them are not in the same company. But Jian Anping was good at talking, and he had to say hello warmly when he saw him. By the way, just ask, how is your pawn performance? Or just ask questions about your health, have you eaten, and then ask how is your soldier performance?
Shameless.
Recognized by several monitors.
Full of gold.
The next day, physical fitness test.
Check the first item.
It is the classic 3 kilometers. Because it was an assessment, it was also the first time that Li Xiu took off his sand vest and sand leggings.
In the army to fight. The brighter you are, the more attention you get. After all, no matter which company, the most important thing is the top.
With Li Xiu's physical strength and his improved physique, it is possible to break the record. Of course, Li Xiu felt a little regretful that the 5 kilometers was not included in the recruit assessment items. The 5-kilometer assessment is only set up in events such as military competitions. As for the 3 kilometers, it is possible to rush down in one breath after training.
That's right, it just rushed down in one breath. Although physical strength will also cause some impact, but the impact is not great.
Professional runners can run for less than 8 minutes. The world record is 7 minutes and 20 seconds set by Kenyan Dan Coleman. This phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme has definitely soared up in one breath. A person's running speed is not only linked to physical strength, but also linked to individual talent. Step frequency, step length, have a great impact. Li Xiu only has good physical strength, but the other 2 items are far less exaggerated. Of course, Li Xiu still had a chance to break the record. The assessment rules are very simple, 10 people are divided into groups, finish the runs in order, and then register the results. In other words, it is not according to one batch per shift.
Only Zhao Lei was in the same batch as Li Xiu.
This mode is similar to military competitions, grouping people according to the names they hear. Li Xiu was assigned to the 5th group. 3 kilometers, 13 minutes and 30 seconds is considered a pass, and it will only be listed as an assessment item during recruit training. Of course, because of different climates, different altitudes, and different military regions, the standards are also different.
Soon,
under the dispatch of the starter, Li Xiu and the recruits from other classes all stood on the starting line.
P.S. Thanks for the reward from bookfriend 2023051015261798 just hen. Add more updates. This new recruit is amazing next to the runway. Jia Nonping wasn't too worried about this assessment.
3,000 meter barehanded running, the passing score is 30 minutes and 30 seconds, and the excellent score is minutes and seconds. This point is not too difficult for recruits who run 5 kilometers a day, and basically everyone can meet the standard.
It's not even hard to be good. But the upper limit of 3 kilometers is exaggerated.
Veterans phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme say, I would rather run 5 kilometers with a load than 3 kilometers. The upper and lower limits of 3 kilometers can be stretched very large.
The recruit company's record for the recruits was 9 minutes and 58 seconds.
Extending the scope to brigade headquarters, plus veterans, the record is 8 minutes and 28 seconds. Reached the standard of the national level 2 athletes. Some elite perverts in history are so terrifying. At this time, several squad leaders got together.
Jia Nonping smiled and said, how much do you think Li Xiu can run this time?
Guess higher. I mentioned to you earlier that Li Xiu broke the regiment record for 5 kilometers of armed cross-country. The rest ignored him, only Chen Long, who had a good relationship with him, curled his lips and said, 10 minutes, it is still possible to break the record of the recruit company.
10 minutes is Li Xiu's standard time for daily 3-kilometer training. Jia Nonping chuckled and didn't say much.
He knew that Li Xiu was very curled up, even in daily training, he was always carrying a weight of nearly kilograms. But this time, putting down the load, Jia Nonping felt that Li Xiu might run within 9. Therefore, he is also looking forward to Li Xiu's results.
At this time, a row of people stood on the rough orange runway, ready to go.
Li Xiu also warmed up early, lying on the runway with sharp eyes. Like a sports car ready to go, as soon as a gunshot is fired, he will release the brakes and slam on the accelerator.
Boom! The gunshots sounded like thunder.
Li Xiu hardly used his brain to think, and the power brood in his body burst out suddenly. In the next moment, Li Xiu flew out. That's right, just at the beginning, Li Xiu exploded with full speed. There are no reservations. In an instant, there was a gap between him and the recruits behind him. Moreover, this gap is still widening. When Li Xiu finished a lap, he had pulled down number 2 by more than 100 meters.
Fuck, this kid has no energy at all. Jia Nonping frowned.
It is not difficult to run 3 kilometers in one breath, but sprinting at full speed is too exaggerated.
Li Xiu's speed is obviously running 100 meters.
That's right. Li Xiu was running 100 meters without any effort. The current speed is the limit of his speed. At this time, Li Xiu had completely forgotten about running 3,000 meters. All he thought about was running as hard as he could, faster, faster, faster.
A normal excellent recruit who broke the record of the recruit company is already very proud.
But Li Xiu was different.
He is the roll king.
The king of papers, the record must be rolled.
That's right. Not the 9 minutes and 58 seconds of the recruit company. Nor is it the 8 minutes and 28 seconds of the brigade. It's a world record, 7 minutes and 20 seconds. He is hung up. Can lose to ordinary people? With unlimited physical strength and strengthened heart and lungs, can he lose to ordinary people?
As long as he has enough will and can endure the severe pain caused by his muscles doing intense work for a long time, he can definitely win.
Sidelines.
The noise exploded.
Too fast. The visual impact is too strong.
Everyone can see that the gap between Li Xiu and other recruits is getting bigger and bigger, and there is no possibility of comparison at all. Okay, it's already the fourth lap. Li Xiu pulled Wang Jian away for a lap. Chen Long was a little surprised. Li Xiu's speed completely exceeded his expectations. Not only him, but several veteran squad leaders were also very surprised. Compared with this, Li Xiu was simply outshone.
Zhang Nanping laughed, looked at his watch, and was also very satisfied with Li Xiu's performance.
I forgot to tell you that Li Xiu usually trains very hard. He has been training for recruits 4 days. In fact, he has always carried a weight of kilograms.
I just pulled it off for him yesterday.
As he said that, Zhang Nanping said again, besides, you probably won't be able to play with the weight. The G-kg sand vest and the kg sand leggings, recently you want to ask me for a kg one.
However, I think that abnormal training is not allowed.
Zhang Nanping's words shocked the veteran squad leaders even more. The training task of the recruit company of the field army is already very heavy, but Li Xiu is not satisfied, and continues to seek abuse? Wear sand leggings and a sand vest every day. Is this what people do? Moreover, while chatting, Li Xiu had already run 4 laps and was about to run the 5th lap, and his speed still didn't decrease at all. Now, even Zhang Nanping was a little uneasy, stood up and said, I'm going to prepare a bottle of water, and Li Xiu will come later and ask him to rinse his mouth. Just look at the comparison, it was only the 5th lap, and Li Xiu had passed Wang Jian by more than 1 lap. This speed is definitely going to break the record for recruits. Maybe it can break the record of the brigade department.
On the runway.
Li Xiu didn't feel well. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and large drops of sweat fell on the runway, torn apart. Both legs were filled with phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme, and every time I lifted them, I felt a throbbing pain from the paralysis of the calf to the thigh. Especially the throat, it was dry as hell, and the icy cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme blew into the mouth, taking away all the moisture.
Limit.
In the last 2 laps, Li Xiu had reached his limit. He felt pain all over his body, especially his nose and throat, which hurt like hell.
Territory is too cold.
Li Xiu also reached the limit earlier. At present, the only thing that encourages Li Xiu is the continuous entry of the king value. The closer he was to the limit, the faster the volume king value would rise. In this state, every second you persist in is 1 more second of volume king value.
Grass, fight.
For this reason, the combat thinking of the Chinese army has also begun a comprehensive transformation. Not only good soldiers who can fight are needed, but also high-tech talents with professional knowledge reserve. Therefore, now the army has begun to recruit those talents, and the treatment is very good. But apart from military academies, college soldiers are still rare. Few college students are willing to join the army to endure hardship. Of course, Zheng Hanja only expressed his feelings, and he didn't think Li Xiu was a high-tech talent.
A kid who only finished 1 year of college can at best be considered smart. What kind of high-tech talent?
If you come to the army to serve as a soldier after graduating from university, then there is still an argument. But no matter what Li Xiu said, he was admitted to Peking University, so he must be very smart.
Learn things, at least quickly.
Hiss. I heard that you can only get into Peking University with a minimum of 678. This guy can be admitted to the University of National Defense Science and Technology at this point, and he will be an officer after passing the exam.
The triangular-eyed sergeant clicked his tongue and sighed. However, what programming major did he study?
What is programming?
Chinese or mathematics?
Okay, don't guess. Zheng Hanja said, this Li Xiu, let the brothers pay more attention to it. From the current point of view, he has good physical fitness and a clever mind.
He is a good soldier.
Besides, maybe he came here aiming at the military exam. Ask the brother over there to give him more time.
Yes, Zhang Pai. The triangular-eyed sergeant immediately said.
After a long turbulence, the train finally arrived at the station.
Li Xiu and others finally got off the green leather train. Rubbing their sore buttocks, everyone quickly stood up. Quick, quick, assemble. No one is allowed to run around. Take your own things and don't lose them. Inside the carriage, a non-commissioned officer shouted at the top of his voice. As soon as he got out of the car, Li Xiu felt that the weather here was a bit stuffy. The sun hanging on the edge of the sky seems to be closer to me than when I was in my hometown. The sun shines directly on the skin. Although the temperature is not high, the irradiated skin is a little dry and painful. However, it is still within the acceptable range. Roll, roll. As soon as he got out of the car, the triangular-eyed sergeant began to roll. Li Xiu. 2. Li Xiu was the first to click, and Li Xiu quickly responded loudly. Then, there was another roll call. After the roll call, everyone was there and no one left. Soon, everyone carried their luggage and boarded the troop transport truck one by one. On the personnel carrier, everyone also knew their destination this time. The recruit training base of the Iron and Steel 7th Regiment of the Frontier Military Region. Over there, Li Xiu and others will receive a 3-month recruit training, and then be assigned to their respective companies. The place in the car is very small, which is more uncomfortable than taking a train. However, everyone also understands that they will reach their destination soon. In the car, various discussions about serving as a soldier in the border area were always heard in Li Xiu's ears. There were a few ghosts and spirits, and they even chatted about girls in Xinjiang. I heard that the girls in Xinjiang are so beautiful. Full of exotic style, all of them are great beauties. It would be great if we could get acquainted. Everyone's career as a soldier in the border area has not yet begun, but they have already had fantasies. However, Li Xiu reminded, you guys have a good idea, but I checked the information in advance, conscripts, there is no way to fall in love with the little girl in the station. What? And this rule? The ghostly recruit had a look of frustration on his face. After a while, he laughed again, when I become an officer, I should be fine. Who can control me then? Wang Jian said, what does it have to do with whether you are an officer or not? Li Xiu didn't talk to him, just a word is enough, there is no need to disturb others' interest. Moreover, the matter of falling in love is not without exception. A few people chatted one after another, and the time passed quickly. Li Xiu's expression became ruthless, and he stomped again, surpassing a recruit again. There are constant recruits and company cadres onlookers. The sensation caused is also getting bigger and bigger. Li Xiu? This recruit is really fierce. It's too fast. Going to break the record. At least the brigade record. Awesome, I don't know if there is third-class merit for breaking the travel record. Hurry up. Hurry up. Only 2 laps left. Ignore the surrounding discussions. Sure, Jianxiong and Jiang Anping were a little worried. That's what's wrong with the Apex, he doesn't worry about it, and he's always tossing his life around. Jiang Anping had already prepared a bottle of water and held it in his hand. When Li Xiu came over, I was going to hand it to him. The chief officer in charge of pinching the watch is even more sweaty and wet. He has been paying attention to Li Xiu's training results. He is too fast. Absolutely broke the brigade record. When Li Xiu approached the finish line, the examiner exerted a slight force with his sweaty left hand. No need to look, the examiner knew that this result would be amazing. Sure enough, a terrifying number appeared on the chronograph. 7 minutes 18 seconds. Work? Just as Li Xiu crossed the finish line, Jiang Anping handed over the water. Don't drink, rinse your mouth. Jiang Anping exhorted. When exercising vigorously, the nose alone is not enough to meet the required oxygen. At this time, the nasal cavity and throat will be very dry due to the accelerated airflow. So you need to rinse your mouth with water to moisten your throat. Li Xiu was not pretentious, took a few breaths, rinsed his mouth, and then spit it out. Jiang Anping patted Li Xiu on the back, laughed and cursed, damn it. You crazy, what if you run away to death? If you really run away to death, I will be gone as a model monitor. It's kind of scary, to be honest. Don't look at it as just a run, but Li Xiu worked so hard that he hardly slowed down since he started running. Always pushed to the limit.
Li Xiu smiled, panted for a while and said, "How much is your grade?"
"I don't know." Jiang Anping came over after Li Xiu finished running, and he didn't know the result.
At this time, the voice of the chief examiner also came from the runway.
"Break it! Break it! Break the record!"
At this time, Shi Jianxiong hurried up after seeing that Li Xiu was fine.
"Breaking the record is definitely broken.
I just don't know the specific phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme." And when he saw the specific phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme, his mind went blank.
7 minutes and 18 seconds? 20 minutes faster than the brigade record of 1 minute and seconds? This level, if you go to the whole army competition, cross-country, who can compare? There is a chance to get second-class merit.
Shi Jianxiong had heard from Jiang Anping that Li Xiu was good at long-distance running, but he never thought that Li Xiu could achieve such a terrifying result. After Shi Jianxiong saw the results, he was shocked and sour.
He regretted it again. Damn. Own mouth. Moreover, for the first time, the thought of repentance arose. However, after thinking about it, Shi Jianxiong still gave up. He is a man with a lot of commitment. Basically, what was promised will be kept. Say,
Li Xiu has broken the brigade record. If he is also excellent in other assessments, he will have a chance to win the third class. 2 third-class merits, and 1 more year of squad leader, you can be admitted to the military academy.
After graduation, can you return to the original company?
That is to say, Li Xiu's next company is basically an XS.
The military academy may be Li Xiu's new starting point.
However, breaking the record of the brigade headquarters, it is estimated that Li Xiu may attract the attention of the brigade commander. When he thought that Li Xiu had been in the recruit company for dozens of days, Shi Jianxiong felt as if he was in a dream. "Awesome, you boy, this record surpasses the record of the whole brigade by 1 minute." After Jiang Anping saw Li Xiu's result, although he knew it well, he was still taken aback.
Squad leader. Then do I have a chance for second-class merit?
Li Xiu looked expectant and asked a question that made Jiang Anping roll his eyes.
"Do you think the second-class soldier is a Chinese cabbage?" Jiang Anping was a little speechless. Didn't it mean breaking the record of the whole army has a chance of second-class merit? Li Xiu was stunned and asked. Jiang Anping just wanted to explain. Shi Jianxiong's words sounded, "How can it be so simple? Only the results in the military competition will be recognized by everyone."
When Shi Jianxiong said this, Li Xiu immediately understood. To put it bluntly, it is still a matter of gold content. Compared with the whole army competition, the usual training and even the assessment of recruits are of little gold content.
It's like final exams and college entrance exams.
If you get a perfect score in the final exam, you will be rewarded, but it will not give you the provincial champion. What's more, if Li Xiu has this achievement, he can directly become an athlete, win a gold medal in the Olympics, and get a first-class merit.
Of course, Li Xiu has no interest in athletes. Recruits don't even. To put it bluntly, they don't even count the final exam, which is just a placement exam.
Although there is no second-class merit, but there should be third-class merit. After finishing speaking, Shi Jianxiong added, "Of course, you have to be excellent in other items, otherwise, I am embarrassed to mention it."
Li Xiu nodded his head.
Li Xiu wasn't so disappointed that he didn't have the chance of second-class merit. After all, he is already very satisfied with 2 third-class merits.
And, speaking of it, his third-class skill is much easier than the last one. Jiang Anping is very envious. He is a second-stage non-commissioned officer, but there is little chance of taking the next step.
But if there is a gong, the possibility of him staying in the army will be greatly improved.
Okay, even if you break the record, other recruits will also have to take the test.
Take a good rest and prepare for other exams.
Shi Jianxiong reminded again. The recruit assessment, not just Li Xiu. So Li Xiu had to prepare for the next assessment item of the recruit company.
Li Xiulian nodded hurriedly, trotting around the perimeter of the playground to adjust. His physical exertion is not too great, and his heart and lungs are fine.
Just dry mouth and body aches. However, Li Xiu felt a sense of relief when he saw the value of Wan Wang 89 roll king value. Comfortable.
By challenging the limit, to obtain the king value of the volume.
The efficiency is indeed high.
The only problem is, his body might be a bit overwhelming. However, with energy recovery, elementary, Li Xiu has a strong physical recovery ability. As for the problem that high-intensity training may cause damage to the body, energy recovery, elementary, also has a certain recovery effect. In short, this thing, except for the kidney essence, seems to be able to recover. While Li Xiu was running around, a group of recruits looked at Li Xiu like a monster.
It's a real monster, so horrible.
For example, Wang Jian, who ran a little slower, could even be dragged down by Li Xiu for 3 laps. Li Xiu trotted around and sat on the lawn. In an instant, the heads of several recruits came together. The class assistant is awesome, don't forget about me from now on. Zhao Lei frowned, and Chen Shanfeng and Li Dazhuang also moved their buttocks to get closer to Li Xiu. The three of them, Li Xiu's best friend, have a strong relationship. They just finished the run too, all under 12 minutes.
Achieved excellence. At this time, a voice came.
Li Xiu, how did you escape? Li Xiu was stunned for a moment, his voice was a little strange, and when he looked up, it was Wang Jun.
Has always been number 2 in the overall quality of recruits. Every assessment, just looking at the results, is also excellent. It can only be said that some people were not born at the right time. They met Li Xiu and never won the first place.
Li Xiu didn't speak yet. Li Dazhuang subconsciously said, I seem to know.
Wang Jun looked over.
Li Dazhuang was taken aback, and immediately realized that he was the one who spoke quickly and spoke out what was in his heart. Looking into Wang Jun's gaze, Li Dazhuang bit the bullet and said, I think it should be persistence and hard work.
This is what I have always admired for the class deputy.
Obviously, we have firmly won the first place, but we still have to challenge to do better. Li Xiu was a little embarrassed by what he said. After all, his role is mainly because of rewards.
Wang Jun nodded, thanked him politely, and left thoughtfully without asking any more questions.
Li Xiu felt that Wang Jun was a bit inexplicable, but people always have various personalities, otherwise it would be really boring. Half an hour later, the 3,000-meter assessment of the 9 classes of the whole company ended. A total of only 2 recruits failed. His grades were good, and Li Xiu also broke the record. Shi Jianxiong naturally had a smile on his face.
The next assessment item is pull-ups.
For pull-ups, you need to hang on the bar for 3 seconds before you can start pulling. You must have your chin over the bar and your arms straight when you go down. After more than 5 pull-ups, you will add points for each pull-up, out of points. Li Xiu has a thin body, which is also his advantage.
P.S. Thanks for the reminders, book friends.
Don't worry, I will consider your opinions on the premise that the outline remains unchanged. Add more and put it on the shelf.
Ask for a monthly pass.
There is also follow-up reading. This book is seeking a recommendation. Kneel down and ask for follow-up reading. Words have been updated on the shelves, and if it is not enough, keep writing the free period.
There and #039, no need to hide your clumsiness. Shi Jianxiong reported to the head of the group, seeking to follow up. Squad leader, pull-ups, is there any third-class merit for breaking the record?
Li Xiu asked with some expectation.
Of course not. Are you still satisfied after getting a third-class merit?
Zhang Anping said helplessly. For items like pull-ups and push-ups, which usually break records, at most they will be rewarded for outstanding recruits. However, you also have this reward, so don't worry about it. If it is a 400-meter obstacle course, it is possible to give a third-class merit. After all, this project is a difficult subject, and the gold content of breaking the record is huge.
But the recruit assessment for this project is not assessed at all. One is because the difficulty is too high and the quality of recruits is not enough. The second is that it is too dangerous.
If you fall off your arm and break your leg during the assessment, it will affect the subsequent assessment.
The record of the pull-up recruit company assessment is 51. A record created in the 80s. Of course, surfing is not allowed, and the movements need to be very standard. If surfing is allowed, among other things, this record can be broken by many people. Lee Sanyu, 14. Yi Fei, 18. Wang Jun, 44. Beautiful. Wang Jun actually made 44. It immediately attracted the attention of many people.
Although this record is far behind Li Xiu's 18 minutes and seconds, but compared to the sparse dozen or 20 other recruits, it is still very impactful. At this time, people kept looking in Li Xiu's direction. They were also curious whether Li Xiu could surpass Wang Jun. After finishing the pull-ups, the next project is sit-ups. Generally speaking, there is only 2 to 3 minutes of adjustment time, so after Wang Jun finished, he went on to prepare for sit-ups. Li Xiu. 2. Hearing the name, Li Xiu responded quickly, and quickly came to the horizontal bar. Without further ado, I just jumped up and grabbed the horizontal bar. After half a month of training, Li Xiu's strength rose from 7.5 to 7.8. It can only be said that there is no upper limit enhancement card, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme improvement is like a snail, and it is getting slower and slower. When he first joined the recruit company, he was only 7.5, and after a period of rapid growth, he rose to but after his body adapted to the intensity of training, the growth slowed down. However, Li Xiu is light in weight, so he has a slight advantage in doing pull-ups. He has long been full of pull-up skills, and Li Xiu's movements are extremely standard. 1-2. After 40, the arm started to feel numb, and every time I flexed or stretched, the arm throbbed. After insisting on doing 11 or 12 more, Li Xiu couldn't move anymore. Tired but not tired, it's just that the arms can't use their strength, and they can't pull at all. Although he is full of proficiency in pull-ups, it does not mean that he will be much easier to do pull-ups than others. On the contrary, the standard action, the exercise effect will be more sufficient. I also have a little technical experience, but it helped Li Xiu do pull-ups, but not much. After 52, Li Xiu could not get up anymore. Letting go, Li Xiu fell down and shook his sore arm, which was a pity. Broken recruit record. Veteran record not broken in terms of strength, he is almost there. If it weren't for his light weight, it is estimated that he would not be able to pull 52. But Zhang Nonping is already very satisfied. 52 pull-ups, breaking the record again. He can't even do it. According to his experience in previous years, this result is basically the first in the whole brigade of recruits. Afterwards, the recruits were all assessed. There are no unqualified, most of them are excellent. This incident caused another small commotion. In one day, 2 records were broken. Awesome! The next item is sit-ups. Sit-ups, push-ups, single-leg squats and stand-ups are not the same as other training programs, such as sit-ups, which are not only compared to endurance, but also to speed. Generally, they are limited in time. No way, if there is no time limit, it is estimated that the number will exceed The 3-hour military record is 42:13, and the 5-hour military record is 6,286. Of course, this is the record of the Xinjiang military region. Li Xiu reckoned that when he did push-ups, with his physical strength phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the limit, he might also break the record. However, because he just ran 3,000 meters at the limit speed and did pull-ups, his whole body was sore. Therefore, Li Xiu stubbornly made about 1,000, and stopped doing it. After all, he is not a Superman, and his body recovery speed is not so fast. The next day's assessment is also some basic items. Needless to say about military boxing, Li Xiu was able to capture veterans because of this. Not surprisingly, Li Xiu got excellent results in the 4 items of the second day's assessment: military boxing, basic tactical movements, parallel bar flexion and extension, and even tent building. These are no surprises. It's a routine operation. Even in normal times, Li Xiu can complete these projects very well. The basic skills of recruits are not too difficult. Li Xiu didn't hide his clumsiness. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either slash phoneme.
After all, you don't have to worry about this in the army.
It's completely unnecessary to hide clumsiness or something.
And this time, Regiment Center Building.
The head of the regiment and the chief of staff of the regiment are here.
They just got back from a meeting in the brigade. At this point, a lot of things need them to digest.
In front of the two of them, there were more than a dozen A3-sized explanatory title pages.
The title pages were very complicated, with dense graphics occupying the entire surface.
The pictures on them were hand-painted and then printed.
However, it can be seen from the expressions of the two that the above content is not simple. Captain, do you understand?
The chief of staff of the regiment drew circles with a pencil and couldn't help asking. Explain that on the title page are some pilot equipment operation manuals, which are very complicated, with many things, very novel, and it is very difficult for people without basic knowledge to learn.
Because of this, the regiment staff was a little distressed. He does have a certain foundation and can understand it, but the point is that the target of the pilot is not on him.
The head of the regiment shook his head and said seriously, "It's useless if I don't understand it. The important thing is that the soldiers should let the soldiers understand. This thing has cost the country a lot of effort and resources.
We should persist and carry it out. If you don't understand, just ask more questions and think more. If we don't change our minds, how can the soldiers below change?
The members of our team must take the phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals lead slash phoneme in emancipating the mind. Even if it is a pilot, we must do our best and not be sloppy." What the head of the regiment said, the chief of staff of the regiment certainly understood. But the most difficult thing to change is the concept. These pilot equipment operation manuals are brand new fields that the soldiers have never touched before. Putting computers in phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals det data slash phoneme links on tanks, more than 90% of the soldiers in the regiment may not have touched computers.
Moreover, if it is actually implemented, there may not necessarily be a significant increase in combat effectiveness.
Unlike the previous transformation process of motorization and mechanization, from guns to tanks and armored vehicles, one can tell who is strong and who is weak at a glance. But this time is different, the learning cost is high, and the effect is not particularly obvious. Therefore, the higher-ups also vaccinated them early. Some fighters may have the emotion of "it's better not to use." In fact, the current chief of staff of the regiment, the stunt driver who used to be able to drive types of cars, the commander of a special car, and the commander of a stunt gun, felt a little bit of that feeling at this time. Of course, this matter is only a discussion and pilot project at present, and it may take 6 or 7 years before it is really implemented.
Moreover, the training and assessment outlines have not yet been released.
At this time, a correspondent opened the door and walked in, saluted, "Report, there is a report from Company Commander Sure."
"Well, I see."
The leader nodded and decided to let this matter go. This matter is still far away, and it is useless to discuss it. It is only one direction at present, and this direction alone has been discussed for 3 years. Only a little progress has been made recently, but the specific requirements have not yet come down. So, deal with the matter at hand.
P.S. Kneeling for follow-up, Saturday to Monday, these 3 days, I am trying to get a recommendation. Follow-up is very important. Please help me out. I will definitely explode when I put it on the shelf.
The first chapter of chapter 70 has been slightly changed.
The pull-up part changed a bit.
I sent the wrong manuscript.
That manuscript is the original. Excuse me. Everyone can go back and have a look. Is over. Recruit list.
After Shi Jianxiong arrived, he saluted first, and then reportedly shows recruit assessment results to the head of the regiment. The head of the group was even more surprised when he heard it.
Li Xiu, is that the one who didn't study at Peking University and ran away to be a soldier? The head of the regiment had a little impression. Before the committee, I mentioned it to him. This recruit is amazing.
Not only did they capture the veterans, but they also captured the armed poachers. Now it's all right, and the recruit assessment has broken the record.
Yes. Commander, do you know?
Shi Jianxiong said hastily. He ran 3 kilometers in 7 minutes and 18 seconds.
How much?
The head thought he had heard wrong. Shi Jianxiong just said that Li Xiu broke 2 records in one recruit assessment, but he didn't mention the results. 7 minutes and 18 seconds, exceeding the brigade record by 1 minute.
7 minutes and 18 seconds. The head of the group repeated, without turning the corner for a moment. 3 kilometers?
Shi Jianxiong nodded. Now, even the head of the group was shocked by his knowledge.
3 kilometers, 7 minutes and 18 seconds? What is the record of our army's 3 kilometers?
He quickly turned his head and asked, I remember it should be 7 minutes and 59 seconds?
How can it exceed so much? Is the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme okay?
The leader asked again.
Absolutely no problem.
Shi Jianxiong said with certainty. On the side, the chief of staff of the regiment didn't pay much attention at first, but he was also surprised when he heard the specific results. With this achievement, to become an athlete. If you have a chance to win a gold medal in the Olympics, it is equivalent to first-class merit. These were the first words of the regimental chief of staff. First-class work. This. Shi Jianxiong was dizzy. He didn't have this concept before. Now that the chief of staff of the regiment said it, even his heart skipped a beat. Although this is not issued by the army. But the same as first-class work. However, in the army has the rules of the army. The leader is still a little bit sorry. Don't say that there is no first-class merit, and second-class merit will not be given. Unless Li Xiu's conscripts retire after 3 years, everything depends on Li Xiu's own choice. However, the leader is still very happy. At the very least, people sit in the regiment headquarters, and the matter of long faces comes from heaven. The recruits under him are uplifting, and his face is also bright. Breaking the record of the whole brigade, and the results are still so good. Everyone in the division will definitely notice. It's really good. This soldier has a good brain and high military literacy. And he dared to give up his future at Peking University to become the leader of the army. He must have ambition. The regiment staff praised. The head of the regiment nodded, thought for a while and said, this matter, we must publicize it well. Whether it is his performance in the recruit assessment or the capture of poachers, we must make arrangements with the regiment newspaper. The recruits even have our role model is also good for the recruits as a whole. Also, if you explain to him the process of appraising merit, the regiment will reward him. This kind of good soldier seedling is worth vigorously cultivating. Yes, Shi Jianxiong immediately stood at attention and responded. There is also some envy in my heart. The meaning of the head of the group is very clear. They have both third-class merits, and they should be commended together. And, most likely at the awarding ceremony. Oh my God, this is too beautiful. It's just that I don't know what Li Xiu's expression would be if he knew that he had missed the first-class merit. Of course, the captured poachers have been handed over to the Ministry of Public Security, which also gave me feedback. This time, you also deserve praise for capturing armed poachers.
Shi Jianxiong's face blossomed with joy.
Not only did Li Xiu perform meritorious service in capturing the armed poachers, but other officers also put their lives at the point of their guns. For example, Zhang Hanja, the leader of the row who was the first to subdue the poachers, also received awards, and it was a group award, and even a teacher award.
The third day of the recruit assessment. It is also the last day of the assessment.
The assessment content of this day is relatively scattered. There are dynamite bundles, meter sprints, and grenade throws. Li Xiu was not very good at the meter sprint, so he didn't have much use for it. The dynamite pack was tied up like a backpack, and Li Xiu also got an excellent one.
The last assessment is grenade throwing.
What Li Xiu threw was an old-fashioned wooden grenade. Type 67 grenade, weighing 600 g, with a killing radius of 7 meters and a delay of 3 to 3.7 seconds. When evaluating throwing, stand 1 to 2 meters behind the bunker and throw. Once the grenade is out of your hand and slips to your side, you need to jump into the trench and lie down. On the throwing field, bunkers are piled up with sandbags, and next to the bunkers are U-shaped trenches to prevent accidents. When throwing, you need to open the tail bomb cover first, then pierce the moisture-proof paper, pull out the fire ring, and then hold the grenade tightly and throw it.
Wang Jian, 15 meters, are you fucking weak? Why are you so rubbish?
Zhang Ping, 28 meters, still a lot worse. Zhao Lei, 36 meters, it's okay, you're qualified, keep going.
Li Xiao.
He heard his name being called. Li Xiao immediately shouted here, and then prepared for the assessment. He adjusted his breathing, held the grenade in his right hand, and adjusted his lower wrist. Then, uncover the cover, hang the string, lift the bomb, and jump to throw it. 59 Li Xiao threw the first one well.
50 meters is considered excellent, and if you can throw 59 meters, you are completely qualified. The second one, 63 meters.
This score has surpassed that of Zhang Anping.
A recruit is stronger than a veteran. Simply do not give any chance to surpass.
Very good.
Comrades. Congratulations to you for completing your baptism and ending your 3-month recruit company journey.
During these 3 months, I have witnessed your growth with my own eyes, and I am honored to be with you your first military career.
After the assessment, Shi Jianxiong stood on the playground stage and once again displayed his trademark loud voice.
Having said that, Shi Jianxiong paused.
There was a neat applause from the audience.
Only then did Shi Jianxiong continue to speak. In this assessment, our recruit company has shown its demeanor. The second class with the best overall score has 8 recruits, and they entered the top, in the comprehensive assessment score of the recruit company.
No effort, no gain. I'm not surprised that the second class has such a result.
I can clearly see their usual hard work. In addition, Comrade Li Xiao broke 2 records.
There are many other items that have also turned in full marks. There is no doubt that he is the number 1 recruit in the entire brigade, and even the entire military region.
Yesterday, I applied to the head of the regiment and applied for 3rd-class merit for Comrade Li Xiao again. Moreover, I got the promise of the head of the regiment. When Shi Jianxiong said this, the recruits applauded collectively. Usually, Li Xiao is very popular, so at this time, all the recruits are also giving Li Xiao face. A group of recruits from the second class who had been praised were even more excited at this time, their palms were flushed. After the applause subsided, Shi Jianxiong continued, and, Comrade Li Xiao, he will leave his name on the list of new recruits of our Iron and Steel 7th Regiment, and become a model for future recruits. P.S. I beg you all to follow up.
Eldest wife?
Don and #039, TB a soldier.
Shi Jianxiong's voice was still as loud and clear as ever. Even without the use of loudspeaker equipment, the recruits on the entire training ground could hear clearly. Moreover, the voice is high-pitched and excited.
Li Xiao can handle it.
And, long face.
He didn't even need to communicate with other recruits to know that Li Xiao was definitely the number 1 recruit in the whole brigade this time.
In one recruit assessment, 2 records were broken. All examinations are excellent. There are also 2 3rd-class merits. This result is simply eye-catching. The whole brigade will never find a second one. Moreover, Li Xiao's 3-kilometer test results are too outstanding. The record of the whole army is broken. 7 minutes and 18 seconds, such a result, most people dare not even think about it.
Now, Li Xiao's grades are reported, not only for the recruit company, but his reputation is likely to spread throughout the brigade. After Shi Jianxiong finished his speech, Zhang Shanshang made a summary of graduation.
Half an hour later, the recruits finished their summary.
Afterwards, the squad leaders led a group of recruits, put the guns into the warehouse, and disarmed them. After the 3-month assessment for recruits is over, all recruits need to hand in their guns to the warehouse.
In the dormitory,
Zhang Anping is urging the recruits to carry out the last maintenance of firearms.
Squad leader. Didn't you say that the gun is our eldest wife? Alas, now I have to hand over my wife.
Zhao Lei touched the gun in his arms, feeling a little bit reluctant. Although, the gun in his hand brought back some not-so-good memories for him. But when I thought of handing over the gun, I was still very reluctant. Your performance is not bad, there are many small machines that can be assigned to the combat squad, and new guns will be redistributed at that time.
By the way, this is the last time you maintain the guns in your hands.
Remember to apply gun oil and use guns wash with oil.
Jia Nanping said while taking out a bottle of gun oil.
Perhaps because of the upcoming parting, Jia Nanping spoke in a gentler tone.
Even comforted Zhao Lei.
Zhao Lei was flattered. Generally speaking, Jia Nanping would complain about a single complaint he made. However, even though he was bullied, he was already used to it. This time Jia Nanping actually started to comfort him, but it made him feel a little uncomfortable. Li Xiu had already started to disassemble the bioform in his hand. After taking out the rear gun ring, he disassembled the air guiding device, wiped the chamber of the gun with a gun cloth, and cleaned the gunpowder residue on the inner wall. If these gunpowder residues are not wiped in time, the residues will absorb moisture in the air and corrode the barrel. Gun oil is corrosive to a certain extent, which can help them remove gunpowder residue more thoroughly. If nothing else, this may be the last time he maintains this gun. Therefore, Li Xiu took care of it very seriously. Oh, it would be great if I were assigned to the same company as the squad deputy, and I could continue to hug my thighs. Li Dazhuang sighed. If he left Li Xiu, he might not have the self-control he has now. In the past 3 months of the recruit company, the standards of their second class have been raised virtually. Therefore, when the recruits are assessed, everyone's grades are very good. If Li Xiu is not in the same company, Li Dazhuang feels that he may not be able to be so self-disciplined in the future. Many recruits nodded repeatedly, and they agreed with Li Dazhuang's words.
I just wanted to tell everyone about this. Jia Nanping said, causing countless recruits to turn their heads away. Jia Nanping continued, this is also my last advice to everyone.
After saying this, Jia Nanping was silent for a while, as if he was thinking about how to express it. The recruits were a little puzzled, not knowing what Jia Nanping wanted to express. After a while, Jia Nanping said, everyone will be assigned to the next company soon. Let me tell the truth, the next company is assigned according to the results of the recruit assessment. The recruits' grades, there are good ones, and naturally there are bad ones. Good ones go to a good company, and those with poor grades go to a bad company, or go to logistics, cooking classes, and raise horses and dogs. Having said that, 2 recruits in the second squad fell silent. There were 8 recruits in the second squad, and they entered the top dash of the recruit company. The 2 of them were the only ones who didn't make the top dash. Jia Nanping didn't give them much time to think, and continued, perhaps, when you were not assigned to a satisfied company, you had already started thinking about how to get through these 3 years, or you had already started thinking about the resettlement policy after you leave the army. These are all normal, but what I want to say is that you have to pay back when you come out to mess around, don't mess around, and be careful to be fooled by life. All of us who came to serve in the army, except Li Xiu, have already experienced a failure.
Here is another start for you, another platform.
Veterans from some companies who are going to be discharged from the army can do well, because they have been in the army for many years, and their monthly allowance is hundreds of thousands, and there are various job support policies after they leave the army. You recruits, you also have to see if you have the qualifications to dawdle.
If you are not a group of people, don't join in there. Veterans can be successful because they have worked together before.
It is different from you. The logistics company can indeed take advantage of loopholes and be lazy, but think about it, you are now, years old, and this is the best time in your life.
Are you willing to spend these 2 years for nothing? What are you doing in the army? Isn't it just to get another chance to change your life?
When you are assigned to a company that is not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, you have to fight more, and you have to think about putting pressure on yourself. Maybe the starting point is a little low, but today is better than yesterday, and there is hope. Practice more, do more things, and show your face in front of your superiors more. The company you are assigned to is average, and your competitors are similar to you.
Don't be under pressure, but you must be motivated. You must believe that you can stand out. Jia Nanping was very straightforward. There is a mixed bag of good and evil in the army.
There are many positive faces, but there are also veterans who have been around for more than 10 years. Even the non-commissioned officers of the second and third phases have a lot of oil.
Moreover, this group of veterans has indeed brought down many recruits, and there are precedents for this. Work is idle, except for playing cards and sleeping, doing nothing all day long. That's why he reminded this group of recruits not to be homogenized.
The recruits nodded in unison. In addition, if you are assigned to a good company, don't be too careless.
You must cherish the opportunity and do things in a down-to-earth way.
You have to stay in the army for at least 3 years, and it's only been 3 months now. Being assigned to a good company can only prove that there will be many opportunities to meet in the future, but don't forget, all the recruits who compete with you are as good as you.
Okay, the last sentence is for you all.
There is no shortage of people in the army. Many people join the army every year, and many people leave the army every year. If you want to change your life, you must always be at the forefront, and you must always make yourself nervous. Only then can you stay in the army longer and change your life.
Jia Nanping is someone who has been there before.
After saying this, he paused for a while to give the group of recruits some time to think. At this moment, the recruits of the second class also remembered Jia Nanping's words at this moment. After putting the guns into storage, the recruits were also shocked. Everyone thought about it for a long time, and Jia Nanping's words reached their hearts.
Everyone has their own thinking.
For Li Xiu, he also had a certain touch.
If the last place in the team is eliminated, he will definitely roll to the end, to be the last one. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, the recruiting ceremony will be held in the brigade headquarters auditorium. Recruit Company, 1 third-class merits. Meritorious service. It seems that the awarding of recruits will be carried out in the auditorium of the brigade headquarters. I changed the last sentence in the previous article. Thanks to the book friends for reminding. The last day of the recruit company. After Li Xiu and the others turned off the lights, they didn't go to bed immediately. They chatted for a long time, they had their visions for the future, and they also recalled some interesting things about the life of the 3-month recruits. On this day, the pickets didn't come to check, and Jia Nanping didn't care, and waited until it was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to 2 o'clock to remind the recruits to go to bed as soon as possible. At o'clock in the morning, the familiar wake-up whistle didn't sound. Although the recruits woke up instinctively, they didn't get up. They all wanted to lie down for a while longer on the hard plank bed that they had slept on for 3 months. If there is no accident, today will be the last time they lie on this wooden bed. Although they are looking forward to the new company after the second company, they are reluctant to part with the 3-month life of the new company. The squad leader got up early and didn't wake everyone up. Instead, he washed himself and walked out of the dormitory. It was 9 o'clock in the morning when I opened the door of the dormitory and walked in, bringing some new and clean uniforms. During the awarding ceremony, recruits can take off the training uniforms they have worn for 3 months and wear more comfortable uniforms. After putting on the uniforms, the recruits scrambled to look in the mirror one by one. The regular uniform, it's so handsome, it looks like a military officer. If you can wear it home, you will definitely have a great view. So, a group of recruits all huddled together to look in the mirror. There are no female soldiers in the army, so it doesn't matter how nicely you dress. Li Xiu ruthlessly attacked. TCH, I just want to see how much I have changed in the past 3 months. I feel that I am more energetic and can stand up straighter. When I get home, I will definitely fall in love with a few girls. Zhao Lei looked in the mirror and take a look to the right. It's very smug. By the way, Zhang Yuejin, didn't you go to the army for your girlfriend? How are you doing? Zhang Yuejin, also a recruit in the second class, said he came to the army for his girlfriend. Now he sighed and said, I haven't contacted her for 2 months, and I've figured it out. I've already broken up with her. Don't delay her. It's not easy to get into college, and long-distance relationships are quite torturous. The recruits were silent for a while. Being a conscript for 3 years, long-distance relationships are indeed difficult. Li Xiu patted Zhang Yuejin on the shoulder to comfort him. As soon as this topic was mentioned, Li Dazhuang suddenly looked at Li Xiu and asked gossipingly. Squad deputy, has Miss Dina contacted you since then? Li Xiu quickly waved his hand. No, I only helped him once, so there will be no follow-up. It's a pity. Zhao Lei showed regret. It's a pity, isn't it what we should do to help the common people, and we haven't realized it yet? Li Xiu smiled and knocked on Zhao Lei's head. How can there be so many things that have a follow-up? Stop dawdling one by one, hurry up and have breakfast, and today we're going to the brigade headquarters auditorium for the conferring ceremony. Zhao Nanping also changed into regular clothes and leather shoes, and gave orders to everyone. Even the last day of the recruits, the small duty day was cancelled. The recruits went to the cafeteria for the last meal, and then boarded the military vehicle parked outside the gate of the recruit company and headed to the brigade headquarters. After the military vehicle drove for 2 hours, everyone gathered in a brigade headquarters auditorium. The auditorium of the brigade headquarters was a huge auditorium, and Li Xiu didn't know how many people there were, but he could only see a big red banner hanging in front of the door. On the banner, the words 1998 Red Star Brigade Recruit Award Ceremony were written. Under the leadership of Shi Jianxiong, Li Xiu and others found their respective positions. At this time, on the stage, the veterans on both sides stood on both sides holding the August-SA Army flag. Under the large August-background wall, there is a row of tables, and the brigade commander personally attends the Recruit Award ceremony. Behind him, there are officers of the brigade propaganda department with cameras. The background sound is the magnificent March of the Volunteers, high-pitched and passionate. The national anthem sounded, and everyone solemnly played and sang the national anthem. Wait for the national anthem to end. Li Xiu saw an officer with a 24 on his shoulders, wearing a dark green winter uniform, standing in the center of the stage, and shouting loudly, "Hello, comrades." Immediately, all the recruits responded at the same time. "Hello, Brigadier." In the car, the squad leader has arranged some precautions. Especially for Li Xiu, Zhao Nanping told him that today is not only a ceremony for conferring titles, but also a ceremony for conferring merit. That's right, Li Xiu has become a model for the recruits of the whole brigade this time. The brigade commander decided that after this award, he will give meritorious service to encourage him. By the way, let Li Xiu become a model and encourage the recruits to forge ahead. In other words, this time, Li Xiu had the opportunity to join the propaganda department. The brigade commander looked at the recruits, nodded, and said, "After 3 months of training, each of you has grown up. In you, I have seen you who are more confident and mature than 3 months ago. Now, you are what a soldier should really look like. I am very relieved to see your energetic faces and see your high-spirited faces. My own self. The motherland and the future belong to you young people." The brigade commander's voice reached everyone's ears. Afterwards, warm applause erupted one after another. Now, you have the qualifications to become a real soldier. No matter which company you will go to or what tasks you will accept, you must shine in your own position and make your own contribution. After the brigade commander finished speaking, the recruits responded loudly. Yes. The brigade commander nodded in satisfaction, and then phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme aloud. Now, I announce that the rank of private soldier is now awarded to the recruits of the Red Star Brigade. After the brigade commander's voice ended, rows of soldiers stood up and went forward to receive their private ranks and epaulets. The recruits stood up neatly, their eyes solemn, and the steps of every soldier in the platoon were extremely neat, and they received their military rank armbands on the stage. Afterwards, the military rank armbands were handed over to their respective squad leaders, platoon leaders, and company commanders, and they were awarded the ranks in person. Every recruit, after being awarded the title, has a glorious sense of mission born in his heart. I'm a soldier. Such thoughts also arose in Li Xiu's mind. Full of enthusiasm and a sense of mission were ignited in my heart. Soon, the awarding will be completed. According to the normal awarding ceremony, today is over. But not only will I be awarded the title today, but I will also be awarded third-class merit for Li Xiu. Therefore, the recruits did not leave, but sat in their seats. The recruits from the other recruit companies all looked at the stage with burning eyes. The personnel carrier bumped all the way, and 2 hours later, it plunged into the endless phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert /phoneme. After arriving at the training base for recruits of the 7th Steel Regiment, the personnel carrier slowly stopped. Recruit? Here we come. Hurry up, everyone help.
Outside the door came a solid voice. Afterwards, the door of the troop carrier was opened, and at the rear of the car, several veterans greeted the group of recruits with smiles.
Come on, slow down, the luggage is ready. Be careful. Is there anything disgusting? I have plastic bags here.
It takes so long to take the train, I suffer staying on the green leather train is uncomfortable in itself.
I couldn't help motion sickness and vomiting, which was normal. The veteran didn't make things difficult for them.
At this time, there was no extra time to be dazed, and a whistle came from the ear. Everyone come here to gather, we are going to divide into classes. A lieutenant, blowing his whistle, called the recruits to assemble and classify.
Li Xiu too. Shi Zhuang.
Arrive Shaoshan arrived. The veterans were constantly calling out the names of the recruits from the new barracks.
Anyone whose name is called should shout first, and then line up with their luggage.
1 squad, 10 recruits. Including the veteran squad leader, there are a total of 11 people in a squad. 90 recruits were divided into 9 squads.
There are 3 classes in a row, divided into 3 rows.
Li Xiu was assigned to the second class, and the class leader was also familiar with him. It was the fierce-looking triangular-eyed non-commissioned officer. Li Xiu also knew the name of their squad leader. His surname is Zhang and his first name is Anping. He is from southern Hunan. Wang Jian was assigned to the first class, but the recruit who was sitting opposite Li Xiu was assigned to the same class as Li Xiu. After Jiang Anping brought everyone to the dormitory, he said, "Clean up and go to the cafeteria to eat later."
The cafeteria is not far from here. Just turn left when you go out. Remember. Eat in the army, don't waste it, don't waste it.
If it looks good, can I ask for a ticket?
Food, introduce yourself.
After putting away their luggage, everyone followed Jiang Anping to the cafeteria. On the way, Li Xiu also learned that Jiang Anping was originally the deputy squad leader of their company, but was temporarily transferred from the company to the recruit company, and became the squad leader of the recruit battalion. He was Li Xiu's direct commander. Li Xiu paid special attention to this vicious-looking squad leader. Currently, Li Xiu's impression of this monitor is that he is vicious, serious, and meticulous. Li Xiu was not familiar with the rest. Sure enough, the cafeteria still has very simple welcome noodles, served with a spoonful of greasy stew with minced meat. Although it looks simple, it tastes delicious.
Uncle Li Shogen had inquired about it.
Get on the car dumpling and get off the car noodles, ironclad camps, and flowing soldiers. The first meal in the barracks was welcome noodles. When he came to the cafeteria, Li Xiu quickly saw a captain standing on the table, looking at a bunch of new recruits with no airs.
Hello, comrades.
I am Shi Jianxiong, the company commander of our steel company's recruit company.
It's late, so I just want to say one thing. Why are we here? And what are we going to do? A military camp is a big melting pot. All kinds of people from all corners of the country are put together and cast into a mold, and finally leave a collective name, soldier. When you join the recruit company, you are first a piece of iron. During the 3 months in the recruit company, we will cast you into a soldier. For the next 3 months, this place will be your home.
This bowl of shacha noodles has several meanings. One is to wish everyone a long reunion, and the other is to wish everyone a good rest.
The noodles are the sleep of sleep.
I hope everyone can have a good night's sleep tonight. When it comes to sleeping, Shi Jianxiong seems to have a deeper smile on his face.
Let's eat, I won't disturb you.
Shi Jianxiong has a loud voice and speaks very briefly.
It takes only 3 minutes to come and go.
After speaking, he got up and left. Several recruits who were in the same class as Li Xiu sat and ate together and applauded together. They also wanted to know what kind of existence that incomparably outstanding recruit Li Xiu was. Afterwards, the chief of staff of the brigade came to the stage and shouted, "Private Li Xiu." 2. Li Xiu stood up with a loud voice. Recruit Li Xiu, during the recruit training period, performed excellently, with excellent grades in the assessment, and broke the record of recruits many times. During the recruit assessment, he broke the record of the whole brigade by 3 kilometers with bare hands. Helping the company officer capture armed poachers, and capture the training department during the confrontation training veterans, awaken the fighting spirit and sense of honor of the veterans in the training department, and at the same time, play a role model for recruits. Now, according to the organization's decision, recruit Li Xiu is awarded the honor of Outstanding Soldier, and Comrade Li Xiu is awarded 2 third-class merit medals.
P.S. This is really not water, I wrote it for a long time company. Li Xiu and hashtag 039, S next company. 2 third-class awards, given together. First recruit. Moreover, it was awarded by the brigade commander himself. At this moment, Li Xiu was infinitely honored. Now, all the recruits knew that there was a ruthless person in their class, and the recruits had 2 third-class merits before they even joined the company. Can be sent directly to the military academy. Under countless envious eyes, Li Xiu stood up slowly and stepped forward to receive the merit. The ribbon was worn by the brigade commander himself, and the commemorative medal was also hung on his chest. The golden red 5-pointed star is shining brightly, and the 2 third-class merit medals on the chest are even more dazzling. Behind him, there was a crisp click of the camera. Li Xiu had been prepared for a long time, and solemnly paid a military salute. Zhang Nanping had arranged these procedures before, so naturally there would be no mistakes. In the ranks of recruits, there was a sudden round of applause. Li Xiu nodded heavily, and returned to his seat with everyone's eyes on him. The brigade commander smiled and said, Comrade Li Xiu's performance in the recruit company is indeed impeccable. Everyone must follow Li Xiu's example, be proactive, self-disciplined and self-improving, and have a chance to gain glory. Yes, the recruits applauded again, and all raised their fighting spirit. After that, Li Xiu returned to the queue. The recruits were just about to congratulate Li Xiu, but the brigade commander didn't give this opportunity, but commanded the recruit sub-companies instead. Shi Jianxiang led the recruits of the 7th Steel Regiment out of the auditorium of the brigade headquarters, flipped through the roster with one hand, and spoke directly without any nonsense. Now phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme out the division order. After finishing speaking, he announced without hesitation, Zhao Lei, the 3rd Tank Company. Wang Chong, Armored Infantry Company. Li Sanyu, the Logistics Farm. Some are happy, some are worried. When they are assigned to a good company, everyone will naturally smile. If they are assigned to an average company, the expressions on their faces will naturally not look good. Zhao Lei was a little excited when he heard that he was actually assigned to the 3rd Tank Company. This company is his favorite company and can touch tanks. Chen Shanfeng was assigned to the Sharp Knife Iron Bone Company, which belonged to the Reconnaissance Company. Shi Jianxiang fell in love with Chen Shanfeng. Knowing how to make progress, although the cultural level is not high, but the training is very serious, and he is also a good soldier. Li Xiu, the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Li Xiu's face was calm, he already knew where he was going. Li Dezhuang, the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Li Dezhuang was stunned for a moment, then immediately became excited. Squad Deputy, I'm still in the same company as you. What he had been thinking about had come true, and he was assigned to the same company as Li Xiu. Li Xiu is also quite happy, having an acquaintance who can take care of each other. Soon, all the recruits on the roster were assigned. Li Xiu also noticed that almost all the people who go to the Sharp Knife and Iron Bone Company are top-notch. Shi Jianxiang divided the top recruits into 8. It's no wonder that the Sharp Knife and Iron Bone Company was promoted by Shi Jianxiang as a top company. Its starting point was higher than other companies, and it monopolized a large group of recruits. Scouts want the best. It is also a hotbed of special forces. Wang Jun was also assigned to the Reconnaissance Company. After dividing the company commander closed the roster. Then he said, no matter which company you go to, you must not forget your original intention and keep your mission in mind. Every position has its own value. Glory belongs to mediocrity, and the difficulty lies in the length. I hope that each of you will serve the people and develop well after you leave the company. The company commander finally added, now, stay in an orderly manner. Everyone pack up your things tonight. The unit will send someone to pick you up.
The dormitory of class, of the recruit company of the Iron and Steel 7th Regiment.
Follow me from the logistics warehouse, this is the guard company. The guard company gathers here.
I am an armored infantry company here, reconnaissance company, follow me.
Whenever such a sound is heard, there will be one or more people missing in the dormitory. Looking at the few empty beds, the recruits in the second squad were a little depressed. Sharpshooter 4 company, come with me.
Suddenly, Li Xiu heard Wang Tai's voice, and Li Dezhuang did the same, and immediately stood up.
Let's go, you can't relax after the company. I've seen a lot of bad seedlings planted by good soldiers.
Jia Nanping helped Li Xiu tidy up the epaulets that had been tidied up, and said.
Li Xiu smiled and shouted to Jia Nanping, squad leader, you still owe me a barbecue.
Jia Nanping was stunned for a moment, and cursed with a smile, I will invite you when I see you next time.
It is good. Squad leader, I want to have a meal too.
Li Dezhuang chuckled. You big-headed ghost, when you see me, I will kill you severely.
Jia Nanping laughed, but the atmosphere of separation before was gone. Li Xiu saluted Jia Nanping. Li Xiu respected Jia Nanping very much. He is a qualified monitor.
The recruits have boiled no less than 10 bowls of soup for 3 consecutive months. Until now, Li Xiu still remembers Jia Nanping's words.
To fold the quilt is to do the first thing every day.
After saying goodbye to other recruits, Li Xiu and Li Dezhuang met Wang Tai with large and small bags.
Wang Tai said directly, get on the troop carrier first, and we'll talk later.
Li Xiu originally wanted to say hello to Wang Tai, but seeing that he was so busy, he was not in a hurry. In addition to Li Xiu and Li Dezhuang, there is also a new recruit from the 5th Squad, Zhang Ran, who went to the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. I haven't had time to say a few words. Here comes the troop carrier. Several recruits from other recruit companies were helping in the car, helping Li Xiu and the other 3 put their things in the car.
Then, the 3 climbed into the troop carrier one by one.
The recruit company Li Xiu was in was the 1st recruit company, and there were 3 companies going to the 4th sharpshooter company. Li Xiu, Li Dezhuang, and Zhang Ran from class,
Li Xiu didn't know the rest of the recruits. But Li Xiu doesn't know them, but they do know Li Xiu.
The brigade commander just praised him. He is a ruthless recruit company, and he has won 2 third-class merits before he even joined the company. This group of recruits glanced over one by one, as if a great god was by my side. After 3 months as a recruit, several of them have matured a bit, and soon some recruits came to strike up a conversation. In the process of going back and forth, Li Xiu also got to know a few more recruits. Among them, the one who left the deepest impression on Li Xiu was a short black-faced boy named Xiong Minghua. The reason why he was deeply impressed was naturally that Xiong Minghua had his own uniqueness. It was his first time touching a gun, and he also scored 49 in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals live/phoneme ammunition test. He is a veritable sharpshooter Miaozi. However, other scores are slightly weaker. After a bumpy road, about an hour or so, the recruits came to the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Li Xiu is still very familiar with this company, after all, he has been here 3 or 4 times. Get off the troop carrier with your stuff on your shoulders. Immediately, I heard a voice coming from my ear.
Li Xiu.
Li Xiu looked up quickly, and saw Wang Tai standing at the door, waving towards him. It was a gesture to let myself come over.
Something important, related to how far this book can go. First of all, it is still a matter of pursuing reading. Today and tomorrow are the most critical moments. I want to fight for Sanjiang, but I haven't phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals red/phoneme enough at the moment. But not too much. Maybe 100, maybe 50?
It's hard to bear, and logically speaking, it's enough, but because this book tested the water late, it got off the list of new books. However, the past is the past. These 2 days of follow-up reading are very important, and it is related to how far this book can go. When you go to Sanjiang, you will have recommendations, which will allow this book to be seen by more people, and you will be able to go further. Because the current plot is a transitional period, it cannot be compressed for the sake of completeness of the plot, and it may be a little dull. But it will look better when you get off the company. So, begging to follow up. If you can go to Sanjiang, the new book will explode with words. There is no way to explode the update now, and even the third update will affect the recommendation. Book friends, help me. After it is put on the shelves, it will definitely be updated to return everyone. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phonemate. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phonemate. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phonemate. Party, veterans are so kind. Li Xiu walked over. Wang Tai took Li Xiu's arm and motioned Li Xiu to follow him. Li Xiu looked at the recruits and knew that Wang Tai was looking for him alone. Without hesitation, he followed immediately. Wang Tai pulled Li Xiu, and quickly walked to the downstairs of the dormitory. Here is a shady place surrounded by walls on 3 sides. You kid is really awesome. Wang Tai's first sentence was praise. Our company commander has gone crazy these days. Your 2 third-class merits have been directly tossed in our honor room several times. When the brocade flag comes down, there is an estimated reward of yuan. To be honest, Li Xiu got 2 third-class merits. Wang Tai himself was envious. If he wants to get 2 or 3 grades of merit, it is very possible to go further. Li Xiu smiled, but his mood did not fluctuate much. It's very simple, I have suffered too much praise these days, and my mentality has gradually stabilized. Okay, let's get down to business. You are an active member of the party. There are still a few places in the company to join the party this year. Wang Tai blinked. Li Xiu immediately reacted. However, he didn't ask directly. Instead, wait for Wang Tai to continue. Of course, it's not easy to give this quota to you directly. After all, it stands to reason that you should have your turn next year. But you will take the military exam next year. It is estimated that the quota for joining the party has not yet come to you, and you may have to leave again. Wang Tai was a little envious. He also came out of a military academy, but not an undergraduate. Li Xiu immediately understood that the company commander wanted to make an exception for himself, but there was no reason, he wanted to make an excuse for himself. So what the company commander means is that you have to come up with something within half a year. There are 2 main points. The first point is to participate in the sniper training. The sniper training is a full-scale elimination system. I heard that among the more than 800 soldiers who have passed the assessment and test in an army, 10 places are selected, and then enter the camp. There are several sniper training bases in China for 12 weeks of advanced training courses. It can be regarded as a small experiment in our military region. General companies. The concept of sniper is not used much, most of them are called precision shooters. Participating in the sniper training is to compete and train with the precision shooters and snipers of the whole brigade or even the whole division. Full elimination system. In this process, you can learn more sniper knowledge, get in touch with more types of sniper rifles, and learn sniper knowledge systematically. Li Xiu didn't make a decision immediately. To be honest, he is currently phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to proficient in sniping skills. He also didn't feel like he could learn much new things. As long as you give him enough resources, he can fill up all the skills of a sniper in minutes. Of course, it's only a few months, so it's okay to try. Well, I'll go too. Wang Tai smiled and said, there should be quite a few people from our company going. However, the main thing is to show my face. 12 people come out of one army. The ratio is too low and the competition is too great. Although I have hope, it is not too big. Of course, if you can experience the 2-week teaching course test, you can already learn a lot. Li Xiu nodded, he understood. The 2-week taught session test was also invaluable and a lot was learned. As for studying at the sniper training center after entering, the difficulty is too high, and the chance is not great. What about the second one? Second, participate in the teaching team. Many veterans can pass this. It should be fine for you to go obviously. Wang Tai is very confident in Li Xiu, thinking that he will definitely pass the coaching team. Although the devil training of the coaching team was scary and the whole process was eliminated, but with Li Xiu's quality, there would be no big problem. Li Xiu knew what the coaching team was. Withholding Soldiers Training Camp. Employment is the company of recruits in the advanced class. It is mainly aimed at senior soldiers who want to be promoted to non-commissioned officers, and non-commissioned officers who want to be squad leaders. If you want to be a squad leader, you must have the experience of teaching a team. Li Xiu didn't have much interest in coaching the team phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. However, he also understood what the company commander meant. Become a non-commissioned officer first, and then become a squad leader, and you can be admitted to the military academy without the military examination. 1 year squad leader experience is required to be recommended to the military academy. Li Xiu is short of this. Of course, Li Xiu is not afraid of the military exam. Platoon leader, I will think about it carefully. Li Xiu did not give an answer immediately. Although the number of party members is precious if he enters the military academy, he also has the opportunity to join the party, so there is no need to worry too much. Wang Tai waved his hand and said, "It's okay, you don't need to worry. If you really don't want to choose, you can also prepare for the military academy entrance examination directly for a year. Those who should be admitted can still be admitted. If you can go to the military academy, who will be a non-commissioned officer?" Li Xiu nodded, and said, "Squad leader, I know it well. As an officer, the future will always be higher than the first two. The military examination is the right way. Then let me tell you about the situation of our 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Wang Tai is a veteran of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. He is well aware of the situation of the entire 4th Company of Sharpshooters. In just a few minutes, Celian's situation was explained very clearly. Especially several platoon leaders and squad leaders, each of them raised their mouths. Time can change a lot of things. Although the army has many top talents and backbones, there are also some veterans who are not motivated. This, every class has it, and you can't avoid it if you want to. So, you don't have to think about deliberately avoiding it when you are divided into classes. Li Xiu knew it well and nodded. Will he be corrupted by veterans? Joke. Li Xiu has a role king value system. No matter where he goes, he is definitely the most role. Raising the standard and giving the veterans a little introversion shock is what he wants to do. I don't know if it was because of Gung Jun's instructions, but Wang Tai took good care of Li Xiu. After exhorting Li Xiu a few more words, Wang Tai said, "In a while, I will arrange you to join our platoon, and you can choose the class yourself." It's about the same. This is also a little benefit from Wang Tai's to Li Xiu. Let Li Xiu freely choose the class to go to. Second class, can I? Li Xiu thought of the second squad of the recruit company, and he had something to think about. Yes. Wang Tai nodded. And after the recruits have a little rest, the recruits will start the class division ceremony. Because he had greeted Wang Tai a long time ago, Li Xiu was naturally assigned to the second squad of the 4th Company and the first row of sharpshooters. Also assigned to class, and class, like myself was the little black man Xiong Minghua. After the division, the tall and thin non-commissioned officer of the 3rd period, Li Hu, the squad leader of the 2nd division of the sharpshooter 4 companies in one row, also welcomed Li Xiu with a look of surprise. After all, Li Xiu's name has long been known. It was definitely a surprise to be assigned to their class. Li Hu helped Li Xiu lift the quilt with a smile, and said, "Come on, don't be restrained. Our class is on the 1st floor, so you don't have to climb stairs. It's very comfortable. We don't even have to be restrained when we come here, everyone is very good." Yes. Li Hu was so enthusiastic, which made Li Xiu a little flattered. He had also heard that when recruits go down to company and veterans celebrate the new year, grandchildren come every year. Thinking that just after leaving the army, he might be drilled. I didn't expect these veterans to be so kind. Thank you so much for everyone's support. I am saving a manuscript. I have seen your monthly tickets and rewards. To be honest, I was a little moved. It will definitely explode when it is on the shelves.
I can only use this to repay everyone.
New teammates and veterans. End of this volume. Li Xiu followed Li Hu's footsteps, and Xiong Minghua followed behind. Although Li Hu ignored him a little bit, he was not psychologically unbalanced at all. Li Xiu's performance like this has a halo in his heart. Li Hu pushed open the first door at the entrance of the corridor. Suddenly, several voices came from inside the room. Squad leader. Li Hu nodded, leaning sideways and introduced, "This is a recruit assigned to our class, this is Li Xiu, and this is Xiong Minghua." In fact, without hearing these names, a veteran recognized Li Xiu.
Isn't this the recruit who surrounded the company commander before?
At first, some people talked about Li Xiu being a relative of the company commander.
Later, I realized that this guy is so awesome.
He was really ruthless, broke the brigade record, and captured poachers.
Such an awesome recruit was actually assigned to their company.
For a while, several veterans were very surprised. Li Xiu mentally counted silently, the second class, including him and Xiong Minghua, there are 8 people in total.
Li Hu smiled and said, "Everyone applauds Comrade Li Xiu and Comrade Xiong Minghua to become a member of our first row and second squad of recruits.
From now on, everyone will be brothers in the same squad, and we must remember to help each other." The veterans applauded together, and they were also looking at Li Xiu, and their eyes fell on the third-class merit medal on Li Xiu's chest from time to time. Especially Li Hu, he is already a third-rank non-commissioned officer, but there is no hope for the fourth-rank non-commissioned officer.
If you have a third-class merit medal, you will have the opportunity to go further.
"Let me introduce myself." After a brief applause, Li Hu said to the crowd.
"I'll come first.
My name is Li Hu, a non-commissioned officer of the third period, the monitor of the second squad, and the post-machine gunner. My name is Huda Kurban, a non-commissioned officer of the third batch, deputy squad leader of the second squad, a post-ammunition officer and health worker, and an armored vehicle driver of our squad." A non-commissioned officer with a straight nose and deep eye sockets said at first glance that he looked like a foreigner.
Huda Kurban. Listening to the name, you can tell that they are ethnic minorities in the border areas.
Moreover, the second class actually has 2 third phases, which is obviously a bit unusual.
My name is Zhou Yi, post-assaulter. First class soldier.
A slightly thinner, monkey-like soldier said with a smile, "You can sleep in my lower berth, the one in my lower berth just retired, go home and enjoy the happiness gone." He enthusiastically helped Li Xiu put things beside a bed, without any veteran airs. Yi Lei, first stage non-commissioned officer, post-bazooka shooter. The soldier who spoke this time didn't have much enthusiasm for Li Xiu, but was a little cold, and he didn't seem to have much enthusiasm. Next, there was a senior soldier and a non-commissioned officer, who also introduced their rank and position.
There are 2 shifts in a row.
2 of the third period, 2 of the first period, and 2 senior soldiers, plus 2 recruits, a total of 8 people.
This class. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. The top 3 episodes of the Top Company all have something. And that Huda Kurban, one person holds 3 jobs, awesome. Squad leader, isn't it the 4th company of sharpshooters? Why is there no sniper? Xiong Minghua asked curiously, rolling his eyes.
Li Hu smiled and said, "We are called the 4th company of sharpshooters because of our company's unique spirit of sharpshooters. While carrying forward the whole company as sharpshooters, it is also the first batch of companies that have changed from motorized to mechanized. According to the company commander, in other words, it has achieved the leap from God on the ground to God on the car. Therefore, our company is not only good at shooting, but good shooting is our tradition."
The sniper you mentioned. There must be some in our class.
However, I just retired a year ago, and now this position is vacant.
Why, are you interested?
This point, Li Xiu is also very clear.
Pure infantry, the combat effectiveness is too weak.
Times have changed, and the army is also facing transformation.
Xiong Minghua's small eyes were bright, and he was obviously very interested.
Don't think about it in the first year. A sniper must be a non-commissioned officer at least 1 term. Don't think so much before you have touched a sniper rifle. Li Hu laughed and changed the subject. Li Hu said, "Okay, everyone, don't be dazed, brothers, come over and help our new members make their beds." Ordinary recruits would naturally not have this treatment, but Li Xiu had two ruthless men with third-class merit during the recruiting period. If there is no accident in the future, he will be guaranteed to be sent to the military academy, and he will be an officer when he comes out. Veterans who have been in the army for a long time are naturally not stupid, and they know what this means. Everyone was very enthusiastic, just like a male senior who hadn't seen a girl in a few years saw a little white rabbit junior.
Get on good terms with Li Xiu. Anyway, there is no harm. He came over enthusiastically. Would you like to drive an armored vehicle? I can teach you. You recruits probably haven't planted a booby trap yet. I'll show you tomorrow. Come on, there are lockers here, you pick one. A few people started to clean up quickly, and helped Li Xiu pack up in about a minute. Hey, there's that soldier over there, what's your name? Li Hu said suddenly. Xiong Minghua was a little nervous, and immediately stood at attention, saying, "Report to the monitor, my name is Xiong Minghua." "Okay, yours is this cabinet, next to Li Xiu." "Yes." After helping Li Xiu pack his things, the veterans began to help Xiong Minghua. After all, although troops can be special, they can't make it too obvious. Li Xiu was not idle. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, and helped Xiong Minghua clean up. This made Xiong Minghua flattered and thanked him endlessly. Zhou Yi was a little envious. When he came to the company, he was not like this. "I suffered a lot in the first month, and I also did garbage housekeeping for more than a month. After all, every year in the army, grandchildren and grandparents, new recruits enlist, and veterans in the army are like New Year's Eve." But Li Xiu didn't have this kind of treatment. He became a master as soon as he came. This is what strength brings. The army is the place where people admire the most. If you are strong, you will be awesome. If you have a future, you will suffer if you are weak. This is especially evident before the military reform. Li Xiu is a strong man. Broke the travel record. To know. Not to mention the second class, there is no one who can even break the brigade record. Waiting to participate in the whole army contest, at least a second-class meritorious service. Of course, they didn't know that Li Xiu actually exceeded the brigade record by 1 minute, otherwise, they would be even more shocked. However, the veterans were enthusiastic about Li Xiu, but Li Xiu was very sober, let alone drifting. He is very clear about his position, he is always a recruit. After the veterans helped him tidy up, Li Xiu thought for a while and said, "When I came to the army, I happened to have 2 packs of cigarettes lying around all the time." Come on, everyone has one. Recruits are not allowed to smoke for a year. But the army cannot do without cigarettes. Li Xiu learned that after the company gets familiar with it, as long as the squad leader is not rigid, he can smoke secretly. The premise is, your training must be up to standard. The veterans didn't expect that they would help Li Xiu, and Li Xiu came to pass the cigarettes, all of them said politely, and their hands were not soft at all. At the same time, his inner affection for Li Xiu skyrocketed like a rocket. This new recruit will come. Smoke, the recruit company is strict. After the next company, it is a good thing. Good cigarette, your cigarette is really good. After Zhou Yi got the cigarette, he was not willing to smoke it immediately. They usually go to the toilet to smoke. In the dormitory, the impact of smoking is not very good. Seeing that Li Hu didn't stop him, Li Xiu also heaved a sigh of relief. In the last chapter, I randomly went to the name of a sniper training base, and it actually exists. It has been modified. Of course, it doesn't matter, because this book is generally not similar to the outline of Internet Addiction. Not a number. In addition, tell the brothers who don't understand. To be recommended to the military academy, one needs to be a squad leader for 1 year. Military examination results are enough. The squad leader needs to be a non-commissioned officer and has experience in teaching the team. The protagonist has 2 paths, escort or go to the military academy for the military examination. Li Xiu in the book has not yet been decided. Because he is a fast learner, the company commander wants to give Li Xiu the qualification to teach the team, but Li Xiu will most likely not go. Thank you all for your support. Coding is full of motivation. It's crooked, the 2 pennants are not aligned.
Gung Jun commanded in a comfortable mood. Wang Tai was a little helpless, and climbed up the ladder again to align himself.
Li Xiu's 2 third-class pennants were finally approved by the regiment headquarters today.
The military medal belongs to Li Xiu, and the pennant belongs to the company.
There is also a reward of 600 yuan. Once 300, twice, a total of 600. Gung Jun didn't like the 600 yuan. But the pennant and honor are his favorites.
There are 4 companies of sharpshooters, and each company commander has a wall of honor. This wall of honor not only carries the fighting spirit of the 4th company of sharpshooters, but also the source of the sense of accomplishment.
The achievements of Gung Jun's 3-year company commander are realized.
The struggle history of him and his soldiers. At this time, Gung Jun didn't blush, he filled out another column of his resume. Humph, Li Xiu was abducted by him anyway. Company commander, you asked me to tell him, and I told him.
However, he didn't respond immediately.
Wang Tai hung up the silk banner and said to Gung Jun, no response, it proves that people have considerations. The teaching team didn't mention it in advance. We still have to fight for the sniper training camp. Gung Jun didn't care, thought for a while and said, next time you have a chance, just tell him directly.
Going there is to go there to learn and experience the one-day selection.
The training call for this training was last year.
Number 400 Sniper Comprehensive Shooting. Opportunities are precious.
My request to him is to keep to the last, people.
Just prove that you are not the worst. Yes. The quota for joining the party is not counted first. Gung Jun's main purpose is to let Li Xiu take the class.
There are very few opportunities for systematic sniper training in the field army. They all need to stay in the army for many years, and at least become a non-commissioned officer to have a chance. It is not easy to have third-class merit. But this time the sniper training is different. Although it is a pilot for the whole army, and it is selected by elimination system, the selection process is also the initial training for snipers. Simply put, it's a condensed crash course.
Let's not talk about the benefits first, there is absolutely no harm.
In Gung Jun's mind, Li Xiu holds a book every day to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme something useful.
If it's really useful, everyone in the company will be a sniper.
However, if Li Xiu is smart enough, he might be able to learn something.
As for whether Li Xiu could be selected, Gung Jun really didn't think about it.
It took more than a month for Li Xiu to touch the sniper rifle.
And if it is more accurate, it would be 4 days at most.
There will be more opportunities after they come to their 4th consecutive round, but there is no foundation. The training camp will start at the end of next month. Therefore, Gung Jun completely ignored the possibility of being selected into the final 12 people.
Okay. Wang Tai nodded.
You have to hold on, you'd better hold on until the end.
Gung Jun urged again. Don't worry. Wang Tai smiled, showing his snow-white teeth.
This sniper training camp, he is full of confidence. The next day, Li Xiu received 600 yuan from Wang Tai, and also heard what Wang Tai had brought to Gung Jun. Then I'll go.
12 days is not a long time. You can go and experience it.
Wang Tai nodded, and said, work hard. On the last day of this month, I hope you can rank in the top, of the entire company.
Although our company is a top company, there are also bastards. Work hard and give it to us.
Wake up to this group of veterans who have been training for a year. Li Xiu is the best recruit. Wang Tai naturally has higher expectations for Li Xiu. Li Xiu's ability to enter the top, of the whole company, at first glance, the goal is a bit low. After all, Li Xiu is number 1 in the recruit company, and his goal is to be in the top, It seems that the difficulty is a bit low. But don't forget, this is the 4th company of sharpshooters with a lot of top talents. There's a whole bunch of veterans who've been accepted for 3 years or more. Moreover, a large number of conscripts are discharged every year, and they can only stay longer as non-commissioned officers, which further increases the gold content of the company's ranking. Li Xiu, he has been training for 3 months. For those recruit assessment items, except for 3 kilometers with bare hands, if you let the top, of the whole company, which one can't be excellent, can be ridiculed by the whole company for a year.
I will work hard,
Li Xiu said immediately. After that, Wang Tai left. On the first day after joining the company, the rhythm of the morning exercise was similar to that of the original recruit company. The amount of training is not large, and the veterans are also very kind.
Even the food in the cafeteria is much better than that of the recruit company.
After the meal, the whole company assembled and went to the electronic classroom together to listen to Gung Jun's explanation of the history of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters.
During the whole process, the atmosphere exploded.
Li Xiu also realized that he came to a company with a strong historical heritage and strong spiritual will. Subsequently, the company held an admission ceremony, and the veterans were awarded the guns again. After doing all this, it was already noon.
At noon, in the cafeteria. How is it? The food of the sharpshooter Celian is not bad. Zhou Yi blinked. Today, they can actually see meat in the cafeteria.
You know, this is not a festival, just an ordinary training day. Although it is only a meat star, it is also very rare.
Li Xiu nodded quickly.
The food of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters is indeed much better than that of the recruits. It is also delicious to eat. Of course, don't get too excited, our troops eat well and practice a lot, Li Hu said.
Is there any training in the afternoon? The training in the morning feels similar to that of a recruit company?
Li Xiu asked proactively. Huda Kurban shook his head and nodded again. Not in the afternoon, I guess I will let you find out, but the training items are indeed much more than when you were in the recruit company. Such as foreign languages, 400-meter obstacles, armed swimming, as well as military topography, armored vehicle driving, psychology, radio operation and use, boxing training. As he said that, Huda Kurban mentioned more than 10 training items at once, as if reporting the name of the dish. He originally thought that Li Xiu would show a fearful expression, but suddenly felt that Li Xiu's expression seemed to change suddenly.
How to say?
Anyway, Huda Kurban always felt that Li Xiu seemed to be looking forward to these training programs. Of course Li Xiu was looking forward to it, and there was another volume.
These items are all worth the money. Squad Deputy, when shall we have shooting training? Xiong Minghua obviously looks forward to shooting more. Li Xiu can understand Xiong Minghua.
It is normal for a small man to look forward to shooting. After all, the recruits have shot 5 times in total.
Small jousting on the day off, or until shooting lessons, Huda Kurban explained.
Li Hu seemed to think of something, smiled and said, however, maybe I can vomit you in a few days. Oh, counting the time, it should indeed be here soon. Yi Lei also thought of something, with a strange expression.
In fact, Li Xiu is also looking forward to shooting.
He hasn't improved in sniper rapid fire for a long time.
No bullets to feed, slow progress.
If there is a chance to shoot bullets, Li Xiu believes that his sniper level will improve by leaps and bounds. When the time comes, give this group of veterans a little recruit shock. In the afternoon, the recruits conduct a thorough test. When I first arrived, seeking to follow up, monthly pass, 1 minute and 57 seconds. When Li Xiu ran a lap of the 400-meter obstacle, the 2 first-class soldiers in the 2nd squad were a little lost.
The bottom line test is the tradition of the 4 companies of sharpshooters. It is not so accurate to say that it is the bottom line.
After all, the recruits from the 4th Company of Sharpshooters have all passed the recruit assessment, and everyone knows their own level well. In the beginning, the basic test was mainly to hone the spirit of the new recruits. After all, the people who came to the Sharpshooter Company were all top recruits from the training team. In order to facilitate discipline, the general veterans had to show their hands. To put it bluntly, this is called the tradition of accepting the army's 1-year grandson and 1-year-old master. In fact, the old soldier pretended to be aggressive in front of him last year, and he had to pretend to be back. Demonstration veterans, generally corporals. After accepting the baptism of the army for 1 year, all aspects of quality have been greatly improved. It is easy and enjoyable to pretend to be aggressive in front of a few recruits, and there is no problem at all. Moreover, I was bullied by veterans last year, so I have to pretend to be back this year. For the 400-meter obstacle, 2 minutes is considered excellent, and minutes and is considered qualified. They have 4 consecutive sharpshooters, and 1 minute and 45 seconds is considered excellent.
Li Xiu ran for 1 minute and 44 seconds. Moreover, what shocked them was not this, but Li Xiu's mistake. On the high board wall, because of the snow and mud a few days ago, Li Xiu didn't go up for the first time, and his foot was crooked all of a sudden, and he didn't use his strength. Also, when I ran the 100 meters at the beginning, I didn't slow down, and I rushed over a few meters at once. The whole process was delayed for at least a few seconds. That is to say, if Li Xiu doesn't make any mistakes during the whole process, the speed can continue to increase. Sorry, monitor, I made a mistake. After Li Xiu finished running, he was slightly out of breath. Running the 400-meter hurdles was tiring. There is a saying that it is more tiring than 5 kilometers. But in terms of grades, the proportion of physical strength is not particularly high. What is more important is explosiveness, and there are many skills. For example, the 5-step pile, if you run too fast, you will definitely not be able to step on it stably. Li Xiu can rely on his physical strength to maintain his state throughout the whole process, reaching the limit of 44 minutes and seconds. Although Li Xiu himself was not very satisfied with this result, the veterans were astonished. If Li Xiu doesn't make mistakes, they estimate that Li Xiu can run for about 40 minutes and seconds. This result is considered excellent in the 4th company of sharpshooters. If it is in the tank company that does not practice the 400-meter obstacle event much, it is estimated to be ranked in the top 5. Is this still a recruit who has only been trained for 3 months? Didn't you run the 400-meter obstacle? Li Hu is still very serious. Although Li Xiu's performance is very good in terms of performance, he still points out the problem. There are still mistakes in the movements, but I can understand that the 400-meter event is not a key event for the recruit company. After joining the company, correct your attitude, train hard, and have the opportunity to compete for the spot in the military competition, and win glory for the company. Yes. Li Xiu responded loudly. In the recruit company, they have experienced 3 400-meter obstacle training in total, and there is no such item in the recruit assessment. The main reason is that it is too dangerous. The recruit company stipulates that there must be veterans watching. So his proficiency is not enough. After joining the company, there are more opportunities, so he will naturally be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme. Moreover, this skill is not expensive, it only costs 10 scroll king points. It is one of the basic skills. Xiong Minghua ran for 2 minutes and 31 seconds. This result is not bad for recruits. As for the first class, it was miserable. Under Li Hu's serious gaze, Zhou Yi was under great pressure. Although he didn't say anything, he understood everything. Li Hu was saving face for him. In the 400-meter obstacle, he ran as hard as he could, and finally ran to 1 minute and 48 seconds. He was overtaken by recruits by 4 seconds. Dry to pieces. Such a result can't be surpassed. Moreover, the 400-meter barrier was crushed by recruits. If the gap is too far, more training must be required. Otherwise, the year you entered the 4th company of sharpshooters, were you eaten by dogs? Even if the squad leader doesn't lecture, they have to practice consciously. Of course, because Zhou 400-meter obstacle did not hold Li Xiu down. So Li Hu chose to fight in person. The non-commissioned officer of the 3rd phase showed his strength, and the time of 38 minutes and seconds caused a burst of speech. Especially at the section of the single plank bridge, Li Xiu walked cautiously, while Li Hu basically rushed over in one breath, almost without slowing down the whole way. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that someone could run so steadily. After running, Li Hu was not too surprised by this result. Xiong Minghua's eyes were round, and he whispered, "Squad deputy, what is the level of the squad leader's performance in the whole company?" Top 5. Huda Kurban said with a relaxed tone, "This is nothing, the king's platoon is much stronger than the squad leader. He can run 35 minutes and seconds, but he is good at what he is good at."
When the whole division competed, the King's platoon still made a mistake, otherwise the King's platoon would have a chance to be the first in the division.
When talking about this topic, Huda Kurban was very regretful.
Obviously, his admiration for Wang Tai comes from the bottom of his heart. There's no way Wang Tai is an officer, but even if he compares his military qualities, he blows them up. There is no reason not to adore. Li Xiu also has a certain understanding of the 400-meter obstacle project.
His current grades are not bad, but not top-notch. However, not top-notch has motivation.
The next item is a combination of physical training, including running in a snake shape with a gun, crawling sideways to pull the ammunition box under the high pile net, half-squatting leapfrog, push-ups.
The movements are not difficult, but tiring. A lot of exercise.
The veteran originally hoped that Li Xiu's other projects would be mediocre, so that they could find their way back. But when it came to physical fitness, they were all shocked.
Li Xiu is like a monster with endless energy.
Maintain a high degree of concentration throughout the whole process, almost from the beginning to the end, as if not affected by physical strength.
The last push-up made everyone a little numb.
If Li Hu hadn't called to stop, the push-ups probably wouldn't have ended. Xiong Minghua finished a lap, his face flushed with exhaustion, and he lay on the ground panting.
Everyone open up to eat, this stew is full of big fat meat, it tastes delicious. The noodles are also full, enough.
The veteran of the cooking squad yelled at the recruits. Li Xiu got up quickly and filled another bowl for himself. Li Xiu enjoyed the welcome noodles very much.
Probably because he was hungry, Li Xiu ate 3 big bowls, and his stomach felt warm after eating.
I drank all the soup and water. However, when he was about to put the bowl away, Li Xiu saw many people gathered together in the distance. Li Xiu hurried over, but saw a recruit at the swill bucket in the distance, looking at the noodles in the swill bucket, at a loss.
Around him, all eyes were fixed on him.
Who is your squad leader?
Didn't I tell you that the troops can't waste food?
A veteran stared at the recruits and questioned. The recruit was so frightened that his legs went limp, and his face was even paler.
I forgot.
His voice was very low. He was so hungry just now, he wanted more all of a sudden, and forgot the squad leader's instructions. At this time, there was also a tall figure who hurried over from the side and saw the leftover noodles in the slop bucket, sinking like water. Qianlong, your soldiers didn't finish eating noodles and fell into the barrel. Jiang Anping squeezed through the crowd. After Qianlong heard it, his face darkened.
I don't pretend to be garlic.
Jiang Anping has already fished out the noodles from the swill bucket and placed them on the table. Many recruits were trembling, looking at the noodles, their faces were a little ugly. At this time, Li Xiu also came back to his senses. No wonder Jiang Anping paid so much attention to it just now, this thing is too scary. If food is wasted, it must be taken out of the slop bucket and eaten again. At this moment, Li Xiu couldn't help feeling a little nauseous. As for Qianlong, although his face was ugly, he followed the rules of the army. Taking a deep breath, he said, all recruits, come here too. I believe that your squad leader has told you before not to waste food.
Now, let me tell you one last time. Don't waste food.
The rules of our army, if there is any waste of food, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals ir either / phoneme the squad leader will fish out the leftovers from the slop bucket and eat them, or the whole company will go hungry together.
I didn't manage this soldier well, it's my responsibility.
I'll eat this noodles. As he spoke, Qianlong directly fished out the leftover noodles from the slop bucket and stuffed them into his mouth. Fortunately, this time, it was the first day of the opening of the cafeteria, and there was noodle oil soup with a slightly brine in the slop bucket. However, the psychological factors alone are enough to make everyone sick. Although Qianlong had an ugly face, he still gritted his teeth and finished eating. After finishing, he said to the recruit, in the next month, every time I train, you will run an extra mile for me. Every time I run, I shout the slogan, it's shameful to waste food. Remember, let the recruits who run with you hear it.
Qianlong Dao.
The recruit's face was as white as paper, and he nodded repeatedly. Lips twitched, squad leader, yes, I'm sorry.
But Qianlong said, are you looking like a soldier now? Mother-in-law, you are with a woman.
The recruit immediately understood, stood up, and said loudly, "Squad leader, I'm sorry."
This recruit is sincere. He was also full of remorse. And you, too.
Remember one sentence for me: it's shameful to waste food.
Qianlong turned to everyone and said, "Yes." At this time, the impression on the recruits was too deep. That's swill. In the future, who would dare to waste it? 10:30 in the evening.
The recruits from the same class returned to the recruit dormitory in groups of 3 or 5. Along the way, they were all talking about the cafeteria.
Fuck, that Qianlong, is he really a ruthless person? Awesome.
This monitor is too daring in the future, I will never dare to waste food again. When they returned to the dormitory, everyone divided their beds according to the ID tags on their beds and cabinets. On the contrary, Li Xiu exhaled steadily, but there was a lot of sweat on his body.
The two privates felt unprecedented pressure.
Zhou Yi felt a little numb, feeling the gap between the two. He seemed to see a gloomy future. One project after another, Li Xiu's level is completely higher than theirs. Look at it all, I don't have any self-awareness at ordinary times.
People who throw away veterans now. Show face, give me a hard training. Don't let us veterans lose the chain.
Come to our 4th company of sharpshooters for a year, and we can't compare with recruits.
What do you think of the 4th company of sharpshooters?
These words were said by Li Hu to the 2 senior soldiers. There is no doubt that Li Xiu raised the standard of training. Originally, although their grades were not outstanding, at least they would not be scolded.
But now, not necessarily. It's time to practice. Zhou Yi roared loudly. Report, we will definitely not lose to the recruits. Next time, we must find our way back.
Li Hu's eyes were like knives.
Okay, this is decent, but you can't just talk and do fake tricks.
For the 400-meter obstacle, each of you will double the training intensity for me. Give me an extra set for physical training. Individual tactics plus 10 groups. The expressions of the 2 senior soldiers changed.
The back is fine. The 400-meter obstacle, the devil subject. Double the training intensity, it's terrible.
The 400-meter obstacle, you have never tried the 500-meter obstacle.
Before we ran 500-meter obstacles, 1 lap beat you twice.
You only have 7 or 8 obstacles, and 500-meter obstacles are twice as many as yours.
I don't have the face of you. If I were you, I would be crushed by recruits. I will double the training tasks I assign to you.
Li Hu was so awesome that he put pressure on the group of senior soldiers when he came up.
Pressure is motivation, this is the law that Li Hu believes in.
These 2 upper-class soldiers in the class are malleable talents, and they can go further with a few more words of advice. In this era, the Huaxia army as a whole is in the transition period from mechanization to informatization, and the training of troops is solid. Moreover, this strength is almost worse than that of real special forces, so there is no problem in training.
With that said, Li Hu also took a look at Yi Lei.
Yi Lei's potential has come to an end, and he doesn't have much enthusiasm on weekdays. Your grades are also a bit worse than Li Xiu's. Yi Lei froze for a moment. To be honest, he actually understands very well that his basic literacy cannot be improved, and the 2nd stage non-commissioned officer is very difficult. That's not to say it's impossible, it just takes a lot of work. There are many sharpshooters in 4 consecutive tops, but the policy is indeed cruel to eliminate the bottom. In addition, I recently listened to a 3rd-term veteran non-commissioned officer in the next class to inquire about many examples of successful transformation after retiring from the army. His heart was disturbed. To be honest, he doesn't have much motivation.
There is a typo possible. First send and then change.
Chance to kill the squad leader. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme more. Squad leader, I will try my best to catch up.
Yi Lei replied. Li Hu didn't say much.
He is not Yi Lei's nanny. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme, it is enough to take care of the training of the upper class. For example, Yi Lei, who has been in the army for so many years, may not be able to control him if he wants to. On the first day of joining the company, the time was very relaxed, and it was free time after the bottom line. However, after finally coming to the new platform, plus he still needs liver proficiency for 400 meters, Li Xiu will naturally not give up the opportunity of introversion. The two first-class soldiers stayed here, and Li Xiu also followed. "Comrade veteran, I'm a little embarrassed today." Li Xiu scratched his head and walked up, quite embarrassed. After all, it was because I performed a little better that the two first-class soldiers were trained. The other private did not speak, but Zhou Yi waved his hand. "It's none of your business to be inferior to others. Don't worry, our fourth company doesn't have such useless soldiers." Zhou Yi was actually a little depressed at the beginning, but Li Xiu had a good impression and had a bright future, so he was limited to depression. The other corporal nodded too. Li Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Then can I practice with you?" Zhou Yexian was taken aback for a moment. Li Xiu was obviously not the one who was punished. This is that extra training on his own initiative? However, without thinking too much, Zhou Yi still said, "Of course." "But, you are so good, do you want to practice more? The squad leader is even better." Li Xiu smiled and responded. "Yes, you have ambition. When you surpass the monitor in grades, you will also make the monitor suffer." Zhou Yi gave a thumbs up. "I also feel a little emotional in my heart. Look at this self-control, it is obviously very good, but I have to continue to demand myself." Thinking of this recruit monster ranking above him, Zhou Yi always felt a damn oppressive feeling. 8 p.m. 400 m obstacle course. Zhou Yi and another private were very silent. This silence is an awkward silence. They are the ones who practice more. But they are exhausted. Li Xiu is still scrolling. On the training ground, Li Xiu lowered his center of gravity, stepped on the ground and quickly stepped on the bridge deck, galloping across the single plank bridge like a bullet. When reaching the end of the bridge, hold the bridge deck with one hand and slide directly to the ground. Then he grabbed the wall panel suddenly, pushed the wall to borrow strength, hung his calf on the high wall, and kicked over the high wall. Cross the low pile net again. Pay attention to rhythm and maintain balance. Zhou Yi yelled at Li Xiu, but cursed in his mouth, "If you fight so hard, you will definitely get hurt all over your body. This guy is so fucking crazy. Isn't he tired?" Zhou Yi couldn't use his strength at all right now, but he knew that Li Xiu had already run 2 laps more than them. And, about to run 3 extra laps. The 400-meter obstacle. This thing runs a lap and is almost like 5 kilometers. Unmatched in strength and hard work, Zhou Yi's depression is gone now, only admiration remains. This recruit, he obeys. So did the other corporal. Li Xiu has such unfathomable results, it's alright. The last, meter empty run. Li Xiu took a deep breath, looked ahead, circled the flag backwards, then raised it in one breath, and walked faster and faster. After crossing the finish line, Zhou Yi clicked the timer with a snap. 1 minute and 42 seconds, awesome. You can still run so fast after being so tired. Zhou Yi admired, and added, "This is the last lap, it's not worth the loss if something goes wrong." Li Xiu was panting heavily. Another senior soldier directly helped Li Xiu up and said, "I'll help you move slowly." Li Xiu nodded and exhaled frantically. "After strenuous exercise, my whole body hurts. If it weren't for energy recovery, elementary, Li Xiu would definitely not be able to bear it." While moving, bring up the system panel. The system panel shows the 400-meter obstacle, and Li Xiu already has 1/3 of the proficiency. At the same time, looking at the Yi-King points obtained just because of the veteran, I was very satisfied. Now, the roll king value has accumulated to more than 600, which can be exchanged for a lot of skills. Damn it, I've never seen a soldier like you. At the beginning, I was talking about being the squad leader for fun. Now I think I can really kill the squad leader. After running so many laps, there is still a score of 42 minutes and seconds. You let the squad leader come, it may not be so stable. Zhou Yi cursed and smiled and said, "Our squad leader's grades are 5th in the entire company. If you pull him down, then it will be big news in the whole company."
The company commander will definitely praise you personally.
Li Xiu didn't continue to talk about this topic. Good luck. By the way, comrade veteran, when will the post be fixed?
What do you want to be? Zhou Yi asked curiously.
Yes, I want to be a sniper. It's okay to be a sniper, let's start with a precision shooter.
That's how you got here.
You can just apply directly to the squad leader.
There just happens to be a vacancy in our class. Li Xiu nodded and understood. Come on, I can rest after watching the news broadcast. I'm exhausted today.
Only you, an animal, don't know what it means to be tired. Li Xiu smiled shyly. However, he didn't plan to rest at that time, but planned to go to the company library.
Li Xiu, do you speak English?
On the way to the electronic classroom, Zhou Yi suddenly asked.
Zhou Yi obviously talked a lot, and he could chat with anyone.
Yes, what's the matter?
Li Xiu was curious. I'm envious.
I never thought that I would have to learn a foreign language when I came to the 4th Sharpshooter Company.
Zhou Yi sighed. Besides, I'm in a hurry.
If our armored infantry company fails to pass the English standard within 2 years, we may have to be transferred to the ordinary company. This stuff takes a lot of time. I have been in the company for a year, and I don't know it at all.
Just think of it as preparation for the exam.
Li Xiu said comfortingly. In fact, not only English, but also a little Portuguese.
So, no stress. However, he had never heard of the army learning English before.
He only knew that the reconnaissance company seemed to have to learn a little bit, but he didn't expect that the 4th Company of Sharpshooters would also learn it.
However, it's actually normal.
After all, military training now focuses on actual combat, and it's normal to have some unconventional training subjects. Moreover, Li Xiu reckons that the difficulty will not be too great, maybe only a few words will be tested. After watching the news broadcast in the electronic classroom, there was about 10 minutes of small training, and everyone in the 2nd class returned to the dormitory. Li Xiu directly told Li Hu that he wanted to be a sniper.
Li Hu nodded, and said, I guessed it, Xiong Minghua wanted to be the one too, but since your grades are better than him, it's up to you to be the one. I'll make adjustments over there. Thank you, Monitor. Li Xiu said.
No, the army always depends on strength.
You are strong, and you deserve this position. There is no need to be pressured. Li Hu waved his hand.
This matter is basically settled. In the dormitory, Yi Lei sat on a chair in a daze. Before, he saw that Li Xiu and Zhou Yi came together, so he was very puzzled at this moment.
This new recruit, shouldn't he be training with a few punished veterans, right? Li Xiu naturally didn't know about Yi Lei's doubts.
But Huda Kurban told Li Xiu that Li Dezhuang had looked for him before, but Li Xiu was not there at the time, so he left. Li Xiu nodded, thinking that there should be nothing important. By the way, Li Xiu, Xiong Minghua, get ready tonight, tomorrow you will have a chance to touch the gun. Li Hu, the squad leader, suddenly remembered something and said suddenly. The shooting range, you two are having a good time.
We should clear the inventory when touching the gun this time. As a top company, the task of clearing the inventory is the heaviest.
Zhou Yi said cheerfully, Li Xiu, does your body hurt?
Can you pinch it for me? It will save you from being able to carry a gun tomorrow. It's okay. Thank you.
Li Xiu said quickly.
He recovered quickly and got used to it. He was a little tired, but he could hold on. Oh? I didn't see you just now. Did you go to practice with Zhou Yi?
Li Hu was surprised. Squad leader, Li Xiu still wants to surpass you. Zhou Yi didn't think it was a big deal, and said, I don't think it's too difficult.
Li Hu laughed, waiting for Li Xiu to surpass him? I guess he's about to retire.
However, he still encouraged, okay, very energetic, that is to have this kind of ambition. Our sharpshooter Celian needs this kind of sharpshooting spirit, be sharp and enterprising, and strive for the top.
Yi Lei felt a little guilty and sour.
To be honest, seeing such vigor and vitality, he always felt a little inexplicably uncomfortable.
However, he didn't say anything.
At this time, everyone still has a little free time. Everyone is sorting out their internal affairs, or packing up their own things, or talking about some recruit company matters, which is relatively idle.
Li Xiaodao, squad leader, do we have any tasks today?
No, you don't want to check what time it is.
Li Hu said.
Okay. Li Xiu replied, and was about to go out.
You don't want to practice more, do you? Don't go, it can really damage your body. Zhou Yi was anxious.
It's okay, I'll go to the company library to take a look. I'll take advantage of the time. Li Xiu quickly explained.
Company library?
Everyone looked at each other and were all stunned.
The company library is almost a forgotten place in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters.
Basically, except for a few soldiers who are going to participate in the promotion assessment, who has nothing to do to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme books.
Moreover, a day of training is already very tiring.
Yeah, you're awesome, go ahead, turn off the lights at 12 o'clock, come back early.
Li Hu said.
Thank you, Principal, Li Xiu replied. Under Li Hu's surprised eyes, Li Xiu went straight to the company's library.
Hey, you're so ruthless. Zhou Yi clicked his tongue. Probably only a few days.
Yi Lei muttered softly. Huda Kurban smiled. When the company commander brought him to the company, he also stayed in the company library for a whole day.
Moreover, I also heard that he came from Peking University. Peking University? Really or not?
Really, I've heard of it too.
Fuck, why is it so difficult to be a soldier now, and there are college students competing with us?
Everyone started talking casually around Li Xiu.
Yi Lei didn't continue talking, but obviously, he was also influenced by Li Xiu.
He is a future military officer, different from us.
Yi Lei said to himself. Brother Yi, didn't you say you wanted to be a military officer when you came last year?
Zhou Yi asked abruptly when it came to military officers.
This question made Yi Lei pause. The company library was as empty as before.
Li Xiu had already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme the 2 basic textbooks. However, the experience pillars of sniper theory and sniper tactics are not full yet. Li Xiu has phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the 2 textbooks of sniping, and he can basically master the knowledge in them.
After all, 11 points of brainpower is not for bragging.
It's just that after mastering the knowledge in it, if you continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it, you can only get the minimum living allowance, which is very inefficient. The Roll King value system can explode gold coins, and every time the experience column increases, I will gain a little more knowledge in related fields.
Equivalent to additional gains.
However, the efficiency of this knowledge growth is directly proportional to the growth rate of the experience column. Continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme those 2 textbooks, the efficiency is not high.
Need new books to fill.
Li Xiu found many books for the first time, but he didn't have time to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme them.
This time I moved to the company library, so I finally had a chance.
After scanning around, Li Xiu planned his target.
There are about 7 or 8 reference books on sniping.
There are not many books, and after all, they are the same type of books with a lot of homogeneous content.
However, Li Xiu had no choice. As long as there is a little new content, it is enough.
Moreover, when the liver is full, you don't need to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it. If not, continue to eat the system's subsistence allowances. In addition to the books on sniping, Li Xiu also plans to enrich other aspects. In about half an hour, Li Xiu combined the training outline of the sharpshooter Celian and made a book list for himself. In addition to books related to sniping, I also selected more than 10 other books. Although the company library has a small number of samples, there is no shortage of reference books. Military topography, armored car driving, portable radio operation, infantry vehicle maintenance, and repair, the use of vehicle-mounted machine guns. There is a reason why Li Xiu chose so many books. After the volume king system is exchanged, the relevant skills can be improved as long as the experience column rises. If there is no system, even if Li Xiu has points of brainpower, it is impossible to digest so many books.
After all, reading is not about rote memorization, but understanding and application. Li Xiu couldn't achieve that kind of photographic memory even after reading more than a dozen books a day.
However, with the military Scroll King system, reading books is not only to enrich his knowledge, but also a means for him to obtain the Scroll King value. After exchanging more than a dozen items at once, Li Xiujuan's king value lost nearly 100.
However, Li Xiu didn't care.
After a month or two, after completing these items, the value of the gold coin spent will nearly double.
This thing is a bit like investing.
If Li Xiu couldn't finish his liver, he would not be able to get back the principal for buying the king value.
If the liver is full, the rate of return will be stable.
Not only do you get back your money, but you can also master one more skill.
The brain is empty and needs to be replenished.
After staying for about an hour and a half, Li Xiu was ready to go back. Although he has energy recovery, elementary, after all, he has just left the company, and there will be pickets to check after a while. Before he is familiar with it, he still has to observe some rules.
Early the next morning,
Li Xiu ran 10 kilometers for the first time.
That's right, armed with 10 kilometers.
The recruit company can run up to 5 kilometers, but the fourth company of sharpshooters has to run 10 kilometers.
After running, Li Xiu was sore all over.
In yesterday's preliminary test, Li Xiu didn't wear the sand vest and sand leggings, and today's formal training, of course, he wouldn't take them off. Although it is still the 25 kilograms set, it is still a little stressful to run 10 kilometers in a sand vest.
The intensity of the 10-kilometer run is very high.
Even veterans who have to carry weapons on their backs will be sweating profusely after running.
Some recruits even knelt and sat on the ground, unable to move a single finger.
However, during the last lap, Li Xiu also found that they did not run to the assembly position, but came to another place. Li Xiu is very familiar with this place.
Range.
And it is a multifunctional comprehensive shooting range. A training range dedicated to the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Let alone the veterans, they are very familiar with this place.
The shooting range is huge and dizzying. The new recruits looked left and right one by one, very curious. The bullets are cleared from the inventory.
Blessed are these recruits. Our 4th Company of Sharpshooters, every time we clear the inventory, the first thing the division thinks of is us.
After all, he is a big eater.
I thought we would have to wait a few more days, but this group of recruits enjoyed a lot.
Some veterans talked about it.
Wang Tai has the posture of a soldier king, quick-firing his rifle king, quick-firing his rifle beep.
Beep.
Assemble at this time, Li Xiu heard a voice coming from his ear.
Gung Jun blew his whistle and roared loudly. In an instant, everyone ran over immediately. The whole company is assembled neatly.
At this time, everyone also saw the army green boxes piled up in front of them like a hill.
Gung Jun grinned and said, "Do you know what this is?" Without waiting for the recruits to respond, Gung Jun smiled and said, "This is our indicator for clearing inventory this year. It's almost Chinese New Year, and the inventory should be cleared." Chinese New Year?
When Gung Jun said this, the recruits were stunned.
Also, calculating the time, it should be Chinese New Year.
However, in the army, there is not much concept of time. So, I didn't realize it until now.
Don't even think about it when you go home.
I'll take you guys to make dumplings on New Year's Eve.
However, your luck is really good.
You have joined our sharpshooter 4th Company. Not only can you eat dumplings, but you can touch the gun right after you leave the company.
Everyone's attention quickly returned to the boxes of ammunition in front of them.
You can eat dumplings at any time, but there are not many opportunities to shoot. Looking at the shoulder-high ammunition box in front of them, excitement flashed across the eyes of the recruits.
So many? Are they all bullets? I'm stupid, I won't be able to fight for a day. Only fired 5 rounds last time? How cool is the sharpshooter Celian? Off the field, the recruits were blown away. I touched the bullet once in the army, and this is a good one.
I can have a good fight just after I get off the company.
Li Xiu is also very excited.
With so much ammunition, he can fill up many skills. However, let's not play single shots this time, let's play burst shots on the battlefield. You have no chance to shoot slowly.
The most important thing is fire suppression.
According to statistics, on the real battlefield, an average of bullets can kill one person. In that kind of chaotic situation, unless there is an ambush, there are not many opportunities to aim. Therefore, we must not only shoot accurately, but also hold the gun firmly to ensure that the firepower can be concentrated as much as possible, Gung Jun said loudly.
Single shots, and bursts.
Accuracy, stability, will drop. This time, the sharpshooter practiced 4 consecutive shots. At this time, Wang Tai stood up and said to everyone with a smile, "Come on, let me give you a demonstration first." With that said, several monitors unpacked the box.
Wang Tai got the bullet, and pressed the bullet into the magazine with ease.
Everyone comes first with 30 rounds.
We practice bursts.
Don't shoot in bursts, and don't need ink blots, just shoot directly. Be careful, the most important thing to do in bursts is to keep your hands steady.
You don't need your aim to be accurate, and don't keep aiming.
Don't let the barrel of the gun flutter around.
You must hold it down.
Attention, this speed changer handle is on the left side of the receiver, above the grip. 0 is safety, 1 is single shot, 2 is burst. Hold it with your right hand, don't hold the trigger to the safety, otherwise it will open when it is safe, it will be in a burst state.
Don't think it's stupid.
Someone with cerebral palsy did it last year.
Let me put my words aside today.
If anyone really does such an outrageous thing, come here today and go back lying down.
Wang Tai gave a strange laugh, and several recruits trembled in fright.
Bursts, that is, rapid rifle fire, are completely different from sniper rapid fire.
Sniper rapid fire is fast aiming. Rifle is the pursuit of stability in shooting.
Li Xiu looked at it without hesitation, and spent points to exchange for the rifle rapid fire skill.
In my heart, I also have some expectations.
He has practiced the basic skills of holding a gun well, and the rapid fire of the rifle should have something to do with it. At this time, Wang Tai had already picked up his rifle and aimed at a target 100 meters away. Start.
Following Gung Jun's order, the second platoon leader also instantly pressed the stopwatch.
30 rounds of ammunition, even if they are not finished within the stipulated time.
Bang 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 bang. A series of gunshots sounded, and bullet holes suddenly appeared in the distant target.
The sound sounded very quickly, basically just as the sound sounded, a string of bullet holes had already appeared on the target over there. The Bai type claims to have a rate of fire of about 720 rounds per minute, and the actual combat rate is about 670 rounds.
30 rounds, just a blink of an eye.
Li Xiu has the skill of hyperopia, so he can see things at 100 meters without any problem, and he can clearly see the bullet holes on it. However, to his surprise, even Wang Tai's grades were not as high as Li Xiu imagined. Instead, most of them were concentrated in the 8th ring, and even 1 or 2 rounds stopped in the 7th ring. Only the first 3 shots hit the 10th ring, but there was still 1 bullet on the edge of the bullseye a time up. The second platoon leader pressed the stopwatch, and at the same time, veterans quickly stepped forward to count the results. Type 81 automatic rifle magazine can hold 30 rounds.
After some observation, all 30 bullets hit the target.
The second platoon leader immediately counted the results, and after a while of counting, he said excitedly, all 250 bullets hit the target, and the total score is 9 rings, which is too good.
259 rings.
The recruits didn't take it seriously, but many veterans opened their mouths.
Without further ado, Gung Jun handed Wang Tai a cigarette.
Okay, awesome. This group of recruits have just joined the company, and they probably have a goal to pursue for a lifetime. Even Li, who was a little shocked, and said with emotion, the King's platoon is really awesome. Our platoon leader has the qualifications of a soldier king. Xiao Minghua was stunned, and said, Squad leader, most of them are in the 8th ring road.
I think there are very few people in the 9th ring road. You know what a fart.
Li, who smiled, this is rapid fire, and the accuracy is already amazing. If you can hit all the targets and control the gun well, I will let you touch the sniper rifle directly. When Xiong Minghua heard it, his eyes lit up.
Sniper rifle, it is good. Xiong Minghua is full of confidence. His shooting performance is already good.
He scored 48 points for the first time he touched a gun.
He has talent.
Although it may be difficult to shoot in bursts, it is not difficult to hit all the targets.
Soon, after the veteran demonstration was completed, several recruits were eager to try.
For recruits who have only fired 5 bullets in total, touching a gun is an exciting new thing.
Even, there are a few like Xiong Minghua who were painted into big cakes by the monitor. Coincidentally, Li Dazhuang is on the left of Li Xiu. Squad deputy.
Li Dazhuang was very excited.
I'm leaving the company. Don't call me the squad deputy. If you don't mind, just call me by my name.
Li Xiu waved his hand and said,
Okay, brother Li. I'm a little nervous.
Li Dazhuang was so nervous. It's okay, the first time you play, you can play as many rounds as you can. Li Xiu replied. At this time, Deng Jun also saw Li Xiu, and a look of anticipation flashed in his eyes.
This monster, I don't know what surprise it can bring in this time.
When recruits fire bursts for the first time, they generally don't ask for the number of targets, but only for all the bullets to hit the targets. However, despite his request, there is still no recruit who hits the target for the first time, and the number of hits exceeds 70.
0%.
30 rounds in a row, and even being able to hold 20 rounds is already a very good performance. There may be a typo, please correct after posting.
Training indicators of the company veterans? Veterans?
There was no hesitation. On the shooting range, everyone held the Bai-style rifle and adjusted their breathing. However, because they had just finished running 10 kilometers, some people with poor physical strength did not adjust at all at this time, and their breathing was chaotic. But time waits for no one, with an order. When the recruits fired consecutive shots for the first time, they aimed carefully. Deng Jun didn't urge him phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. Soon, Li Xiu's ears heard a cluster of crisp bursts of Bai-style signature. Li Dazhuang was the first to pull the trigger, and the bullets poured out in an instant. In the next second, there were waves of impact on his shoulders, and there was a buzzing in his ears. The barrel of the gun was flying wildly, and it couldn't be suppressed. In just 5 or 6 seconds, the bullet was emptied. Li Dazhuang's hands trembled a little, his shoulders felt slightly numb, and there was a buzzing sound in his ears.
It's like setting off firecrackers in your ears.
The biggest difference between continuous shooting and single shooting is whether there is enough time to adjust posture and grip. Every time a bullet is fired, the recoil will cause the frame to become unstable.
And any tiny shake will cause a huge deviation in the trajectory of the bullet.
Although he couldn't see the target at this time, Li Dazhuang understood that it would be good if he hit 1/3 of the target this time. Li Xiu didn't hesitate phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. After aiming, he adjusted his breathing. After his arm stabilized, he pulled the trigger with his right index finger.
Bang 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 bang.
Flames poured out from the muzzle of the gun, and Li Xiu gradually tightened his grip on the arm.
But it soon became unbearable.
The muzzle trembled.
5 seconds.
All 30 rounds were fired.
Let out a deep breath. He can see the approximate results.
It is far from Wang Tai. 30 shots in a row, although they didn't miss the target, most of them were concentrated on the 7th and 8th rings, and 2 rounds landed on the 6th ring.
About 200 rings.
After all, the first rapid-fire rifle, the skill is 0, it all depends on the talent. The basics of shooting can help a little, but the rate of fire is also beyond his control. Turn on the system, rifle rapid fire, the experience column has increased by about 1/30. In other words, at least 30 magazines must be fired to fill up the experience column.
30 magazines, 900 rounds of bullets. Although it is the ammunition inventory, it should not be inclined to give myself so many resources. But Li Xiu felt that if he performed better, maybe Deng Jun could make him hit a few more rounds. If he could fire rounds today, he might be able to catch up with Wang Tai. However, the most powerful thing about the system is that it can digitize skills,
which means that his proficiency will not decrease. As long as he practices, it will have a positive impact.
Brotherly, I'm afraid that the hit rate this time didn't exceed 1/3.
Li Dazhuang didn't know Li Xiu's results, so he said with a little disappointment at this time, I guess it's a double-digit result. Not only Li Dazhuang, but the rest of the recruits were also in a daze.
5 seconds, just the blink of an eye.
Now that I'm done playing, my ears are buzzing, and my shoulders are still a little sore. The results don't need to be counted to know that they are poor. Just listen to the clicking sound of the firing pin empty strike. Moreover, Li Xiu could also see that not only Li Dazhuang, but the rest of the recruits also missed the target crazily.
After a dozen bullets came down, there were at most 7 or 8 holes on the target paper.
Except for the first 2 bullets, the rest were roughly scattered on the 4th and 5th rings.
Li Xiu comforted, the difficulty is indeed a bit high.
Next time, pay attention to holding the gun steady, and practice holding it more. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme.
Yeah. I'll practice when I get back. Li Dazhuang nodded vigorously.
The gunfire stopped, and the recruits stepped forward, crossing the target and changing the target. Everyone was in a low mood, and there was no excitement at all at the beginning. Xiao Minghua took Li Xiu's target paper, looked at the bullet holes on it, and was extremely shocked. There are 2 or 3 10 rings.
There are also many 9 rings.
The rest are also concentrated on the 6th and 7th rings.
Not a single shot missed.
Looking at the sparse bullet holes on his target, his mentality collapsed a bit.
The difference is so big.
Soon, there are veteran statistics. Zhang Longlong hit the target with 10 rounds, 68 points, average Yi Chengwang, 15 rounds hit the target, 110 rings, not badly. Sinio, 12 rounds hit the target, 79 rings. I have to work hard. Li Xiu hit the target with 30 rounds, 207 rounds, damn it.
207 ring. Damn it, that bastard hit the wrong target? Li Dazhuang? Do you see if there is no number on the ring? The veteran of statistics immediately angrily yelled. 30 rounds on target is an exaggeration. 207 ring. Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
He himself couldn't beat the -th ring at all. Generally, the number of targets is considered in bursts, and only talented people like Wang Tai look at the number of rings. 30 rounds in a row, the score of -rings is much more difficult than a single round of -rings. Li Dazhuang hit the target with 11 rounds, 69 rings.
There are achievements. This time, statistics veterans are a little confused. In other words, Li Xiu hit the target with consecutive shots, 200 rings? This time, a bit awesome.
He knows Li Xiu, the best recruit. But the best recruits are also recruits. Even if he has been here before, the company commander will be a little less serious. But it's not too phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme to touch the gun recruits, trained for 3 months.
Basic skills so stable? Moreover, you are a new recruit with 200 rings, and you hit the target with 30 bursts, is that okay?
The 4th company of sharpshooters is a sharpshooter, but most of the first-class soldiers do not have this level.
I am afraid of comparing everything.
The same goes for the sharpshooter 4 company. Worse than non-commissioned officers and platoon leaders, you have to work hard. Worse than soldiers of the same year, you have to work harder.
Worse than recruits.
Gue, the training standards of the entire company need to be raised. This directly raises the bar for veterans. This is not a class arrangement. The veteran felt that when this number was reported, the standards of the entire squad had to be raised. The veteran did not hesitate and immediately reported to the company commander.
In fact, Deng Jun was also very interested in Li Xiu's achievements.
He estimated that in the first fight, Li Xiu might hit more than 20, or even 25 targets. Therefore, I can't wait to walk towards the veteran of statistics.
Come on, let me see the quality of this year's recruits. Deng Jun said.
The veteran hesitated for a while, and Deng Jun directly pulled the statistical table from the veteran's hand.
As soon as the statistics table came into view, Deng Jun saw Li Xiu's name in an instant. Move your fingers horizontally along Li Xiu's name. 30 rounds hit the target. 207 ring. Gung Jun's pupils shrank, and his heart shook. This result. Awesome. The talent is great. Gung Jun has always had high expectations for Li Xiu. I also know that this guy is a genius. But I didn't expect Li Xiu to be so exaggerated. 30 rounds on the target is really against the sky, but it is still so stable. Bursts, troops generally count how many shots hit the target. Wang Tai's kind is a pure top talent, not counting. More than one people in the division can be ranked. There was a smile on Gung Jun's face, and his grin was abnormal. He said loudly on the spot, "Comrades, do you know how many rounds Li Xiu fired in the first burst?" Numerous veterans and recruits all looked over with puzzled expressions. The next moment, Gung Jun smiled and raised his voice, 30 rounds hit the target, 207 rounds. Comrades, veterans who are not as good as this result, you should pay more attention. In the last chapter, the rapid fire of the rifle should require 100 points. The consumption standard of the same category cannot be too different. Thank you all. June and hashtag 039, surprise 207 rings, 30 rounds hit the target. Many veterans exclaimed. The veterans of the second squad were also extremely shocked. Hey, this monster. Zhou Yi muttered to himself. I've been in Sharpshooter 4 company for so long, but I can't beat him in shooting. Who would believe me before? Huda Kurban was also surprised. This recruit is unusual. In fact, many veteran non-commissioned officers in the 4th company of sharpshooters can achieve this result, but it depends on the state. However, it is amazing that a recruit can do it, even if he only does it once. How long have they been playing with guns? The sharpshooter 4th company has to clear its bullet inventory almost every quarter. There are also small contests every week, and you can also touch guns extra. It can be said that basically veterans over 1 year have been fed a lot of bullets. In order to have the strength to shoot 30 consecutive shots, all of them hit the target. Li Xiu, a new recruit, can achieve this result. It's not too surprising. For a time, many veterans felt a sense of crisis. Most of the first-class soldiers even showed constipated expressions. Yes, definitely need to practice more. Not to mention anything else, although you can't fight every day, you can practice the grip posture anytime, anywhere. The training volume of the 4th company is already exaggerated. If it is increased, it is possible to hang 2 bricks on the barrel of the gun. Gung Jun even said loudly, "Bring another magazine to Li Xiu." Come on, Li Xiu, try again, and join a few veteran comrades around. The recruits have finished fighting and are about to be replaced by veterans. Of course, both recruits and veterans still have the opportunity to continue fighting. After all, it is to clear the inventory, and it must be able to shoot more than rounds. Yes. Li Hu nodded immediately, and quickly took out a pressed magazine. Pass it to Li Xiu. Thanks. Li Xiu took the magazine and said. Afterwards, Gung Jun shouted loudly, "Change the target for Li Xiu and let him hit it again." Yes, on the other side, veterans quickly stepped forward and replaced with new target paper. Li Xiu also couldn't wait. He exchanged the rifle rapid-fire skill, and every time he conducts rapid-fire training, he will increase the experience column. Therefore, every opportunity must be seized. And, he loves the chance to shoot, too. The recoil force of the Baiform is not too great, and Li Xiu can fully support it. Report. At this moment, Li Xiu suddenly spoke. Gung Jun was in a good mood, and said with a smile, "What's the matter? It's not about rewards, is it? Okay, if you can maintain the level just now." "No, let me help you order this Huazi." Gung Jun joked happily. Li Xiu smiled and said, "Company commander, let's not talk about yen, it's very cool to shoot. Can you give me a few more chances to shoot?" "Like shooting guns?" Gung Jun smiled bluntly and said, "Okay, but even if we are clearing the inventory, the bullets are allocated in a certain amount. Usually feeding you bullets is for you to improve. It's not just for fun." "Yes." Li Xiu replied.
When Gung Jun said this, Li Xiu felt more confident. With his progress speed, it is estimated that he could really hit him until he vomited. Without even thinking about it, Li Xiu loaded the magazine and aimed the gun again. At this time, the eyes of the veterans were all focused on Li Xiu. 30 shots without missing the target depends on both luck and state. Therefore, everyone wanted to know how stable Li Xiu was. If it was tight by chance, it would be a big fuss. But if Li Xiu can really stabilize, then he is a real marksmanship genius. In this era, there are not so many metaphysical things. And in the army, there is no need to hide your clumsiness. What's more, Li Xiu has always shown an attitude of rapid progress. Even if it is abnormal, people will understand. After all, genius is inherently incomprehensible. When Li Xiu aimed the gun again, there was no one around. Although there were still veterans shooting, most of the eyes were on Li Xiu. Wang Tai was also quite interested. After all, at present, Li Xiu's talent is higher than his. Compared with the last time, Li Xiu had a lot more experience and skills in his mind for rapid rifle fire this time. After rapid digestion, the right index finger gently pulls the trigger. Next moment, the crisp bursts of the Bai rifle sounded again. Flames poured from the muzzle, and the target paper in the distance kept moving. Gung Jun also brought binoculars this time. Looking at the target paper in the distance, he eagerly wanted to know the result. Li Xiu just now, was it a coincidence, or was his strength inherent? In just 5 or 6 seconds, the gunfire went out, and dense bullet holes appeared on the target paper. Gung Jun didn't look carefully, but he knew it was stable just by looking at the distribution. While feeling ecstatic in his heart, Gung Jun put down the binoculars and laughed loudly. Good. Not bad. Not bad. Steady. Quick, check the target paper to see if it's 30 rings this time? Immediately, a veteran hurriedly began to count the results. Gung Jun shouted it out. Naturally, instead of asking the soldiers to exchange statistics and then report, but to count Li Xiu's results separately first. After a while, Li Xiu's grades were counted. Company commander hit the target with 210 rounds. The 210th ring? This time, Gung Jun shouted directly this time. Okay, come on, quickly take down the target. Gung Jun is happy. Is it really more than last time? Of course, Gung Jun didn't think that Li Xiu's strength had improved. He could only say that the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals live/phoneme ammunition performance itself fluctuated with the upper and lower limits of Li Xiu's own ability. More or less rings are normal. Li Xiu failed to run the target twice in a row, which has proved his strength. Gung Jun took the target paper and nodded when he saw the distribution on it. The distribution of the target paper is very good, and it is more stable than last time. Not bad. Just as he was about to take out his cigarette, he saw that Li Xiu was still eager to try. Want to try again? How about taking a break? Gung Jun's voice was loud. Li Xiu heard it clearly, and shook his head quickly. The type, does not have much recoil. After all, when this gun is fired, the length of the receiver is increased, and the recoil stroke of the bolt is increased to reduce the recoil. Therefore, at this time, Li Xiu could still hold on. Only 60 rounds were fired, so Li Xiu was naturally not very satisfied. Li Xiu quickly responded loudly, "Report to the company commander, no need." Gung Jun nodded and waved his hand, which seemed to allow Li Xiu's request. I got the magazine from Li Hu again. According to the gun again. Another shot with a new round of veterans. This time, Li Xiu made some progress. Combined with the system experience, he gained more skills. And, apply these techniques to rapid-fire rifles. Even, not only skills, but also a feeling. He seems to be able to control the strength of his arms more subtly, and make his body more stable, reducing the vibration of the gun barrel. 210, 4th Ring Road. Li Xiu is constantly improving. After this result appeared, Gung Jun was surprised again. There are 10 soldiers in one dormitory, but the dormitory is very large, and each person can be allocated 2 cabinets and a table, so there is no need to worry about not having enough space. At this time, Jia Nanping also came to the dormitory, looked at the people who were making the beds, and said, "Tomorrow will be your first day officially entering the camp. You rest at ease first, and don't worry about anything else. I'm here because I want you to introduce yourself to everyone. 1 minute for everyone, let everyone know yourselves. Let me make a sample for you first. My name is Jia Nanping. I am from southern Hunan. I am 1.6 meters tall and weigh 62 kilograms. I am a second-rank non-commissioned officer and have 7 years of service. Specialties, marksmanship, armed cross-country." As he spoke, he pointed to a soldier near the door and said, "You start first, and remember to add your education background. Why did you become a soldier?" The recruit next to the door is a man with double eyelids, a standard Chilu man, tall and muscular. When it was his turn, he was not stage frightened at all, and said, "My name is Chen Shanfeng, from Chilu. I am 1.8 meters tall, weigh, kilograms, education, junior high school, specialty, great strength." As he spoke, Chen Shanfeng showed off his muscles. Jiang Pingon nodded and took out his notebook to record. Zhao Lei, from Beha Province, 1.7 meters tall, weight. Education, high school. Li Dazhuang. A class, 10 people, introduced themselves one by one. Finally, it was Li Xiu's turn. Jia Nanping's eyes finally fell on Li Xiu, who was in the corner, with seriousness in his eyes. Introduction: there is also a thorn in the second row? Li Xiu didn't have stage fright, and said, "Li Xiu, from Chilu, 1.8 meters tall, 73 kilograms in weight, education, bachelor degree, specialty, a little bit of computer skills, undergraduate?" Jia Nanping said, "I see your application form. You are from Peking University?" Jia Nanping's words immediately made everyone's eyes focus on Li Xiu. College students from Peking University? Come to the army? All the recruits present were startled and looked at Li Xiu one after another. This guy is a top student? Everyone's eyes changed. In this era, undergraduates represent the future and the future. Not to mention Peking University. It's so strange. Zhao Lei, who was also tall, but much stronger than Li Xiu, said, "I heard that college students serve as soldiers, and when they join the army, they become officers." Jia Nanping shook his head and said, "That's a military academy. Although Peking University is the best school, it's not a military academy." Jia Nanping explained. College graduates who come to the army to serve as soldiers can be selected to become officers, and there are many opportunities to become non-commissioned officers. But Li Xiu retained his university status to serve in the army, which is different from that situation. In the case of Li Xiu, the advantage of being a soldier in the army is that the selection of soldiers will be a little easier. The rest have little advantage. Li Xiu didn't hide anything, and said, "Yes, I'm from Peking University, majoring in programming." "Well, why did you come to the army?" Jia Nanping asked the question that everyone was interested in. The big guy Zhao Lei was gossiping, and said, "Could it be that he was hurt by love? The troops who couldn't think of it for a while? I heard that there are many bad women outside." Jia Nanping suddenly looked at Zhao Lei, and scolded, "Shut up, did I let you talk?" Zhao Lei was taken aback. Jia Nanping continued, "This time, I didn't tell you in advance, so I won't punish you. In the army, when the superiors are questioning, everyone must stand upright. If there is a problem, report it. Do you understand?" Zhao Lei nodded quickly. Jia Nanping stared again. Zhao Lei said loudly, "Yes." This time, the recruits were very impressed with Jia Nanping. This squad leader is too fierce. Li Xiudao, report, the computer is too complicated, I don't want to be a programmer. Most importantly, my childhood dream was to become an honorable soldier, roll? What it is? Jia Nanping thought one was a dialect, so he didn't ask carefully. But Jia Nanping understood the latter sentence. Jia Nanping said expressionlessly, "Have courage." What? Didn't it mean floating up and down on the ability line? Why only increase but not decrease? P.S. Please follow up, there may be typos. Change first. Also, don't go to special forces. The future direction, the military academy, the Luji,
and the establishment of an informationized Blue Army model unit. Full. Weird. The first 207 rings. The second 210 ring. The third time is 210, fourth ring road. Is this a steady improvement?
All the officers and veterans of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters were a little surprised.
Usually, if they want to improve, one is to feed the bullet slowly to form a gun feel, and the other is to practice the holding posture at ordinary times to improve the stability of the arm. These all take time to accumulate. I have never heard of someone who has played a few rounds like Li Xiu and improved every round. Coincidence? Gung Jun wanted Li Xiu to try again. Usually, there are not many opportunities to practice bursts.
Most of the time, I still practice single shots, or bursts of 2 to 3 shots at a time. There are not no chances of continuous shots, but very few. If you keep practicing bursts, no one can bear the consumption. However, it happened to be clearing the inventory, and Gung Jun was also rich and powerful. With a wave of his arm, he raised his voice and said, "Li Xiu, take a break and fight again later."
Li Hu, get another magazine for Li Xiu.
Yes. On the other side. Li Hu helped Li Xiu press the magazine again.
Report to the company commander, I'm not tired. Li Xiu naturally didn't want to rest, so he said hastily. It must be good to be able to hit a few more targets. What are you being hypocritical now? Okay. Then continue to fight. After finishing speaking, Gung Jun raised his voice.
Li Xiu grinned, he couldn't wait to pick up the gun, and leaned over to hold the gun again. This time, he also made progress, 210 rings.
Fuck, hell, how did you get it? 210 rings? And more and more? Isn't this improvement too obvious? It's too perverted. It's worthy of being the best recruit in history. Let him fire a few more rounds, wouldn't he become a sharpshooter? As expected of Peking University, the brain is different from other people. Peking University is not so awesome, I can't even imagine this talent.
The veterans all exclaimed, Li Xiu is simply too perverted.
Every time you play around, there is visible progress to the naked eye. At this time, I don't know which veteran opened the mouth. If Li Xiu is asked to fire a few more rounds, will he be able to reach the level of Wang Tai's platoon leader?
As soon as these words came out, the entire training ground seemed to be silent.
The next moment, the veterans exploded. It's not impossible fart, Wang Tai's military accomplishment is comparable to Li Xiu's? But judging by Li Xiu's progress speed, how could it be impossible? In the next second, Gung Jun laughed loudly. Ha ha, not bad.
The inheritance of our 4th Company of Sharpshooters has been passed down, and there will never be a shortage of sharpshooters. Wang Pai, your successor is here. Gung Jun was in a good mood, and Li Xiu's talent surprised him more and more. Wang Tai smiled heartily and said, "It's really good, better than my talent."
Thank you, company commander, and platoon leader for your compliment.
Li Xiu was very modest.
Li Xiu, your grades are getting better and better. Do you have any experience to share with everyone? Gung Jun said. Report, I think we need to practice more.
When we were in the recruit company, my old squad leader asked us to practice gun posture.
Li Xiudo. That's right, you need to practice more. Practice makes perfect. Once you've mastered the basics, let's talk about skills. Gung Jun nodded and said, then do you want to practice more? Gung Jun looked at Li Xiu. Li Xiu showed a smile, I can't ask for it. With liver proficiency, Li Xiu will naturally not be polite. Then continue. Gung Jun nodded.
Li Xiu took a magazine bullet again, disassembled the original empty magazine and handed it to Li Hu. Li Hu took the empty magazine and said to Li Xiu, your pistol skills really don't look like a recruit.
Hey, thank you monitor for your compliment.
After speaking, Li Xiu turned around and shot again. The other recruits were sour when they saw that Li Xiu had the opportunity to fight so many times.
No way, neither can acid. Who let his marksmanship fail?
They and Li Xiu are both new recruits, and they both use the same bullets and the same guns.
the gap can be so big. With this achievement, who can be blamed?
Li Xiu can hit more than rings and hit the target with rounds, and they are good with rounds.
Xiong Minghua's small eyes were bright, and he looked envious.
At the same time, looking at his own results, he felt a little disappointed. Seeing Xiong Minghua like this, put a curb and patted Xiong Minghua on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, there is still a chance to shoot.
I will practice single shots and burst shots later. Don't be discouraged by Li Xiu's achievements. Take a long-term view.
Compared with the recruits in other companies, you are still very good."
Xiong Minghua nodded vigorously. Immediately afterwards, Li Xiu continued to show amazing progress. The fifth time, 220 rings. The sixth time, 220, second ring road.
The seventh time, 220, fourth ring road. Number 23 times, 258 rings. Li Xiu didn't stop, and kept making progress, and Gung Jun didn't stop. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Just in time to clear the inventory, the sharpshooter Si Lian is rich and powerful, and he also wants to see what kind of results Li Xiu can achieve. But as Li Xiu fired more and more bullets, others became more and more dizzy.
This growth curve has no upper limit? Exaggerate. This has exceeded Gung Jun's cognition. Wang Tai's expression gradually lost its tension. Today, he played very well. But how long did it take for the monster Li Xiu to catch up with him? One day? To be precise, it took all morning. Are you kidding me?
Wang Tai muttered to himself.
Yes. Are you kidding me? Really, this is too outrageous. Can you only explain it with your brain? With a good brain, you can do whatever you want? Number 27 times, 263 rings. To be honest, this result, he occasionally got lucky and could do it. But it is basically impossible for you to stabilize him forever. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. And Li Xiu is too stable. Even for him, sometimes when he is unlucky, he has to hit the lower limit, and even a few of the 30 rounds may miss the target. But Li Xiu shot more than 20 times, and each time he hit the target with rounds. Good. Good. This soldier is really good. From the very beginning, Gung Jun never stopped admiring Li Xiu. The talent is great. Niao Zi, the born king of soldiers. At this moment, the rapid-fire level of the rifle has surpassed Wang Tai, who is number 1 in the company. Wang Tai. Gung Jun's tone was kind.
Wang Tai turned his head, wondering what the company commander told him to do.
In the future, you need to practice more. It's not good to be surpassed by comrade recruits. You are the face of our company.
Wang Tai pointed at himself, in disbelief.
Company commander, what do you mean you let him practice more? Gung Jun has reason and evidence. You also need to have a sense of urgency, don't you? Wang Tairen was paralyzed, there was no way to refute. Number 30 times.
Li Xiu aimed the gun and adjusted his breathing rhythm. The heartbeat gradually calmed down. The eyes are sharp, the shoulders, arms, body, and guns form a bracket, relying on the position. It is as stable as pouring steel. The black and white lines are clearly visible on the target in the distance. Feeling a certain rhythm, the index finger pulled the trigger synchronously with the heartbeat. The system panel and the rifle rapid-fire experience column are completely complete.
Fuck, my computer got flooded, so I went to an internet cafe to upload it.
There is a typo, I will correct it later.
Please recommend tickets, monthly tickets. Chance to play sniper. Moment. Green smoke filled the air. A series of crisp gunshots came from my ears. The distant target vibrated, and several gun holes instantly appeared on the target paper.
The smell of gun oil filled the air, and Li Xiu let out a deep breath. Compared with a day ago, Li Xiu's biggest feeling is that he has a lot more skills in his mind, and at the same time his hands are more stable. Rifle rapid fire, although it is a skill, there are hardware requirements to reach the full level.
A steady arm is one of them.
This is not only an improvement in experience and skills, but also an improvement in ability. After firing nearly rounds of bullets a day, Li Xiu had a good time anyway. Moreover, the experience column of the skill rifle rapid fire is full, and he has also gained nearly points of king roll. His shoulders were slightly numb, and his ears were even more muffled. As for the grades, Li Xiu knew it well. About 270 rings. But the specific amount will need to wait for the results of the target report. In fact, this number is already the limit of the Bai rifle. Although the Bai-type automatic rifle has good accuracy, after all, it does not have too much pursuit of accuracy, and it is not a sniper rifle. This kind of continuous shooting requires stable firepower, so a certain amount of accuracy is sacrificed. At this time, when Li Xiu finished fighting, some veterans couldn't wait to get the target paper to report the target. These veterans also wanted to know about Li Xiu's achievements. The veterans who reported the target counted quickly. Soon, I got the answer. 270 rings. Exceeded Wang Tai's 11th ring. There was a commotion one after another. No one expected that someone could actually reach this number. Li Xiu was very calm. This result was about the same as he estimated. It should be the limit of the Bai rifle. The skills have been upgraded to the full level, and it will not be of much use if Li Xiu continues to fight. Gung Jun was in a good mood, grabbed Wang Tai's neck and shouted. Whether handsome or not, my soldier is handsome or not. It can really break through the 270 ring. Ha 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 ha. Wang Tai gulped. I dare say that I am not handsome today, and when I turn around, the company commander will eat garlic, so I must keep blowing at him. This stuff definitely works. Handsome, handsome. Wang Tai also felt the pressure. Ha ha ha, Gung Jun laughed. The top is his heart and soul. Who is promising in the company? Besides me, he must be the most excited. Come quickly. Gung Jun patted Li Xiu's shoulder hard. This soldier is really gratifying. It feels comfortable just looking at it. Without hesitation, he handed Li Xiu a pack of special offerings, but he was still muttering, this cigarette is a good one, but snipers should smoke less. Li Xiu took it without saying a word. Responded loudly, yes. In the future, we will be on par with Li Xiu even in the field of rifle rapid fire. After Gung Jun finished speaking, he turned to Li Xiudao again. Okay, you have to maintain your form in the future, keep working hard, don't practice bursts, but you need to practice burst shooting. The 100-meter target is not very useful to you, you can try to go to 200 meters. Try to stabilize. Yes. Li Xiu responded loudly and stood at attention. Although the level is full, but Li Xiu will not let go of the opportunity to shoot. Gung Jun spoke very briefly, and soon, Li Xiu returned to the queue of the second class. As soon as he came back, Li Hu, the squad leader, immediately said, Spearman. Awesome, you are better than platoon leader Wang Tai. Li Xiu touched his nose and didn't show off. How did you practice? Why did you improve your grades so quickly? Did you play it before and deliberately play tricks on us? Zhou Yi and Li Xiu were relatively familiar with the game, so he put an arm on Li Xiu's shoulder and asked. Practice more hand feeling, I'm still learning things very quickly. Naturally, Li Xiu would not reveal the matter of the system, and chose a random reason to prevaricate it. Okay, stop pretending. If you are happy, we will be miserable. The training standards of our sharpshooter quadruple will have to be improved. Zhou Yi curled his lips and complained a little, oh, I'm going to throw up a single shot today. With 400 bullets, my shoulder will be crushed. It's okay, as long as there is something to gain. Li Xiu replied. Later, Li Xiu and a few veterans hit the 200-meter target again that day. Li Xiu has hit the 200-meter target many times before, most of which are between the 9th and 10th rings. This point, few veterans can't do it. After all, 200 meters away, the target in the distance can hardly be seen clearly, and it will also be affected by many external influences. Li Xiu's outstanding performance also gave the veterans a sense of ambiguity. Li Xiu was brought here by Gung Jun before.
But Gung Jun basically never publicized Li Xiu's achievements.
Therefore, Li Xiu's amazing performance this time still surprised them very much.
Not just one shot. Li Xiu also mastered the 200-meter burst shot very well. Burst shooting is 3 rounds at a time.
Compared with single-shot shooting, the stability is much stronger, and the difficulty will naturally be reduced. However, after all, nearly 1,000 rounds were fired a day today, and Li Xiu also felt a little numb in his shoulders. A group of recruits also began to work hard, and many recruits even had a purple mark on their shoulders, which was caused by the recoil. After fighting for nearly a day, the recruits at this time have long lost their previous excitement. It's really a shot. Until now, their ears are buzzing. Company Commander Gung Jun glanced at the expressions of the crowd, and calculated that the time should be about the same, and said, "Okay, today's fight is about the same. The recruits count up today's shooting results, and the top 8 come with me." When it came to the top 8 results, several recruits were stunned. Although they don't know what Gung Jun is going to do, they happen to be not in the top 8. Gung Jun didn't explain phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, but the squad leader of one of the recruits said, "What are you doing in a daze? This is called teaching students according to their aptitude. If it's not the material, don't get involved." There were more than a dozen recruits from the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, and Xiong Minghua happened to be ranked 6th, so he patted his chest at this time. Almost disqualified. Seeing Gung Jun's mysterious face, everyone was also curious. Li Xiu also probably had a guess. Looking at the pitch-black spear carried by a veteran squad leader next to him, he knew it well. Play sniper chant. The army is like this, many opportunities need to compete for themselves. For example, the 8 of them have good target shooting results and are qualified to play sniper, while the rest of the recruits are not even qualified to play. There may be typos. Shooting table questions. For further reading, the beginning of the last chapter has nearly words and has not been copied. No one mentioned it. It affects everyone's experience. Yesterday, the computer flooded too quickly. You can look back. Of course it's not too important. Gung Jun led the crowd to the sniper range hundreds of meters away from the rifle range. Like last time, the sniper range is not a flat area, but a gobi area with shelters and slopes. However, the last time I went there was calm, but this time Li Xiu could feel the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme blowing on his face. The shooting range has a slope as a whole, mainly to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to actual combat. At this time, Gung Jun walked up to Li Xiu, and casually chatted, "You performed very well this time, and the 4th Company of the Sharpshooter will naturally give you a reward. You probably haven't used the type, sniper rifle yet." Li Xiu was taken aback, but Gung Jun laughed, "This time I have the opportunity to try it, it is better than the 88 style." Li Xiu was stunned for a moment, and then a look of excitement appeared on his face. He has already played well with the gun today, with more than 900 rounds of ammunition, which many soldiers can't shoot so much in 3 years. It's nothing more than being able to fire so many bullets. I didn't expect there to be other rewards. The type, sniper rifle is actually much easier to use than the type, sniper rifle. Although there are many shortcomings. But the overall advantage is quite obvious. The type, sniper rifle is modeled on the SVD sniper rifle of the former White Bear Country Dragunov. It is mainly used as an individual weapon for border posts and infantry snipers. As the Frontier Defense Company, the 4th Company of Sharpshooters is naturally equipped. The Type 200 sniper rifle is actually not in the same category as the Type 300 sniper rifle. The Type 200 sniper rifle does not particularly pursue accuracy. It is said to be a sniper rifle, but in fact its function is only to precisely kill targets within the combat range of the rifle. The key targets are within, meters, or even within, meters. After all, the 5.8 type bullet has a caliber of, m, and the trajectory of the bullet is unstable when performing long-distance sniping. The Type 7.62 is a 5.8 mm machine gun bullet. Although it is not equipped with high-precision sniper bullets due to economic problems, it is much more stable and powerful than the G-mm. Therefore, compared with the G-type sniper rifle, the G-type sniper rifle mainly kills important single targets at medium and long distances.
This thing is a sniper rifle in the true sense.
Our army snipers even used it to set a sniper record of 300 meters. The effective range is 1,000 meters, and the limit range is 600 meters. Of course, because there is no special development of high-precision sniper bombs, the limit range only exists in theory. Several recruits didn't know why, but they all saw Li Xiu and Gung Jun walking side by side, and Gung Jun didn't put on airs at all.
This is the rhythm of hooking shoulders with the company commander.
Come on, this is Baba Sniper, this is a scope with adjustable white light. When they arrived at the shooting range, Gung Jun first explained the 88 form to the other 7 recruits. Li Xiu had already understood it, but he continued to listen to it. At this time, Wang Tai looked at the shooting range, stretched out his hand to feel the downwind direction, shook his head and said, "I'm not lucky today, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme is a bit strong." His unique skill can no longer be performed.
Wang Tai felt very sorry. 900 meters suspended air balloon target. Very handsome.
He also likes to show his skills to recruits. But this time it probably won't work. After all, a floating balloon target is equivalent to a moving target, and the 5.8 sniper is a -mm caliber bullet, which is too much affected by the outside world and is very difficult. It's okay in a windless environment, but with a little phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, his error rate will increase infinitely.
Moreover, in a windy environment, the balloons also fly randomly.
Li Xiu, do you remember the shooting table of the style sniper rifle?
Suddenly, Wang Tai thought of something and asked Li Xiu.
Anyway, Li Xiu understands what the company commander is talking about now, so listening is a bit of a waste of time. Simply chat with Li Xiu for a while.
Remember.
Okay, let me ask you a few questions.
Wang Tai said, pulling Li Xiu aside.
Of course Li Xiu remembered the shot table. Sniper theory, although Li Xiu has not fully developed his skills yet, to be honest, speaking of theory, he is much stronger than Wang Tai.
It's okay to throw 10 blocks.
Not only did he memorize the shooting table of the Yi-style sniper rifle, but he also remembered the shooting table of all sniper rifles very clearly, including sniper rifles equipped by foreign troops. Depending on the performance of the guns, their bullet models, and the shooting tables of the firearms, there is a huge gap. Moreover, in the face of complex terrain environments, the shooting table is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme not accurate enough.
Okay, let me test you? Wang Tai asked with a smile. Li Xiu nodded.
For a distance of 300 meters, the distance correction amount is for every 10 degrees increase or decrease in air temperature and charge temperature.
7 meters.
Li Xiu replied without hesitation.
Yes. It's still 300 meters away.
Wang Tai nodded and said, for every 10 millimeters of mercury increase or decrease in atmospheric pressure, the height correction amount is.
It's 0 on the shooting chart.
Li Xiu answered, thought for a while, and added, however, it should be around 5 millimeters based on the actual combat phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme.
You really forget it?
Wang Tai was surprised, but he could understand it after thinking about it. After all, Li Xiu was admitted to Peking University, so it would be no problem to memorize a few formulas and calculate the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme. The subject of sniping requires high precision, so it doesn't matter how true it is.
The amount of calculation is not too much. I just tried it.
Li Xiu smiled and didn't say much. These calculations are not large.
If it is really complicated, there will be no sniper with a calculator on the spot.
Awesome, I can't understand those anyway.
Wang Tai gave a thumbs up and asked the last question.
What about the direction correction, horizontal and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, and his secret position and correction at 800 meters?
2, 80 and 3.
5,
Wang Tai nodded again.
It seems that Li Xiu has remembered everything. Moreover, judging by Li Xiu's reaction speed, he remembered it very skillfully. At this time, Wang Tai smiled, took out a small phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme measuring instrument, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme it. Today, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme speed is about level 4, and the temperature is about 1 degree below zero. In a moment, you can try the 88 form first, and I'll see how you apply it to the shooting table.
Yes.
Li Xiu immediately responded loudly. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme speed and temperature are the two initial variables that most affect mechanical properties. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme speed is well understood. The temperature will affect the combustion of the propellant in the bullet, which in turn affects the initial velocity of the bullet. Strictly speaking, the temperature has a greater impact than the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme speed. This is also the reason why some sharpshooters' shooting accuracy is affected in the alpine environment. Of course, although the temperature has a great influence, it is easier to correct the deviation. The most difficult thing is the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme speed, that is, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme force. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme speed is also difficult to measure, especially in complex terrain. For example, in some novels, the protagonist licks his finger with his tongue, or picks up a piece of dogtail grass, and then he can feel the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme speed, temperature and other external factors, and then calculate, and then correct the deviation, and he can hit every target.
Actually, it's not very rigorous.
Although the rough test can be measured in this way, it is impossible to hit every shot. It's not about the upper limit of gun accuracy. But the calculation method is wrong. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme speed is greatly affected by the terrain. There is generally a difference between the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme speed at the sniper's position and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme speed in the bullet's flight range. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme speed at the location of the sniper has little effect on the accuracy of the sniper. What the sniper needs to estimate is the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme speed in the sniper range of the bullet. Unless it is located in the Great Plains, measuring the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme speed at the location of the sniper is helpful to the accuracy of the sniper.
But it is impossible to hit every shot.
Li Xiu, come on, you use the dash style to fire a shot first, and show them a few recruits. At this time, Deng Jun called out to Li Xiu.
Yes.
Li Xiu shouted.
Be careful, it's windy today, you need to correct it yourself, see if you have learned what I said last time.
Deng Jun reminded. It was a coincidence for Li Xiu last time, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme happened to be very small, so it had almost no effect.
This time is different. It's windy.
Moreover, because the sniper range has a certain slope, it will also affect the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme speed, so even if it is the same 600-meter target, it is more complicated than last time.
Shall I teach you? 600 m breast ring target. From a distance, it is only the size of an apple.
Li Xiu leaned down and adjusted the scope. The 3-style scope adopts a 9 to 40x zoom design. Li Xiu carefully corrected the scope and began to debug it. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme speed is 4. 5. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme direction is southeast, the temperature is -1 degree, and the air pressure is stable. Shooting conditions are average.
The elevation angle is 15.
Control breathing, heartbeat, adjust 8 or 8 sniper secret positions. In the ballistic window, the target pattern is clear. Pull the trigger.
Boom! Li Xiu was instantly excited.
The bullet fired suddenly, hitting the 10th ring line. In an instant, Li Xiu breathed a sigh of relief.
Played okay.
The 5. 8mm bullet is greatly affected by the external environment, especially the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals win/phoneme speed. Even if the deviation is corrected according to the shooting table, there will be a certain error.
Don't be dazed, it's like this in a windy environment. You didn't miss the target, did you?
Gung Jun's voice appeared beside his ears. He didn't see Li Xiu's grades clearly.
I thought Li Xiu didn't perform well, so I comforted him.
At this time, the shooting range has the upper hand. If it is not adjusted well, the 600-meter chest ring target may really miss the target.
No.
Li Xiu said quickly.
If not, continue. Gung Jun said.
At the same time, continue to explain to the recruits.
Okay. Li Xiu nodded and continued shooting.
PU 88 dull and short dots sounded continuously. Although the J-style sniper rifle can be shot directly in one go, Li Xiu is not in a hurry and is very patient with each shot. Wang Tai didn't urge him phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals or either/phoneme.
Suddenly, Wang Tai smiled and said to Gung Jun, "Company commander, I'm afraid Li Xiu's grades will never get better." Gung Jun was surprised and said, "What's the matter? I don't think there's anything wrong with his beating."
Wang Tai didn't give a damn and said, "Just now the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals win/phoneme speed has changed, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals win/phoneme direction has also changed.
There must be an error between the first shot and the second shot." Gung Jun smiled and said, "It's okay.
I don't really care about his grades. The test method for sniper performance is quite different from that of rifle performance. The general test methods for snipers include flame-retardant sniping with explosives, sniping on simulated platforms, sniping with restrictions on buildings, and moving dodge targets. After all, it is greatly affected by the external environment.
In case the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals win/phoneme suddenly becomes stronger or weaker, will it last for a while?
Therefore, it is generally a single-shot test. It would be unfair to look at the number of shooting rings like the Type 81 rifle. They asked Li Xiu to play, just to see the basic skills, and didn't pay much attention to the specific results. At this time, on the sniper range, Li Xiu shot after shot, and the Yi-style sniper rifle finally emptied out of 10 bullets. Li Xiu could also see his achievements.
10 rings on the first serve.
The remaining 9 shots, one shot is 9 rings, and the rest are all 10 rings. The diameter of the 10 rings on the chest ring and the target is about 10 centimeters, so there is still a lot of room for error. After the 10 rounds were fired, a non-commissioned officer took down the target paper and began to report the target.
99 rings? Are you kidding me?
Gung Jun froze for a moment, then confirmed, "Is it true?" Wang Tai also said in surprise, "Impossible."
With that said, Wang Tai brought the target paper.
Immediately, seeing Li Xiu's target, he opened his mouth in surprise.
The 9 bullet holes really lie within the 10th ring.
There is a bullet hole, which is located on the 9th and 8th ring roads, which is relatively far away.
Li Xiu, how did you fight?
Just now the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals win/phoneme speed and direction have changed. Immediately, Wang Tai did not hold his breath, and asked directly.
To be honest, he was a little dizzy. I know. Li Xiu replied, then recalculate. Recalculate? Wang Tai was taken aback. Gung Jun was surprised. Can you directly feel the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals win/phoneme speed? That's not allowed.
Li Xiu shook his head quickly, and said, "Do you know the heat wave on the ground?"
Ground heat waves?
Wang Tai felt that this word was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere.
Sniper Technical Manual number 30 page 7, supplementary instructions over there.
Li Xiu explained briefly.
I remembered. That one can measure phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals win/phoneme speed?
Wang Tai was stunned for a moment, a little impressed, but not deep. He has phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals red read/phoneme the book, but he has basically never used this thing.
It is a relatively unpopular knowledge point.
Li Xiu thought for a while and explained, "Take a look at this scope first."
Wang Tai immediately followed suit, and he was very puzzled now. Surface heat waves can measure phoneme alphabet equals IPA/pH equals win/win/phoneme speed?
At the same time, Gung Jun also leaned over, his eyes widened.
A group of recruits are even more clueless. What is Li Xiu doing?
It looks very awesome.
Did you see anything? Li Xiu asked.
Wang Tai shook his head. At this time, Li Xiu adjusted the focus button, and the scene in front of him instantly became blurry. At this time, Wang Tai also suddenly said, "I see, there seems to be a ghost on the beach." Li Xiu nodded quickly and said, "That is the heat wave on the ground. When you see the heat wave on the ground rising vertically, it means there is no phoneme alphabet equals IPA/pH equals win/win/phoneme. When you see the heat wave on the ground tilting at 0 for degrees, it means that the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/pH equals win/win/phoneme force is 1.2 meters. At 45 meters per second, 1.6 degrees is about 2.4 meters to 3.2 meters. When parallel, the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/pH equals win/win/phoneme speed is about 4.8 meters to meters. This approximate degree is easier to observe than the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/pH equals win/win/phoneme speed, and you can also observe the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/pH equals win/win/phoneme speed when the bullet passes through the approximate sniper range. There are also scales on the scope for easy observation. As for the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/pH equals win/win/phoneme direction, this can be felt directly. Although Li Xiu was explaining, Wang Tai had already opened his mouth wide. Take a deep breath. Is this a scholar? Why is it different from their style of painting? Li Xiu spoke very clearly, and he had an instant impression. I remembered. He seemed to have heard of this when he went to the training camp before, but at the time he heard it in a daze, and he didn't expect to be able to use it like this. On the other side, Gung Jun was also dumbfounded. Seeing Li Xiu like this, he eats more books than Gung Jun. A group of recruits seemed to be listening to heaven. Who am I? Am I there? What should I do? Don't they just want to get a sniper rifle? Why do they seem to have to learn mathematics? Are they going to learn well? Why are you here to be a soldier? The brains of the recruits who were already occupied by the knowledge of scopes were even more buzzing at this time. As for Wang Tai, he originally wanted to give Li Xiu some pointers on how to cook something special. Just now. Do you teach me, or shall I teach you? To tell the truth. This depends on the background of the times. Snipers are advanced technical arms, and I also said that in that era, there were not many opportunities for professional snipers to train. After the military reform, it seems that the opportunities for training camps began to increase. Wang Tai doesn't know this point of knowledge, so it shouldn't be considered too low-minded. I said before that he doesn't phoneme alphabet equals IPA/pH equals red read/phoneme books anymore. And it should be that most Yuluzi don't know how to do it. Go to sniper school to learn it. Brush Sniper Rapid Fire Experience column. Gung Jun was the first to break the deadlock, and said, Wang Tai, you still have to work harder. How can you do it when you can't even compare with a recruit? Wang Tai's face darkened. It's a shame. Li Xiu actually knew what he didn't know, and even applied it. Yes. I will phoneme alphabet equals IPA/pH equals red read/phoneme the book well when I turn back. Make up my mind. However, Wang Tai didn't make excuses. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA/pH equals either/phoneme. Losing face in front of the recruits, even if Gung Jun didn't say anything, he would work hard on his own. Before, his sniper level was ranked first in the 4th company of sharpshooters. Yi Luzi came out and never encountered any setbacks, so he didn't think it was necessary to delve into theoretical knowledge. The usual hard work is limited to shooting more guns to hone the gun feel. Li Xiu also hurriedly helped Wang Tai out of the siege at this time. I'm just playing smart. Wang Tai should have other skills to measure phoneme alphabet equals IPA/pH equals win/win/phoneme speed. Li Xiu wasn't talking nonsense. Wang Tai is a sharpshooter of T Division, so he must have his own experience. Don't underestimate yourself. To be honest, I've never seen a soldier like you before.
Deng Jun didn't hesitate to praise. You bunch of recruits, you should also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme more books, there's no harm in that, Deng Jun said casually. Yes. A group of recruits responded immediately, looking at Li Xiu with admiration. Awesome. Wang Tai's aggressive style before was even suppressed by Li Xiu. The recruits had never seen anything like this. Subsequently, several recruits also got the chance to shoot. Deng Jun said, everyone has 5 shots, you press the bullet first, and then shoot the target. If you don't have the foundation, try hitting the 300-meter target first. Yes. A group of recruits also started shooting immediately. In the 300-meter target, Xiong Minghua hit the 7th ring. This result is already good among recruits. And when they thought that Li Xiu was even better than them in the 600 meters, the recruits in the recruit company felt that Li Xiu was even more terrifying. The gap is too big. At this time, Deng Jun waved his hand and said to the recruits, about there. If you don't perform well, don't worry. Although your hands can shake by 10 millimeters this time, don't feel pressured. What is the most fearful thing about training? It is not being able to continue to improve. The current performance is not good enough, which just shows that there is a lot of room for improvement. Of course, some basic mistakes must be reduced. He Chennan, the mistake you made this time is a bit serious. The trigger is directly empty, and the firing pin is pushed halfway and then bounced back. If it really goes to the battlefield, it will be wrapped in a white sheet by now. All the recruits nodded, and Deng Jun poured the chicken soup like crazy, and the recruits gradually regained some confidence. Li Xiu, look at what Wang Tai is holding. Suddenly, Deng Jun spoke. Li Xiuxuan looked around, and immediately saw Wang Tai walking over with a sniper rifle with a bayonet on his shoulder. At this time, Deng Jun said to the recruits, you have to listen carefully, maybe you will have a chance to fight in the future. Yes. On the other side, Wang Tai confronted Li Xiudao. Here, this is the Type sniper rifle. It is a bit heavier than the Type sniper rifle. Don't hit the static target this time. It doesn't make much sense to continue to hit this kind of static target. Just use the 85 style. You can try to hit the copper coin target. Copper coin target? Li Xiu was stunned. Wang Tai nodded and explained, yes, a copper coin target within 150 meters. The so-called copper coin target refers to a miniature target with a diameter of 4.5 centimeters and a square hole with a side length of 1 centimeter. This thing was made during my last sniper training camp. Subject. Time limit 11 seconds, targets. The Type 600 sniper rifle can achieve an accuracy of 1.5 mil within 100 meters, and the accuracy of hitting copper coins is definitely enough at about meters. 11 targets, do you need to change the magazine in the middle? Li Xiu asked. That's right, it needs to be replaced once, and the time is included. The scoring standard is that the bullet completely hits the square hole in the center of the copper coin and does not rub the edge, 100 points, scratches the inner edge, points, and completely hits the copper coin without rubbing the edge, points, and 0 points for other areas. Of course, because it is within, meters, the impact of external factors on the bullet is not too great, so there is no need for fancy calculations. But the aiming speed must be increased. As soon as Wang Tai finished speaking, a non-commissioned officer prepared a copper coin target. Of course, the copper coin target is not a copper coin, but a layer of stickers on the original breast ring target. With this thing, only a small dot can be seen with the naked eye at a distance of 100 meters. And the copper coin hole in the center is completely invisible. Of course, except for Li Xiu, he has farsightedness, and the ability of naked eye's farsightedness is completely incomparable to others. At this time, a layer of tarpaulin was also spread on the ground, and the spare magazine was placed on the left side of the tarpaulin. When the recruit saw the target, he froze. Such a small target? How to spell? There is no fault tolerance at all. Wang Tai seemed to see their thoughts, and said with a smile,
What is this? PL snipers even want to shoot explosives. Generally speaking, the diameter of the explosive fuel wire is only 3 mm, and it is more difficult to interrupt. Of course, the advantage is that there is no time limit for the explosive fuel wire. After speaking, without hesitation, reload, check, and calibrate, after everything is done. Wang Tai leaned down and shot. In just 5 or 6 seconds, Wang Tai shot without hesitation. Boom! A few seconds later, Wang Tai readjusted his sniping position. Shoot again. Bang 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out. There is also a crisp sound of changing magazines. Gung Jun raised his hand to look at his watch, counting the time. After firing 11 rounds, Wang Tai got up instantly. 78 seconds. Calculated in this way, Wang Tai's aiming time is basically only 7 seconds, which does not include the time to change the magazine that needs to be subtracted. At this time, the target is far away, and the impact point cannot be seen, so we can only wait for the result of the target report. The gunfire stopped. Wang Tai stood up. Soon, someone reported the target. Wang Tai fired a total of 11 rounds, 3 rounds did not touch the center hole, and 6 rounds hit the inner side. 2 more shots hit copper coins. A total of 130 points. This result has been considered quite excellent. If there is enough time, Wang Tai can also hit 100 shots, and there is no problem at all with 11 bullets aimed at the central square hole. However, adding a time limit makes it difficult. Every time you aim, there won't be too much time. Wang Tai wasn't too proud this time. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. He has a strong sense of crisis now, and he feels that Li Xiu, a pervert, may be able to catch up in a short time. Gung Jun said directly, Li Xiu, follow this method to practice your aiming speed. We have a lot of bullets, and we are just trying to clear the inventory. The bullets are full. He was looking forward to Li Xiu's improvement speed when he was firing a rifle in bursts. The 53 type sniper rifle did not develop high-precision sniper bullets, but the general-purpose 7.62 type -mm machine gun bullets. Because the price of a round of high-precision sniper ammunition is equivalent to dozens of rounds of machine gun ammunition, if you use serious sniper ammunition, the training expenses will be too high to bear. But because of this, the bullets of the type -sniper rifle are relatively cheap, and the sniper rifle does not consume as fast as the rifle. Every bullet consumes a lot of effort. Besides, as long as the technique can be developed, what's the matter with feeding a little bullet? He wished he could feed more. Then, Li Xiu nodded. Also started training. This project can gain the experience of sniper rapid fire skill. Naturally, Li Xiu would not let it go. After all, it is 100 meters, Li Xiu can see the target clearly even without a scope. Of course, after all, it is to practice aiming speed and shooting accuracy. Li Xiu still trains step by step. His hands are very stable, his heart and lungs have been strengthened, and he can control breathing, heartbeat and other influencing factors. Plus sniper theory. His basic shooting skills surpassed Wang Tai in an all-round way. That's exactly what happened. Although the aiming speed was not as fast as Wang Tai's, Li Xiu was able to hit the central square hole of the copper coin target almost every time. But the problem now is that Li Xiu's aiming speed cannot be improved. So, for the first time, Li Xiu only shot 6 shots in 90 seconds, and the time was up. Of course, Li Xiu was not in a hurry. Because he has the experience column, he can see the progress with the naked eye. There is also the volume king value entered. Nature is a beautiful thing. P.S. Please follow up with fear, recommended tickets, monthly tickets. First post and then change, thank you all year is coming. 08:30 in the afternoon. Li Xiu twisted his neck, making the sound of his joints being stretched. The type sniper rifle has a strong recoil, and the shoulders that are touching the gun are a little sore. However, there are also benefits. After a day of crazy target training, Li Xiu's sniper rapid fire experience column has reached It is indeed courageous to join the army without studying at Peking University. But you are too stupid, why don't you go to military school?
You will be an officer when you come out.
Li Xiu smiled and said, beginning as a private soldier, you can also be an officer. Jiang Anping didn't comment much, he felt that Li Xiu was too naive.
How can it be so easy to be an officer?
At least they all have merit. In peaceful times, it is too difficult to make military achievements.
If you understand computers, I can report to the information department for you. If you have the ability, you have the opportunity to be selected as an information soldier. Jiang Anping said simply.
Without waiting for Li Xiu to speak, Jiang Anping continued, you guys, the formal training will start the day after tomorrow, and I will leave a day for you to adjust.
Finally, let me say one more thing. Being a soldier in our country is different from other places.
It's very difficult for us to use water. It has to be transported back from a place 30 miles away in a water truck. Therefore, some soldiers living in the south should not think about taking a bath every day. But it doesn't mean you can't be hygienic. Washing your hands, wiping your face, brushing your teeth, and washing your feet every day is a must. Also, wasting water is as shameful as wasting food. Although there are no regulations in the army, let me see that the first one will not spare you.
The recruits hurriedly shouted, yes.
After speaking, Jiang Anping left directly.
It was early, and he left without nagging about housework or anything like that. As soon as he left, the atmosphere in the dormitory became active. Damn it, Big Brother is awesome.
Zhao Lei was the first to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Li Xiu. In Huaxia dialect, the two most frequently used words were used all at once.
Brother, how much did you score in the college entrance examination? Zhao Lei looked curious.
A little over 608. Li Xiu said lightly, but that's all in the past tense.
When you come to the army, everyone is on the same starting line, and they are all recruits. I'm like everyone else. The recruits suddenly felt a little closer to Li Xiu.
Chen Shanfeng also said, we are from the same province, please take care of us in the future.
Okay.
Li Xiu nodded slightly.
Chen Dazhuang and another Lizita soldier also came over to chat.
However, it is not too early. After chatting for a few words, everyone went to wash and prepare for bed. In 98, there were not many mobile phones. When the recruits first arrived, they were not homesick, but rather curious about everything. Li Xiu lay on the bed and called up the system panel. Open them all and take a closer look for a while.
This is his source of motivation. There are so many good things that can be exchanged in the system mall.
From technical talent to technological knowledge.
Most of them have to do with the military.
However, his volume king value is not enough, and there are not many good things to choose from. The 8-point volume king value can be exchanged for some basic recruit skills. For example, kicking forward, special passwords, folding quilts, standing in a military posture, and turning between stops. Although these looked good, Li Xiu's attention was focused on another item. Strength, agility, brainpower, physical strength. Enhancement card, 2 points of strength can be enhanced.
Exchange, 500 rolls of king value.
Li Xiu has used this thing before.
Weakened version of dark blue.
It can directly improve his physical fitness, and even help him break through the limits of human beings and become a little Superman. Li Xiu really experienced the benefits brought about by strengthening his physical strength. It can be said that he was so excited. It's just that the price of points of king value is too high, and Li Xiu can't afford it by himself.
In the platoon leader's dormitory. Zheng Pai, this is Li Xiu's self-introduction, take a look.
Zhang Hanja took the leather notebook recorded by Jiang Anping, looked at it, and said, the answer is no problem.
Okay, don't pay too much attention. It's just a recruit. Isn't there a thorn in the second row? Zhang Hanja put down the leather book and said, Wang Jun. This poor soldier just came to the dormitory and fought with another recruit.
He was fined to run 10 kilometers. At the same time, the aiming time of hitting the copper coin target has also been greatly improved. However, if you continue to practice the copper coin target, the sniper rapid fire skill can only be used for minimum guarantees. After all, sniper rapid fire not only includes aiming under the condition of accurate shooting at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range of 100 meters. The correction efficiency of windy environment, temperature, air pressure, and other external conditions is also one of the elements of sniper rapid fire. What the subsistence allowance brought to Li Xiu was a lot of calculation skills in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme. Computing power continues to increase. But fortunately, although the efficiency of subsistence allowances is a bit slower, but because there are many opportunities, it should be able to cover the full amount within 3 or 4 days at most. Anyway, because the ammunition inventory was cleared, there were no training tasks in the company. Gung Jun also noticed Li Xiu's progress. Surprise is nothing but surprise. He is now very sure of one thing. In the military competition, Li Xiu will definitely be a blockbuster. At that time, the reputation of the sharpshooter Celian will be even louder, and there will be 2 more lines on the wall of honor. Okay. Let's go, today's target shooting mission is almost over. Gung Jun was in a happy mood and said. Li Xiu nodded immediately. Seriously, he was throwing up a bit too. Today, he didn't know how many bullets he fired, and he felt like he was covered in gun oil. If it wasn't for the encouragement of the King of Rolls, he might not have been able to fight. After it was finally over, Li Xiu also wanted to take a break. By the way, let's sort out today's harvest. Naturally, Wang Tai had no objection. The others were not very tired, but their mentality was crazily hit. As I thought before, Li Xiu's performance in hitting the copper coin target was the same as the previous rifle bursts, chasing him like a monster. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about this guy is that his stability is outrageous. The more you practice, the better your grades will be. Even if you don't make any progress, it will be flat. The results basically did not drive back. Tired. Uncomfortable. I want to find a quiet place. Comparing with Li Xiu, he wondered if he really should improve his brain more. Yes, this time it's physical. Afterwards, Gung Jun led everyone back to the 100-meter shooting range. After arriving, Li Xiu heard a buzz of complaints. Squad leader, isn't it over yet? Did my ears fail? It's all buzzing. Puppet, I don't want to fight anymore. I just can't play well, why should I be punished? Missing the target is not what I want to miss. After so many rounds, what can I do if my condition is not good? The veterans are all fine, but the new recruits are completely without the momentum they had at the beginning. Shooting a gun is very cool and novel at first, but it can be exhausting after a day of playing. Moreover, once the quality of the target is low, not only will you be punished, but you will also have to admit your mistake to an empty target. The penalty is usually as simple as 50 push-ups, but if there are too many, I can't hold it up. Several recruits have clearly reached their limits. This is more involved than recruits. While listening, Gung Jun's face became more and more gloomy. One by one, what are you doing buzzing? At this moment, Gung Jun's angry voice suddenly appeared, which made many recruits tremble. The recruits, who hadn't seen Gung Jun before, were all scared at this moment. It's all good. Want to be lazy so much? Where's your previous energy? What about Rurin's oath? Forget it in 2 days? There are a lot of sour reasons in your mouth, who are you scolding for? Where is this? You young masters with thin skin and tender flesh will remember it for me. The bullets you are shooting now are the resources given to us by the army. They are all the blood and sweat of the people all over the country. Don't use these, it is easy to obtain resources. Every share of US is based on the responsibility of our 4th Company of Sharpshooters, and it is all standing on the tombstones and blood and tears of our heroes of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. These resources are not for you to waste, let alone let us complain. Correct attitude and cherish opportunities. This is my advice to you. We are a border defense company, and we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme have missions. It is different from those comfortable companies. Those who don't want to stay here, those who don't want to die on the battlefield, and those who feel that they can't bear it and can't get used to it, all apply to me to transfer to another company.
I will approve all of them. Gung Jun is usually very kind. Several recruits felt that Gung Jun would not be very angry. But now, Gung Jun's loud voice brought the recruits back to reality. A strong general has no weak soldiers, and vice versa. If Gung Jun was not strict and easy to speak, the 4th company of sharpshooters would not be an elite company. Okay, today's training is over. What I said, go back and think about it. Those who wave a whip and take a step are bulls. I hope that everyone can spur and motivate themselves. Disband. Gung Jun finally said one more word, then turned and left. Yes. Everyone said in unison. A few recruits were also obviously stunned, a few were lost in thought, and a few didn't care too much. As for the veterans, Li Xiu felt that they should not have much emotional fluctuations. I figured in my heart that this speech would be given once a year, but naturally, Li Xiu would not say it foolishly. Anyway, he is always motivated. Subsequently, the queue disbands. Only then did everyone have the opportunity to go to the cafeteria. Hey, is Li Xiu having a good time today? Your performance today is really impressive, you have such a long face. Zhou Yi hugged Li Xiu's shoulder excitedly. He is more familiar with himself, and now he thinks that he is already familiar with Li Xiu. You are a real sharpshooter. The result is to kill the king's platoon. Damn, just thinking about it makes me excited. I'm better at this. Hey, I'm so envious of our squad leader. They have their holidays during Chinese New Year, and we have to stay in the army if we can go home. Zhou Ye's thinking didn't know how it was turned, and it turned to the Chinese New Year again. After hearing this, Li Hu couldn't help flashing a look of anticipation. Who wouldn't want to go home? This is the only chance in a year. If you are envious, you will also participate in the Backbone Training Assessment. The Backbone Training Assessment is naturally the assessment of the squad leader in advance, also called the teaching team. After passing the assessment, you will be a first-class non-commissioned officer. A few people chatted, and they talked about training again. There are still 3 more days. Zhou Yi sighed. Li Xiu was looking forward to it. In the evening, I went to the classroom to watch the news. Then go to the company library again to absorb knowledge. This day has been very rich, and Li Xiu is also very satisfied. Then, for the next 3 days, the company did not have any training missions. Li Xiu also had breakthroughs in various skills. Sniper rapid fire, sniper tactics, sniper theory, all 3 skills are full. 400-meter obstacle cross-country and military topography experience pillars will be completed soon. And the New Year's Eve is getting closer. On this day, a rare visitor unexpectedly came to the barracks. Comrades, take out the little yellow pot, comrade, what can I do for you? At the door of the sharpshooters' 4th company, a sentry with a gun in his left hand was facing a beautiful figure in front of him with a vigilant expression. Although the appearance looks like the characteristics of the nearby ethnic minorities. But the enemy's infiltration methods are all kinds of strange, and we still can't relax. Another sentry was also vigilant, and his right index finger was already quietly on the trigger. Although Dina Zhuobo was a little nervous, she had an experience after all, and quickly replied, "Hi, comrade, my name is Dina Zhuobo, I'm sorry to trouble you, I want to find someone." "Who are you looking for?" "Li Xiu." Dina Zhuobo was a little nervous, and whispered, "I prepared something for him." "Li Xiu?" The 2 sentries looked at each other. They may not know other recruits, but they do know Li Xiu. The best recruits. The celebrity next to the company commander. Looking at Dina Zhuobo, the 2 sentries looked at each other, both surprised. Of course, the sentinel still said, "Sorry, please cooperate with our inspection." The process was the same as last time, and soon Dina Zhuobo passed the inspection smoothly. "Okay, please wait here for a while, and I will notify you." Both sentries breathed a sigh of relief. His tone was also kind. "Thank you, comrade." Dina Zhuobo thanked quickly. "You're welcome." The sentinel smiled and was very kind to Dina Zhuobo. Soon, Li Xiu came to the door of the sharpshooter Celian. Behind him, there are still a few melon-eating crowd.
As soon as they heard that a young woman came to find Li Xiu, a raging fire of gossip ignited in their hearts. And when they saw Dina Zhuobo, several veterans were also stunned. Grass, why is it so beautiful? It doesn't matter if she's pretty, why do you need Li Xiu as a new recruit? Fortunately, Li Hu was married. But the two senior soldiers who came with him were all envious. In the harsh environment of Xinjiang, people of the opposite sex can only be seen in the cooking class throughout the year, not necessarily human beings. They are all pigs, dogs, and horses.
Don't even think about female soldiers. Fuck, why is Li Xiu, a recruit with hanging hair, so lucky? Oh, this is a local young woman in Xinjiang. I remembered, Li Xiu seems to have been in the group newspaper before. He helped the local herdsman find the lost sheep. That day, a young woman from Xinjiang also came to find Li Xiu. TSK, look at that appearance, you are very lucky. Li Xiu was also a little surprised by Dina Zhuobo's arrival. How are you doing recently? Seeing Li Xiu, Dina Zhuobo asked immediately. I'm doing well. Why are you here? Li Xiu responded. Well, I found out that you are here after I inquired about it. It's Chinese New Year, I made some New Year's goods, and I want to give you some. Dina Zhuobo said as she took off a light blue cloth bag from the horse behind her, and was about to hand it to Li Xiu. It should be acceptable. I have prepared a lot, and I made them myself. Dina Zhuobo looked at Li Xiu with bright eyes. Li Xiu hesitated for a moment and thought about it. It should be at least 10 miles away from Dina Zhuobo's home. Thank you, Zhuobo, Li Xiu said sincerely. At the same time, he took the light blue cloth pocket. Wait it was heavy and heavy. You don't have to be so polite with me. Hearing Li Xiu call her Zhuobo, Dina Zhuobo smiled happily, and said again, are you guys training? Li Xiu nodded awkwardly. Dina Zhuobo was very sensible, and immediately said, then I won't delay you, you go quickly. See you next time. As he said that, he was very sensible and didn't waste any more time. After saying goodbye to Li Xiu, he quickly got on his horse, waved to Li Xiu, and turned to leave. Seeing the back of Dina Zhuobo riding away, Li Xiucai turned around, saluted the sentinel, and then returned to the company. At this time, the people who came to eat melons with Li Xiu were all envious. Look, such a beautiful young woman in the Xinjiang region offered to give something, and she knew what it meant with her ass. This is to capture people's hearts. Really awesome. Grass, Li Xiu, who is that woman? Why are you a recruit and have only been here for a few months? How come you have a girlfriend? Zhou Yi looked envious. Grass. That young girl is so beautiful. Like a star. A female friend, not a girlfriend. Li Xiu emphasized. Still saying no. Zhou Yi went crazy, why would she give you something if it's not your girlfriend? Quick, what are you giving? Do you have a love letter? Let's talk about it after training. You can't eat it even if you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme now. Li Xiu responded briefly, and rolled his eyes again. This guy is too pretentious. Female friends. Ghost letter. However, Li Xiu quickly put the things back into the dormitory. Because the Sharpshooter 4th Company still has an afternoon of high-intensity training tasks. And this training intensity is only much higher than that of the Recruit Company. At least, the 5 kilometers twice in the morning and evening turned into 10 kilometers. After 10 kilometers, there is another group of special physical strength. In addition, there are many new military projects. Many recruits have begun to miss the Q training of the Recruit Company. No wonder when they were in the Recruit Company, the squad leader said that standing in a military posture was the most comfortable thing. Return to the dormitory from the electric classroom in the afternoon. The 4th Company of Sharpshooters, no matter the recruits or veterans, are all very happy. Recruits are released for a total of 5 days during the Chinese New Year. There are no training missions. Let's celebrate the New Year together. The recruits are happy because everyone can finally relax.
The arduous training tasks of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters made them breathless. The senior non-commissioned officers are happier because they can take leave to go home and see their families.
At this time, Class 3 dormitory.
Some soldiers were playing poker.
Some soldiers were packing their things and preparing to go home.
There are also soldiers, holding old broken guitars, howling ghosts, and wolves. The broken guitar belonged to Huda Kurban, Lee, who went home, and Huda Kurban accompanied the conscripts to celebrate the new year. With his vigorous voice, he sang an old squad leader.
Received loud applause from the recruits.
Li Shou also misses Jiang Anping a little bit. At this time, Zhou Yi, the chicken thief, was already lying beside Li Shou, looking at the things that Dina Zhuobo gave Li Shou.
Very envious. Meat. Lamb, beef, and horse intestines.
Most of them are stewed New Year's goods. Although it is cold now, it will definitely be delicious once it is overheated.
Not to mention the meat, the naans alone look delicious.
Fried hemp leaves, oily fruit are still baked, the guy is the golden and crunchy naan, with a bright color, it is gratifying to look at. Although their daily training meals include meat for 3 meals, at most they are minced meat.
And Dina Zhuobo gave Li Shou a big piece of meat. Moreover, there is also a small iron basin, which contains steamed dumplings the same size as steamed buns.
Your girlfriend is too embarrassing.
Zhou Yi was extremely envious. A female friend. Besides, that's because she treats me better. Li Shou responded. Oh, anyway, I'm almost dying of envy.
Huda Kurban said with a smile, we have a saying here that naan is very ceremonial in our lives and represents love and romance.
Suddenly someone booed. However, Li Shou didn't think much about it. It's up to man, let's see fate in the future. Now, it's useless to think about it. And it's against the rules. Okay, just because you don't need to train, doesn't mean you can sleep in bed. Tomorrow, let's clean up first, and then make dumplings.
By the way, take out all the little yellow pots, they will be of great use later. There will be another chapter later.
It will be available tomorrow. Then. Received editorial notice. 13 o'clock tomorrow. The book is ready to go. During the 2-month free period, the total income is more than 50 yuan, only relying on everyone's rewards, thank you here.
Calculated according to my daily update of, it will take nearly 5 hours to write every day.
Not exaggerating.
The author is full-time, but the speed is, words per hour. In addition to inspection and conception, it takes longer.
On shelves.
It's time to test the level of a book. Originally, this book should be number 1 on the shelves. However, the grades of this book are not enough, and even though there are recommendations, the follow-up reading has not increased much, and it has not received more recommendations, so it was asked to be put on the shelves in advance. So I haven't saved a Word manuscript yet, and I currently have a Word manuscript.
First of all, I would like to apologize to everyone.
In addition, I also had a high fever today, which made me feel a little uncomfortable.
However, it was tested and it turned out to be positive. It should be a cold from a drive before.
However, because I was worried that the state was not good, and there was a buffer to prevent interruptions, I had to leave 2 chapters of the manuscript. Tomorrow, there should be an update of words. Around 12:30 characters were sent out.
We'll continue to post at night. After that, words a day.
In this way, if the number of real updates is about the same if it is on the shelves on the essay, I am a little sorry for the readers.
What was promised didn't happen. Talk about the first order. The current follow-up is 2001.
The bottom line in my heart is around,
If there is 1002, just work hard to write it. There is no guarantee every day, and 7,000 will become 8,000.
I also love to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read read / phoneme books, and usually only order books when I see good ones. Or give a first order. To be honest, when reading books now, readers are rewarded with face. It is the parents of food and clothing who book all the books. For the first order, the author is also very grateful, just think of it as a charity of $50 earned by the author in 2 months. The first order is only a few cents, and the full order of the book is only 8 or 9 yuan at most for 30 days a month. The money for a bottle of water can give the author more motivation. It is on the shelf, which means that readers will spend money to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read read slash phoneme the book, and it also means that the author has a responsibility to the readers. I will write this book well, try not to be hydrological, and not to write plots that make everyone depressed. Of course, in many cases, I can't just skip it because of the foreshadowing.
It can only be said that the water is not intentional. At last.
I am not full-time, and I am exhausted from working overtime every day, but the update stability should still be guaranteed. I just hope that the readers will show their face and give a subscription at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
First order, first order, first order. P.S. Sacrifice longevity begins with the visualization of the sun. Disc Chow Thief is married to my son-in-law. My talent is getting more and more perverted. Disha Immortal, the real Sihang of the prehistoric. I was watched by the internet police during the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme broadcast of law popularization. They are all friends of the sand sculpture group. I only chased one book, so you can guess which one it is. Out in the afternoon, tomorrow night. Li Xiu shared the dumplings, mutton, and a few pieces of fried goods sent by Dinajwabwa with his comrades in the same platoon, which can be regarded as experiencing the New Year flavor in advance. However, only a few were divided. Most of them were stored by Li Xiu. Anyway, although the temperature here is relatively low, it shouldn't be bad. What's more, Li Xiu still has space that he hasn't used for a long time. So there is no need to worry. Although it was just a taste, everyone in the second class was already very satisfied. Kudos to Dina Zhuob's workmanship. The next day. New Year's Eve. Sharpshooter Celian is very happy. The old squad leaders went home on vacation, and the whole company had a short vacation of nearly 5 days. Waking up early in the morning, the recruits and veterans who did not have a vacation began to clean up the company together. Big cleaning, you have to clean it up, thoroughly. Even if it's a dusty place in the corner, you have to show me your baldness. The couplets should be posted, and the lanterns should be hung. In the afternoon, we organize dumpling making, and everyone must participate. Gung Jun didn't go home, and stayed in the army with the recruits. At this time, he shouted at the soldiers at the top of his voice. However, his tone of voice was very soft, with a smile on his lips. During the Chinese New Year, everyone is very relaxed. Although cleaning is still needed, the soldiers are already very happy. No training, no scolding. Very nice and relaxing. The only bad thing is that I feel a little homesick. Gung Jun smiled and said, "Today is your first year in the army. New Year's Eve, let's say goodbye to the old and welcome the new year. On the New Year's Eve, everyone has cleaned up. Let's take a bath together and welcome New Year's Eve with a clean face. Everyone, cheer up." Everyone was relaxed, the shift had been assigned tasks earlier, and everyone was working hard. This is much more comfortable than usual training. It was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to 11 o'clock at noon. Huda Kurban came over suddenly, and said to the soldiers of the second squad, "Come 2 people, come with me on a business trip, tolerance?" Zhou Yi jumped out first, raised his hand and said, I can go." "Okay, count yourself in." "Any more?" At this time, no one spoke. Zhou Yi gave Li Xiu crazy looks. Li Xiu hesitated, but still raised his hand and said, "Then I'll go." "Okay." Huda Kurban nodded and said, "Come with me." With that said, he led Li Xiu out of the door. Then he said, "Let's go to the dormitory and get 2 basins." Every time Zhou Yi came to his senses, he looked at Li Xiu's frowning face on the road, and said with a smile, "I'm still frustrated. It's a good thing to go on business now. We haven't had a holiday yet. If we go on business during the next holiday, it won't be a loss?" Zhou Yi looked proud. "There are many things every Chinese New Year, and last year I was so busy on business." Up. Alright, all you have to do is be smart. This guy treats others as fools. When he came back, Li Xiu suddenly thought of something, and quickly asked, "Deputy officer. If we want us to take the basin, it's not because we need to go to the dry toilet." It suddenly occurred to him that when the task was assigned today, the toilet was not assigned. At that time, he was still puzzled, but now when he thinks about going out on a business trip with the basin by himself, he immediately has a bad feeling. Ha ha. Huda Kurban didn't speak, but there was an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. Zhou Yi was also anxious. What the hell? You won't let me use the wash basin to dig out excrement, will you? Then I came out so actively. Li Xiu, you don't blame me, do you? At this moment, no matter how dull he was, he also thought that this was definitely not a good tolerance. The excited expression froze. Zhou Yi suddenly became anxious this time, and spoke to Li Xiu with a little guilt. Li Xiu, buddy has made you miserable this time. Huda Kurban laughed. The corner of Li Xiu's mouth twitched. Zhou Yi was really unreliable at all. Really? Li Xiu and Zhou Yi were taken to the toilet. And here, not only the two of them, but also many people. There are recruits and there are veterans. Come on, stand in 2 rows, one half goes inside, and the other side stands outside. After simple grouping, both Li Xiu and Zhou Yi were assigned to the outside. At this time, Huda Kurban pointed to the stone slab of the drainage ditch on the ground, and said to Li Xiu and another recruit, "You two lift this slate." Yes, Li Xiu and another recruit immediately followed suit. 1, 2, 3. The two drink together. Moment. The stone slab was lifted, and immediately after, a foul smell came over the surface, like a mysterious shock wave. Li Xiu only felt a burst of boiling in his stomach. Stinky, too stinky. Moreover, there is not just one stone slab, there are more than 10 pieces in total. Several recruits followed suit one by one. After finishing, all of them looked livid, covered their noses, and squatted on the sand next to them to vomit crazily. Li Xiu was a little better, but his face was also ugly. Motherfucker. Today I was really hurt by Zhou Yi, this dog thing. Playing a bitch hippie's cleverness. At this time, in front of Li Xiu was a drainage ditch with a width of 1 meter and a length of more than 10 meters. Inside is a mushy dark brown thick fluid, mixed with a bird smell. Today, you have a task to transfer the things in the ditch to this black plastic bucket behind me. At this time, Wang Tai was also there, and seeing Li Xiu here, he couldn't help laughing. Shit, he was about to laugh out loud. This bastard, Li Xiu, unexpectedly encountered such a task. How do you transfer it? Suddenly a recruit asked. What are you using? He. Isn't your basin right here? Wang Tai smiled badly. Ah, this basin is for me to wash my face. The recruit was startled, and his face suddenly became unsightly. Roll up your sleeves and work hard. This is also a training for you. Anyway, you have to take turns every 3 years. You really have to thank you for being the 4th company of sharpshooters. If you are a reconnaissance company or a special soldier, you have to eat bugs, let alone dig up shit. Eat mice, drink birds, don't be so squeamish. We even let you do business, but there is no such field survival project, Wang Tai emphasized. At this moment, Li Xiu was speechless. He just wanted to throw Zhou Yi into the gutter and let him have a good swim in it. And Zhou Yi was also staring at the black gutter in a daze. His eyes were straight and he didn't know what he was thinking. Maybe, it was frightened. Why are you standing there? I can't finish today, so don't eat dumplings tonight. Wang Tai added. It's all here. Li Xiu has no choice but to approach the drain cautiously with a basin. With every step, there is more fear. Why the hell is this smelly? Zhou Yi cried. This stinks. Does shit not smell bad? You're a veteran, didn't you fucking think of it before? Li Xiu was deceived, and his tone was naturally a little bit bad. I don't know. I didn't go last year. And he didn't let me take the basin at first. Zhou Yi responded weakly. Ugh. Helpless, Li Xiu made up his mind and ignored it. Take it out. Anyway, can't escape. Li Xiu just wanted to end it quickly. So, I started scooping it up with a basin. The two of them, Li Xiu, scooped very carefully. However, many recruits around him were yelling. Scoop slowly. Scoop slowly. Don't collapse, it's over my face, it's over, oh, I'm stupid, it's in my mouth, I'm stupid. However, thanks to the large number of people, with the efforts of more than a dozen people, the contents of the gutter quickly decreased. But at this time, there are still a lot of stinky ditches left. However, in this position, if you squat down and your arms are short, it is basically out of reach. At this time, if you continue to scoop, it is basically impossible to scoop. At this time, Wang Tai brought 2 waterproof suits intimately. Come on, 2 warriors, hurry up and take a shower. Waterproof clothing, a bit like overalls. It can only protect the lower body, not the upper body. Actually have to go down in person. Everyone was pale, and no one wanted to go on. So is Li Xiao. He is introverted, but he doesn't want to be so perverted. Who's going? P.S. It's a daily routine to put up stories. Alas, I don't have anyone anymore. I don't know how to subscribe tomorrow. I was planning to put it on the shelves on the day of next month with a climax. It doesn't matter if you don't get stuck, and your grades are almost, there is no way. Feeling a little uneasy, I finally asked for another follow-up. Wrapped at night, urgent action, who's going? Wang Tai asked again, or I'll call names at random. Li Xiao didn't really want to go. Although there is a waterproof suit, it seems that it is not difficult to scoop it down. But, it stinks. The stench is invisible, but the smoker cannot open his eyes. Moreover, if the foot slips and falls, it will be miserable if you fall. Wang Tai looked at the crowd and saw that no one stood out, and said, in this way, a pack of cigarettes, whoever gets it. I rewarded myself. It's not difficult to go down, and I'm wearing a waterproof suit, and blocking my nose is the most important thing. Physically active, who will go for a pack of cigarettes? Li Xiao thought this way at first, and suddenly found that more than half of the people around him, including the people around him, raised their hands. If you don't see a rabbit, you won't scatter an eagle. Okay, Zhou Yi, you and Yang Kong can go. Wang Tai nodded with satisfaction. That's right. While taking off his training uniform, Zhou Yi said, I've never done such a disgusting thing since I was a child. Platoon leader, you can't fool me with bad smoke. Wang Tai nodded. With Wang Tai's promise, Zhou Yi gained some motivation. Take off the training boots and put on the waterproof suit. First squat down slowly, then stretch your hands to the other side, and slowly lower your feet deeply. Soon, the bottom was hit. Zhou Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Currently, the rest presumably hang by the calf. Afterwards, Li Xiao quickly handed him the basin. The 2 warriors obviously didn't want to stay any longer, and went straight to the quick battle without a second word, and directly lowered their heads to scoop up the dung. The remaining soldiers on the shore also tried their best to help, helping to carry out one basin after another. Soon, half of the jelly in the gutter was scooped up. Seeing that it was almost finished, Zhou Yi suddenly yelled. This loud cry made everyone jump into a shudder. Platoon leader. He didn't care to report, his face was extremely ugly. Wang Tai frowned and asked, what's the matter? Take your time. I stepped on shit. I know, I mean the suit is leaking, and I feel like I'm stepping on shit right now. Zhou Ye's face was extremely exciting. So are the rest. Awesome. This guy is so badass. Squad leader. I won't get athlete's foot. And, it's disgusting. Zhou Yi was about to cry. These are all bacteria, or mixed types. Thinking of the possibility of his athlete's foot, Zhou Yi was even more confused about the future. At this time, Wang Tai was stunned for a while, and said with an embarrassed smile, no, generally not. Is it leaking? It's also. This waterproof suit has been worn for so many years. The veterans who bought this waterproof suit are all retired. You can overcome it, let's finish it sooner, and have a chance to take a shower earlier. I'll give you 2 packs of cigarettes later. Zhou Yi wanted to cry but had no tears, so he could only continue to work hard. He really didn't want to stay here for a moment. Finally, after 2 hours of excavating the excrement, the gutter was basically cleaned up.
The black canister is full. Hero.
Li Xiu gave Zhou Yi a thumbs up. Zhou Yi sighed. He went in without shoes, otherwise the combat boots would have to be changed.
This is the only luck in the misfortune. After the task was completed, Zhou Yi couldn't stay for a second.
Okay, you guys did a great job today and worked hard.
Get some rest. As soon as I heard it, it finally disbanded.
Suddenly Zhou Yi rushed out. Li Xiu couldn't bear it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. The experience of digging out the cesspit was simply anti-human. Withstood the stench all the way back to the camp. Several people quickly took a shower and cleaned up. There are not many opportunities to take a bath in Xinjiang, but obviously it depends on the situation. Zhou Yi squatted on the stool and rubbed the soles of his feet frantically with a brush, almost peeling off a layer of skin all over his body before he could rest. The same is true for Li Xiu, scrubbing frantically, not letting go of a single position. This experience was horrible. Afterwards, everyone began to scrub and wash the used basins. Li Xiu rinsed it first, poured laundry detergent on it, and brushed it over and over again with a brush. Li Xiu has no cleanliness, but this is too scary. Thinking that this pot will be with him for several months in the future, Li Xiu felt like crying. After all, when checking internal affairs, the little yellow basin also has indicators.
It doesn't matter if you lose it.
I can only find a way to scrape out a layer of plastic with a brush.
Huda Kurban also came.
Without a word, give Li Xiu and Zhou Yi a bottle of diluted disinfectant.
Use this to soak it well and clean it up. Make dumplings tonight. You don't need to bring pots.
After all, your pots are unhygienic. Li Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. However, don't be too discouraged. Next year, your pot will be usable again.
Ah?
Li Xiu stared, and suddenly thought of a terrible idea. So the small yellow pot used for making dough this time wouldn't have really been digging out dung a year or two ago?
Well, partly.
But don't worry, they are usually cleaned dozens of times and hundreds of times.
Huda Kurban thought for a while and answered with a smile. Li Xiu's expression suddenly became exaggerated.
The dumplings under the troops are together. Maybe two people make dumplings, but the dumplings are all connected together.
And the small yellow basin is originally a multifunctional basin. Just wash your face normally.
It is completely acceptable, but digging out the dry toilet is unbearable for everyone.
Zhou Yi ate a lot of dumplings last year. When Huda Kurban explained it just now, he thought that the older generation did not use the small yellow pot of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme noodles that had been taken out of the dry toilet. But later, he realized that it just couldn't be used immediately. Immediately, Zhou Yi felt a burst of vomiting. Li Xiu also decided. This dumpling must be eaten less or even not eaten.
It's really not as good as man's calculation. It's bad luck. Zhou Yi complained a few words. In the dining hall, soldiers are gathering together, using the dough in the small yellow basin. Li Xiu noticed that many soldiers had modeled traces of time on the small yellow basins, which represented the glorious years of the small yellow basins. But Li Xiu just wanted to scold his mother, so he really couldn't change it? Although Huda Kurban said only part of the excrement was excavated, but thinking about it makes my stomach sick. Therefore, Li Xiu didn't have much thought of making peace. Because there is no small yellow pot, when kneading the noodles, I can only use my hands.
There are many stuffing, all kinds. You can even see a lot of meat. If you want to pack something, you can just grab a big spoon and pack it.
They know how to make dumplings. After all, many of them are rural people. Making dumplings is very simple.
Soon, the soldiers made dumplings of various shapes.
Now when making the dough, every time he sees the noodles being in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme contact with the basin when kneading the noodles, Li Xiu thinks how uncomfortable it will be when eating. Finally, after more than 2 hours of hard work, the dumplings were finally finished. However, after making the dumplings, it was not for today. It was eaten on New Year's Eve. But the soldiers' meals at night are still very good, and the proportion of meat and vegetables can be mixed in half and half. The cooking class displayed martial arts, and the dinner was luxurious and unappealing, with a large plate of chicken, stewed ribs, and a small half-pot of glutinous brains, rich in gelatin. It was very refreshing just to look at it.
After a relaxed and enjoyable meal.
Facing the soldiers, Gung Jun said, "Today, everyone doesn't need to watch the news broadcast. Those who are willing to spend the New Year's Eve together can go to the TV classroom to watch the Spring Festival Gala with us. Those who don't want to, can also rest on their own." Li Xiu naturally went to watch the Spring Festival Gala together. The troops have no fireworks, no salutes. On New Year's Eve, for the first time, I can't spend it with my family. The full moon is like a disc outside, and the silence hangs in the night sky. Looking at the round moon, an inexplicable picture appeared in my mind.
In the picture, it is my family.
Because of my absence this year, the family has lost a lot of flavor. Parents' New Year's Eve dinner didn't have a lot of dishes, and it was much quieter than in previous years. The mother offered incense to the ancestors piously for her own safety, but the more she burned the incense, the more disturbed and cranky her thoughts became.
Wait for the letter I wrote to pass.
My father would invite his literate second uncle to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the letters he wrote to them. Li Xiu didn't make a phone call. The 4th Company of Sharpshooters has guarded the border for more than 10 years. The facilities are aging and there are no telephone booths. I can only write letters on weekdays. Much more troublesome than a company of recruits. When they heard that they had won third-class merit, their parents would grin proudly and show a smile. They would ask the second uncle what the concept of third-class merit is. After the second uncle explained it, he was worried about gains and losses, and worried that Li Xiu would receive second-class or even first-class merit in the future. The mother would mutter to herself, telling herself to pay attention to her body, and bless herself not to work too hard. The father may visit the house, and while drinking, he will see other people's children come home from college and spend a reunion year with their families. Sighing, Li Xiu was really homesick.
No wonder Flower of the Army will become a band song. With such a mentality and situation, if you really want to sing this song, who can think about it? It's not about the song, it's about being in the army. Worries and concerns will always be infinitely magnified. The quality of this year's Spring Festival Gala is very good, but because I watched it in the army, I always feel that it lacks the taste of reunion. Especially in the reunion atmosphere of the Spring Festival Gala, the taste of the year is not seen, but it is a little more lonely. The barracks is a second home, but it is never a home. I told myself in my heart that I shouldn't think so, but my mind couldn't stop it at all. Suddenly, there was a rapid whistle in the ear. Tranquility and ease were broken. Urgent assembly. New Year's Eve, urgent assembly?
Everyone instinctively dispersed. The TV in the classroom was still flickering, and no one turned it off.
Emergency assembly, everyone must immediately stop everything in their hands and quickly assemble.
When Li Xiu returned to the dormitory, Huda Kurban had already handed him the water bottle, backpack, and gun with a serious face. Li Xiuning noticed that under the moonlight, Huda Kurban's face was cold and dignified. Yilei rushed out early, and when passing by Li Xiu happened to hear his undisguised complaints. "I won't let you have a good time after the new year. Why bother?" However, Li Xiu didn't hesitate, and quickly got ready. He felt that things were not that simple. Otherwise, the squad deputy's expression would not be so solemn. Walk out of the gate of the barracks, and then quickly form a team. When passing the sentry post, Li Xiu saw that Wang Tai was on the sentry post. During the Chinese New Year, when the cadres were on the sentry post, Li Xiu felt a little warm in his heart for a while. But now, after all, time is urgent. Without any hesitation, time to relax.
After each class assembled, the class leader quickly counted the number of people.
The T Division of the Sharpshooter 4th Company is a first-class quick reaction division. When the motherland needs it, it can quickly deploy, quickly support, quickly raid, and quickly defeat the enemy. Arrive at any territory of the motherland within 24 hours, defend the dignity of a great power, and be ready to fight at all times. Therefore, the requirements for the speed of emergency assembly are very high. Standing in front of the soldiers, Gung Jun took a deep breath and said, "According to the instructions of the superior, we have received reports from the masses that a group of armed criminals and religious extremist forces are likely to attack Lee in the early hours of the morning. The combat squad has already set off, and we must respond quickly and cooperate." All new recruits and first-class soldiers returned to the corridor and quickly changed their plainclothes. All squads are coordinated, checked, and ready to go out at any time. Armed criminals. Without any hesitation, almost after the order was given. The next sentry has already received the sentry in advance. The cadres also took sentry arrangements. And when Gung Jun issued the password, the queue quickly disbanded. 1 second, he was still thinking about his family, and the next second, he was about to carry out a mission. There was no omen. Almost at the same time, Li Xiu also saw one after another black cars approaching outside the gate. My heart shook violently. Li Xiu understood that this was definitely not a drill, but a real mission. Back in the building, under the instructions of Huda Kurban, he quickly and orderly went to the warehouse to get the plain clothes. However, because there are so many people, the overall situation is still chaotic. But soon, Wang Tai also rushed over to maintain order. 2 people in each shift went to the warehouse to get plain clothes. At this time, Li Xiu noticed that Xiong Minghua had been rubbing his hands, muttering in his mouth, a little shocked. "Squad deputy, where are we going? Isn't the combat squad already gone? Why do we have to dispatch?" His problem was also the problem of the other recruits. Almost at the same time, the eyes of many recruits have been aimed at Huda Kurban. At this time, Huda Kurban secretly scolded this guy for his brainlessness. Asking this at this time, what is it if it is not to shake the morale of the army? Absolutely criticize him later. However, this time is not the right time. Obey the order, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Huda Kurban asked, and then continued, "Hurry up. Hurry up. If you don't want to be a deserter, hurry up. Don't embarrass the 4th company of sharpshooters." Everyone didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly changed into plain clothes. After a while, Huda Kurban replaced the squad leader, turned on the personal radio, and tuned to the designated channel. Wang Tai began to test the signal from row to row, and after the last squad leader finished the audition, the company commander's audition came from the radio station. At this time, Xiong Minghua was in a state of confusion. There was a lot of chaos in my mind. The thought of the horrific outlaws creates fear in their minds. What if the group had guns? Will it be dead? No one expected that the mission would come so suddenly. Everyone, 3 minutes to solve personal problems. Those who should go to the toilet go to the toilet. Everyone follows the instructions of the squad leader, and the squad leader listens to the instructions of the radio station. No one is allowed to leave the army. Violations of the regulations will be treated as deserters. It's rare. Now, it's directly famous. Even the instructor just rushed over. Jiananping followed Zhang Hanja's words and said, "It's a thorn. But this physical fitness is really not bad. It's a pity that the 2nd row picked it up. It's not easy to carry a thorn head, but it is also a good soldier model. Many soldier kings were all thorns back then. If you hone in the furnace, you will have a chance to become useful." The other side. While sleeping, Li Xiu was overwhelmed and put on an extra layer of military overcoat. In the Xinjiang area, the most famous thing is to wear leather jacket in the morning and wear gauze in the afternoon. The temperature difference is large, and the temperature at night is low. How to press the quilt in advance. Of course, Li Xiu also mentioned it to his roommates, but they didn't care. What Li Xiu thought was right. In the second half of the night, especially in the early morning, the temperature dropped sharply. A total of 1 army quilt was issued to the army, and Li Xiu covered it with an extra layer of army coat. Although it was a little hot when it was first covered, it became more comfortable in the middle of the night. And early the next morning, when Li Xiu woke up, he saw that the soldiers in the same dormitory were trembling, and Zhao Lei had a runny nose, and he put on his army coat. In Xinjiang, the night is dark, and the white is also late. The standard routine of the local soldiers is to go to bed at o'clock and get up at o'clock. At this time, it was past 7 o'clock, and it was getting bright outside, which was the coldest time of the day.
I'm freezing to death. It was still a little hot last night. Why is it so cold in the morning? I knew I had heard what Li Shueba said. He Shueba must have a reason for everything he said.
I kicked off the quilt yesterday, which really woke me up from the cold. Li Shuo got up and immediately started tidying up the bed and shoes.
Li Shueba, the squad leader, said that someone is coming to check today?
Li Dazhuang was puzzled when he saw that Li Shuo had made the bed.
Ever since Li Shuo said that he was a student of Peking University, he had this nickname.
Li Shuo looked at the reminder that the king value of the roll was increased by 1, and he said casually, "I'm used to it. Fold the quilt, and it's comfortable for me to look at."
Zhao Lei suddenly didn't care. He didn't check. What kind of quilt was wasting time?
Li Dazhuang also spread out the quilt without folding it. Jiang Anping got up early, the bunks were empty, and the quilts were folded squarely, like tofu cubes. In the new barracks, the squad leader lives with the recruits. However, Jiang Anping came late last night and did not come until the lights were turned off, so everyone didn't care. At noon, Jiang Anping came back and led the recruits around the recruit camp for a week, explaining many precautions. On this day, although it was said to be a rest, but Jiang Anping was with him, but everyone always felt uncomfortable and couldn't enjoy themselves. In the afternoon, Jiang Anping was not in the dormitory. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, and this was the free time for the recruits.
In fact, Li Shuo also wanted Jiang Anping to leave quickly. Let the group of recruits do it, so that he can open the book and get more king points.
In the afternoon, Jiang Anping finally left again. A few soldiers from the next class came to fellowship at the same time, and several recruits who could play cards played hookup together. Naturally, Li Shuo would not give up the good opportunity of introversion, and began to practice folding the quilt. Although I have no experience, I got used to it anyway and got a little familiar with it. The quilt is very soft, it is not shaped when folded, and needs to be repaired. Li Shuo is patient, and he has the king's value in the account.
He is eager to do this kind of work more. If you can collect enough points to buy a brain power booster card, wouldn't you be a proper Einstein?
After waiting for an hour to fold, Li Shuo put away the quilt, sat on it, and began to press the quilt. At the beginning, both the quilt and mattress were soaked, and such a quilt could not be stacked with tofu cubes at all.
It must be compacted before it can be stacked. Night. Jiang Anping dragged a large storage box to the dormitory.
At this time, Li Shuo also calmed down quickly, recalling the memories of his previous life in his mind, trying to find clues. Still, he shook his head, not to mention that most actions go unreported. Even if Li Shuo was reported, he might not know about it, and he didn't pay special attention to it in his previous life. However, Li Shuo still had a little more confidence, and his lack of impression proved that this action did not have serious consequences. Victory, or it just didn't happen.
3 minutes later, the crowd assembled again.
Huda Kurban gave everyone a piece of compressed biscuit wrapped in tinfoil, and said, 1 piece per person.
This is not for you to eat as a snack.
Once you get on the bus, it will be for at least 1 night.
Thing. This is a supply, you can use this as an emergency, everyone nodded. Compressed biscuits are hard and feel like rocks.
However, at this time, everyone is not in the mood to pay attention to these. The atmosphere was oppressive, and no one spoke. Li Shuo also felt that his mouth was a little dry. There was no instruction from the radio station, and they were not allowed to board the car, so they just waited there.
Xiong Minghua couldn't bear it anymore, and asked, "Squad officer, what are we doing in plain clothes? Why haven't we issued bullets yet? Will we really be dispatched later?"
Huda Kurban said, "I don't know. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either slash phoneme.
Just follow the command's order."
Seeing Xiong Minghua's impatience, Huda Kurban sighed in his heart and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely rush ahead of you.
This year has been considered meaningful.
For our soldiers, especially our T Division, that is, the Strategic Quick Reaction Division, we must be ready to dispatch missions at any time.
The police situation is in order. In addition, we are only assisting, don't worry too much. He was also afraid that the fear would spread, so he comforted him. Xiong Minghua reluctantly nodded when he heard the comfort. Reaction limit enhancement card, end of month competition, everyone dispatched urgently according to the plan. A burst of electronic tones came from the class radio. Huda Kurban immediately stood up and said, everyone is there. Get on the bus according to the shift. The recruits rushed into the car immediately. The last few people who got on the bus didn't even have a seat. Squad reports all in one class, second class arrives, 3 shifts arrive. The car moved quickly. There were bumps all the way. Zhou Yi sat next to Li Xiu and asked, are you afraid? Li Xiu shook his head and said, not afraid. Well, I'm a little scared. Li Xiu noticed that Zhou Yi's hands were shaking a little. Have you performed missions before? Li Xiu asked. Of course. Some comrades died. Zhou Yi turned pale, although it was only once. Li Xiu's heart beat hard. Every family is reunited in the new year, and we have to go out to perform tasks, but I don't even know what we need to do. Xiong Minghua was full of anxiety. Li Xiu took a deep breath, stopped thinking about it, and kept his energy. The car went very smoothly. No bullets were fired and no orders were issued. This kind of uneasiness without a fulcrum is the most terrifying. Li Xiu adjusted his state and tightened his grip on the gun. I don't know how long I walked, because every minute and every second seems to be long. Finally, the car stopped. Rest in place. Huda Kurban gave instructions again. The windows on the side of the vehicle were closed, so I couldn't see what was outside or where I was. And then, there was a long wait. Li Xiu didn't know what he was waiting for, and he didn't know what he was going to face. He didn't even know who the enemy was and how they would move out. At this time, Li Xiu also felt that the soldiers in a company are just a joint. The information that is known is very little. I want to be an officer. Otherwise, there are too few things I can do. With such a sentence in his mind, Li Xiu quickly suppressed his distracting thoughts. After waiting for a long time, there was only the sound of the clock ticking. 11:43. Li Xiu felt his heart beating violently. This is when everyone is most nervous. However, nothing happened. When the pointer jumps to 12 o'clock. According to the intelligence, they will be dispatched soon. Everyone became more tense. But the surroundings are still very calm. 2 in the morning. Li Xiu didn't sleep, but some recruits had already slept. Huda Kurban came over and woke up all the sleeping soldiers. Perform the mission, no matter how tired you are, you must persevere. The alert has not been lifted. Li Xiu didn't sleep, he was still full of energy, but he also realized that he probably didn't take any action tonight. 7 in the morning. Most of the recruits were asleep, and a few veterans were also dozing off. The alert was basically lifted. Li Xiu also realized that if there were no accidents today, nothing would happen again. After staying up all night, even though Li Xiu could endure it well, he still felt a little tired at this time. Mainly, maintaining that intense state of focus is exhausting. However, if you stay up late, early morning is the most sleepy time for people, so Li Xiu still didn't relax. 10 o'clock. The captain's voice came. Everyone, stay where you are. There should be no tasks today. Li Xiu was inexplicably relieved. A few veterans who couldn't bear it also fell asleep in an instant. A false alarm. Li Xiu's tense mind relaxed, and he also felt a little tired. Back in the wing, the officers and soldiers of the 4th Company, who had been exhausted all night, went back to the dormitory to rest without the slightest hesitation. Squad leader, was it a drill last night? When I woke up, it was already afternoon. Dumplings, everyone was hungry, so they ate as soon as they opened their mouths. Li Xiu didn't eat, but ate the meat given by Dina Zhuobo to pad his stomach. He still can't accept it. Xiong Minghua was a little surprised and asked. It's definitely not a drill. It's just that the enemy changed his plan, or the intelligence went wrong. However, your performance this time was poor. Huda Kurban said, in the future, such missions will be very frequent. We are only assisting the combat squad this time. If it is our main combat mission, don't you be scared to death? Xiong Minghua lowered his head, feeling a little guilty. He played poorly today. In comparison, although Li Xiu didn't perform much, he was much calmer than him. Okay, I won't scold you on New Year's Eve. Think about it. If you really want to go to the battlefield, you will get more panicked and confused. Yes, the momentum, not only him, but also some recruits performed equally poorly. Although it is inevitable to perform tasks for the first time, criticism and education are definitely indispensable.
During the Chinese New Year, it was a hard time to rest. Li Xiu rested for a day, and then continued to open the book. The main thing is that he relaxes and relaxes enough. For 4 consecutive days, Li Xiu spent time in the company library. Every day, I frantically brushed the experience column, and the progress of various skills also improved by leaps and bounds. Sniper tactics, sniper theory, military topography, portable radio operation, armored vehicle driving theory, and other skills are all mastered. At the same time, his sniper is only short of camouflage and lurking to achieve proficiency.
Can achieve mastery.
Li Xiu is definitely the best among snipers.
There is even a chance to compete for the strongest.
And during the 5 days of vacation, Li Xiu was also very happy. With other veterans and recruits all playing badly and playing cards, opportunities for involution are everywhere. The volume king value is even more endless. For 4 days, Li Xiu miraculously recorded more than 100 volumes of king value every day. Now, his volume king value has broken through the dash mark. After breaking through the dash mark, Li Xiu hesitated. He now has 1,000 scroll king points. In fact, there are a lot of surplus scroll king points that can be used to buy upper limit enhancement card. When the scroll king was in the early -s, buying upper limit enhancement card might affect the progress of learning skills. But now, the volume king's value has skyrocketed. Too much is too much, too advanced a skill, and he can't get in touch with the training path now. Therefore, Li Xiu is going to use one more card to enhance his basic quality. In the beginning, Li Xiu's goal was brain power. The improvement of brain power can increase his learning efficiency and further speed up the rate at which he can obtain king points. But it doesn't do much for him at this stage. Li Xiu's idea now is to take advantage of the military competition to gain a few more merits to lay the foundation for the future road. At the very least, a few more second-class skills. He is going to military school in the future. Military academies have more professional knowledge, better platforms, and more windows for dialogue on military knowledge. At that time, I guess I didn't have the energy to participate in the military competition. Moreover, the acquisition efficiency of the roll king value will also become faster. But now, he has enough king points, and he is not worried about not enough. Right now, it's better to focus on the military competition. His physical strength is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the limit, and his physique is also very good. So the goal is on strength and responsiveness. Currently, Li Xiu's power is 7.9, which is 0.1 higher than last time. The reaction power is 7, and there has been no progress. Response, as the name suggests, is the sensitivity of the nerves. Generally speaking, the older you are, the lower your responsiveness and the less sensitive your nerves will be. With training, it's hard to improve. The system can be improved. Without thinking for too long, Li Xiu quickly made a decision. Exchange for reaction cap enhancement card. Without any hesitation, Li Xiu used it immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host, reaction power +2. After the lifting sound ended, Li Xiu felt clear-headed, and a coolness permeated his whole body, flowing up and down his whole body. Very comfortable. It's like swimming in the ocean. Relax, comfortable, I feel a lot more sensitive now. Li Xiu's feeling now is very strange. It seems that I have become lighter, not only the body, but also the mind. The speed of thinking is like lightning. One word, comfortable. 4 days later. The 5-day holiday is over. The old non-commissioned officers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters returned to the team.
Bring a lot of souvenirs. However, according to the requirements of the company, it must be resolved that day. Immediately afterwards, he invested in intense and high-pressure training. After the short vacation, Li Xiu became more and more terrified. The company's military topography itself is a rare cultural class in the army, and the instructor is Li Hong, the second platoon leader. The second platoon leader, Li Hong, has just joined the company for a year, and his prestige in the team is not high, and his strength and ability are average. Lectures are all phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme from the book. To be honest, this kind of cultural class is very watery. Coupled with the hypnotic voice of the second platoon leader, it is basically a refreshment lesson for the soldiers. Sharpshooter Celian paid phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme attention to training, but didn't care much about culture classes. But when Li Xiu was taking this class, people found that Li Xiu knew a lot, even more than the second platoon leader. To put it simply, Li Xiu is reciting, and the second platoon leader is talking. It looked like Li Xiu was giving a lecture, and the second platoon leader was listening. Not only military topography, but also armored vehicle driving. Although he has not practiced it yet, Li Xiu's understanding of armored vehicles still makes the ace of the fourth company of sharpshooters, Wang Tai, speechless. Questions he asks. Li Xiu's answer is more standard and perfect than the standard answer. Moreover, not only these a few, portable radio operation, infantry vehicle maintenance and repair, vehicle machine gun use, Li Xiu has all theories. A walking science book. A few platoon leaders studied well in the army, and at least they passed the college entrance examination. But every time I teach this class of recruits, I feel extremely stressed. If you can't say a word well, you will be corrected crazily. It can be called a lecturer's error correction machine. Everyone was shocked. Is this the role king after returning from vacation? So terrifying. After all, theoretical and cultural subjects are not the focus. After all, Li Xiu was originally from Peking University, so no matter how good his grades are, it is reasonable. But in the training items, Li Xiu's performance is also improving, visible to the naked eye every day. However, because Li Xiu wears a sand vest and sand leggings for training at all times, the specific results cannot be seen. Everyone knows that Li Xiu will participate in the small martial arts competition at the end of the month, and he will become a blockbuster. It is possible to directly poke the waist of the top 10 of the whole company. The training days are as monotonous as running water, and pass the test. This day. The small contest at the end of the month is finally here. It happened to be a cloudy day. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme is very exciting. The person who blows is cool and comfortable. Top soldiers. Aggressiveness is an attribute. Although the veterans of the No. Company of sharpshooters were good at it, the ones at the front were all aggressive. Companies encourage pawn-to-pawn competition. Soldiers are also willing to compete with each other. The backbone companies compete with each other. There are also sharp knife classes between classes. Li Xiu's rise is too fast, but there must be old non-commissioned officers on top. Can't compare in theory, can't compare in shooting, can't compare with Tainyang's traditional military pentathlon? Can't beat wrestling? If it is not accurate, it is more ruthless. Apex, don't be shy. P.S. There are 3 more chapters tonight. Brigade Commander inspects the Grassroots Company. Grassroots Company. All 4 companies are dispatched. Soldiers are a group that is easily infected by blood. Especially the Sharp Knife Company, the aggressiveness is engraved in the bone. Before the martial arts competition started, the atmosphere of each class got up. Fanatical and unrestrained, it is easy to make people's blood surge. Small contest, the rules are very unrestrained. Shooting is the big head, and the soldiers in the company love it. Many soldiers also like this one the most. But there are other projects too, and many of them. The specific rules are equipment, shooting, obstacles, rappelling, fighting, tactics, physical fitness, etc. Negotiate among 15 comprehensive training syllabus items, and choose 5 at random. Whoever wins 3 wins. Kill a person and get a ranking. The rules are strictly unfair,
but no one cares. It mainly depends on the confrontation between the two sides. Every year is very cool and can bring up a discussion boom. Li Xiu, don't you go crazy? I don't think you're wearing a vest today. Zhou Yi stared at Li Xiu and smiled. Be brave and kill one of the top 10. Today Li Xiu was really ready for madness. Some people are afraid of a bird. He had to play it out and make a name for himself. The army, the sharper the soldiers, the easier it is to be valued by the superiors. Without a background, you can only fight for your potential. Li Xiu. Let's compare. Li Xiu just wanted to answer. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice coming from my ear. Wang Tai. Suddenly, the recruits and veterans were surprised. Several monitors were also surprised. Deng Jun, who was eating melons, was also surprised. Li Xiu was even more surprised. Wang Pai, our fourth company is aggressive, and the company also encourages competition, but I want to know the reason. Li Xiu was also surprised and asked. Reason? Wang Tai looked at Li Xiu and smiled. 7 years younger than myself, rising slowly, with infinite possibilities in the future. He's old. Usually the company has always been the first, no motivation. Or rather, it was too comfortable. Boring. Originally, I wanted Li Xiu to put some pressure on the other veterans, but Li Xiu improved too fast, and the stability of his shooting performance last time even surpassed him. Therefore, he also wanted to see how Li Xiu shot. Li Xiu, the challenge rules for the sharpshooters 4 consecutive rounds, the challenger chooses 2, and the challenger chooses 3. I want you to take advantage, otherwise it will be very difficult for you to win. Since joining the army, your shooting skills have been very high. I want to find a sense of crisis for myself. After speaking, Wang Tai thought for a while and said, I ran, times in 10 kilometers. I ran a total of, kilometers. I shot with a rifle and knocked out tens of thousands of bullets. I was second in the division. I was the first in the division for sniping and fighting. I really compete with you in 5 events, no it's too fair, so besides shooting, you can choose any of the other 4. Understood. Li Xiu nodded, I accept. However, let's follow the rules. You choose 2, and I choose 3. Nodding his head, Wang Tai didn't speak anymore. And the sharpshooter instantly fried the pot 4 times in a row. On another shooting range. Brothers, don't compare. Li Xiu wants to compete with Wang Pai. A soldier rushed in front of 2 fighters who wanted to compete, his face was flushed and his tone was excited. Damn it, really? Of course. Then don't compare, go and watch. Not only the 2 soldiers who were about to compare, but the surrounding soldiers also ran out one after another. This is even better than Jill. You must go to the competition. It doesn't matter if they don't have names or surnames. However, Wang Tai's division is number 1, and Li Xiu is the best recruit. Although there is no suspense in the competition between the 2, it is absolutely beautiful. Whether it was Wang Tai crushing Li Xiu to protect the glory of veterans, or Li Xiu stepping on Wang Tai's corpse to rise up. All exciting. Better than what? Li Xiu asked on the sharpshooter Celian training ground, 300 meters dynamic target sniping. 10 kilometers fully armed cross-country. Wang Tai thought for a while and said. 2. All hardcore subjects. And they are all very tough subjects. Let alone the first item. 10 kilometers fully armed off-road, it sounds scary. Fully armed cross-country, unlike a recruit company, in addition to regular loads, there are Kevlar body armor, combat vests, and 2 portable individual ammunition boxes and cooking squad field pots. Play is ruthless. The weight of a single soldier is 42 kilograms. It's also the long-distance running subject that Li Xiu is good at. Wang Tai thought that Li Xiu could not compete with 3 kilometers or 5 kilometers, so he chose the most brutal 10 kilometers. Okay. Then I choose military combat, 400-meter armed cross-country, individual tactics. But at the next moment, everyone was also stunned by the subject Li Xiu chose to compete. Don't look at the other 2 items.
Just look at the first item, fight. Fighting? Li Xiu wants to choose fighting? He doesn't know, is Wang Tai the #1 master fighter? You are a recruit, have you ever learned to fight? The recruit company has learned a little, but only a little. The recruits and veterans were dizzy, and the sound of chanting slogans was replaced by the sound of saliva. Wang Tai is a ruthless guy, choosing what Li Xiu is good at is called challenging himself. Li Xiu has lost his mind, so he wants to fight him. However, the atmosphere is here. Whoever withdraws is a bastard. Although Wang Tai was a little surprised, he didn't say anything. It doesn't matter what Li Xiu chooses, no matter what the project is, he will never underestimate the enemy. 300 meters dynamic target sniper field. The competition has not yet started, the atmosphere is already in full swing, and the supporters of both sides continue to cheer. Of course, after all, Wang Tai is the platoon leader, and those who support Li Xiu are very tactful. Come on Wang Tai, kill Li Xiu, I'll wash your clothes and shine your shoes, a recruit called out, cheering for Wang Tai. Li Xiu, work hard, it's not shameful to lose to the platoon leader. Li Hu spoke loudly, supporting Li Xiu. Li Xiu, try to win one, and go out and be able to boast for a year. Brother Li, come on. Li Dazhuang cheered for Li Xiu loudly. Li Xiu was not influenced by the outside world. After 2 minutes of warm-up, the first competition officially began. Dynamic target, as the name suggests, is a target that can move. 300 meters away, there are 5 moving targets. The magazine must be emptied within 90 seconds. Finally, the total number of rings hit by the bullet is counted. The sniper rifle used is 85, and the magazine capacity is 10. 300 meters common target rapid fire. For Li Xiu and Wang Tai, it was actually very easy. After all, they don't have much pressure to shoot copper coins. But the difficulty is that the target is constantly moving. Moreover, the movement speed is not slow. For a sniper rifle, such a moving target is difficult to aim at. Not to mention correcting ballistics. It is a test of the sniper's judgment, reaction, and marksmanship. Moreover, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme deflection correction in all directions will make the calculation more complicated. Therefore, it is time to test the experience of the sniper. Of course, the only advantage is that the distance is relatively phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals close/phoneme, and the external influence is relatively small. Li Hu told Finyang himself that he was the referee of the game at this time. At this time, the weather was gloomy and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme was blowing. Wang Tai frowned slightly, but did not back down. I'll come first. Wang Tai opened his mouth and said. Li Xiu nodded, it's all the same. Soon, a soldier brought a box of machine gun ammunition. This kind of machine gun ammunition can be used in common with the type sniper rifle ammunition. Without hesitation, Wang Tai reloaded, checked, and corrected. After everything is ready, lie down immediately. 300 meters away, the 5 chest ring targets are constantly moving. It is precisely because the dynamic target is always moving, so Wang Tai did not have much effort to aim. Boom! The first shots sounded quickly. The opportunity was fleeting, and then, gunshots rang out one after another in everyone's ears. Wang Tai has rich experience. The effect of this kind of moving target becomes worse the more you aim, so you should use the gun feel to fire decisively. The longer you hesitate, the worse your grades will be. Don't forget that there is a second time limit for shooting targets. If you aim for a long time, and the next few bullets can only be shot out in one go, it will be even worse. After that, the frequency of Wang Tai's shooting was very fixed, basically every 7 or 8 seconds. The muzzle flashed. All 10 bullets were fired. Beep or beep beep, time up. Li Hu shouted. Wang Tai had already put down the gun, and the bullet had been emptied. After the fight, Wang Tai's state obviously relaxed a lot. Judging from his uniform shooting sound, Li Xiu judged that his grades should be pretty good. Sure enough, Wang Tai fired 10 bullets, 90 rings. Don't underestimate this achievement. Although it is a 300-meter sniper,
the difficulty of moving the target is scary.
And still rapid fire.
With the score of rings, Teacher T couldn't find the second one. Wang Tai breathed a sigh of relief. In this result, he played very stably. Immediately afterwards, Li Xiu also entered the sniper position, lying on the ground.
Click. Manual brute force loading.
The gun rests on the bipod in shoulders, with a classic unstable posture. Without too much adjustment, Li Xiu's heartbeat slowed down and his breathing stopped. The estimated target direction is 11 o'clock, the moving speed is 3s, the sniper scope appears for 4 seconds, the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals wind/phoneme speed is 8 meters per second, the temperature is 300, and the distance is meters. The distance is only 300 meters, which can be easily calculated based on experience.
Quickly adjust the dense position. A moving target appears. Anticipation triggers. Boom!
Without any hesitation, it took him a lot of time to adjust for the first time. After the gunshot sounded, Li Xiu didn't hesitate, and after re-aiming, he continued to pull the trigger.
Bang bang bang!
Li Xiu fired all 10 bullets. And almost when Li Xiu fired the last bullet,
Li Hu blew his whistle. Time up!
Li Xiu was obviously relieved, but his head was a little dizzy, and he gasped heavily. Just now, in order to maintain precision, he was not breathing and concentrated.
How many rounds? How many rounds? I rely on.
The non-commissioned officer in charge of statistics almost popped his eyes out.
How many rings?
Lao Yi, don't ink, tell me quickly.
Some people urged that the non-commissioned officer in charge of statistics was too inky. I just stood there in a daze and didn't report my grades. Gung Jun, who also watched the game and ate melons, was also very eager. Fuck, what's the point of this forced selling? I haven't seen any results.
But at this moment, his nose was hit by a icy cold. He reached out and touched his nose.
Wet. Looked at the sky.
The originally cloudy sky unexpectedly began to rain lightly.
Fucking weather, don't let the winner be determined. Gung Jun sighed.
At this time, a communication soldier came suddenly and said to Gung Jun, "Report to the company commander, the brigade commander came to visit unexpectedly. The head told us to prepare quickly and wait for observation."
Gung Jun was taken aback for a moment, and immediately became energetic in the next second. Gung Jun quickly asked, "Brigade commander?"
Correspondent replied, "Yes." However, he wasn't too nervous, instead he said, "Come on, let's meet him." Although it was not common for the brigade commander to inspect the Frontier Defense Company, and he hadn't heard of it before, the troops were not straight, and the grassroots companies had more or less experience, so Gung Jun didn't panic. The only thing that is a little uncomfortable is that due to the influence of the ghostly weather, the brigade commander probably won't be able to see the wonderful little contest of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters today.
Soldiers can get in the rain, but officers can and hashtag 039, T? Can't? How many rings?
Wang Tai's eyes were sharp, staring at the non-commissioned officer who reported the target, 99 rings. The reporting sergeant spat out a number. Wang Tai's pupils contracted, and his heart beat violently for no reason.
Lost. A crushing defeat.
Li Xiu's sniper level is actually so high. An ordinary sniper can be considered a master if he hits a 300-meter moving chest ring within 10 seconds.
The group army shoots top players and can hit the 9 rings upwards within 10 seconds. However, king and top are 2 words. 99 ring. Unreachable numbers. Stability, accuracy scary. This result is too harsh.
Gung Jun's mind was buzzing, as if he could be stuffed into a hornet's nest. Li Xiu's terrifying sniper rapid-fire technique shocked them.
Is that human being? Master T's first sniper is going to be replaced. Does the group army have this phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals det data/phoneme? No one can be so stable. That's a moving target. Why is the stability of sniper rapid fire so high? Can someone's hand be so stable?
Not only stability, but also the speed of nerve response, breathing, and aiming speed.
Even if it is a target of 300 meters, it has to be corrected, but how can it be possible? Anaerobic sniping?
I saw Li Xiu gasping for breath after shooting. The other snipers of the 4th company of sharpshooters swallowed wildly. Only snipers know how awesome this is. Most of them are about to kneel to Li Xiu directly.
It's too bullshit. Wang Tai was under a lot of pressure.
He lost to Li Xiu in the part he was best at. The frustration was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But at this time, Wang Tai's adjustment ability can also be seen. Although he lost, there are still 4 events.
Still win.
Li Xiu, let's continue the race for 10 kilometers. As soon as Wang Tai opened his mouth, he felt a chill on the top of his head. Raindrops, falling down. It's raining.
And it's raining harder and harder. Many soldiers began to complain. The excitement is just beginning, how can it end here?
It was as if their expectations had just been pulled up and then extinguished in a blink of an eye.
Suffocated. Accurate. Platoon leader, can we start now? Li Xiu asked Wang Tai. Wang Tai was taken aback and said, it's raining now. The same.
Li Xiudao, it's okay for us to compare. Besides, it's just suitable for the raining environment.
Yes.
Wang Tai was waiting for this sentence. He also wanted to compare, and wanted to move back to a game. At this time, Li Hu thought for a while and said, it's raining so hard outside, what should I do if I catch a cold?
Li Xiu smiled and said, catch a cold? Don't care about it in war. Don't forget that we are a first-level strategic quick-reaction armor division. It's like what our division commander T said, when it rains, we won't fight anymore. When it rains, the enemy won't invade? When it rains, will our awareness of combat readiness disappear? Being able to adapt to the environment is our strategic quick response teacher. Li Hu was taken aback for a while. Mr. T said this sentence? Why doesn't he know?
Soon, Li Hu suddenly realized that he was the squad leader, and he directly gave Li Xiu a shock, no matter right or wrong.
Grass, you kid is so good at pretending. In the next second, Wang Tai gave Li Hu another blow. I can pretend only because I see you. What Li Xiu said, is there anything wrong? Ah. Li Hu was confused.
That's right, hurry up and compare.
Yes. Li Hu responded immediately with a big head. The other side. The brigade commander and the officer of the brigade propaganda department got out of the car.
Seeing Gung Jun trotting all the way to meet him, he smiled and said, Comrade Xiaogung, long time no see.
Hello Brigadier.
Welcome to our company for guidance and inspection, please give instructions.
Gung Jun faced the brigade commander and saluted respectfully. Take a break. Yes. Gung Jun smiled. Stop smirking, look at what it is, why are the soldiers getting wet in the playground? Is it because you are the commander of the 4th company, and you are using corporal punishment?
The brigade commander stared, full of majesty. He saw several soldiers running in the rain at the training ground in the distance, so he asked Gung Jun when he came up. Gung Jun's head exploded, and he said quickly, report to the brigade commander, it is 2 soldiers who are challenging military subjects.
Oh. The brigade commander became interested and said, who and who? How's the result of the challenge? Report to the brigadier.
The 2 sides of the assessment are Li Xiu, a new recruit, and Wang Tai, the 6th member of our T division. They have already conducted the 300-meter moving target sniper assessment. Currently, they are undergoing a full-armed 300-kilometer assessment, but the result of the meter moving target sniper is still unclear.
Li Xiu? Is that the little guy who broke the record in the recruit assessment?
The brigade commander listened to the report and his eyes lit up. Li Xiu, Wang Tai, he all had impressions. Needless to say, Wang Tai is the trump card of their brigade. Li Xiu also broke the army record of 3 kilometers. And, as he later learned, even a world record. This is one of the reasons why he came to the sharpshooter 4th company.
However, how did these 2 match each other? Are veterans better than recruits? The brigade commander suddenly became interested. At this time, the officer of the brigade's propaganda department will hold an umbrella for the brigade commander. The brigade commander smiled, stretched out his hand and waved it. What specialization? Soldiers can get in the rain? Officers want to use umbrellas? Let's go, and see together.
On the training ground, it was raining heavily. No one knows why his mother is so evil this year. It rains every day in the Gobi phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. They only know that if they are fully equipped for 10 kilometers in the rain, the consumption will be very exaggerated. The two of them carried a weight of up to 42 kilograms, and when they were poured with water, they weighed at least another 2 kilograms. Coupled with other influencing factors, consumption is even more terrifying. In the rain, two figures ran wildly. The training uniform is tightly attached to the skin, and it is uncomfortable to run with the clothes and the coolness. A circle. 2 laps. 3 laps. 4 laps. This time, even Li Xiu didn't dare to use the desperate running method. The physical strength of human beings is not enough. Because this kind of load is 45 kilograms and 10 kilometers, it takes a lot of physical strength to be able to run. Therefore, in the first few laps, Li Xiu and Wang Tai ran inseparably. When the training boots stepped on the water splashed and split into pieces. Two figures, one in front of the other and the other behind, are striding forward. On the 10th lap, Li Xiu took a big stride first, and his speed increased a lot, and soon opened a gap of about 30 meters with Wang Tai. Hey, don't run so fast, pay attention to the distribution of physical strength. Zhou Yi looked at Li Xiu's speed and said worriedly. Is Li Xiu treating 10 kilometers with a load as 5 kilometers with a light load? Come on, get the red potion quickly. These two people will fight for their lives. Brotherly, come on. Li Dazhuan also looked worried. Li Xiu is a lunatic. He ran the first 3 kilometers as a sprint. Li Xiu's physical strength is already exaggerated. I feel that the king's platoon hit the gun. He chose what Li Xiu is best at. 10 kilometers is completely different from 3 kilometers. Physical strength distribution is the key. If you speed up before you run halfway, you will definitely not be able to run after a while. Wang Tai gritted his teeth. He didn't want to lag behind, he wanted to catch up. He gritted his teeth again and dashed forward. But to his despair, Li Xiu's physical strength seemed to be endless, and after running halfway, he actually accelerated his speed. The distance between them, instead of shrinking, increased. Another 3,000 meters over. In the last lap, Li Xiu had pulled down Wang Tai by nearly 1 lap. No one expected the gap would be so big. Li Xiu was extremely weird. Awesome to the extreme. His heart and lungs have been strengthened, and his breath is like a bellows. But Li Xiu was not feeling well right now. The weight on his body was like a hill, pressing his back against his chest. The lungs contracted violently, and the legs were extremely heavy. But the speed is not slow. Volume king value, rapid growth. Bring him faith. Hold on a little longer, and he'll be stronger next time. Wang Tai is also desperately catching up. Legs, all rely on instinct. Don't admit defeat, can't lose. The pride of the 4 consecutive sharpshooters cannot be lost. He was also breathing heavily, and was running wildly while gritting his teeth. 2 beasts. Is Li Xiu taking stimulants? Such a big gap? Isn't Li Xiu best at long-distance running? Doesn't breaking the military record count? Athletes at the national level don't have this level. There are constant discussions. And soon the brigadier also came. Looking at the 2 fighters who were fighting fiercely, the fighters who were still gnashing their teeth and rushing forward were also deeply shocked. Together with all the officers, we were drenched in heavy rain. And all the soldiers were also moved by this crazy spirit. Especially when the brigade leader accompanied them in the rain, they were even more excited. The sound of cheering was like thunder, resounding through the sky. And the officer of the propaganda department of the brigade, who was still hanging out before, was also very excited, and took up the camera to shoot frantically. recorded one by one to show the indomitable and brave spirit of the soldiers.
At last. Last lap.
Li Xiu crossed the finish line first. Immediately after the run, someone helped Li Xiu unload the load.
So awesome, so shocking.
Li Xiu directly conquered everyone in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters.
The brigade commander couldn't wait to ask, how much?
Not only the brigade commander, but everyone also paid great attention.
43 minutes 50 seconds. On a rainy day, 43 minutes and 50 seconds.
This result is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the brigade record.
If the weather is good, wouldn't Li Xiu be able to score 41 points? Another military record? Everyone's eyes on Li Xiu changed.
If Li Xiu broke more than 3 military records all at once, it might not be a second-class achievement, but a first-class achievement.
A first-class meritorious service. The full 10-kilometer score detonated the whole company.
After that, it took about 2 minutes before Wang Tai caught up. His face paled.
Lost.
But there are still countless soldiers who stepped forward to help Wang Tai lift the burden.
Wang Tai, also awesome. As for Li Xiu, that's a pervert, what's the point of comparing him? Li Xiu won again. The 2 events selected by Wang Tai.
Li Xiu won both.
But
Wang Tai's halo is actually still there, and it hasn't been affected much. His speed, to be honest, is extremely terrifying. There is every chance to compete for the strength of T Division. Although he lost to Li Xiu, everyone now knows that Li Xiu is a pervert, and normal people can't compare.
It's better to be more realistic with platoon leader Wang Tai.
The brigade commander was also shocked, but at the same time very excited.
They fixed their eyes on Li Xiu and Wang Tai.
In the heavy rain, both of them showed crazy fighting spirit.
The brigade commander took a deep breath and said, "Good. Good. Good. Sharpshooter 4 Company, very good. There's more tonight."
The brigade commander witnessed the birth of the King of Soldiers. Birth of the King of Soldiers. Gung Jun didn't stand at attention to accept the brigade commander's praise, nor did he have time to say any kind words.
Actually, when Wang Tai fell, Gung Jun ran the fastest.
To be honest, when he saw Li Xiu and Wang Tai go shopping, he was proud, but also a little distressed. Proud, because the 2 soldiers are good soldiers, and both are absolute sharp-edged soldiers.
As for feeling distressed, that's why there is no such contest. Hurt the body. Too hard. Gung Jun blew his beard and stared, and said, "If you compare this again, believe it or not, I will punish you?" The brigade commander was a little amused when he heard it. The commander of the 4th Sharpshooter Company cares so much about his subordinates? Wang Tai took a few breaths, and he also recovered, but was slightly absent-minded.
"Thank you for your concern." After that, without much hesitation, he said directly to Li Xiu, "Fight."
"Okay. Come. You 2 lunatics, do you want to kill each other?" Gung Jun gritted his teeth. "Company commander, scold after the competition."
"I don't want to lose today, Grass Mud Horse."
Seeing that Gung Jun was really angry in front of the brigade commander, several soldiers were silent.
Everyone felt that no one could save Gung Jun today. However, the brigade commander smiled, shook his head and said, "Okay. Today, both of them have very good fighting spirit. Today's competition is also a very good theme." After thinking for a while, the brigade commander said, "Today's martial arts competition has a good theme. Let's compete on a rainy day, so that I can see the fighting spirit of your 4th Company of Sharpshooters and your prosperous martial arts.
Our army will pass the torch from generation to generation. Inheritance is born in the waves of generation after generation. Comrade Wang Tai, don't worry too much.
You have guarded the glory of veterans, and you are a manly soldier."
"I lost. Losing a fart."
The brigade commander laughed and scolded directly. Li Xiu could see that the brigade commander was also a man of temperament.
"Okay, then win this item," Wang Tai said.
Li Xiu said nothing.
The brigade commander waved his hand and said, "The last item." Wang Tai hesitated and said, yes. Li Xiu also nodded. Although there are still 400-meter obstacles and individual tactics. But those two things are what Li Xiu is best at. Li Xiu thought he would win casually. The responsiveness has greatly accelerated the results of these two items. And currently, the only suspenseful thing is fighting. Fighting in the rain. Everyone gathered around the two of them, staring at the two of them who were fighting. Although they were spectators, none of them dared to blink. Because the atmosphere was too dignified, they felt as if they had attached themselves to the two soldiers. Don't dare to exhale. King Platoon is a champion in fighting and invincible in wrestling. This should also be the one with the best chance. These two people are really strange. Li Xiu is best at shooting and long-distance running. The King's Platoon insists on choosing these two. The King's Platoon said that he is the best in fighting, and Li Xiu still wants to challenge. What's the matter, stubborn? Have a look. Everyone surrounded Li Xiu and Wang Tai. From the appearance point of view, Li Xiu is very thin, but Wang Tai is very strong. As the latter's muscles rolled, the 97 training uniform was tensed. Li Xiu stared at Wang Tai with solemn eyes, but he didn't breathe heavily. Li Xiu has learned martial arts in the army, and he has become proficient in it. Purely military boxing, to be honest, it's not very good. What's really good can only be learned after the next company. Whether it's really good or not depends on whether the squad leader has real skills. After going down to the company, the schools of martial arts in the army are messy, but they are powerful in fights, because most of them have been verified through blood and tears in the counterattack against Cochin. A very practical combat style. Wang Tai is good at judo, full twist, sambo and other wrestling techniques. Grabbing the opponent, then destroying the center of gravity. The wrestling technique is different from other styles of play. Generally speaking, one move determines the outcome. The focus is on balance. The two watched and confronted each other for a while, and Wang Tai rushed forward first. The frequency of his steps changed suddenly, like a cold arrow, about to grab Li Xiu's arm. But the next moment, a foot kicked directly at Li Xiu's calf. Li Xiu's reaction was extremely quick, and he dodged his sweep in an instant. And taking advantage of Wang Tai's center of gravity to shift, he turned sideways. Several recruits were playing cards in full swing. Seeing Zhang Anping coming, they were a little timid. Zhang Anping wasn't angry, but said, "Don't panic, I told you today is a rest day. I'm here to ask you to open all the suitcases and put the illegal things in. And the cards in your hands are the same, no one is allowed to take it. On the rest day, I will send it to you." Hearing these words, the recruits breathed a sigh of relief, quietly returned to their beds, and began to open their suitcases. There are also snacks and the like. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme eat them today or hand them in. Especially cigarettes. New recruits are not allowed to smoke during their first year in the army. Once you find out, you will suffer. Zhang Anping rarely smiled, but this time he showed a meaningful smile. Li Xiu frowned slightly, but he didn't take the initiative to hand it in. Rules are dead, people are alive. If you follow the rules, that person still talks about subjective initiative. He has storage space, Zhang Anping will never be able to find it, so naturally he will not take the initiative to hand it in. Okay. Tomorrow you will officially start training. Get ready. I will send the storage box to the instructor first. With that said, Zhang Anping took the storage box out. Hey, I really want to play another game. It's really uncomfortable that I didn't finish that game. Me too, time goes by so fast. I think it's cool to start my military career officially tomorrow. I heard that I want to learn how to stack tofu cubes? I'm already looking forward to it. The lights were turned off on time at 12 o'clock, and the recruits in the second squad quickly fell asleep. As a soldier, internal affairs are the basics. Every regulation on internal affairs, you have to memorize me by heart. I don't care what method you use, it must be rotten in your brain and you can't recite it, so don't blame me for being rude early in the morning. Zhang Anping pulled out the quilt that he had fold according to my standard. I will only give it to you once, so you must remember it.
Fold quilts, 3 points depend on stacking, 7 points depend on repairing. While Jiang Anping was explaining the precautions for folding the quilt, he spread out his own quilt again, and then he talked and folded it.
In just 3 minutes, the quilt was barely folded into tofu cubes.
Give you 10 minutes, after 10 minutes, ask me to check. After Jiang Anping finished speaking, everyone quickly separated and started to act. It is not difficult to fold the quilt, but the difficulty is to make flat tofu cubes. Especially for new quilts, the cotton is very soft, and the edges and corners are always limp.
And for recruits, it's even more difficult. What's going on? Why do my quilts always collapse?
This quilt is too soft, no matter how you fold it, it won't stand up.
The corners are not aligned, and they have to be stacked again. Squad leader, can I do this?
Zhao Lei shouted excitedly.
Jiang Anping walked over, took a look, and said, "What are you stacking up into? It's so ugly, why don't you let me see it? This corner, the back is not collapsed? It's crumpled. Refold."
Jiang Anping just glanced at it, and was reprimanded directly. The recruits were also used to this bad-tempered squad leader, and Zhao Lei didn't refute, but began to unravel the quilt honestly and began to fold it up again. At this time, Li Xiu also raised his hand. "Report, I'm done." Jiang Anping turned his head, saw Li Xiu raised his hand, and frowned.
"Why are the new recruits so impetuous? I said that according to his standards and requirements, no matter what." When Jiang Anping saw Li Xiu's quilt, his eyes suddenly lit up.
On Li Xiu's bed, the army green quilt was quiet and neat. Although the corners are still slightly flawed, it is already very perfect. Jiang Anping hurried over and touched it carefully. His expression changed, and he said, "You still know how to press the quilt in advance." Monitor seeing Jiang Anping's inquiry, Li Xiu said, "Report, yes.
I pressed the quilt yesterday." Jiang Anping nodded and said, "You still know how to prepare in advance? Not bad." He understood Li Xiu a little more. "In this study, it is called preview, right?"
Very quick response.
Wang Tai's heart skipped a beat. Next second,
Li Xiu had already moved to Wang Tai's side, his arms tightly locked on Wang Tai's neck. One foot kicks the left leg violently. With the help of Wang Tai's already destroyed center of gravity, Wang Tai was knocked down. Form a fixed bear strand.
Everyone exclaimed.
The brigade commander jumped up directly.
Samba Jiu-Jitsu naked twist. A killing technique that can kill in 10 seconds. There are people in the field army, but not many. Very dangerous.
Li Xiu closed it when he touched it, and didn't make any further moves. Fixed bear strands, forming no solution.
Li Xiu's reaction was frighteningly fast. This moment, all was silent.
The sharpshooter ranked first in the 4th Company, and Wang Tai, who was 6th in the T Division, was killed by Li Xiu 3 times.
I have no temper at all. Silence, silence, silence. Suddenly someone shouted, "Soldier King."
Suddenly, the company exploded. The King of Soldiers. The King of Soldiers. The King of Soldiers. The King of Soldiers was born.
What is Bing Wang? Division T has at least 3 firsts, and the one who is recognized by most soldiers is the King of Soldiers.
What soldiers admire most is the strong.
Alright, go up and do it yourself.
In a word, whoever is tough is awesome. The hardest one is the Soldier King. Li Xiugang, the first in the 3 events in the whole company, and the victory in the 3 events, worthy of the title of King of Soldiers. Li Xiulo Wang ironed up. Wang Tai pinched Li Xiu's shoulder and said, "Fuck, you really fuck me.
I'm so fucking ashamed. However, I can't compare to you this time, but I'm very motivated now." Wang Tai's eyes were sharp. Lose is lost. Shame is the medicine for progress. The applause is louder than the rain. The officers of the propaganda department of the brigade took photos frantically in the rain. Glasses are full of water droplets.
In the future, the group newspaper should be like this, and report on the spirit of soldiers at the grassroots level. The brigade commander applauded and spoke to the soldiers of the brigade propaganda department. Turning around to Li Xiu, he said, "Li Xiu, come with me."
I have something to ask you. This chapter is a bit short. A total of 17,000 today. Currently subscribed to 1100. Exceeded expectations, thank you all. 10,000 words will continue tomorrow. Smoke Tashin? Li Xiu, who is always self-disciplined. Self-disciplined. The brigade commander came to the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. In addition to inspecting, he was looking for Li Xiu. Li Xiu followed up obediently. Comrade Li Xiu, do you want to be an athlete? The brigade commander didn't say anything, and asked straight to the point. Li Xiu was stunned for a second, then shook his head decisively. Report to the brigade commander, I don't want to, I want to be a soldier. Going to the army is my dream. Li Xiu said it directly. With his achievements, if he is an athlete, he can break many records. The future is great, and he will soon become an international superstar. But these are two different things. Li Xiu has a system, and staying in the army may not necessarily have a worse future than being an athlete. Have you figured it out? The brigade commander repeated. Think it over. Li Xiu didn't hesitate. Okay. The brigade commander said okay gently. Li Xiu suddenly felt that the relationship between him and the brigade commander had become much closer in an instant. In fact, the brigade commander didn't want Li Xiu to be a hard-working athlete. After all, who would be willing to poach his own wall? What did the cultural and sports officer say about the military and sports family? Isn't he still coveting his own cabbage? Military competition, go get the top 10, and I'll help you break the rules and apply for a promotion quota, you understand? The brigade commander had a gentle tone and spoke simply. You need to be the class monitor for 1 year to be promoted to the submission quota, and Li Xiu is not the class monitor. But if he performed well in the military competition, he would be able to make an exception and apply for Li Xiu. Li Xiudao, then can you make an exception and let me take the military exam in advance? Yes, yes. The brigade commander smiled. Li Xiu is going to take the military exam, he is not surprised. After all, for Li Xiu's ability, if he was admitted to Peking University, even if he wasted a year, it would not be difficult to get admitted to the military academy after a little review. Not to mention that the military examination is a level lower than the college entrance examination. There are many roads, both of which can be walked. Even if you are sure of going to the military academy, you have to work hard to get credit. Yes. Li Xiu nodded. If you encounter any problems, you can come to me. There are cadres on duty in the duty room of the brigade headquarters at any time. Li Xiu said sincerely, understood. Brigade commander. Afterwards, Deng Jun followed Li Xiu to complete the company inspection. When the brigade commander went down to the company, he asked all kinds of questions in surprise. Do veterans physically punish recruits? Is there any problem with the style of the officers in the company? Did the fighters have any other difficulties? For no too straight, talking about the grassroots investigation of the real situation. However, the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, as a sharp knife company, has abundant martial arts virtues and a good style, so it can naturally stand the test. The brigadier came and went quickly. But the news that Li Xiu's recruits killed Wang Tai in a small competition continued to ferment. Li Xiu's reputation spread throughout the Dalian team. The Red Star Brigade's Dalian teams basically have such pictures. The company commanders of each company were holding the Red Star Brigade Soldiers Express in their hands. Their faces were shocked and incredulous. The headline on the front page of the newspaper was dazzling: Soldiers pass the torch from soldier to soldier, the fighting spirit under the rainstorm. The report recorded the grand occasion of the iron contest between the recruit Li Xiu and the 6th King of the T Division. The brigade commander and the soldiers witnessed the birth of the king in person in the rain. Sharpshooter Celian, this time it was too revealing. The 300-meter moving target has 99 rings, and it takes 43 minutes and 50 seconds to complete the 10 kilometers. Fighting defeated the 6th Wang Tai of the T Division. Several company commanders were extremely envious. Why isn't this soldier your own? 3 items: killing Wang Tai, the 6th member of Division T, is still a new recruit. Wang Tai is 6th in T Division and 2nd in Red Star Brigade.
Except for the Sharp Knife and Iron Bone Company of the several major companies, the quality of top soldiers is far behind that of the fourth company of sharpshooters. Lien and Lien are very competitive, and Gung Jun is very stinky. Every time they meet, they always brag about their own Wang Tai. Except for the Sharp Knife and Iron Bone Company who can beat Wang Tai with their first company, the rest of the company commanders really can't say anything. Therefore, several company commanders had long hoped that a top-notch soldier would kill Wang Tai of the fourth company of sharpshooters. Today, the top guy who killed Wang Tai appeared. It turned out that it was the soldiers of the fourth company of sharpshooters who returned him. Grass. Depressed. Some companies that had a chance to compete for Li Xiu regretted it even more. A large gold ingot flowed out from between his fingers. Sad. Not just company commanders. Non-commissioned officers and soldiers are also discussed. Red Star Brigade Soldiers Express, the main target readers are cadres and soldiers below the regiment. The Red Star Brigade set off an upsurge. The King of Soldiers advertised in the Express. Whether it is a cooking squad or a combat company, many soldiers are required to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme some newspapers. Usually there are various institutional spirits, but this time it came suddenly. Little contest? King of Soldiers? The hardness competition between iron and iron is exciting and enthusiastic. Moreover, the contest between recruits and veterans made many recruits excited. Recruit? How could it be a recruit? Li Xiu, isn't that the soldier from Peking University? The one who broke the record. He's not a non-commissioned officer yet, he can be promoted after he becomes a non-commissioned officer. Then will Li Xiu be a company commander in the future? Company commander, maybe battalion commander, regiment commander. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Sharp knives and iron bones. Jia Nanping swallowed the zodiacal flower seed, looked at the travel newspaper, and felt awesome. Li Xiu was an instant hit. Fuck, I don't know if this guy Li Xiu has finished playing the King's platoon. Has anyone asked him who the recruit squad leader is? I taught him how to fight. Jia Nanping was a little proud, but also a little regretful. Grass, left too early, forgot to arrange. Ordinarily, when recruits go to the company, the squad leader of the recruit company will arrange for the recruits not to report the name of the squad leader of the recruit company after they go to the company. If you want to ask, the squad leader is dead. After all, the new recruits after the company basically have to be repaired by the veterans. But Li Xiu was different, he was too competitive. The reputation is loud. Especially in fighting, he defeated Wang Tai, who was number 1 in the T division, and he was very powerful. Not only Jia Nanping, but also a group of recruits from the recruit company also saw the newspaper. They were equally astonished. They are both new recruits, they are still in the year master period of veterans, and Li Xiu has already crushed to death the top 6 monster veterans of the T division. The gap between people is actually so big. Another day of training. The sun was setting, and shed a blush. The No-Sharpshooter Company is training on armored vehicle driving. Damn it, Han Pingyu's bastard will be finished by him. Gung Jun cursed, if he doesn't practice well, what will happen to the training mission? Although the 4th Company of Sharpshooters has the word sharpshooter in its name, it is a genuine machine rifle company. In addition to the various training items this month, the 4th Company of Sharpshooters also has an important training item, that is infantry tank coordination. However, due to the size of the armored vehicles, it is necessary to train the coordination of infantry and tanks. The 4th Company of Sharpshooters must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme train with tanks. According to previous years, it has already been practiced at this moment. But this year, the 3rd Tank Company was so busy that they couldn't spare any time. A few missed appointments. If the joint training is not available, the original training plan can only be moved back, and the armored vehicle driving training will be moved forward. Therefore, although they have only been in the army for a month, the recruits will immediately have the opportunity to touch armored vehicles. Okay, there is another part. Simulation class. Now, suppose you are driving our company's main battle armored vehicle on a slope of degrees and driving at 1/8 of the full speed.
When you find a 2-meter deep and 8-meter long explosion 3 meters ahead, how do you deal with deep pits?
Most of the soldiers were unmoved. After all, the company commander certainly didn't ask them.
In fact, if the tank company didn't break the appointment, what they should be practicing at this moment is the cooperation between the tank and the tank.
Armored vehicle driving, it's a talent in itself. Several pilot non-commissioned officers also showed embarrassment. Huda Kurban is the senior pilot of the company, and he is currently studying for the special class, and he is also thinking at this time. An armored vehicle driver not only needs to be able to manipulate an armored vehicle, but also needs a certain amount of powerful theory to support it. The slope is 100 degrees, the full speed is 1/8, the engine is about revolutions, and the front of the car needs 3 meters to stop completely. In addition, the smoothbore gun will extend, and the balance of gravity will be interrupted by %.
If you can't brake, you can only reverse. But reversing also takes 1.8 seconds to complete the dual-flow work of the differential transmission. After 1.8 meters, there will still be 4.5 meters in the air, 3 meters away from the pit, and the car still falls. Problem. Li Xiu, will you? Deng Jun asked.
Report, directional S steering plus double maneuvering at a high elevation angle.
Using compound avoidance technology. If the lateral movement angle is sufficient, you can instantly change the tank's maneuvering mode, adjust the direction, use the inclined sidetrack to complete the high elevation angle climb, and bypass the crater. This Duan copied, I don't know if it's right.
Li Xiu talked eloquently. Huda Kurban was the first to shine, and said, yes, this is indeed possible. Deng Jun also nodded in satisfaction, and at the same time felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, you are too tall, otherwise you will have a huge advantage in driving an armored vehicle. You also have the opportunity to become an armored vehicle stunt driver.
Li Xiu could see it.
Although he couldn't be a pilot, he could learn to be a commander after entering the military academy.
Wouldn't it be more awesome to command the steel wave?
Afterwards, after a day of training, Li Xiu's style was improved again. Several tank drivers on the playground seriously discussed the training content and asked Li Xiu for advice from time to time. Among other things, Li Xiu was very strict about the theory.
Finally, the training is over.
Li Xiu and several veterans of the second class stayed for extra training. Because there are many training items today, there is only half an hour of extra training, but I still got 5 points for the king of papers. On the way back to the dormitory, even the internal soldiers passed by and greeted him. This is the change brought about after he killed Wang Tai in a small contest. Soldiers worship the strong, and Li Xiu is the strongest, so they naturally look up at others. Although it is realistic, no one can blame anything.
Comrade Li Xiu, are you done training? Li Xiu, good evening. Comrade Li Xiu, do you smoke? Tashin.
Facing the enthusiastic crowd, Li Xiu first smiled. Although he was surprised, he still kept his heart. Even though he has already won the first place in the whole company, he has not forgotten the introversion.
Always keep the instinct of self-discipline.
However, the feeling of being valued by so many people is really good. That's a sense of accomplishment and recognition.
Back in the dormitory, Wang Tai actually came to look for him.
And, with a big bag of things.
KG sand vest and KG sand leggings.
After the last small martial arts contest, Li Xiu asked Wang Tai to do one for him, and Wang Tai agreed. Unexpectedly, the efficiency was so high, and it was delivered to Li Xiu in one day. At present, with the continuous improvement of physical fitness, it is time to improve the weight bearing, otherwise, the training effect will be a bit worse. Anyway, in the system panel, Li Xiu's physique has not declined, which proves that there is no problem in training. Putting on the weight, Li Xiu chose to go to the company library without hesitation.
Li Xiu, are you still going to the company library? I'm number 1, and I'm still so self-disciplined.
Zhou Yi said, wait for me, I will also go to look at English.
I have to learn English well today.
Huda Kurban thought for a while and said, then I'll go and see how the armored vehicle is driven.
Today I found out that I still lack a lot.
Yi Lei has been under the influence of Li Xiu for the past few days. Seeing that Li Xiu was already number 1 and still working so hard, he couldn't help but feel guilty for his relaxation.
Then I'll go too. Yi Lei hesitated a little. Row.
Li Xiu responded, even though they were all rolled up, it might affect his ability to obtain the king of rolls. But his comrades in the same class wanted to work hard, and Li Xiu naturally wouldn't stop him.
I'm a little late today.
But there must be, words.
There will be 6005 in a while.
Preview.
Participate in sniper training.
Please order, please support, order, please support, what?
Contest? Sharpshooter 4 in a row.
Zhou Yi raised his voice. Facing Zhou Yi, Li Hu nodded slightly, and said, that's right, a confrontation match.
Who are we competing with? When?
Zhou Yi asked.
I don't know who to compare with.
But it's still early, in March or April. Li Hu shook his head, however, I heard that the environment is not very good. The altitude is 20,000 meters and the mountains are really difficult for our armored vehicles. As soon as there is a confrontation match, Li Hu and Huda Kurban are gearing up.
On the contrary, Zhou Yi and another senior soldier were a little afraid.
It's okay, you don't have to be the first to die this time. Li Hu patted Xia Zhouya's head and said, don't be so cowardly. I was the first to be eliminated last time, can I not be cowardly?
Zhou Yi cried.
Ha, the first to be eliminated is also the first. Li Xiu teased.
Hey, don't talk about it.
Li Xiu, don't be complacent. When you really go to the battlefield, you really don't care about your level. Sometimes, the top of the company is the first to die.
Bullets don't have eyes, and everyone is shot.
Zhou Yi recalled the last experience, feeling a little resentful. What Zhou Yi said is correct. When you go to the battlefield, regardless of your usual assessment results, you will be eliminated immediately if you shoot a cannonball. However, if you perform well in the confrontation exercise, you will also get credit.
Huda Kurban smiled.
As soon as Li Xiu heard about meritorious service, Li Xiu immediately became interested.
Looking forward to the competition too.
While chatting, Wang Tai stood outside the door and knocked on the door. Immediately, everyone saluted Wang Tai.
Wang Pai.
Wang Tai nodded and said, Li Xiu, the car is coming soon.
You hurry up and get ready. We're going to go.
Li Xiu nodded immediately.
Sniper training.
It was already agreed before, so Li Xiu was not surprised when Wang Tai came to call him.
12 days of sniper training.
Li Xiu thought, this trip should be rewarding. Although his skills are basically maxed out, there is still one, camouflage lurking, missing. If he takes this opportunity to make up for the camouflage lurking, then he has mastered the sniper skill.
5 minutes to prepare, then go downstairs to assemble.
Wang Tai opened his mouth and said, yes. At this time, several people from the second class also started to help Li Xiu clean up. After all, they have been together for more than a month, and Li Xiu has a very good relationship with the rest of the class. On weekdays, Li Xiu basically knows everything in theory, not only sharing a lot of training skills with them, but also answering their questions. Let their grades improve more or less. Now, Li Xiu is going to participate in the sniper training, and they are naturally willing to help clean up. Soon, Li Xiu packed his things, carried his rucksack, and went downstairs with Wang Tai.
There are 3 people from the 4th company of sharpshooters to participate in the sniper training.
In addition to Li Xiu and Wang Tai, there is also Wu Feng from the 4th class. Wu Feng is a non-commissioned officer in the first batch, but his shooting skills are very good and he has great potential, so he also got this opportunity.
Everyone boarded a buggy together.
The direction they were heading to, Li Xiu knew very well, was the headquarters of the regiment. After arriving at the headquarters of the regiment, Li Xiu found that there was only one more person.
4 people in a group? Except Li Xiu. Everyone is at least a non-commissioned officer.
Moreover, everyone's eyes are very sharp, obviously, they are full of fighting spirit for this sniper training camp. Then, the head of the delegation spoke. Only then did Li Shou understand that the previous sniper training camps were all preparations for the sniper competition in the military area.
This time is special, and the country has worked hard to create this opportunity. Carry out some kind of pilot system reform. The specs are high. It's also brutal. Strict elimination system.
This time the sniper training unit involved more than a dozen divisions and 3 directly affiliated units.
2 armored divisions, the Quick Return Division, the Machine Infantry Division, the Anti-Aircraft Artillery Division, the Howitzer Division, the Engineer Division, and the Reconnaissance Battalion directly under the Army, the Guard Battalion directly under the Army, and the Training Department directly under the Army. Lots of units. And they are all tops. Top picks selected from thousands of snipers. Pick the top among the top. Best of the best. It is much more ruthless than the training of the advanced class monitor. What is pre-training for monitors? Backbone training soldiers privately called it a bone-crushing drill. But the backbone training is far worse than this sniper training in terms of the proportion and the quality of the candidates. The leader didn't say a few words, and it was over. In the end, let them play well and strive for good results. Because they had to hurry up and set off, the head of the group didn't say much. Soon, the 4 of them boarded a huge troop carrier together. Buzz, the diesel engine of the personnel carrier, was loud, and even though it was covered by a tarpaulin outside, Li Shou didn't know where to go. All he knew was that the personnel carrier stopped and went, and people kept coming in. Moreover, the military rank is not low. Phase 2, Phase 2, Phase 3. Li Shou even saw an officer. Lieutenant officer. There are military officers participating in this training. Along the way, everyone chatted. K Artillery Division, there are only 3 in our division. A black-faced soldier introduced first. This time, we will keep 12 out of the 800. Thinking about it will be exciting. There is no way to stay in the sniper training of the whole army, so let's continue to wait for the sniper training in the division. Generally speaking, the sniper training in the division is to determine the number of snipers participating in the military competition. Although it is also an elimination system, at most 10 will eliminate 2. For example, the Anti-Aircraft Artillery Division is basically escorted, which is only equivalent to a training camp. 9 out of 790 and 11 left. Wang Tai said lightly, looking very confident. What he meant was obviously that he wanted to occupy a spot. Brother, are you so confident? The black-faced soldier looked at Wang Tai more. Not only him, but several people in the car also looked at Wang Tai. Not a teacher, not familiar with it. But Wang Tai was so confident that they were very surprised. It's wrong. It should be 798, keep 10. Wang Tai thought of Li Shou, and added another sentence. Shameful laughter sounded in the crowd, but there was no follow-up. It is true to speak according to strength. Li Shou didn't expect Wang Tai to be so crazy. However, he didn't respond. Anyway, he came to participate in the sniper training camp just to go through the motions and learn the skill of camouflage and lurking. Run after learning. As for picking 12 to go to sniper school or something. Going to sniper school is not as good as going to military school. In the final analysis, snipers are still high-tech arms, soldiers, not officers. After walking for a while, there are mountain roads and roads. Because the car is going fast, bumps are inevitable along the way. The personnel carrier also drives very boldly, jumping when it sees a pit, and flying when it sees a slope. Just walking all the way, I feel that the bones of my whole body are about to be shaken to pieces. At this time, the car became more and more lively, and Li Shou heard more and more information. The one who blew the training whistle this time was number 1 in the last military competition. The official national strength of the 5th period. It is said that Fang Guoqiang once hit a 600-meter balloon coin target. 600m balloon coin target, as the name suggests, it is to hit the coin hanging on the balloon. It sounds scary. This is equivalent to the abnormal combination of floating target and micro target. Of course, Li Shou was sure that Fang Guoqiang should not use the dash sniper, but a sniper rifle with higher precision.
Along the way, everyone chatted enthusiastically, but the car was also bumpy.
About 3 or 4 hours. Everyone's stomach was sour and they were a little sick. After finally getting down, looking left and right, everyone got out of the car.
I didn't come to any paradise, and there were no people, so I don't even think about going out. At this time, several other personnel carriers also arrived.
A motley group of people also came out from under the car. After an hour. Training station.
All divisions and directly affiliated battalion units are here. The training camp officially started. Line up for 3 minutes. In charge of line up, the guard is a tall soldier in military uniform. Tall, graying hair, strong build, piercing eyes. However, although the hair is a bit old man's gray, it is obviously not because of his age. Li Xiu and Wang Tai stood together, and Wang Tai was in front of Li Xiu.
This is Feng Guqian?
Li Xiu looked at it carefully, but didn't see anything unique.
Take a break. Stand at attention. Amid the chatter, I took a deep breath and pulled out the draft I'd written, intending to share something important. Everyone, I want to say something, I announced.
The room fell silent. My mother smiled warmly and encouraged, Xiaoxiu, if you have something to say, speak up.
I support you.
Summoning all my courage, I blurted, I don't want to go to university for now, I want to sign up to be a soldier and join the army.
A shocked silence followed. How could anyone choose the hardships of military life over a prestigious university education? What's so good about being a soldier?
It's tiring, the salary is low, and there's no future, someone murmured. I coughed a couple of times and continued, Father, Mother, I've made my own decisions.
I've never made a mistake before, have I?
My father nodded, his eyes reflecting the confidence he always saw in me.
Going to the army isn't that bad, one relative added. There's competition and assessment, you can even take the military test to become an officer. Imagine wearing a military uniform, holding a steel gun, how handsome is that?
The military exam is just like the college entrance exam. If you do well, you can attend a top military academy, become an officer, and earn honor along with a good salary. Another voice chimed in, even if this path doesn't work out, you can always go back to university. I've heard that Gingbei University will postpone your admission, and you can reapply in 3 years. Besides, soldiers even get a discharge fee that could cover your tuition.
My second uncle, a former soldier himself, added, Xiaoxiu is right. You can enter a military academy.
The best military academy is even better than Peking University. You'll be an officer by the time you graduate. I looked at my anxious parents and puzzled relatives, and with unwavering resolve, I said, I've thought this through carefully. I'm ready to leave behind the life I once knew and embrace the honor and responsibility of being a soldier. If you are an officer, the stars on your shoulders that can withstand piercing poles are majestic and well treated. But, in the army, life is hard. Listening to the second uncle's description, Hu Fengxiang hesitated, and Li Guozhong couldn't make up his mind. Li Xiu also took the opportunity to say, it usually takes 3 years to be a conscript. If I don't pass the exam for a good officer in 3 years, I will definitely come back and continue my university studies. Li Xiu was full of confidence and said, are you still worried about my grades? Army officers are paid well. They have more face than high-achieving students, and they have a solid job.
Retirement severance pay is tens of thousands of yuan.
Li Xiu looked sure to win.
This also makes parents hesitate. Is it really that good?
Really? Li Xiu patted his chest, when did my son lie to you? Seeing how confident Li Xiu was, they became more confident.
Finally, accept this reality. In the army, it will be very hard.
Don't regret it, let alone be a deserter.
The second uncle said. The second uncle is a retired veteran.
He also stayed in the army for 3 years back then, but he didn't become a non-commissioned officer. Of course. Li Xiujian finally convinced his parents, and he was in a good mood.
This meal is heavy.
Hu Fengxiang rarely moves her chopsticks. Li Guozhong didn't even dare, he drank the scalding tea without moving the dishes on the table.
After dinner. Everyone is preoccupied. Li Xiu was very relaxed. Over there for the extension, I will apply. There is an internet cafe in the town, and I need to apply there. Li Xiudo. I will be able to sign up in a week. I will contact the teacher of the school in a while. Li Xiu added a sentence. Hu Fengxiang raised her head suddenly, so early. Have you considered it? It's too sudden. Think about it. Mom, don't worry. Li Xiu said. When I come back in 3 years, I have to concentrate on studying. Hu Fengxiang was very serious. She still felt that Li Xiu's going to the army was a waste of time and had no future. If you go to Peking University, you may find a good job when you come out. Li Xiu heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. This matter can be regarded as convincing the parents. But do the 3-year conscripts come out? I despise him so much. He may spend most of his time in the army in the future. Night. As expected of a top student admitted to Peking University, he is different from other soldiers. Li Xiu grinned. Just now, he gained a bit more king value. He raised his eyes to look at the other recruits, and found that the group of people were watching a show there. After Jiang Anping glanced over, he immediately lowered his head. What's more, Jiang Anping heard low voices of discussion. Damn, this is too difficult. It's useless, it can't be stacked at all. It's so annoying. Girls should do this job. We came here to fight guns. We've wasted so much time. It takes more than 20 minutes to fold a quilt. In their opinion, this is a pure waste of time. With the squad leader present, their complaints were very low, but Jiang Anping heard them clearly. What's more, several recruits simply sat down on the bedding. I'm tired of standing for so long. It's better to sit down and rest for a while. Looking at the recruits who stopped their hands, Jiang Anping couldn't help but said angrily, You are one by one, are you trying to rebel? I asked you to fold the quilt, but you don't listen. This is the first day, and you are going to sing against me? Facing Jiang Anping's anger. What's the use? I haven't made a quilt for 18 years, so I'm living a good life? When I come to the army, I want to fight guns, but I don't want to spend time making quilts. Zhao Lei lowered his head, he muttered a little. The class monitor Jiang Anping heard this, but some memories came to his mind. The tone was also a little calmer. Do you think that folding the quilt is a superfluous thing? Seeing that no one responded, Jiang Anping then took out what his old squad leader had taught him. Back then, like this Zhao Lei, he felt that making quilts was very boring. Later, it was the old squad leader who told him that he knew the way to make quilts. Folding the quilt is the first thing every soldier does every day. Although it is a small matter, it is also an important aspect of daily style. Especially in peaceful times, doing what you should do to the best is the embodiment of combat effectiveness. At the same time, this is also through day-to-day training to sharpen the sense of obedience of the soldiers, and train the soldiers to be people whose bounden duty is to obey orders from small things. This is the same as walking in the square team and standing in the military posture. It is to cultivate the discipline of the soldiers. The subtleties can see the demeanor, and the finer points determine the world. If you can't do small things well, how can you make big things? As the saying goes, if you don't sweep a house, how can you sweep the world? You can't even fold a quilt well, don't care, and give up when you encounter setbacks. And you? As soon as Jiang Anping finished speaking, there were clapping applause outside the door. Li Xiu turned his head and saw several cadres walked in. The leader is a lieutenant. Hello, instructor. Jiang Anping immediately led a group of recruits to salute the new lieutenant. Jiang Shanhai nodded, returned a salute, and at the same time looked at the recruits standing upright on the edge of the bed, and said with a smile, How about teaching them to make quilts? Jiang Anping showed a smile and said, Yes. I listened to what you said at the door. Yes, I am enlightened. Jiang Shanhai patted Jiang Anping on the shoulder. It all depends on the instructor to teach. Jiang Anping is meticulous. Let me tell you my opinion again. Zhang Shanhai smiled and said, if you put the matter of making quilts in the army as a whole, as a recruit, when you arrive in the army, you must first forget your bad habits in the local area. This is the first step in making quilts. Then, you need to adapt to the army as soon as possible, and you need to be at ease. This is the second step of folding the quilt, pressing the quilt. As the military age grows, you have been scolded, made mistakes, made meritorious deeds, won awards, and won respect and honor. This is the third step of making a quilt, quilt repair. Being a soldier is to change from a little bit of scattered to a square tofu block. Like a cornerstone, it must carry the weight of the country and the lives of the people. It must be angular and orderly. The recruits hurriedly clapped their hands. This understanding is also very good. However, everyone was not much moved. From different angles, they don't have such a deep sense of substitution. On the contrary, it was what the monitor said before, and they suddenly felt that this quilt had to be folded properly. Okay, everyone stack up. Zhang Shanhai's eyes fell on Li Xiu, and the corners of his mouth raised. Your name is Li Xiu, right? Perform well. If recruits want to become officers, they must perform well. The troops will not treat capable people badly. Yes. Li Xiu straightened his chest and spoke loudly. After speaking, the instructor left. Zhang Anping followed Zhang Shanhai and walked out the door together. You guys. If you can't fold the quilts well, you will have to stand in front of the toilet for 10 minutes. Zhang Anping said to a few recruits who were still making the quilts. Li Xiu, you can go to the cafeteria to eat. Penalties are nothing. Mainly embarrassing. He was punished to stand at the door of the toilet, but he was embarrassed in front of the brand new barracks. Naturally, Li Xiu didn't really go to eat. Idiots are the ones who take the initiative to be isolated. He spread the quilts one by one, opened his own quilts, and said to the surrounding recruits, brothers, take out the quilts, and I will teach you how to fold them step by step. The army is not all about grades like schools. Human accidents are as important. And most importantly, collective thinking. The army emphasizes the sense of collective honor. The individual cannot transcend the collective. Zhang Anping looked at the movement here, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Good boy, he has a collective concept, not a stunned young man. This kid's EQ is not low. Okay, I must study hard. Li Dazhuang said quickly. Several recruits followed Li Xiu step by step to learn. This time, Li Ziadi taught it over and over again, doing it very slowly. Although Zhang Anping explained it in detail before, he only explained it once and demonstrated it twice. Li Xiu has a strong memory and can learn it, but the other recruits can only remember the general idea. Now it's done well according to Li Xiu's gourd painting. Zhang Anping didn't embarrass everyone, and nodded. Everyone has it, come with me, run. At this time, the recruits all breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Li Xiu with a little more gratitude. No one wants to go to the toilet and stand ashamed, so Li Xiu is helping them. Everyone lined up, and Zhang Anping stood at the head, jogging towards the cafeteria. Passing by the toilet, I also saw a few recruits standing with their faces flushed and their heads bowed. The toilet is right at the main entrance of the dormitory. They are forced to stand here, and everyone in the camp can see it. If nothing else, he must have lost his face. Zhao Lei couldn't help laughing, but under Zhang Anping's stern eyes, he still lowered his head. Arriving at the cafeteria, Zhao Lei was about to go in, but the squad leader took a step forward and said, it is the tradition of the reserve team of our iron and steel company to pay tickets to enter the cafeteria. However, the tickets here are not money, but military songs. Report, I can sing, return from target shooting. Zhao Lei said excitedly. Singing, he is good at. Earlier at home, he learned a lot, and with his golden voice, he found a girlfriend. The squad leader ignored him, but stepped out, faced everyone in the second squad, and said, a song before dinner, get ready. Just rap and sing, but nothing rap? However, after finishing speaking, Zhao Lei roared at the top of his voice. Sunset Shishan shooting home. However, before he sang, Zhang Anping used a stronger voice to steal his tune. Unity is strength. Unity is strength. This strength is iron, this strength is steel. When he roared, Zhao Lei's voice immediately disappeared. The rest of the recruits could only sing along with Zhao Nanping's voice. After singing one song, Zhao Nanping showed a comfortable expression, and said, "When we sing in the army, we have to use roar. Whoever sings the most tune, follow him. It doesn't matter if it sounds good or not. What's important is that a song before the meal will make you scream. Remember, it's still the same as before, eat all the fuck. If anyone hasn't finished eating, I'm not as talkative as Chenlong. I'll just stuff you into the slop bucket." Zhao Nanping said.
Thinking of the taste of the slop bucket, a flash of fear flashed in his eyes.
Posture.
One person makes a mistake, the whole team is punished.
The whole team is punished.
In the army, it is only good to eat, not to be full. The first meal is welcome noodles, also called root noodles.
The second breakfast is fragrant steamed buns.
Steamed buns are vegetable buns, but they taste delicious. The army's food may not be very good, but it is to support people.
Fragrant buns.
Served with slightly sweet porridge.
Li Xiu ate very well and ate very fast. At this time, there were not many people in the cafeteria, only a few people from the second class. Even Zhao Nanping couldn't help showing a smile at this moment. There is also competition between classes.
In private, the veterans also entangle and compete with each other. Who leads better soldiers, who leads recruits more worry-free, are all their talk. There is Li Xiu in the second class, which saves him a lot of trouble. Moreover, Zhao Nanping knows very well how useful it is to be a leader in a team.
Can drive the enthusiasm of the whole platoon.
And Li Xiu, at this time, also moved his mind. He folded the quilt very well just now, and won the king of rolls.
Then change your mind. Can he exchange skills from the beginning, and then earn a return of capital through outstanding performance, so as to realize the recreation of value?
If the rate of return is high enough, then he can not only use this method to learn skills, save time, but also earn king points.
Li Xiu thought about it and decided to experiment.
Password Special contains the basic skills of recruits, stop and turn, and go forward.
Exchange, 10 points.
Standing in military posture. The standard military posture can help you slow down your physical exertion, make you look better and more attractive.
Exchange, 3 points. Goose Step Kick. Standard Goose Step Kick can increase your momentum. Exchange, 2 points.
Steel Company Internal Affairs Regulations, 89 edition. The internal affairs regulations of recruits will make you less likely to make mistakes.
Exchange, 1 points.
Li Xiu pondered for a while, but chose the second option.
Successfully redeemed the skill, standing military posture. Do you want to learn it? Study.
Li Xiu's eyes flashed. Behind the skill column of the virtual panel in front of you, there is an entry for standing in a military posture, but there is also an experience column like a panel game at the back. Then there is more knowledge and details of standing in the military posture in my mind. At the same time, the whole body is also warm, and it seems that it is slowly being transformed. Detect the host's brainpower. 9. The prediction skill learning time is 8 hours. Practicing or using the test score can help you speed up learning. Seeing this, Li Xiu was stunned for a moment, and when he recovered, he almost wanted to curse.
Shouldn't the skill learning of the general system be learned automatically after being exchanged? There is actually an experience column setting. Learning can only be accelerated through paper king points or practice. It's not clear that this thing is trying to trick him into being worth the king of Krypton rolls. However, after thinking about it, this setting is actually reasonable. If he really learned it out of thin air after directly exchanging skills, it would be too prominent, and he might be sliced. Now there is a learning process that will also make him look a little more reasonable. After eating the buns in 2 or 3 bites, and finishing the porridge in 1 bite, Li Xiu walked to the door and prepared to return to the team. Subsequently,
Zhao Nanping brought everyone to the training ground to explain the basic movements of the training. Standing in a military posture is the first lesson for soldiers.
Compared to this name, I prefer to call it putting the army.
The military posture is not standing out, but pulling out. This movement is the mother of all military movements. Listen clearly, the essentials of standing in a military posture. Separate your feet at degrees, keep your legs straight, put your thumbs on your palms, and let your hands hang down naturally, sticking to the sides of your legs. Be sure to stick it tight. If anyone can't stick it tight, I will grab it and pull it away, then you will be punished. Touch your belly in, hold your chest out, raise your head, look forward, and splay your shoulders back. Lean forward and put weight on the ball of your forefoot. Think of yourself as a tall and straight pine tree. Zhao Lei. I want you to imagine yourself as a pine tree, not to sleep with your eyes closed. You fucking are standing in a military posture. Zhao Nanping looked at Zhao Lei, who had closed his eyes and really imagined himself as a pine tree, and said unhappily. This Zhao Lei looks like a dragon and a tiger, but he has the most ghostly ideas. Ha ha ha, the recruits couldn't help laughing. Laughing? Who's laughing? You are comrades in arms. Are you comrades in arms who will go to the battlefield in the future? Are you making fun of your comrades? Zhao Nanping stared at the group of recruits who bowed their heads, and said, no one is an example. You must know that in the army, if one person makes a mistake, the whole team will be punished. You make mistakes, I will be punished. I still say the same thing, whoever wants me to be punished, I will punish you 10 times. Understood, I will continue to talk. Military posture, you also need to have a breath. This breath should flow from the dantian down your legs, so that your legs stop straight and clamp tightly. Your feet should firmly grasp the ground, and you must have a feeling of being rooted in the ground. Generally speaking, it's 3 sticks, 3 closes, 1 open, 1 push. 3 straight, I want you to straighten your neck, chest, and legs. 3 retractions, I want you to retract your jaw, abdomen, and buttocks. Once you open your eyes, keep your eyes wide open, and imagine that the front is your enemy. 1 top means that the head should go up. After the explanation, everyone naturally started to practice. 10 minutes, can you stand up straight, standard? Li Dezhuang couldn't help but said, squad leader, you look down on us. Zhao Nanping snorted coldly, and said, let's talk after the big talk is finished. It takes 10 minutes to finish it to a standard. Don't be lazy, relax. Our task this morning is to stand in a military posture. The recruits smiled and were full of confidence. They all felt that 10 minutes was too little, and they would definitely be able to stand firm, stand at attention. Following Zhao Nanping's order, the recruits also began to stand side by side in a military posture. And Zhao Nanping, walking behind the recruits, fiddled with the arms of the recruits abruptly, correcting their posture. Clamp. If you can't clamp tightly, why are your shoulders straight? The belt is so loose, who are you fooling? Reclamp it for me. Keep your hands high and don't stand out. At the beginning, everyone was very active, striving to complete every essential point. But as time passed, the postures of the crowd began to lose shape. The hands are always tight. Not only that, but the shoulders and waist are always slumped. It's only 10 minutes. Can't last 10 minutes? Let you clamp, where is your strength? Zhao Nanping kept walking behind the crowd, pushing away their arms. From now on, everyone whose arm is pushed away by me, or who does not take the initiative, will stand in the military posture for 5 minutes longer. I mean all. If one person makes a mistake, the whole team will be punished. You must always remember that you are a team. As soon as these words came out, Li Dezhuang showed a painful expression. It's so hard. The military posture continued. Zhao Nanping kept correcting the postures of the recruits. When he walked behind Li Xiu, he paused slightly. This guy really stands like that. He broke Li Xiu's arm, and sure enough, Li Xiu's arm was tightly attached to his thigh. Zhao Nanping nodded silently and didn't say much. Li Xiu's military posture is quite standard. At this time, the sun rose slowly like a furnace. The Xinjiang region is the driest area in the country, and it is exposed to direct sunlight all the year round, and ultraviolet rays are very harmful to the human body. The direct sunlight hurts the side of the person's face. Although the temperature is not high, the sunshine is even more unbearable. But for the recruits, what is more difficult is the psychological devastation. Every time a recruit's arm is torn apart, the cruel time will be prolonged, and their psychological defense will be destroyed once. Today, my instructor has been asking me to help him with the experimental phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme. The time is short, and I will make changes first. There may be a typo. Have the audacity to ask for a monthly pass. Must stand to the end in one stop. Sweat flowed from the neck and seeped into the army green training uniform. The hot sun seemed to be right in front of his eyes, and his whole face was flushed red. Jia Nanping put his hands behind his back and stared at everyone with tiger eyes. Time also became extremely slow at this moment. Jia Nanping was also looking at his soldiers. Although this group of recruits is still a little edgy, there are still a few good seedlings. Li Xiu counts as one, and the other is the strongest Chen Shanfeng. Chen Shanfeng was a tall man, and his military posture was full of momentum and meticulous. 10 minutes left. Jia Nanping looked at his watch and said. Just now, a few people did not clamp their hands tightly and made small movements, so the time in the military posture was extended again. As time passed, one recruit couldn't bear the harsh sunshine, and fell to the ground first with unsteady steps. Jia Nanping helped him up, and then led the recruits to a cool place. This man has indeed reached his limit. Untrained recruits still don't have enough stamina. It's just that I can't hold it when I stand in a military posture. At this time, veterans continued to come to the training ground to teach the recruits to stand up in a military posture. Several veterans who came together competed with each other to see whose recruits lasted longer. Time passed by minute. Several recruits in the second squad kept collapsing due to exhaustion. However, Jia Nanping did not mention additional punishment at this time. The additional penalty is only for the irregular military posture of the movement, and he can't help it if he really can't hold it. Of course, Jia Nanping could also tell that some of the soldiers fell down on purpose not because they had reached the limit of their physical strength, but because they were able to rest after seeing people around them fall to the ground. This kind of thing is actually very common. Although it is military training, just like you can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep, Jia Nanping can't wake up a soldier who wants to be lazy. Jia Nanping didn't say anything phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. In the first week, let this group of recruits moisten for a while. Wait until you are really familiar with it, and then take care of it. After 25 minutes, Jia Nanping watched the count down to 0 and shouted, "It's time." Take a break for 10 minutes. Their original military posture of 10 minutes has now been extended to a full hour and a half. There were only 4 soldiers who persisted on the field. One is Li Xiu, the other is Chen Shanfeng, Zhao Lei who gritted his teeth and survived, and another recruit. Zhao Lei stopped immediately, squatted on the ground in all directions, pinched his stiff legs and feet, and immediately loosened the belt around his waist. The other recruit was similar, and immediately ran to the shade of the tree, regardless of whether the ground was dirty or not, and sat down on his buttocks. Jia Nanping frowned and said, "You can rest, you look like a soldier." The two were also very obedient and did not dare to neglect, and immediately sat upright. But on the court, Li Xiu and Chen Shanfeng were still standing. Jia Nanping showed an interested look, but didn't say anything. If these two want to stand, let them stand. The army still speaks for its strength, and if you want to show off, as long as it doesn't hinder others, just go out, there is no scruples. From Li Xiu's perspective, his experience behind the standing in the military posture is slowly improving. At the same time, Li Xiu's actions became more and more standard. Li Xiu even felt that his footing was much more stable. Although the waist and spine are slightly sore, they can still hold on. Moreover, he is standing in a military posture now, although there is no increase in the scrolling value, but Li Xiu firmly believes that as long as he rolls through this Chen Shanfeng, he will definitely gain the scrolling king value. On the side, Chen Shanfeng also gritted his teeth and persisted. He admired Li Xiu's achievements in cultural subjects, but he also has a skill. He has great stamina. For him, he also wants to stand out in the army and stand out. Li Xiu is so good, he doesn't want to let him down. Therefore, Chen Shanfeng gritted his teeth and persisted. Jia Nanping looked at the two of them and reminded, "Are you sure you don't want to rest? If you stop now, you still have 5 minutes to adjust." Otherwise, you won't have a chance to rest in the next training session.
Chen Shanfeng didn't speak, his eyes already said everything. Naturally, Li Xiu would not show weakness. He has strengthened his physical strength once, can he still be cowardly?
Moreover, with the improvement of the proficiency of the standing military posture skill, Li Xiu's adaptability gradually increased, and his physical exertion decreased a lot. Several recruits who were still resting in the shade couldn't help talking when they saw the two working so hard. Their physical strength is too strong.
I can hardly hold on just standing, and they still don't rest. That boy from Peking University, it's fine if he studies well, but he's still so strong?
You don't know, when he came, he ran at full speed for 4 kilometers.
Several recruits sitting on the edge of the greenery were talking about it.
There were also 2 recruits who fell to the ground exhausted after not much struggle, with complex expressions on their faces.
Ask them to stiffen, and they can do it, even for a while. If you hold on, you may not be able to hold on to the end.
But this is only the first day of formal training. I played cards yesterday and stayed up late at night.
I woke up early this morning. Just stop.
As long as there is a thought of retreating in the heart, it will be magnified countless times when facing difficulties. But at this moment, seeing Li Xiu and Chen Shanfeng still persevering, they couldn't help feeling a little regretful.
You can still work hard, why give up? Finally, after another 3 minutes, Chen Shanfeng gave up. He can still hold on. But I am not sure that I will continue to hold on until the next training session.
In case of another hour and a half, he would definitely be exhausted.
However, Jiang Anping still praised, the will is good, adjust it, we will continue to stand after 2 minutes.
Yes. Chen Shanfeng said hastily.
Still unconsciously glanced towards Li Xiu.
Seeing him still insisting on standing in the military posture, the idea of not admitting defeat rose in his heart.
After 2 minutes, Jiang Anping shouted, have it all, stand at attention. This time it's 6-10 minutes. You can't stop in the middle, and the movements must be standard. If you can't hold it, you have to hold it. Even if you fall down, stand up for me when you get up. Said, Jiang Anping glanced at Li Xiu who was still standing.
Li Xiu didn't take a break in the middle, and kept fighting hard in the middle, seeing which of the few recruits was too shy to take a break. As time goes by,
an hour passed in a blink of an eye.
During this period, Jiang Anping fiddled with Li Xiu's arm many times, but never broke it apart. Li Xiu's wrist, like a magnet, was firmly attached to his thigh. This time, all the recruits in Squad Dash survived. But they didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Because Li Xiu was still standing.
The treasure?
Army and #039's first chance.
Chance.
On the training ground, besides looking at their own recruits, the squad leaders were also looking at recruits from other classes.
There is competition between classes. If there is a soldier king in any class, the class leader will be absolutely proud.
As for Li Xiu, many veterans nodded secretly. The second class picked up the treasure. The fact that Li Xiu was a student at Peking University has already spread among several monitors.
In the army, there are not many educated people, and it is rare to have a few. College students from prestigious schools like Li Xiu are even rarer.
Seeing that Li Xiuzhan's military posture is so outstanding and standard, several veterans can't help but feel a little envious.
Jiang Anping is such an idiot, he will definitely fart with them again when he is on vacation.
Okay, take a rest.
There will be other training programs in a while.
Seeing that the time was almost up, Jiang Anping said. Li Xiu was not stubborn. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. He moved his legs and entered the queue.
After 2.5 hours of standing in a military posture, his experience column was finally full.
This also means that he has thoroughly mastered this skill. What's more, what excited Li Xiu even more was that he got another 5 involution points this time. Not only did I get back my money, but I also learned this skill with great efficiency. Your stamina is amazing. Chen Shanfeng patted Li Xiu's shoulder and said.
Li Xiu smiled and said, I'm also holding on. If the squad leader doesn't say anything, I shouldn't be able to hold on.
That's awesome. Chen Shanfeng said, "Next time, I must surpass you." Li Shou didn't feel particularly tired at first, but now that he has relaxed, his whole body is very tired.
Tired is very tired. But there are also many gains. Moreover, he found that this introversion seemed to have magical powers.
Every time he hears the roll king value +1, he always feels refreshed.
The brain's reward mechanism needs this kind of positive feedback to stimulate the production of dopamine, making him feel happy and happy. Moreover, the longer you last, the faster you will get the king point. The more you roll, the more you want to roll. Roll up and don't want to stop.
Li Shou knew that as long as he had enough king points, he could exchange for enhanced cards.
Even become a little Superman who breaks through the limits of human beings anytime and anywhere. Such attraction is too great for Li Shou.
Not only that, but the experience column of skills also gave him a sense of accomplishment and harvest, as if he was playing a game of cultivation. It's a pity, if the squad leader didn't call me, I should have lasted longer.
Li Shou felt a little pity. He hasn't reached his limit yet, and he can still continue to roll.
In the past few days, he has gradually figured out the general routine of the Wanwang system. The way to obtain the king value is nothing more than rolling with opponents, rolling with teammates, and rolling with the limit of human beings.
If you can push yourself to the limit, you will definitely gain a wave of king points. Jia Nonping looked at the recruits, but suddenly asked, "Are you tired?" Many recruits nodded immediately. Jia Nonping smiled, showing his big white teeth. However, with his smile, all the recruits didn't dare to say anything. "Don't be afraid. There are some things, I have to take advantage of this opportunity to tell you. Lest you say that I don't give you a chance in the future. When you first came to the army, what did you think about coming to the army?"
As Jia Nonping said, he took out his notebook, which happened to be the notes Jiang Nonping took when the recruits introduced themselves. "Zhang Yuejin, you want to become an officer, and make your girlfriend who stays at home proud.
Wang Long, you were sent by your parents. They want you to become a soldier to quit internet addiction. What you want is to become an officer.
And Zhao Lei also wants to become a special forces king.
None of your goals is to be a 3-year conscript, right?" "Yes, what's the use of being a 3-year conscript? Just exercise your body, receive thousands of retirement fees, and get a soldier's title when you go out." But compared to these, who doesn't want to be a non-commissioned officer and let everyone admire and admire? But, if you want to accomplish these goals, what do you need to do? Look at your self-introductions. Look at your specialties. Which one of you is not a mediocre recruit who has no real skills? To put it bluntly, which one of us enlisted in the army has already lost once and came here because he couldn't do well in his studies? I want to be lazy and feel comfortable. When the opportunity comes in the future, how do I grasp it? Look at Li Shou, he studies well, is willing to endure hardships and work hard, and is prepared in advance for all affairs, always ready to seize opportunities. People say that stupid birds fly first, but how is Li Shou worse than you, or are you better than him? From today, even yesterday, the competition has already begun. A unit, a squad, has a squad leader and a deputy squad leader. Not surprisingly, you have all seen Li Shou's performance. Compared with him, you have no advantage for the time being. Deputy squad leader, created among recruits. It won't be long, within a week, the appointment will be made. This is your first chance. A few recruits suddenly felt a sense of urgency for no reason. The originally slack heartstrings were suddenly tightened. Among you, if you want to go further, becoming the deputy squad leader is the first step. Besides that, do you know how to become a soldier? It's very simple. Among the recruit companies, some people will be selected as excellent recruits. After they leave the company, they will have a better chance of being assigned to a good company and have more opportunities to advance. Next year, these people will be promoted to become senior soldiers and become active members of the party, and then cultivate according to the backbone. These people, could it be you? Jia Nonping's last words touched the hearts of countless recruits. Yes. They are all soldiers, who is different from whom? Vice squad leader, it may be really difficult for you to compete. What about excellent recruits? Do you really have no chance? Jia Nanping didn't say any more.
Actually, if it wasn't for Li Xiu, he wouldn't have said it so early. However, it is easy to form an atmosphere if there is a leader. Making it clear earlier may save them a little detour. After speaking, Jia Nanping was not idle. Taking advantage of the enthusiasm of the recruits, he began to explain the new training items. Stand at attention, take a rest, straddle, 3 steps. The recruits, because of the encouragement of the squad leader just now, and the stimulation of Li Xiu's introversion, became more and more serious.
The entire second shift was very efficient this afternoon.
However, compared to Li Xiu, everyone was far behind. Li Xiu also exchanged the password special skill. Having tasted the sweetness of exchanging military posture for the first time, Li Xiu is naturally not polite to this method that can speed up training. After the whole afternoon, Li Xiu was still the most standard and the fastest to respond.
However, the recruits in the new barracks were not discouraged. Post first and then change. Put your fingers together, and sew your middle finger on your pants. The last hour.
It's still the same as the first time. If one person moves, the whole class will be punished.
On the training ground. The blazing sun scorched the earth like a furnace.
Jia Nanping abruptly kicked Zhao Lei, who was touching his nose, and before Zhao Lei could respond, his voice had already reached everyone's ears.
Think I can't see with my head turned away?
Zhao Lei was depressed. The squad leader seems to have eyes behind his back, and he can see no matter what small movements he makes.
And, regardless of anything else, coming up is just a kick. However, everyone was not angry.
Li Xiu stood at the head of the row, his posture becoming more and more standard. Just like a tall and straight pine tree, as long as Jia Nanping didn't call the end, he didn't move. Later, Chen Shanfeng was also transferred to the front row by Jia Nanping, and together with Li Xiu, he was the target of the second class.
This made the recruits in the second squad even more motivated. After another half-noon of exposure to the sun, everyone in the second class almost reached the verge of coma. Jia Nanping glanced at the flushed recruits and said, "Okay. Standing here in a military posture today."
There was no smile on the faces of the recruits. They knew that after the queue was over in the afternoon, there were still more training programs to follow. The focus of training for recruits in the first few days is to stand in a military posture. Everything in the army is based on the military posture. But since the third day, other training programs have also begun to increase. Only Li Xiu is full of passion, and he completes every training item actively and conscientiously. Only now did he understand the magic of this involution value system. Every time he gets the king value, it will make Li Xiu feel happy. In scientific terms, this is called the reward mechanism of the brain. The king of papers gives rewards to generate positive feedback to people, thus making them feel a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Whenever I saw the involution value entered into the account, it seemed to give Li Xiu a bloody blow. If you are not willing to engage in introspection on the internet, you are not motivated enough. Now, Li Xiu has the opportunity to become a little Superman. How can he let it go easily? With this involution value system, training seems to have really become a game. And Li Xiu also seemed to have awakened the obsessive-compulsive disorder of hardcore gamers. In order to get rewards, he really can do any crazy thing. But at this moment, his comrades in arms didn't realize it at all. They just felt that Li Xiu was a little stronger and a little smarter. As everyone knows, in 2 months, their company's training volume will be doubled because of Li Xiu's leadership. At 09:30 in the evening, the day's training ends. The whole queue forms a queue, and the whole company gathers in the big classroom. Watching the news broadcast every night is a tradition in the army. Moreover, this is also the only way to receive information from the outside world in the army. However, because they came early, the TV was turned on at this time, and various advertisements were scrolling back and forth on it. Several recruits sat on the stool blankly, staring at the advertisement in a daze. Hey, it's only been 2 days of training. Why do I feel like I've been away from home for a long time? Life in the army is too tiring. Fuck, it's really tormenting. What about Li Xiu? Why is he so active in everything he does? Well, people don't want to miss the time when the news network broadcasts advertisements, because they are carrying internal regulations.
I don't fit in. Many recruits are not interested in the news broadcast.
If you feel tired all day and don't even have a lunch break, you might as well go back and rest. Serious people who watch news broadcasts. The military news inside can still be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme, but the news broadcast, the recruits are not interested. Zhang Anping, who was standing in the front row, turned his head and looked at the recruit who said he was unfit after hearing this. Frowning, said, "Don't talk behind your back. That recruit is not from the second squad, otherwise, he would have to scold him anyway."
Out of gregarious? It's just that you are not among the gregarious people.
1 minute later, Chen Shanfeng, Zhao Lei, and several recruits from the second class all rushed to the big classroom, sat in their seats panting heavily, took out the house rules and began to memorize them.
Involution is contagious.
If Li Xiu was the only one who worked hard, many recruits in the same class might not be moved. But as long as one of them followed Li Xiu to open the book, then the atmosphere of introversion would have been formed.
They are all roles, it depends on who can roll over whom. However, this time the military news surprised Li Xiu.
The bald eagle stirs up the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme fox, licking and sucking the blood of Kosovo.
Its power and combat methods shocked and terrified everyone.
Shi Jianxiong looked serious and said, "Everyone should pay attention to this news."
Informatization troops have gradually become the trend of the times.
Maybe you will meet such opponents when you participate in the red and blue military exercises after you get off the company.
Shi Jianxiong didn't say much. He didn't want to hit this group of recruits.
Communication is the most important thing, left and right wars. Since the Bay Area War, the world has realized for the first time what information warfare is. The Lion of Mesopotamia, known as an army of 1 million, had no ability to resist in front of the bald eagle, and was defeated. With absolute information control, they invaded the communication equipment of the Lion of Mesopotamia, bombed the communication base station, and caused the failure of the million-strong army organization of the Lion Kingdom. Since then, Huagua has also begun to pay attention to it and develop it.
Congratulations to the host, trigger the main task. Synthetic Super Individual Soldier, Information-Based Special Operations Project Task Content. The host must join the Information Department within 1 year. Mission reward. Advanced Hacker Red Domain Skills still have tasks? Moreover, is it the main mission?
Looking at the mission content, Li Xiu also understood what the mission reward was. The so-called Hacker Red field skills are actually one of the two major categories of hackers. The red domain represents offense, that is, intrusion, which includes computer viruses, intrusion, cracking, compilation, decompilation, analysis and so on. The blue field is completely opposite, firewall technology, antivirus software technology, tracking, anti-tracking, vulnerability research, policy modification, white hat, etc.
Check vulnerability scanning records and maintenance. That's what cybersecurity experts do.
The previous Li Xiu, as a red guest, had a certain foundation.
While far from advanced, it's definitely entry-level. But now, the system's rewards are actually skills in this area. Li Xiu went to the mall to have a look, and also found that this thing actually needs, rolls of king value to exchange. According to Li Xiu's current efficiency, it will take about 5 or 6 years to do it. Of course, according to the past rules of the system, even after acquiring skills, you still need to practice continuously to master them. And this task system is pretty good, without any punishment mechanism. If you don't want to enter the information department, you can ignore this task. It's no big deal to fail the mission, it's just that there is no mission reward. Write down the task. Li Xiu is not in a hurry. There is no rush for this task, I haven't connected yet. Moreover, it is unrealistic for a big soldier like him to directly enter the information department. Morning, I met the company commander, seeking to follow up. Seeking to follow up? Li Xiu didn't think much about the matter of the red domain. It's too early to think. Although he is an undergraduate student at Peking University, he is only a freshman. Even if there is ability, there is no platform. Zhang Anping also said before that he wanted to recommend Li Xiu,
but it seemed like the river was in the sea, and there was no news. Recruit dormitory. Li Xiu, who was lying on the bed before turning off the lights after washing, was a little depressed. The volume king value earned today is 2 points less than yesterday. The reason is simple. The other recruits in the class also rolled up. Not to mention the seriousness in the military posture, other items are also stuck in the neck, and the attitude is obviously better than other classes. Like Li Xiu, the chance of introversion is much less. In the recruit company, the training time is regular, and it is not easy to think about it. If you stay up late, it will affect your energy. Just get up early in the morning to give him some time. Thinking of this, Li Xiu felt that he was at a loss. Introversion also has a theory of relativity. However, Li Xiu looked at an army green vest next to the monitor's bed, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Squad leader. Li Xiu walked up to Jiang Anping. Jiang Anping was sorting out the internal affairs. What's the matter? Li Xiudao, squad leader, where did you get your sand vest and sand leggings? Jiang Anping was stunned, pointing to his sand vest and the sand leggings on the side, and asked in a daze, do you want this thing? This sand vest and sand leggings are used by many soldiers. But most of them are to prepare for military competitions in the military area, so they engage in such a set. They don't use it phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme for daily training. After all, wearing this is like being bound in suffering. Now, Li Xiu, a new recruit, actually wants to do this. Yes, I feel that the intensity of our recruit training is too low. Low intensity? Low intensity ball. They were almost paralyzed from exhaustion, and Li Xiu actually said that the intensity was low? Okay, sand leggings and sand vests are not expensive. Li Xiu took out 2 100 sheets. Squad leader, is that enough? Jiang Anping saw that Li Xiu took one of them casually, and said, I don't need it, I'll give you back the extra ones. What size do you want? Li Xiudao, the leggings are 5 kilograms, and the vest is 15 kilograms. Jiang Anping quickly shook his head, it's a bit heavy, you won't be able to hold it. Listen to me. For 3 months in the new barracks, 5 kilograms of leggings and kilograms of vest are enough. If it's too heavy, you won't be able to hold on. Even he only used a 5 kilogram sand vest. The kg sand vest is basically what the soldiers in the artillery battalion use when they do special training. But for Li Xiu, how to roll without a sand vest? He insisted, squad leader, I know what's in my heart, just buy it for me. Seeing Li Xiu's insistence, Jiang Anping didn't say much. Li Xiu lay on the bed and couldn't sleep. He had already communicated with his mentor just now. You can defer your studies. However, it is not recommended. Of course, Li Xiu has his own opinions. Nature is not affected. Early in the morning, Li Xiu took his father to the admissions office in the town. Their village is very small, and it is in a valley. If they want to enroll in the army, they have to go to the town. Conscription hall. Many people. It's draft season. Many children who do not want to go to school, or do not want to farm all their lives, will choose to join the army. Li Xiu is 1.8 meters tall. Although he is thin, he has a resolute face and is very conspicuous in the crowd. 1.8 meters 3, stand out from the crowd in the countryside. A head taller than everyone else. Several veterans in the recruitment office of the County Armed Forces Department also saw Li Xiu, their eyes lit up, and their smiles deepened a little. Come to be a soldier? Correct. Ha, not bad, you have a good appearance, you may not be able to enter the Guard of Honor in the future. Recruitment requirements are not high. No less than 1.6 meters in height. But with a height of 1.8 meters, he is popular everywhere. Guard of Honor, height is a mandatory requirement. Face shape, neck length, shoulder width, thighs, weight, there are also indicators. When the veteran said that about Li Xiu, it was obviously a compliment to Li Xiu. You know, if you join the Guard of Honor, you might be able to see Li Xiu at the National Day military parade. That's too majestic. Li Xiu quickly thanked him. Fill out a form, and show your ID card, the veteran continued. Li Xiu nodded, took the application form for joining the army, and asked Li Xiu to fill in the corresponding information on it. College student? Or a student at Peking University? Is there a mistake? The veteran looked at Li Xiu's application form and was a little surprised. He thought Li Xiu had filled it out wrong. That's right. Li Xiu quickly said, I'm a student at school, and I want to join the army. This is a student card. With that said, Li Xiu waved his student ID card in front of the veteran. This time, the veteran went from surprise to shock. You are a college student from a famous university, and you are a college student who was snapped up by the company after graduation, and you actually want to serve in the army? Is this something you can't think about? Peking University. That's Peking University. Peking University is juxtaposed with Mizuki, the best universities in the country. The surrounding eyes also focused on Li Xiu. Damn it, isn't this brother Xiu from Li Village? Why is he here to serve as a soldier? Didn't he get admitted to Peking University? Did I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it wrong? It's really Li Xiu. What stimulated this? Even the veteran, who is usually calm, couldn't help it now. Baby, did you make a mistake? Just as Li Guozhong was about to speak, Li Xiu hurriedly said, That's right. I want to be a soldier and serve the people. The veteran hesitated for a second and said, Actually, you can wait until you graduate from university to join the army. The salary of college soldiers is much better than that of conscripts. Li Guozhong also wanted to continue persuading Li Xiu, but Li Xiu smiled and said, Thank you, I have already considered it. Being a soldier also has a future, and I want to experience life in the army. The veteran nodded helplessly. Although he didn't understand, there are strange people who join the army every year. In the G-yes, although compulsory education became popular. But they are backcountry. There are not many high school students. Many of those who came to join the army had a junior high school education. In Li Village, high school education is rare. And Li Xiu, a college student from a famous university, actually wanted to join the army. It's really strange. 15-year-old buddy, looking for further reading after registration, you will go to the county hospital for a physical examination. After receiving the notice, Li Xiu left immediately. During the conscription period, the hospital has a physical examination channel. Holding his ID card, Li Xiu lined up in a long line, waiting for the medical examination. Follow the placards and the flow of people, and check one by one. There are many projects. There are all kinds. If Li Xiu doesn't listen to the persuasion, he still has to suffer a lot. Experienced soldiers know that wearing this sand vest has a great impact on the intensity of training. Early the next morning, Li Xiu put on his sand vest and buckled the sand leggings. I don't know if it's buttoned or not, but as soon as he puts it on, Li Xiu feels exhausted all over his body. Especially sand leggings, every step you take is like climbing stairs. It is true that Li Xiu is physically strong. But in terms of strength alone, it is definitely not outstanding. Chen Shanfeng was much stronger than Li Xiu. And wearing this sand vest, even in an ordinary military posture, put Li Xiu under tremendous pressure. Li Xiu couldn't help but gasp in pain. Can't hold it? How about changing it? Zhao Lei stood behind Li Xiu and said. Li Xiu gave them a good impression. He taught them how to make quilts before, and he is a college student of Peking University, so he naturally has a halo. Therefore, the recruits in the new barracks are very polite to Li Xiu. Good. By the way, speaking of this sand vest, I heard that there is Wang Jun in the second row, and he became very famous yesterday. He has been wearing that sand vest in training before. It's the same as Li Xiueba. Zhao Lei is a social butterfly. Although he doesn't know the recruits in the class very well, he can talk to other classes. I heard a lot of rumors. Li Xiu was helpless. Don't call me Li Xiueba, this name is a bit embarrassing, can you call me by my name? However, Li Xiu was also a little surprised.
There is actually someone who is more curly than him. Moreover, it was 2 days early. It seems that in the barracks, there are still hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Before Jiang Anping said that the people who came to serve as soldiers were all people without special skills, which was obviously a bit biased. However, Li Xiu was not afraid. Compared with Wan, he was not afraid of anyone. Early morning. At around 7 o'clock, the sky is getting bright. In Xinjiang, the sun shines late. Li Xiu got up early, tiptoed around, and couldn't wait to put on his sand vest and put on his sand leggings. Looking at the sun that has not yet risen and the silent training ground, his eyes are full of the appearance of a king. Tiptoely stood up, turned over, and got out of bed, and chose to go out for exercise. Jiang Anping slept lightly, woke up at the slightest movement, and watched Li Xiu go out with his shoes, relaxing. In the corner of the eyes, there is a strangeness that cannot be hidden. This guy seems to have gotten up very early yesterday. Not only put on the sand leggings, but also put on the sand vest. Too curly. Others sleep, you exercise? Jiang Anping frantically raised question marks in his heart. However, Jiang Anping was too late to be happy for Li Xiu's pursuit of progress, so naturally he would not stop him. On the training ground, Company Commander Shi Jianxiong and Instructor Zhang Shanhai are walking side by side. Shi Jianxiong touched the whistle. Tell me, once the whistle is blown, how many can come here within 3 minutes? Zhang Shanhai smiled and said, don't even think about it. It's so cold in Xinjiang in the morning. Those recruits who are pampered at home, who can get up so early? It would be nice to be able to line up at 8 o'clock. The morning in Xinjiang was indeed cold, and both of them were breathing white while talking. But at this moment, a neat pace suddenly came from the ears of the two of them. There is also a low voice of slogans. They looked over hastily. Just see. In the distance, a recruit egg is galloping on the playground. The two looked at each other, bewildered. What's the situation? Isn't it only 7 o'clock? The instructor said with a serious face, could it be that I made a mistake? He could think of that the only reason why he could run on the playground in the early morning was that he was punished by the monitor for making mistakes. Shi Jianxiong nodded, it is possible. Thinking of this, Shi Jianxiong stopped in front of the runway. That soldier. What's your name? Li Xiu saw Shi Jianxiong and Zhang Shanhai, and stopped quickly. Respectfully said, report to the instructor, Company Commander, I am Li Xiu from the 2nd class in the 1st row. N. Shi Jianxiong waved his hand quickly, signaling Li Bai, what are you doing here? Zhang Shanhai obviously recognized Li Xiu, and said, this soldier is called Li Xiu, I recognize him, Xiao Jiang mentioned it to me before. Li Xiu, explained to the company commander. Li Xiu nodded and took a step forward, report to the company commander, instructor. It's a pity that I can't sleep when I wake up, and I don't train well. Shi Jianxiong was stunned and surprised at the same time. What soldier do you admire most in a company? Vanguard. Good soldier. Don't eat lazy soldiers. Li Xiu not only completed the usual tasks, but also used the morning time to train alone. Awareness is good. And the instructor at the side looked at Li Xiu with a hint of appreciation. Shi Jianxiong thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up and said, last night in the big classroom, did your 2nd class also memorize the house rules? Bone chain? Urgent assembly. Last night, he noticed a group of recruits in the 2nd squad, who had been reciting the internal regulations. At that time, he still thought that the spirit of the 2nd class was good, but he didn't expect to meet Li Xiu and practice alone in the early morning today. When did this class of recruits become so active? Moreover, when training in line, the recruits of the 2nd class were also very energetic. As for the army, unity is important. But it's also about taking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme. The soldiers in the 2nd squad were so active in training, which made Shi Jianxiong a little happy. Okay, your squad leader is Jiang Anping? Report. Yes. Shi Jianxiong nodded and said, the class is good. After finishing speaking, he added another sentence, you are not bad, too. When you become a soldier, you have to make progress.
You have such an awareness now, which is very good.
Barracks. Passionate about competition. It doesn't matter whether the outside is rolled or not, in the army, it must be rolled. As a soldier, you must treat yourself with the highest standards. Because standing behind the soldiers are more than 1 billion people across the country.
Although training in the morning is a trivial matter, there must always be a word of encouragement. Li Xiu smiled and said, "Thank you, company commander, for your compliment."
Shi Jianxiong didn't say any more, and said, "Recruit Li Xiu, line up at the same place." "Yes."
Li Xiu shouted loudly. Although it is unclear why Shi Jianxiong and Jiang Shanhai came to the training ground so early, Li Xiu just obeyed the order. Soon, Li Xiu understood what the company commander was going to do. Shi Jianxiong took out a golden whistle.
"Put it near your mouth and blow hard."
In the ear, a piercing whistle erupted.
Beep 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 beep, 1 long and 5 short. Troop assembly order.
The hasty whistle resounded in the night sky. The quiet dormitory building woke up many recruits at this moment.
In the dormitory building,
Jiang Anping stood up at once, and shouted at the recruits in the dormitory without any hesitation, get up, gather for me.
Emergency assembly.
Get up." The recruits of the second squad also woke up one after another, and began to dress without any hesitation. However, a few soldiers pulled up the quilts and started shivering, wanting to sleep in the warm quilts for a few more minutes.
But in the next second, he was kicked on the ass by Jiang Anping. "Want to run 10 kilometers as a class?
You bastard.
10 seconds, I only give you 10 seconds. Once the time is over, you will feel better." Jiang Anping's roar woke up the recruits. Several recruits quickly got up and put on their clothes.
"Go to the assembly to occupy a seat after getting dressed, don't be a mother-in-law." Under Jiang Anping's angry shout, the people in the second class quickly put on their training uniforms and rushed out the door. In the playground, Li Xiu gradually saw countless people pouring out from the entrance of the corridor.
Jiang Shanhai kept pinching his watch, counting the time.
Seeing someone rushing to the front, he shouted, "That soldier, come here." Soon, the soldier rushed out.
"How many classes?" "Report, Wang Jun, a recruit from class 4. Shi Jianxiong nodded, and said again, "Wang Jun who fought on the first day?" Wang Jun's expression remained unchanged, and he said, "Report, I realized my mistake." "Okay, it's good to know it's wrong." 2 minutes and 50 seconds. "Come back to the team, yes." Wang Jun yelled and leaned against Li Xiu.
In fact, he also noticed Li Xiu, and he was also very puzzled.
When did this guy come without even seeing a shadow?
After waiting for another half a minute, recruits gathered one after another. Even more ambitious, he trotted like a walk. This also made Shi Jianxiong, who had a kind expression at first, look more and more ugly.
"Stand in line."
This drink did not bring a horn, but the sound was unusually loud. Although it was a very common word, the emotion contained in the words shocked the recruits who hadn't figured it out yet.
"Look at your loose appearance, do you look like a soldier? There are also those who are wandering around in a daze behind. Do you know what emergency assembly is?
You were the latest to arrive, and it took a full 7 minutes. The earliest ones were trained on the playground early. Even if this soldier is not counted, there are recruits who stood in the queue in 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
You all just came to the army for a day, is the gap so big? You are not equipped with relevant weapons and equipment yet? Look at the line you are standing in, crooked? Let me line up again and stand neatly."
In the beginning, because the soldiers all rushed out together, and because the field was very open, the recruits all stood in different places, and they couldn't tell where they stood. Only class, and class, formed the queue because Li Xiu and Wang Jun had already established their positions in advance and had a goal. And once again lined up, the troops were even more chaotic. This also makes class, and class, stand out. The monitors of several classes were in a state of desperation. Jiang Anping also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. His own soldiers did not embarrass themselves.
Not to mention anything else, at least others are equal.
Taking advantage of the rearrangement of the queue below, Shi Jianxiong took a deep breath, looked at the recruits and said, "Don't blame me for being demanding, I am the person who can't tolerate sand in my eyes. The most despicable thing is your lazy and embarrassed appearance. Putting in line today made me see your laziness thoroughly. Remember, although you don't have a military rank now, you have already put on this uniform. Since this is the case, you must demand yourself according to the standards of a soldier. Among the 9 classes, there is only Class 2, and Class 4 is well organized. You know, you are soldiers in the Xinjiang region, and the troops will have higher demands on you. Next, I hope that you will cheer up in the subsequent recruit training and forget about laziness. When you fight for the next company, you will have the opportunity to be assigned to a better company. For example, the Ironbone 7th Company that is the easiest to promote is Xinjiang, the absolute sharp knife company in the district, even the strongest company." Shi Jianxiong didn't shy away from it, and said bluntly, "Frontier Steel Regiment, sharp knives and iron bones. The Iron Bone Company is very strong. In Lianne, they are all real sharp knives, and the king of soldiers are all tough and top soldiers. The Reconnaissance Company can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme participate in missions, and the chance of obtaining meritorious service is much greater than other companies. Of course, if you really perform very well, there are many companies that can choose. Our Steel Armored Infantry Brigade is a fierce brigade in southern Xinjiang, with many agencies and units. Infantry companies, tank companies, artillery companies, you name it. These are all based on your recruit assessment and personal performance. If the performance is not good, naturally it will not be assigned to a good company." Li Xiu still knew something about the lower company. The steel company in the TV series Soldier Assault in the previous life is a kind of armored reconnaissance company. And the Iron Bone Company mentioned by Shi Jianxiong just now belongs to the reconnaissance company. Almost all the recruits were ignited by Shi Jianxiong's few words. After the recruits' training in March, if they have good grades, they can enter a good company and have the opportunity to touch tanks and cannons. Those with mediocre results can only be assigned to companies that do not focus on combat. To join the army as a soldier, who doesn't want to fight steel guns and touch tanks? It is 2 shoulders against 1 head, and no one wants to fall behind. When splitting into companies, who wouldn't want to go to the best company? After Shi Jianxiong finished speaking, he left. Several monitors followed with embarrassing faces. Soldiers who fail to meet the standard in formation will naturally be criticized. And the recruits can only stand on the playground. Good mood, Li Xiu, the deputy class. A few minutes later, the squad leaders returned to the training ground. To the surprise of the second class of recruits, Zhang Anping, who was always serious, had an expressionless face, but today he was smiling. On the contrary, it was Chen Long next door, whose face turned even darker. Zhang Anping was in a good mood. Just now, although the company commander didn't talk much, he appraised their second squad. He understands that this praise is due to the lineup today, and the training atmosphere on weekdays. These 2 items are all related to Li Xiu. Since then, Zhang Anping has also made a decision. At this time, everyone in the second class is still in line. Zhang Anping didn't care about the people around him and directly shouted, "Recruit Li Xiu." 2. Hearing that he was called, Li Xiu instinctively stood at attention without any hesitation. Looking at Li Xiu, Zhang Anping said, "From now on, I will appoint you as the acting monitor of the second class. The rest, do you have any comments?" After speaking, Zhang Anping didn't look at Li Xiu, and directly swept towards everyone in the second class. Unexpectedly, everyone said in unison, "No." There are quite a few deputy monitors in the second class. Li Xiu doesn't make mistakes, it's basically his. Even Chen Shanfeng did not hesitate at all. Looking at the expressions of everyone, Zhang Anping couldn't help thinking secretly, "Li Xiu, you are very popular." Before, when he was the acting monitor, some people were still dissatisfied. Although, his achievements at that time were also outstanding. But when Li Xiu was the deputy squad leader, not only did no one have any objections, but there was also a clear echo. Li Dazhuan even clapped his hands. Within a week,
everyone has no objections.
Li Xiu will be the deputy monitor of our second class.
Okay, you did a good job in the emergency assembly. I didn't get criticized.
Free time. It was still early, and Jiang Anping left without too much interference with the free time of the recruits. On the contrary, as soon as Li Xiu left, Li Dezhuang put his arms around Li Xiu's neck and said, "Vice Monitor, I will obey you. When you get developed in the future, you should cover your brothers." Li Xiu was not polite, and said, "Okay, don't worry. I will smoke Tashin in the future, and I will never smoke Honghua for my brother."
Zhao Lei winked and said, "You won't smoke Chuncheng for us, will you?" Everyone laughed happily. Chen Shanfeng followed behind Li Xiu, and said, "Deputy class, can I train with you in the future?" A look of determination flashed in his eyes. "I also want to touch the gun, kill the enemy, and become an officer." Li Xiu had a toothache. Follow him. How does he introvert?
However, he has a sand vest and sand leggings, so he can be more ruthless to himself at worst, and he can also get the king of the roll with his extreme roll.
Welcome. As soldiers, we will fight. Deputy class, if you do this, I'm under a lot of pressure.
Li Dezhuang said. "Don't worry, everyone, I won't use my own standards to ask you.
But I want to remind everyone that the ultimate goal of soldiers is the battlefield.
Although it is a time of peace, no one can guarantee whether war will break out, or the old saying, it is better to be tired now than to die on the battlefield later. So, I will strictly enforce the rules above."
Li Xiu said seriously. He said in advance that he would not condone them, nor would he open the back door for them. Sometimes, there is a bottom line.
Once the opening is loosened, it will not get smaller, but will only get bigger.
The recruits nodded immediately. The new barracks training did not change because of the emergency assembly at 7 o'clock.
Li Xiu found that wearing this sand vest and sand leggings has a great impact on daily training. Just standing in a military posture, even at the same time as everyone else, Li Xiu would be sweating profusely. Not to mention the three major steps of the movement.
Correspondingly, the speed at which Li Xiu's King Scroll is acquired is also very gratifying. After a day of training, there are about 10 o'clock.
Currently, Li Xiujuan's King value has accumulated 36 points. Several basic skills for recruits, such as special passwords, standing in the military posture, kicking the right step, and stacking the army quilt skill column, are all full of him. After buying skills with the involution value, it is too simple to point the skill column. Of course, his long training time and high mental value are also one of the reasons. And after a few days of thinking, Li Xiu briefly gave up the idea of directly saving points to buy an enhanced card. The volume King value can directly transform his strength, and even improve his acquisition efficiency. Make good use of it to make him grow faster.
He's also targeting a new skill.
Energy recovery, primary, energy recovery efficiency increased by
30.0%. Introduction, not kidney essence.
Exchange points, 50. This skill is very practical, and it doesn't require much scroll King value. It can increase Li Xiu's energy recovery efficiency by
30.0%. This is equivalent to that Li Xiu can spend 30.0% more time on involution. This is simply an artifact of introversion.
Moreover, there are supporting intermediate and advanced skills and so on. The only pity is that the involution value required for subsequent upgrades of this thing has doubled.
Physical training. 6th day of training. It is also the 8th day that the recruits put on their training uniforms. Jiang Anping finally launched a new project. Physical training.
The Xinjiang area is different from other areas. Although the altitude is not high enough, there is no obvious altitude sickness.
But the really intense running is still different from other regions.
Therefore, the physical training program was arranged on the 6th day.
Training program, 5 kilometers off-road with light equipment.
Li Xiu, are you sure you still have to carry the weight?
Facing Li Xiu, Jiang Anping made an extra reminder.
Yes, Deputy Squad Leader, this sand vest is too heavy.
Chen Shanfeng also persuaded.
Li Xiu tugged on the sand vest on his chest, and said, "It's okay, with this thing, you can run steadily."
Also, long-distance running is what I'm best at. Just don't let me overtake you with this thing. Jia Nonping's expression returned to calm.
Anyway, he reminded him that if Li Xiu's training is not up to standard, he may lose his position as deputy squad leader.
Although Jia Nonping valued Li Xiu, he was not Li Xiu's nanny.
In the army, we look at the grades, the results, not the reasons. Like Li Xiu, even if he wears a sand vest and sand leggings and runs 5 kilometers with a load, if his level is not up to standard, he will still be criticized and punished. The sweet first week of recruits has passed. Without further words, Jia Nonping said directly, 5 kilometers off-road with light clothes. Qualifying score, 23 minutes for you recruits. My requirement is that you must run at least 24 minutes.
Squad leader, how long can you run?
Li Xiu still remembered that Jia Nonping introduced himself very clearly at the beginning.
Specialties, marksmanship, armed off-road.
Therefore, Li Xiu was also very curious about what results Jia Nonping could achieve. For us veterans, at least 8 minutes must be run.
For me, minutes is no problem. Jia Nonping said. Even Jia Nonping, who is usually reserved, had a flash of pride in his eyes when he talked about 8 minutes. Please help me. Well. Not much to say. Please cast your vote. It is also fine if there is no support point for the monthly ticket.
At present, the grades of this book are not bad, but I will test whether it has been tested tomorrow, so I am a little nervous.
In short, I still have to look up to everyone to follow up. Correct.
Effective follow-up reading refers to users who have made consumption within 3 months and have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme the last chapter. If you don't have one, please donate a paragraph with 2 cents.
Thank you.
The little author kowtows to the book friends, and I will definitely write this book with my heart. Please give me a chance.
Just rely on writing books to make money. It all depends on your strength. Squad leader, you are amazing.
Zhao Lei quickly flattered him.
Jia Nonping felt complacent, then shook his head. It's not bad, but it's not top-notch. Our company has a great man, the first in the whole company, can run in, minutes and, seconds, and the overall quality can also rank first in the military region. If you can achieve this result, you may be able to participate in the military competition. Take a third class. When Jia Nonping said this, he was also a little envious. With Jia Nonping's current performance, the third phase of non-commissioned officers is basically hopeless. But if he makes 2 third-class meritorious service, he can be promoted and become an officer. But meritorious service is too difficult. The third-class merit is received standing, the second-class merit is received lying down, and the first-class merit is received by family members. No kidding. In the barracks, there is a joke. In the entire military region, after a whole year, there were no 3 living first-class meritorious servicemen. This is not talk. Okay, I won't say more. 5 kilometers lightly packed. Get ready. The whole company gathered. Not only the second class, but also other classes were all concentrated on the runway of the training ground. Shi Jianxiong stood on the edge of the training ground, yelling at the recruits on the track. This time, he also did not have a speaker. Run for me. Those who are unqualified will be punished. No one is allowed to slow down. Support me even if I'm tired. You are soldiers in the border area. You are a reserve battalion that must be prepared for war at all times. If you don't get tired in the army, you will leave blood when you go out. Jia Nonping also chased after, yelling and urging the recruits of the second squad. Li Xiu was also running on the track wearing a weight vest. At first, the vest and leggings were nothing. But after only 2.5 laps, Li Xiu felt as if his chest was being pressed by a boulder, and his breathing became chaotic. The leggings on the feet also seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 weights, as if they were stuck in a muddy swamp. Every time they lifted their legs, they needed huge strength. At this time, the second class was running in front of Chen Shanfeng. Because Li Xiu was wearing a sand vest and sand leggings, he was the first in class too. Chen Shanfeng also ran very hard, his face was flushed, and he was speeding on the track. As time passed, Chen Shanfeng found that he and the recruits of the second squad were getting further and further apart,
even half a circle behind him. Even Li Xiu plunged into the recruits and disappeared without a trace. Chen Shanfeng took a deep breath, and instead of slowing down, he worked harder. At this time, Jiang Anping was also yelling fiercely in Li Xiu's ear. "Don't let me chase you guys. Anything that is surpassed by me means that you have not caught up with the passing line. In this case, don't say anything else, go and run around first." Everyone complained. 5 kilometers is not easy to run. For them, although 3 kilometers is not a big problem, 5 kilometers is pure torture. Li Xiu's physical strength was also rapidly depleted. At this time, Li Xiu also understood that he was overbearing. The sand vest pressed against his chest. Sand leggings dragged his steps. Chen Shanfeng passed him early. Zhao Lei also passed by him. Afterwards, Li Dezhuan also only left Li Xiu with the back of his head. It's not that Li Xiu doesn't want to speed up, but at this time Li Xiu has already tried his best. With every step, he tugged hard on his heavy feet, but every step he took was very difficult. Behind him is the line of deaf Jiang Anping. Every step he took, Li Xiu could hear clearly, like a countdown pocket watch oppressing Li Xiu's nerves. In Li Xiu's opinion, he must at least be qualified. Sweat oozes from his cheeks, Li Xiu keeps walking, his heart beats faster and faster, and his chest keeps rising and falling. Behind him, Jiang Anping also stared at Li Xiu, thinking that you have stumbled now, kid? Hearing his advice. How nice. Do you have to suffer? But as time passed, everyone's physical strength began to decline, and Jiang Anping suddenly found that Li Xiu's speed seemed to speed up. Is this kid on drugs? Even Jiang Anping was a little dumbfounded at this moment. As time passed, the distance between Li Xiu and him was not widened, but became farther and farther away. Soon, Jiang Anping finally realized the reason. It's not that Li Xiu's speed has increased, but the speed of others slowed down. Li Xiu's speed is not high, but his stamina is so amazing. At this moment, Li Xiu's face flushed red. Constantly doing mechanical movements. Lift the leg, swing the arm, lift the leg again. The body, like a mechanized branch, keeps repeating. Originally, Li Xiu had been closely following Jiang Anping's bottom line, but now, the speed of the others slowed down, and Li Xiu was also constantly closing the distance with the recruits. 5 kilometers, a total of 12.5 laps. On the 10th lap, Li Xiu finally caught up with the panting Zhao Lei. But Li Xiu didn't have much reaction to this. In his heart, there is only the volume king value that is beating wildly in front of him. Every time the volume king value jumps in front of his eyes, it seems to relieve Li Xiu's fatigue. One recruit after another was left behind by him. Li Dezhuan only felt that Li Xiu was awesome. Now, he couldn't lift a single finger, and he didn't have the willpower to sprint at all. All he wanted to do was walk the entire distance, and then lay down on the turf to rest. Even Jiang Anping knew that the recruits were exhausted and slowed down early. But Li Xiu still has physical strength to sprint? On the 12th lap, Li Xiu had already caught up with the few recruits who were running in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme. However, in just half a circle, the leading soldiers did not give Li Xiu a chance to overtake. Li Xiu, who ran the entire distance with his shoulders, was only behind Chen Shanfeng, 7th in the entire recruit battalion. For a long distance behind him, there was nothing. It wasn't that Li Xiu ran particularly fast. But 5 kilometers, no one survived. In the last lap, basically all the staff were dragged by the squad leader. Jiang Anping looked a little complicated. He didn't even know his attitude towards Li Xiu, a soldier. Although it doesn't count much, Jiang Anping estimates that Li Xiu's score is estimated to be 21 minutes. Deputy Squad Leader, I really admire you. I didn't even finish the run with fucking light clothes, but you even finished the run wearing such a heavy load. Awesome. Really awesome. You, the Deputy Squad Leader, deserve your name. Li Dezhuang panted heavily and gave Li Xiu a thumbs up. Chen Shanfeng was sweating profusely. Just now, he was almost overtaken by Li Xiu, but he managed to run the whole distance without hesitation. Without Li Xiu's stimulation, Chen Shanfeng probably wouldn't be able to run so fast. Now, all the recruits in the class admired Li Xiu very much. Li Xiu was running in a sand vest, and they knew everything. Li Xiu waved his hand, and kept adjusting his breath after running.
But inside, it is excited. Because, in the mind shows.
This time, he gained a full 25 roll king points.
Look at you like that. Will you be so embarrassed if you pack lightly for 5 kilometers? Is this still a soldier?
For the soldiers in our border area, 5 kilometers is the foundation of the foundation. There are, soldiers in the whole company, and only 7 can complete the distance.
You say, is it shameful?
Sure, Jianxiang yelled at the recruits, his voice was thick and powerful, as if it could penetrate the eardrums, it was soul-stirring. Although the recruits were a little scared, they were still numb.
5 kilometers, too tiring, is equivalent to stripping half of their lives.
However, Jianxiang still continued.
I'll say it again. Starting today, we will run 5 kilometers every day.
There are no special circumstances, and I have to run twice a day.
Let's disband. I don't want to see the loose queue.
You guys are the worst class of recruits I have ever led.
I really don't know how you passed the military inspection. After Jianxiang finished speaking, he left with his back.
The old company commander who couldn't bear the sand in his eyes couldn't understand the shattered soldiers. However, some monitors are rare and strange.
They have also heard what the company commander said. Is it easy to run 5 kilometers? Not to mention anything else, how many normal people without training can run 5 kilometers in one breath?
Of course, you have to be in the border area, and it is the speed standard of the barracks.
If you don't remember the time, you can't count it.
The recruits had just arrived, had no physical training, and they didn't expect to be talented. Even the company commander probably said so according to the routine. On the contrary, if 7 of them ran down in one breath and passed the run, they should be secretly happy.
It can be seen that you have reached your limit. If you didn't finish this time, I will put it on the account first, and I will punish you together next time.
Listen carefully to what the company commander said, and remember, when you come to the army, you have to fight for your breath.
In addition,
Li Xiu, come with me. Zhang Anping finished speaking to the recruits of the second class, and then to Li Xiudao.
Opportunities for meritorious service? How do you feel? Are you dizzy? Do you want to throw up? After the recruits left, Zhang Anping's tone seemed a little more cordial.
Squad leader, I'm fine, just a little tired.
Li Xiu reluctantly said. Good boy, really good.
Zhang Anping grabbed Li Xiu, and said bluntly, your physique is good, and the speed is not slow even if you run with such a heavy load. With this foundation, I will practice more in the future and prepare for the military competition in the regiment.
If I have a chance, I can win the 3rd class.
This time, Zhang Anping was a little convinced. Although he didn't calculate the time carefully, Zhang Anping has run, kilometers for several years, and he knows the time. This time, Li Xiu probably managed to break into 21 minutes. Even if he didn't run into 21 minutes, it was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to this number. Don't forget that Li Xiu's load is more than that of normal armed cross-country running. Li Xiu is a kg sand vest and kg sand leggings.
Normal armed off-road, only 13 kilograms.
5 kilometer armed cross-country, 26 minutes pass, can run 21 minutes, is the top. Li Xiu has already reached the top of the door, and if he polishes it, he will have the opportunity to help the group win glory. Although he is not fast, he is persistent. Relying on his exaggerated endurance and perseverance, Zhang Anping couldn't help but nod repeatedly.
Also, go back today and adjust your condition well. I will test it for you in a day's time. If you really have this talent, I won't give you a pass. I can ask the platoon leader to help you apply for excellent recruits.
Zhang Anping said unceremoniously. If his subordinates can produce a few good soldiers, he will also be rewarded.
I know the squad leader.
That excellent recruit, what's the use?
Zhang Anping said, included in the file.
Excellent recruits, all companies are rushing to get them.
Li Xiu nodded. Understood. Roll King logo.
Now, Li Xiu's king score has accumulated to 61 points. It can be exchanged for his long-awaited energy recovery elementary skill. Without hesitation, Li Xiu chose to exchange. The skill exchange was successful. Immediately, Li Xiu felt a chill on his scalp. In my mind, the virtual panel flickered, and behind the skill row, an experience column also appeared.
However, Li Xiu had a weird expression.
He exchanged the skill, and he also learned about the method of the liver skill experience column.
Weird. It's deep rest, deep sleep. Can he still have such liver skills? However, some livers are good.
When the skill experience column is full, Li Xiu's energy recovery speed will be % faster in the future, which means that after Li Xiu, he only needs to spend 2/3 of the original rest time to fully recover his energy. After Krypton Gold is finished, there is still a surplus in the volume king value. The 5-kilometer load this time brought Li Xiu a surprise that was beyond expectations. 25 points is the king value, which is a big number. Even, cross-country running may also be a way for Li Xiu to earn king points for a long time. Tired is a bit tired, but it is efficient and works quickly. It can make Li Xiu become stronger quickly. With a stable way to obtain the king value, Li Xiu has no idea of saving money at all.
Open the liver directly.
Basic firearm structure, 10 exchange points.
Exchange.
Basic firearm disassembly, you need to master the basic firearm structure before you can exchange it, 5 exchange points.
Exchange.
Basic firearm assembly, need to master basic firearm disassembly before exchange, 5 exchange points.
Exchange.
The conditions for these 3 skills and experience pillars are relatively harsh.
It is necessary to really gain proficiency through disassembly and assembly training. The structure is simple.
In my mind, I already have models and drawings of various basic firearms.
What is needed is to strengthen memory and keep reviewing. These 3 things are compulsory courses for soldiers. Don't worry about not being able to use it in the future. The next day.
When Li Xiu got up early in the morning, Jiang Anping dragged him to the training ground, and equipped Li Xiu with a set of standard weapons.
Li Xiu didn't hesitate. Put on the weights and start warming up on the playground. 3 minutes later, Li Xiu finished warming up and stood on the runway.
Jiang Anping held a stopwatch in his hand, looking forward with anticipation.
Get ready. Run. 10 minutes later.
Li Xiu finished the run panting, coughing non-stop. For 5 kilometers, he exerted the strength of breastfeeding. On the one hand, Li Xiu really wanted to gain military merit, on the other hand, Li Xiu also wanted to try his own limit.
And off the runway.
Jiang Anping, who was holding the pocket watch in one hand, opened his mouth wide. Looking at the numbers on the pocket watch, his eyes were full of shock. It broke the record. Li Xiu broke their company record.
19 minutes and 20 seconds.
Li Xiu not only scored 21 points, but also scored 10 minutes.
In addition to shock, it is ecstasy.
In the army, the squad leader and the recruits have a good relationship.
Even if the company is assigned in the future, it will still be marked with Jiang Anping's logo, and it is a recruit brought out by Jiang Anping. Li Xiu has potential, and Jiang Anping is just as good.
But now, Jiang Anping couldn't wait, and wanted to report Li Xiu's results to the platoon leader.
Well, Li Xiu, you are a good soldier. Jiang Anping patted Li Xiu's shoulder vigorously.
After saying these words, he hurried away.
He couldn't stay here for a second.
He couldn't wait to report Li Xiu's results to the platoon leader. When Li Xiu came to the army before, Jiang Anping knew that Li Xiu was good at running. But he never expected that this guy would be so good at it. That physical strength basically belongs to the whole sprint. At this level, not to mention a few of their squad leaders, even the record of the 7th Iron Bone Company was broken by Li Xiu.
After lunch in the cafeteria, Jiang Anping went to find Li Xiu alone again.
I told the platoon leader about your achievements in armed cross-country.
The platoon leader is considering applying for you as an excellent recruit. Be steady and don't make mistakes.
Also, in the next time, you have to work hard, and don't let this trivial matter just relax, and when the time comes, your grades will regress, and you will suffer.
Do you understand? Li Xiu nodded quickly.
When mentioning this matter, Jiang Anping remembered Zhang Pai's shocked expression, which was no different from his own expression at that time. There was also the squad leader in the same row, who also came over. The two monitors, Chen Long and Li Qing, looked at Li Xiu politely. They knew that this recruit was very good. Moreover, he is still from Peking University, and they are all powerful, so they don't put on airs and are quite kind.
Li Qing even patted Li Xiu on the shoulder and said, "We have the same surname, maybe our ancestors have the same origin."
Li Xiu also respected these two people. Especially Chen Long. Li Xiu's memory is still fresh.
I have a lot of admiration for him. This, an absolute hero.
Li Xiu, don't forget, you must train me well and don't get carried away.
Jiang Anping reminded again.
Yes. Li Xiu responded loudly.
After Li Xiu left, the two monitors looked at Li Xiu's back with envy.
Why, what are you looking at?
Lao Tzu's soldiers. Jiang Anping raised his head.
Chen Long did not refute this time, but said, I really envy you for bringing such a good soldier.
Quickly tell me, did your kid know that he was very powerful when he was divided into classes? Isn't it because you guys were lazy and left it to me to sort out the recruit materials that day? Okay, don't be cheap and good-looking. If I have such a soldier, I will wake up laughing from my dreams. And the next day, Li Xiu's achievements in armed cross-country also detonated the new company. Out with the monitor.
Seek further reading. The deputy squad leader of the second squad, Li Xiu, a recruit, broke the company record by running an armed cross-country 5 kilometers in less than 10 minutes.
It caused a sensation directly in the recruit camp.
This group of recruits had just started, and it was difficult for them to survive 5 kilometers with bare hands, but Li Xiu directly broke the company record.
10 minutes, armed cross-country, what is this concept?
The concept of being able to go to the military region to compete in martial arts.
My second brother also broke the company record a few years ago.
After going to the military region to compete in martial arts, he won glory for the regiment and was awarded a third-class merit. He joined the party in the second half of the year and was promoted every other year.
Officer. Fuck, someone else is vice squad leader. Everyone is a recruit, why is the gap so big? They're all recruits? They're graduates from prestigious schools. They're not ordinary.
You didn't see the soldiers in the second class say that when they come to the army, they go for the officers. There was a lot of discussion among the recruits, all of them were discussing Li Xiu.
Li Xiu's name spread throughout the recruit camp as if overnight. Class, recruit dormitory.
The squad leader of Class 4 felt a toothache when he saw Wang Jun, who was in a daze on the bed.
Wang Jun's ambition to win is too strong. Wang Jun, it's only 30 seconds behind. Work hard and catch up. You have to perform well, and excellent recruits also have a chance. This morning, Wang Jun asked him to test the 5-kilometer armed cross-country, and tested it twice. They are all about 10 minutes and a half, far inferior to Li Xiu. Therefore, Wang Jun shut himself up.
He didn't tell anyone else that he came from a military family, and he had been exercising in the military training ground since he was a child. I thought that I could perform well all the way, get off the company smoothly, become a top soldier, become a soldier king through training, and make my family proud. Unexpectedly, the recruit battalion was first punished for fighting, and the deputy squad was not accepted. He wanted to show his ability, but a monster-like recruit stood in front of him. The squad leader of Class 4 must also understand. Armed cross-country running into 10 minutes is very important. This is no longer just a training item, but an ability that can be achieved. Moreover, if it wasn't for this new barracks, Li Xiu might have been reported to the regiment if he broke the record. It's awe-inspiring to go to the group newspaper. The reason why Wang Jun was encouraged was because he fell in love with Wang Jun, a good seed.
Wang Jun is also talented.
He has excellent physical fitness, learns things quickly, and is good at martial arts. The only downside is that the mind is not mature enough. But for young people, there is still a lot of potential after grinding. To the rest of the recruit company, Li Xiu had a very good reputation. Li Xiu only regarded this as a small episode in life. As for the business, we still have to find a way to get the King of Scrolls. With energy recovery, elementary, he has about 3 more hours of free time every day. At present, what troubles Li Xiu is that although some skills can be exchanged, the experience pillars increase very slowly. For example, the dismantling of basic machinery, the way to increase the experience column is to dismantle it multiple times, but he doesn't have the actual machinery in his hand, and it would be too wasteful to speed up with the king value. It is also quite helpless.
There is a rest day on weekends, and I will give everyone a day off.
In addition, anyone who wants to call his family members can also come to me to report.
After a day of training, Zhang Nonping's words cheered up the recruits in the new barracks.
Off day. There was a look of excitement on the faces of the recruits. After more than a week of high-intensity training, it finally ushered in the rest day.
For recruits, this is the best news. Li Xiu also plans to relax on this rest day.
Although the inward roll will get the king value, but Li Xiu is not in a hurry. After all, the training environment for recruits is very difficult, and not everyone can reach the target. Urine test, blood draw, radiology, ear, nose and throat, naked test, and psychological test.
Li Xiu quickly completed the task. For the rest, just wait for the enlistment notice to come down. Li Xiu's physical examination must be fine.
Although he studied hard, he was neither short-sighted nor weak.
He is also good at sports, and has been on the school basketball team, and is called Ulsan Rukawa Maple by the female classmates in the class.
In short, we have to wait.
During this time, Li Xiu needed to prepare political review documents.
This is no problem, the Li family has been loyal and good for generations, and the second uncle was also a soldier. So don't worry at all. However, the news that Li Xiu went to serve as a soldier instead of studying these days was widely circulated. Li village is very small, and there are no small things in the village. The news that Li Xiu was going to serve in the army spread quickly. The villagers couldn't understand it at all.
What kind of soldier do you want to go to the army? Isn't that a sin? Moreover, why would you want to go to the army to suffer if you don't want to go with a bright future?
Even some old classmates who graduated from high school together in the town also came to condolences. In their view, Li Xiu has gone astray. Only those who did not go to university were enlisted in the army. Li Xiu was very calm and did not explain. In the past few days, Li Xiu has not been idle, and has been listening to the second uncle talk about some things in the army. He also has a general outline of military life.
I am also looking forward to the upcoming military life.
Immediately afterwards, political examination, visits, military service registration. Li Xiu passed through all the trains.
At last. September 26th. Li Xiu waited until the enlistment notice.
Now, the preparations before enlisting in the army are all done. Immediately afterwards, report to the Ministry of Armed Forces the day after tomorrow, and then assign arms and regions. Afterwards, the troops will be awarded ranks, with crutches on their shoulders, and they will be regarded as soldiers. After reporting to the school's tutor, the tutor also sent a cheering message with some helplessness.
Ding! Mission accomplished.
System binding successful. In Li Xiu's ears, the long-lost system notification sounded again. In front of him, a virtual panel appeared. Host, Li Xiu strength, 6, the average adult value is 6, 10 is the upper limit, and the host has no upper limit. Response, 7, the average adult value is 6, 10 is the upper limit, and the host has no upper limit. Physical strength, 7, 5, the average value of an adult is 6, 10 is the upper limit, and the host has no upper limit. Brain power, 9, the average adult is 6, 10 is the upper limit, and the host has no upper limit. Physique, 8, the average value of an adult is 6, 10 is the upper limit, and the host has no upper limit. Mall, enabled skill, none. Roll king value, 0. Storage space, 5M3. Note, the host can obtain system rewards through involution. Inward scrolling can obtain scrolling king value, which can be used in the mall to exchange for various skills and knowledge. Li Xiu was stunned, but he couldn't help himself. I don't want to continue to be involved in the internet industry, and go to the army to change my way of life.
Now, the system I got is actually an introversion system, and I want him to evolve and become the king of introversion. What is the king of roles? In the same environment, the most desperate and hard-working one.
Li Xiu didn't expect that even if he changed the track, he still couldn't escape the curse of introversion.
Is this asking me to get involved in the army?
Li Xiu was speechless. The army was already suffering enough, but he had to be involved in the army.
However, the role is rolled. Who else would Li Xiu be afraid of? Didn't you become a monk with volume in the first place?
Looking at his own phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme, Li Xiu is still very satisfied. Except for strength, everything else exceeds the average level of adults, especially brain power, which can be said to be top-notch. After all, he was admitted to Peking University by his own efforts, and his brain is not bad at all. In any case, the existence of the system is to change life.
If you ignore life itself because of involution, you will be a loser.
In that case, it is the walking dead of the system. He is not a machine, he keeps rolling in, and he will collapse.
If you want a rest, take a good rest. By the way, the bathhouse should be open tonight. Everyone can go take a bath.
Although there is running water in the training base in Xinjiang, the running water is not groundwater, but connected to the pipes in the reservoir. And the storage tanks require logistics to drive a car to pull water regularly.
Therefore, there are not many opportunities for bathing. You can only wipe your body with a wet towel every day.
Several people rushed to the bathroom to take a shower excitedly.
It's cool. Damn, it's not easy to be a soldier.
I never imagined before that I didn't take a shower for a week. Wiping with a wet towel is worse than taking a bath. What do we do on weekends?
Play cards?
I'm so bored, we don't have much to do here except playing cards. Let's not talk about activities, there are no people in the vicinity of 10 kilometers, and the nearest small town is more than 10 kilometers away. The recruits are chatting with each other sentence by sentence. Although they have been looking forward to the rest day, they suddenly think that they don't know what to do on the rest day. Could it be that they are playing cards in the dormitory?
Deputy class, can you arrange something for the brothers in our class? Zhao Lei asked suddenly. Squad deputy is more than just a title.
On weekdays, he also needs to help Jiang Anping, as the deputy squad leader, teach the group of recruits to train. Even for daily activities, each class is on duty. Jiang Anping phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme directly informs Li Xiu, and let Li Xiu arrange it.
Let's see what the company has arranged first. If there is no arrangement in the company, I will think about it later. The new barracks is quite boring. The playground is so big that you can't even kick a ball. Chen Shanfeng said. Several people complained while taking a bath.
2 minutes later, everyone took a shower and changed into military uniforms, and returned to the dormitory together.
Li Xiu, come alive.
As soon as he came back, Jiang Anping said to Li Xiu, tomorrow weekend, the company sent us a mission.
Mission? What mission?
Li Xiu was stunned.
Jiang Anping smiled, and said, your new recruits, it's really a good time to catch up.
The company commander approved 2 places for us to help the company chief to purchase some ingredients that the cooking team will use in the next few months.
In other words, you will be able to leave camp tomorrow. The recruits' eyes lit up, and they all looked at Jiang Anping.
Jiang Anping waved his hand and said, don't look at me, there are only 2 places in our class.
Several people were instantly disappointed. If there are 2 places, then they must have no chance. Moreover, he was called Li Xiu from the beginning.
Li Xiu is the vice squad leader, so it's okay to call him.
However, don't be too disappointed. If you need anything, I can help you buy it together. Of course, contraband is excluded. Jiang Anping may be in a good mood because he was approved to go out on leave. The recruits were excited again. Squad leader, I want to eat food in the Xinjiang region. Can you bring me some?
I heard that there is dried yogurt here, but I haven't tasted it yet.
A recruit excitedly said. Zhao Lei said, squad leader, I want to play basketball. There are too few things to play in the army. Come one by one, don't worry. Jiang Anping said, nodding while recording. Okay, don't bring too many things, we also have business. Li Xiu also began to think about it. Going out can also be regarded as a small trip. I don't know if the squad leader will take him for a stroll. Resentful seed. Then, Li Xiu had a phone call with his parents. I haven't seen him for more than a week, and Li's father and mother also miss Li Xiu very much. Originally, Li Xiu thought that his parents would mention whether Li Xiu had adapted to life in the army, or something about the military exam. But after making the phone call, the parents didn't mention this matter at all. Instead, he mentioned again and again to make Li Xiu pay attention to safety. The mood is slightly complicated, but Li Xiu's heart is very warm. He knew that it must be that his parents had heard some bad rumors. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Don't listen to other people's rumors, the army is safe. The comrades treat me very well, and the old squad leader also thinks highly of me. The call could only last for 3 minutes, and just after 3 minutes, Li Xiu reluctantly handed the phone to Zhao Lei. The comfort from his parents warmed his heart and motivated him. He wanted to put a proud expression on his parents' faces again. It's like going to college by yourself before. The next day, Li Xiu woke up early in the morning. At this time, before dawn, Jiang Anping shook Li Xiu awake. Squad leader, did you get up so early? Li Xiu asked curiously. It's not easy to have a chance to go out. If you don't get up early, you can't do anything. Jiang Anping said. Squad leader, just the two of us? How do we get out? Li Xiu asked after folding the quilt. There are 2 more people in military vehicles. Jiang Anping answered very briefly. When I came to the parking lot, I saw an extremely domineering military green transport vehicle. Jiang Anping let Li Xiu sit in the back seat, while he sat in the driver's seat. After waiting for a few minutes, Li Xiu saw Qianlong and Li Qing. Opening the door, Li Xiu sat in the co-pilot, and Qianlong sat beside him. When Qianlong saw Li Xiu, he smiled and said, this time, this kid has been wronged? Li Xiu didn't understand, why is it called a wronged species? Jiang Anping put a cigarette in his mouth and said, bullshit. Who doesn't want to go out, you say no, Li Xiu? Li Xiu nodded, who doesn't want to go out? But why did Qianlong call him a wronged species? You'll know when the time comes. Li Qing laughed without explaining. After showing the approval slip at the gate of the barracks, the soldiers on duty released Li Xiu and others. The military vehicle was driving on the vast wilderness, surrounded by an incomparably vast expanse of golden barrenness. Li Xiu breathed the fresh air and was also a little excited. After staying in the barracks for so long, he was already bored. Coming out at this time, there is a feeling of returning to the sea. From the military camp to the town, there is no road, only a winding sandy road. Long staple cotton was planted in the field beside the road, and the cotton balls were all split open at this time, revealing the whiteness inside. Looking at the Gobi phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert /phoneme and the vast sky, Li Xiu unconsciously felt better. Boy, the scenery is not bad. Qianlong smiled and introduced, although our place is in southern Xinjiang, the scenery is not worse than northern Xinjiang at all. Look at the scenery in the north, and look at the style in the south. Li Xiu also looked around while admiring the beautiful scenery. When approaching the Gobi, Li Xiu saw a flock of gray and yellow sheep at the bottom of the grassland. Squad leader, there is no grass here, what do the sheep eat? Li Xiu asked curiously. This side is all phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert /phoneme, and Li Xiu didn't see any grass at all. Maybe the sheep herders will rest here for a while. Jiang Anping responded casually, not paying much attention. Li Xiu nodded, he was just curious, so he mentioned something casually. Many people came to the city, and under the leadership of the squad leader, Li Xiu tasted all kinds of regional delicacies. Baked naan, kebabs, lamb chops, special milk tea. The squad leader was also generous, and he invited 3 skewers of mutton skewers. Before Li Xiu came here, he brought a lot of money and didn't save money. He bought a lot of food and put all of it in the car. Li Xiu, bring so much food back? Li Xiaodao, my brothers didn't come out. I feel a little guilty. I have to make up for it. It's good to treat them to some delicious food. Zhang Anping couldn't help but nodded. Li Xiao is still thinking about the comrades in his class. However, after he coughed, he said that. Li Xiao. I have something to do. Li Xiao asked, what's the matter? He looked at Chen Long and Li Qing with weird expressions. In the next second, Li Xiao finally understood why he was a wrong species. Zhang Anping said embarrassingly, well, the army has regulations, our car can't drive into the city. And someone has to stay behind. Li Xiao understood immediately. He is watching the car. No wonder Zhang Anping wanted to treat guests today. Chen Long said he was wronged. Looking at Li Xiao's resentful gaze, Zhang Anping pretended not to see it. Well, brothers, I'll help you buy supplies. Is there anything else you want? Zhang Anping quickly changed the subject. It's gone. Li Xiao was helpless. I finally came out to check the car door. The squad leader is not a human being. We may come late. If you are really bored, you can walk around nearby, but don't run too far. Zhang Anping still opened the back door. Let Li Xiao look at the car, they go to have fun. He is also a little embarrassed. Without waiting for Li Xiao to reply, he left quickly. The squad leader's heart is really dark. Li Xiao sat in the car, a little bored. If I knew it earlier, I might as well stay in the army and infiltrate. You can also earn a lot of king value. After waiting for about half an hour, Li Xiao suddenly heard a shout. Yeah, Daimyo Gram 4, Grain 4, please help me. Li Xiao took a look and saw a middle-aged woman waving at Li Xiao in the middle of the road. Judging from his clothes, he should be a herdsman. Although he couldn't understand the meaning of the other party's words, Li Xiao could also feel that the other party was very anxious. Li Xiao quickly said, Auntie, are you in trouble? Can you speak Mandarin? Li Xiao didn't know if the other party could understand. The middle-aged woman nodded immediately. Masipika, Tarajima Shin, she can understand Mandarin, but can't speak it. Li Xiao thought for a while and said, sorry, Auntie, I really don't understand. Do you know anyone who can speak Mandarin? I am the People's Liberation Army. If you need help, just say it. Seeing that Li Xiao couldn't understand, the middle-aged woman waved at Li Xiao, motioning for Li Xiao to follow. Li Xiao thought for a while, hesitated for 2 seconds, and followed. The military vehicle couldn't be opened without a key, and he stayed in the vehicle, which was actually just a decoration. Moreover, Zhang Anping also told him that if he is really bored, he can take a walk around. Li Xiao walked for a while, and immediately saw a local building. A beautiful borderland girl with an anxious look on her face. The mountains and rivers in the Xinjiang region support people, and there are the most beauties in China. Li Xiao just glanced at the girl and was a little surprised. Even from the perspective of Li Xiao's experience of countless Asian sorcerers in his previous life, this young Xinjiang girl can be called beautiful. The exotic Xinjiang girl is 1.7 meters tall by visual inspection. The clothes on her body are charming but not sexy, her facial features are exquisite and picturesque, and her complexion is as white as jade. Not only that, but her figure is also very beautiful. However, it seems that the Xinjiang girl is very anxious. The middle-aged woman immediately started talking to the Xinjiang girl. 2 minutes later, the girl from Xinjiang ran up to Li Xiao. Hello, are you from the People's Liberation Army? Contrary to Li Xiao's expectation, this young girl can speak Mandarin. I am. Excuse me, are you in trouble? Li Xiao said quickly. Auntie seemed very anxious just now, so I followed. She is my mother. My name is Dina Zhuobua. I am a herdsman here. Yesterday our sheep were lost due to a sandstorm. 30 sheep are gone. I need help finding them. Dina Zhuobua is very anxious. 30 sheep are almost all of their family's property. If lost, life will be very difficult for them. No wonder she was so anxious. Sheep? Don't worry, we will definitely find it for you. As a soldier, it is his responsibility to protect the property safety of the people.
Li Xiu is naturally obliged.
Comrade PLA, are you alone? Li Xiu nodded. My comrades in arms have all gone to the city, and I am the only one at the moment. Dina Zhuobo was a little disappointed. She thought that she could meet the People's Liberation Army team. Did you call the police? Li Xiu said.
Dina Zhuobo, I called the police, and the police are also looking for it, but there are only 2 policemen in our city.
Dad and brother have been looking for the whole night.
Speaking of this, Dina Zhuobo felt extremely uncomfortable. In her opinion, if she had reminded her family to look at the sheepfold yesterday, the sheepfold would not have been blown down by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. The sheep will not be lost. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme.
It's all my fault.
I should have gone to see the sheepfold last night. Li Xiu couldn't see the girl crying, so he quickly comforted him. I will definitely find it. It's only a day, and the sheep can't run very far. The middle-aged woman quickly hugged Dina Zhuobo and comforted her carefully.
However, Dina Zhuobo was obviously extremely sad.
Li Xiu suddenly asked, "May I ask how many sheep herders are nearby?"
Our family is nearby.
But the sheep can't be found.
Dina Zhuobo said.
Li Xiu thought about it carefully. When he came here, he seemed to have seen a flock of sheep in the Gobi. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme. If there were no other sheep in the vicinity, it was possible that the flock was the lost sheep of Dina Zhuobo's family.
But Li Xiu is not sure. If it is an Oolong, Dina Zhuobo may be even more desperate. I'll help you find it. If I can't do it alone, I'll call my comrades to help.
Li Xiu immediately said about the fish and water situation between the army and the people.
Thank you, Comrade PLA. Dina Zhuobo said.
Although I don't think there is much hope, I still say thank you. Afterwards, Dina Zhuobo said a few more words to the middle-aged woman and then said, "Father, elder brother, one went to the south, and the other went to the north.
I want to go here again to have a look."
However, she was not confident. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme. If no sheep are found, their family will be hungry in winter. Li Xiu thought for a while and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you find it." Li Xiu's words were firm.
Dina Zhuobo was very surprised. Dina Zhuobo still said, thank you very much.
If you really find the flock, just blow this whistle, and the flock of sheep will follow you.
Then, Dina Zhuobo took it out from his pocket, a white whistle.
Li Xiu took the whistle and nodded. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Xiu turned and left, following his memory and running towards the place where he had seen the flock before. Because there were not many roads, Li Xiu had a good memory. According to his memory, he ran for about an hour and a half. Li Xiu came to the location of the sheep in memory.
Although empty now.
But when Li Xiu squatted down, he could see very fresh and wet feces on the ground. A flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, and Li Xiu continued to search for the feces of the sheep. After about half an hour, Li Xiu finally saw a large flock of white sheep hiding under a towering cliff, lowering their heads and gnawing on the withered yellow weeds.
And around there are no herdsmen. 29 heads.
Li Xiu quickly counted.
Missing a head?
There was no other way, Li Xiu whistled tentatively. Immediately, the sheep turned their heads towards Li Xiu as if they had heard some order.
Really works?
Without hesitation, Li Xiu immediately drove the sheep and returned to the original road. However, the way back was slower. Driving the sheep is also quite laborious, and you need to blow the whistle from time to time. And the marching speed is still very slow.
Herding sheep really hard.
While whistling, the sheep will turn towards you. But whether it is the weeds on the side of the road or the pool on the edge of the road, it can attract the attention of the flock. After driving for about 5 hours, Li Xiu finally brought the sheep back to Dina Zhuobo's house. At this time, the sky was already a little dizzy. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiu shouted, "Hey! I found the sheep!" With Li Xiu's voice, Dina Zhuobo ran out first. At this time, Dina Zhuobo still had tears in the corners of her eyes. Seeing the sheep at Li Xiu's feet, and Li Xiu with a bright smile, she was stunned for a while. Then, he was shocked by a huge surprise.
I really found it.
Then, a middle-aged man in a leather jacket also rushed out.
After seeing the sheep, he was equally excited. You really found it. This is our sheep. Comrade PLA, thank you, Comrade PLA. Dina Zhuobo grabbed Li Xiu's hand and said very gratefully.
Li Xiu was also very happy to protect the safety of the people's property, and said with a smile, "You are welcome. The military and civilians are family members. It is our responsibility to protect the safety of the people's property." With that said, he returned the whistle to Dina Zhuobo, smiled and pulled away. In the ear, there was a pleasant voice.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of protecting the people's property. Scroll King value plus 100 inch. This was a surprise, and Li Xiu couldn't help but smile even brighter. It's just a pity that I only found 29 of them there, and one of them was missing. It's a pity, you've tried your best.
We're all about to give up. Dina Zhuobo once again thanked, Comrade PLA, thank you.
Declining Dina Zhuobo to use a sheep as a thank you gift, Li Xiu waved his hand and was about to leave. Only then did Dina Zhuobo notice the appearance of this soldier brother. Strong, tall, and handsome. Especially the military temperament, very dazzling. In addition, he helped their family find the sheep.
Comrade PLA, what's your name? The sound is like a mosquito. For a moment, Dina Zhuobo lowered her head shyly. My name is Soldier.
After Li Xiu pretended to leave a sentence, he turned around and took a graceful step, leaving a tall figure on the two of them. After walking a few steps, he ran straight away.
Damn. Going to be late.
Dina Zhuobo looked at Li Xiu's back, and an arc flashed in his obsidian eyes. Abba, I must know his name. Back on the military vehicle, Li Xiu breathed a sigh of relief.
Jia Nanping was even worse than him, and there was no one on the military vehicle.
After calculating the king value of the next volume, Li Xiu was very satisfied. It turned out that the system still has hidden tasks. And the value of the king of rolls is very fierce, and it is 100 if you earn it. For Li Xiu, this can be said to be a windfall. However, there is something more meaningful. He is happy to help others, and even pretended to be shallow. After waiting for another half an hour, Jia Nanping came to the military vehicle with a face full of shame. Seeing Li Xiu in the vehicle, his old face blushed, and he handed Li Xiu a pack of oil paper.
The cumin lamb I left for you.
Li Xiu quickly said, thank you, Monitor. The Monitor has worked hard.
Okay. Jia Nanping finally couldn't help it anymore, and said, next time, let those two guys watch the car. Squad leader, I'm fine. I'm a young man, what happened to the car? And I didn't stay in the car all the time.
Li Xiu said frankly. You soldier, you are really enlightened. Last time I let this guy look at the car, this guy went directly into the city with us. Chen Long was envious. Other people's soldiers. The group of recruits in my class are all stubborn donkeys. Jia Nanping coughed. Chen Long revealed his fault, and he felt a little embarrassed again. Everyone has purchased the ingredients and bought a lot of things. In this way, several people returned to the barracks by car. After returning to the barracks, Li Xiu first shared the delicious food he brought with other recruits in the class, and then took out the basketball. Said, I bought the basketball, my brothers will remodel the playground in a while, get a ball frame and a ball fence, and we can add another cultural and entertainment activity in the future. For food, Li Xiu kept some for himself, and some for the deputy monitors of other classes. They are both vice monitors, and they communicate with each other on weekdays, so they know each other well.
The next day, Dina Zhuobo brought a big red pennant to the gate of the 7th Frontier Defense Regiment. Please follow up good deeds without leaving his name?
Li Xiu showed his face.
Xiu showed his face. Comrade, what can I do for you?
At the gate of the Legionnaire, a sentry saw Dina Zhuobo and immediately stepped forward to ask. The other sentry, on the other hand, stared at Dina Zhuobo early, leaning on the gun barrel from left to right, and leaning on the trigger with his right hand.
Once Dina Zhuobo is abnormal, he will cast a thunderbolt. Dina Jobois hurriedly said, "Comrade, hello, we are herdsmen nearby. We came to the barracks to find someone." The sentinel continued to ask, "Who are you looking for?" Dina Jobois responded immediately, "I want to find someone from the People's Liberation Army who has helped us but has not left his name." The two sentries looked at each other, and both saw a trace of consternation in each other's eyes. This is a good thing. Are there comrades who do good deeds without leaving their names? Look at the pennant again, with a red background and a gold border, embroidered with gold thread. The Chinese characters of care for the people with due diligence and responsibility, relieve the people's worries and affection like the sea. Dina Jobois was a little nervous, and said again, "Comrade, I didn't bring anything, only mutton." The sentinel immediately said, "I'm sorry, comrade, please cooperate with our investigation." With that said, he took out a detector and started to detect it cautiously. After detecting that Dina Jobois was not carrying dangerous goods, he began to detect the pot of mutton again. "Thank you, comrade, for your cooperation." After checking that there was no problem, Comrade Sentinel saluted. Dina Jobois quickly returned the salute. "Excuse me, comrade, what are the characteristics of the person you are looking for?" asked the sentinel. Dina Jobois recalled, "He is tall, only 1.8 meters tall, handsome, with double eyelids. By the way, his hands are a little rough." "Okay, comrade, I will help you apply to contact the soldiers who left the camp last night and are over 1.8 meters tall." The sentinel said immediately. "There are so many people who line up every day, and they can't remember who they are." The sentinel quickly informed them. 10 minutes later. A civil servant of the lieutenant hurried over enthusiastically. Seeing Dina Jobois, he immediately said, "Hello, comrade." As soon as he heard that there were local herdsmen coming to thank the soldiers, he hurried out to greet them. Facing the people, PLA soldiers are always full of goodwill. Dina Jobois was warmly welcomed into the team's residence, and after a few conversations with Dina Jobois, the lieutenant also understood the whole story. It turned out that a soldier of the People's Liberation Army helped local herdsmen find the lost sheep. The herdsman made a special trip to thank them. This is a good thing. It can be put into the group newspaper for publicity. He was just wondering, which soldier did good deeds without leaving his name? Comrade PLA, can you help me find him? Before I had time to thank him, he had already left without looking back. At the same time, she turned sideways and asked the elder brother behind to bring out a pot of meat, saying, "We slaughtered a sheep and stewed a pot of meat just to thank that soldier." The civilian lieutenant hurriedly said, "I'll help you find a soldier who is over 1.8 meters tall and who asked for leave yesterday." Dina Jobois nodded quickly. 10 minutes later. 3 soldiers came out and looked at Dina Jobois with doubts. Dina Jobois shook her head repeatedly and said, "Comrade PLA, it's not the 3 of them." The lieutenant was puzzled. Last night, there were only a few people who went out of the camp and those who were over 1.8 meters tall. Could it be a brother from another camp? There are 9 frontier defense regiments, and each regiment has many battalions. They are just one of the camps. But what if it was the nearest camp nearby? It is possible that this girl found the wrong one. Suddenly, the lieutenant seemed to think of something, and asked, "Girl, do you still remember the shape of the epaulets on that soldier's shoulder?" "What shape is it?" Dina Jobois immediately said, "It's blank." "Blank? That's recruits. Go ask the nearby boot camp." "It's 1.8 meters long, handsome, and very good-looking." Dina Jobois repeated again. Now, the lieutenant was helpless and said, "It will take some time if we want to contact you. How about this, Comrade Jobois, can you leave a contact address? We will send someone to notify you later when we know which comrade it is." Dina Jobois could only nod her head and said, "Thanks for the leadership of the People's Liberation Army." At the same time, she regretted a little. If she insisted on asking for Li Xiu's contact information yesterday, it would be fine. Looking for someone now, I don't know if I can find it. At this moment, outside the door, a large army green pickup truck suddenly drove up. And when the military vehicle drove up, the lieutenant also had a serious expression and saluted the military vehicle. The military vehicle stopped, and the major got out of the military vehicle and asked directly, "What happened?"
Seeing the major, the lieutenant hurriedly said, "Report to the battalion commander, this is a nomadic herdsman nearby, she is here to find someone."
The lieutenant briefly and accurately reported what had happened to the battalion commander. "Oh? Which soldier is this, who does good deeds without leaving his name?"
Helping the herdsman find the sheep is a good thing. It should be encouraged.
"Xiao Shi, you are in charge of the recruit company, do you know which soldier it is, at this time?"
Shi Jianxiong, who was sitting in the car, immediately recalled after hearing this, and hurriedly reported, "Last night in our new barracks, a total of 4 soldiers went out on business.
Among them, there happened to be a recruit who was over 1.8 meters tall. He met the requirements. His name is Li Xiu.
He should be the recruit this little comrade mentioned." On the side, Dina Zhuobo heard the name and silently remembered it in her heart. The battalion commander laughed loudly when he heard this, and said, unexpectedly, "There is such a soldier who has done good deeds in the new barracks. How's his grades?" Shi Jianxiong also had a good impression of Li Xiu, and immediately said, "Excellent. Although he has only trained for more than a week, his current level is the best in the recruit company." Currently, Li Xiu is still the deputy squad leader of the second squad in the first row. Broke our company's armed cross-country running record. After Shi Jianxiong's praise, even the battalion commander was a little surprised.
"It's still an excellent seedling?"
The battalion commander said, "Not bad.
That's not sure.
The next time the military region competes, our military region will produce another talent." The battalion commander is very interested in Li Xiu's ability to break the record of armed cross-country running. Shi Jianxiong nodded repeatedly.
The major smiled and said, "Okay, I understand.
Such recruits with outstanding ability and conduct are the yardstick for our training.
When I have time in the future, I will also visit the recruit camp."
"Yes," Shi Jianxiong said immediately.
"Okay, then you can take this lesbian to the new barracks to confirm. If it's that Li Xiu, give him some encouragement."
"Understood," Shi Jianxiong said hastily.
Afterwards, since his work had been reported anyway, Shi Jianxiong decided to take Dina Zhuobo to the new barracks nearly 2 kilometers away.
The other side. The recruits once again completed their first 5-kilometer trail run in the morning. They all lay on the ground tired. Although Li Xiu was also tired, he was gradually able to bear the burden of running. On the contrary, it is because there are too few training items. Although many skills are worth enough for the king, but there is no time to train, which slows down his training process. At this time, Li Xiu suddenly said, "Report."
"Speak." "Squad leader, when will I be able to shoot? I feel that the current me has mastered all the items you are teaching. Don and #039, you come to see the car next time?"
Everyone in class 2 brightened their eyes.
"Isn't the biggest expectation of being a soldier just to shoot a gun?"
"It has been more than a week, let alone touch the gun. Have you looked at it a few times?"
"Hurry up. Train well," Jiang Anping said unhappily.
However, Li Xiu said that he has mastered all the training items, and he is right. In terms of training results, Li Xiu did well even though he was carrying the heavy load. Hearing these words again, Li Xiu was speechless. It was the same sentence 3 days ago, and now a single word has not changed. But Li Xiu's words also reminded Jiang Anping, as Li Xiu said, he did master those items very quickly. Based on the original training progress, it will not help Li Xiu much.
"Well, Li Xiu, you will help me watch the Q training in the class in the future, and when I find time in the afternoon, I will develop new content for you. What do you think?" Jiang Anping said.
"Yes," Li Xiu replied. He also knew that the squad leader definitely couldn't give him a little trouble for nothing. Fortunately, some usual Q training, that is, chanting slogans and the like, is not difficult and does not take much effort.
The rest, if you want to practice more, you can join us. The premise is that your usual training programs have been completed,"
Jiang Anping said to the recruits. The recruits rolled their eyes wildly. Besides Li Xiu, who would go to practice extra? Even Chen Shanfeng, who had the best overall quality, didn't make a sound. The 5-kilometer physical training twice a day is already too much for them.
10 minutes later. The vehicle arrives at the new barracks.
As soon as she got out of the car, Dina Zhuobo looked around curiously.
The bearded PLA in military uniform is very kind.
Although he looks like a leader, he has no temper at all. On the way, Shi Jianxiong also kept asking about various details of that day.
Listening to Dina Zhuobo's praise of the future PLA.
The corners of the lips are also involuntarily outlined.
The company commander looks at the outstanding juniors who come out of the recruit camp, just like a peasant uncle looks at the crops, usually irrigated with a ladle of water and a ladle of dung. The crops grow well, and the recruits are promising, all thanks to himself.
That's right, the field army grassroots is really such a virtue.
It's not shameless, but it's really an unspeakable sense of accomplishment to train junior recruits.
In other words, the torch of the army is passed on inside. Like Li Xiu, it's only been a few days, and he's the only thing he hears. Soon came to the playground, the company commander Shi Jianxiong asked 2 soldiers to help Dina Zhuobo to carry a small pot full of mutton.
Inside is cooked mutton.
The 2 soldiers hadn't smelled such delicious meat for a long time, and they felt itchy in their hearts.
This mutton is really fragrant. When was the last time you ate lamb?
It must be counted to the collective third-class merit half a year ago, during the barbecue meeting.
The company commander asked Li Xiu to come over. Dina Zhuobo was a little nervous, and her heartbeat seemed to speed up a bit.
After receiving the order, Jiang Anping was also a little puzzled. On the one hand, he called Li Xiu, and on the other hand, asked the others to stand in a military posture for a while. Li Xiu came quickly and saw Dina Zhuobo beside the company commander.
How did this girl find her? Didn't he say his name?
When Dina Zhuobo saw Li Xiu, surprise and a little shyness flashed in his eyes.
Little comrade, is that him? Shi Jianxiong asked.
Yes. The leader of the People's Liberation Army is him.
The soldier who did good deeds yesterday without leaving his name. Dina Zhuobo said quickly.
Shi Jianxiong felt relieved. Dina Zhuobo quickly took out the pennant, stood it up, ran to Li Xiu, and whispered, "Thank you for helping us find the sheep."
We want to thank you very much.
I made this pot of mutton with my own hands.
After speaking, Dina Zhuobo looked expectant. Li Xiu quickly looked at Jiang Anping. When you are a soldier, you can't take the people's needles and threads.
Even Li Xiu has principles. On the side, Jiang Anping was at a loss, and it was the company commander's explanation that made Jiang Anping understand everything. But, seeing how the beautiful and exotic beauty treated Li Xiu, Jiang Anping had to admit it.
He's a little sour. When did this happen? Jiang Anping didn't see Li Xiu's questioning eyes.
He just has a sore liver.
His grandma's.
He, Jiang Anping, is 26 and 7, and he is still a bachelor.
Girlfriends never talked about it.
Why did Li Xiu just go out for a day, and met such a good-looking girl? Looking at the girl's expression, it was like looking at a lover.
Caboose, still have this benefit? How about trying it next time?
It was the company commander who said, "Take it, the little girl has brought so much all the way, it's my wish." You boy, you didn't lose face to our field army. Dina Zhuobo breathed a sigh of relief, but she was still worried that Li Xiu wouldn't get what she wanted. When Shi Jianxiong spoke, Li Xiu nodded in embarrassment and said, "Thank you, Comrade Zhuobo." Dina Zhuobo smiled and said, "Call me Zhuobo." Okay, Comrade Li Xiu helped the herdsmen recover their property and fulfilled the responsibilities and obligations of the PLA, so I commend and encourage you. Also, Li Xiu, I'll give you a 2-hour vacation this afternoon to take good care of this comrade.
We can't let him make this trip for nothing. Shi Jianxiong said.
Yes. Li Xiu said quickly.
Dina Zhuobo also quickly thanked everyone.
When Li Xiu took Dina Zhuobo to leave, Shi Jianxiong said to the row of leaders again, "A row of leaders, please make arrangements to publicize Comrade Li Xiu's deeds of protecting the property of residents in the Xinjiang area in the new barracks.
Let Li Xiu be a model for the new barracks, do you understand?"
Yes.
Zhang Hanja responded immediately. I also sigh in my heart. This kid is really lucky.
After just over a week in the new barracks, Shi Jianxiong was already deeply impressed by him. This time he was praised again, and it was a certainty that he was an excellent recruit. Although an outstanding recruit is not as good as a third-class meritorious service, it is equivalent to a commendation. Joining the party, being promoted, and entering the military academy for further study all have effects. Also, the battalion commander knows about this. If he has time, he may come to the recruit company for a surprise inspection. Let the squad leaders get ready. This is an opportunity to show their faces in front of the battalion commander.
Shi Jianxiong warned again. Zhang Hanja nodded immediately, a little envious in his heart.
This is a big show, even the battalion commander knows it. As long as you maintain a good appearance, it will be of great help to your further studies in the future.
The other side.
Li Xiu took Dina Zhuobo to briefly introduce a circle of recruits. Of course, most of them are relatively ordinary places. When the other recruits saw it, they all called it awesome.
The subclass of the second class? Damn, is that his girlfriend? She's so pretty. It's not my girlfriend.
I just heard that it was Li Xiu who came out of the company and helped the little girl find the lost sheep.
I came to thank you. It's so pretty. Are all the little girls in Xinjiang so beautiful?
Those eyes and affection are almost connected. Wow, you're showing your face on the company commander's side again. Just joined the recruit company for 10 days, and the outstanding recruits got it.
Why is the deputy of the second class so good? Yes. How is it so good? Show your face again. All soldiers want this. Everyone wanted the company commander to be the first to remember his name. As for Li Xiu, he did a good job.
The group of soldiers in the second squad saw the deputy squad leader do such a thing quietly, envious, but also booed. Li Xiu also took Dina Zhuobo to lunch.
Dina Zhuobo was smiling all the time. After she was not nervous, she was no longer shy.
He also danced a folk dance in front of the recruits.
Comrade Li Xiu, thank you. Dina Zhuobo was a little disappointed to be leaving.
Li Xiu touched his head, smiled and showed his teeth. There is always time to see you again.
Really? Dina Zhuobo looked up. Really?
Li Xiu said.
Goodbye, goodbye. Dina Zhuobo also knew that being a soldier requires training, so there was no delay.
Counting the time, he felt a little reluctant to leave the new barracks. Before leaving, she had a lot to say, but she still didn't say it.
In the future, come and play with me when you have time. Our home is over there. Dina Zhuobo said. Definitely. Li Xiu nodded. The Borderlands beauty has just left. First, the recruits from the second squad got into trouble.
Squad leader, that little girl is interested in you. I'm so envious. Monitor, you're lucky. You can help them find a sheep first. Hell.
Stop talking nonsense.
Li Xiu ignored the teasing and said, I was delayed for 2 hours today, so I have to train hard to make up for it.
I need more training, right? Come on, I just happen to be free, and I just have a little cooking for you this afternoon.
Jiang Anping paused word by word. Enhancement card, for further reading, warm up first, extreme fitness test. Push-ups, I don't need to leave them to you, first come 100 Jiang Anping said directly. Without saying a word, Li Xiu bent over and did it.
Jiang Anping looked at Li Xiu and smiled.
In fact, he didn't intend to embarrass Li Xiu, and he wasn't so small-minded. But according to the rules, whether it is a good soldier or a bad soldier, the new barracks is not only to teach some basic military skills, but also to sharpen the spirit of the people themselves. Li Xiu has come to the new barracks now, and everything is going smoothly.
Gotta bang bang bang. Steel needs more forging to make good steel. Which recruit has never been aggrieved?
If you don't feel aggrieved in the recruit camp, your path will be smooth in the future, and your status will be higher. If you fall again, it will be difficult to get back up. Push-ups, the simplest exercise. A comprehensive physical fitness project for upper body strength and waist and abdomen strength. The difficulty is not high, but it is the most hated training in the field army in the border area. The reason is very simple: there is a set of culture of the Xinjiang field army in it. The old squad leader of the field army is tempering his temper, and his favorite thing is to use push-ups.
There are many tricks to play.
For example, yell once to ask the soldiers to put down, and yell twice to ask the soldiers to stand up. At this time, the old squad leader will always suffer from speech difficulties. One can hold you for 30 seconds, and you have to wait until the recruit's face turns red with struggle, his face distorts and explodes before slowly uttering the word 2. For another example, it is on the line with the last number. 30 push-ups, the number 29 can be called 100 times, 200 times.
Schrodinger's 29. Soldiers in the army want obedience. Even those who are wrong have to obey. If you don't obey, you will hit the head of the old squad leader and you will be tortured continuously. This is the discipline of the army, unreasonable discipline. Of course, this is the rule. On the real battlefield, if you have the courage to break the rules and the confidence in your own ideas, and you are not afraid of the risks and punishments brought about by your bravery, you can try it. Few succeed in persuasion, and most suffer more. Jia Nanping's old god was there, and he spoke long and loud for 1 minute. 100 push-ups seems to be done in 10 minutes. Li Xiu held his breath, and exchanged for this skill with a volume king point. Looking at the rising experience points is also a kind of comfort. Push-ups are not an exercise, but a training method. After the skill level is full, the training effect will be higher than usual. However, the volume king value did not increase. The system judged that this was a training task issued by Jia Nanping, and did not give the king score during the training process. Only items that exceed the task are considered roles. Therefore, in the regular push-up training, Li Xiu can only have a guarantee of full-level skill proficiency. Li Xiu lay on the ground and stood up mechanically, his biceps muscles were burning wildly. With the exhaustion of his physical strength, instead of losing shape, his movements became more and more standardized. On the ground, bursts of sweat dripped. Repeat, repeat, repeat. 201. 202. Chen Shanfeng is normal. He has already counted to 202, and he still has the additional physical exertion of Jia Nanping stretching his voice. I almost forgot, there are 15 kilograms of sand vests and 5 kilograms of sand leggings. Scary to think about. Seeing that Li Xiu's face was flushed, Chen Shanfeng also looked like a fish lacking oxygen, crazily thirsting for oxygen. Jia Nanping's eyelids were also twitching. He's numb. Finally, Jia Nanping let out a breath. With 100, the training program ended. Li Xiulei's hands were numb, but he didn't relax. He took advantage of this opportunity and continued to do more than 40 push-ups. Li Xiu didn't give up until his physical strength reached the limit and his arms couldn't move. Dizzy. But the king value of 10 points. Cool. It's a bit worse than the 5-kilometer cross-country, but it's also very comfortable. Li Xiu was a little eager for this kind of task. If you have a task and complete it yourself beyond the standard, it is also involuntary. Jia Nanping didn't know what he was like. It's a grind. Why did you do more? Gritting his teeth, he viciously said to the recruits in the second class who were amazed, "What do you look at? If you want to be a good soldier, you need to have the fighting spirit and perseverance like Li Xiu. Push yourself to the limit and do everything the best you can. Today, some of you recruits will give me extra training. Today, you must do a good job in the marching and stopping of the pace. Do you understand?" Understood. The second class of recruits said immediately. But I cried in my heart, and I had to practice more. Li Xiu, I'll teach you a few moves now. When you're done, you still can't touch the gun in advance, but it can teach you how to fight. Jia Nanping made a promise. Li Xiu nodded quickly. He had no hope of touching the gun in advance. The troops have extremely strict control over guns. It is impossible to give a recruit something special. The host completed the binding for the first time, and the reward for the first mission has been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the physical limit enhancement card. Li Xiu was a little surprised. Without hesitation, he directly used the upper limit of stamina enhancement card. Ding!
Maximum stamina plus 2". After the prompt ended, Li Xiu felt a heat flow from his whole body, and immediately after, his attribute panel changed.
The column of stamina directly increased by 2 points. From the original 7.5 to 9.5. This level has almost reached the human limit. Fuck, physical strength is directly approaching the limit of human beings? This is the capital that the system gave me for introversion? Li Xiu was a little excited. Good physical strength means that he has strong endurance. For him who is about to participate in recruit training, it has too many benefits. Originally, Li Xiu's physical strength was very good, but now with 2 more points, Li Xiu feels that even those soldiers who have experienced military training for a long time may not be able to match him in terms of physical strength. There's also storage space. Thinking of the storage space, Li Xiu's eyes flashed with excitement. This thing has too many uses. It's developed, it's very useful. Not to mention anything else, when I become a soldier in the future, heavy machine guns, ammunition, field rations and so on will not take up space and weight on my body. Just thinking about it made Li Xiu very excited. 5 cubic meters is already very big, it can hold a lot of things. Li Xiu naturally won't let him sit idle. The food in the storage space will not be damaged and spoiled, and there is no saying that it has expired. And, most importantly, it doesn't take up space or weight. Although there is no shortage of food, it is always right to have a spare. You never know when you really need it. With such a large space of 5 cubic meters, we must make good use of it. In the future, when there are important things that need to be carried with you, it will be a big deal to make room for it. Without hesitation, Li Xiu directly started to prepare. I took a few bags of dry food and filled half of the bag with that kind of big snakeskin bag. Then another bucket of water was burned. After everything is done, Li Xiu was only curious about what branch he would be assigned to in the future, and which region he would serve as a soldier. In this day and age, being a soldier depends entirely on the distribution of the above, but there is no such thing as choosing a volunteer. What kind of soldiers can be selected depends on fate. At this moment, a voice came from the ear. Brother Xiu, are you still home? Li Xiu opened the door and saw a chubby figure rushing towards him with a whole body of flesh in his hands, with an anxious look on his face. What happened? Li Xiu was curious. How did this guy come here? The fat guy in front of him is Zhang Yang from the town, who owns an internet cafe at home. He is also Li Xiu's classmate. He did not do well in the college entrance examination, so he went back to guard his internet cafe. After the news about him becoming a soldier got out, this guy even persuaded him. At this time, computers were a rarity. Ordinary people can't afford it at all. Moreover, the internet cafe fee is still very expensive, which costs 4 yuan an hour. Zhang Yang's family was wealthy and luxurious, and he had a big wild donkey, which even the head of Li village envied. Brother Xiu, it's a good thing you didn't leave. There's something wrong with my computer. Zhang Yang was panting, his face turned pale. When he got up early this morning, his home machine had a problem. Li Xiu was stunned, and said, Can't you turn on the computer? If it can be opened, it can be opened, but as soon as the program is opened, the computer shuts down, and then the screen goes black, and it is all in English. Didn't you learn computer at university? Can you come to our house to have a look? Zhang Yang asked quickly. Li Xiu, okay, I'll go and have a look. Li Xiu didn't hesitate. We are all classmates, so we can help if we can. After saying hello to his parents, he turned around and left with Zhang Yang. Pretend that I don't care about you, and don't want to think of you. Blame myself, I don't have the courage. Sitting on Zhang Yang's big wild donkey, Li Xiu soon came to the town. And fighting, isn't it also a man's dream? Okay, today, let's learn an action first. Absorptive bars. You haven't been in the company yet, and you can't get in touch with heavy weapons such as armored vehicles and tanks, but as an infantry, you must get on the tank. Not only do you have to get on the tank, but you may also be in a small space for a long time that requires training your lung capacity. Listen, this action requires you to. Zhang Nanping began to teach Li Xiu this movement.
Li Xiu is also very active in learning, and directly exchanged this skill with the king value of the scroll.
Speed up the learning process.
It is very efficient to use the roll king value to learn skills. With Li Xiu's brain power of 9 points, he can fully use it in about 3 to 5 hours.
This made Zhang Nanping fall into all kinds of self-doubt. Learn too fast. The brain seems to be different from other people's. Go back to dorms. Li Xiu took the pot of mutton. Lamb, stewed badly. Oily, juicy, and delicious. Not only that, the gravy soup is also very fresh.
Inside, there are plenty of ingredients and rich flavors.
Deputy class, you smell too sweet.
Zhao Lei's eyes were straightened.
Envy is dead. This meat is delicious.
When Li Xiu went out, he brought a lot of delicious food. But how can there be such a fragrant and fresh big piece of meat that is comfortable to eat?
Moreover, this is also the wish of the little girl. The meaning is even more unusual. Li Xiu laughed. Come, let's eat together. There's so much meat, I can't finish it too much. I can't let Miss Zhuobu's heart go to waste.
Dina Zhuobu sent a pot of stew, all of which were large pieces of meat, and she couldn't finish it by herself. Although it can be stored in the storage space, Li Xiu is also afraid of being exposed.
Might as well finish eating together. Several people howled. Impressed. Li Xiuzhen is generous.
Vice Monitor, I love you to death. The deputy squad leader is amazing.
Deputy squad leader? Squad leader. I will listen to you from now on.
Zhang Nanping, who had just come back from the toilet, turned dark when he heard this.
Just about to show off, Li Xiu said, Squad leader, come and eat meat. Meat?
Zhang Nanping suddenly changed his face.
Motherfucker. It's a good thing you kid has a conscience.
Next time I wait for my car to guard the car, and when I meet a good girl, after the hero saves the beauty, I will also share your meat. More than 20 days have passed. The squad leader's scolding, as well as various physical training, came to my head from time to time. Using the king value of the paper, Li Xiu exchanged for military boxing, elementary, and practiced with Zhang Nanping, until he became proficient. I am also full of grenade throwing, elementary, and keep practicing, and I have also practiced to proficiency. For various other basic skills, Li Xiu used the roll king value to speed up the training process. These are the basics of the recruits, the basics. And Li Xiu's roll king value has also accumulated more than 500. Li Xiu chose to buy the brain power enhancement card without hesitation. Although strength is also important. But times have changed. The influence of individual power is getting smaller and smaller.
Therefore, Li Xiu chose brain power without hesitation. Boost your brain power to make him smarter and more gifted with learning abilities.
The brain power strengthening card increases Li Xiu's brain power from 11 points to points.
Beyond Einstein. Beyond Hawking. Beyond the limits of the human body.
Certainly for any great birth, in addition to the efforts of scientists, we should also thank the background of the times and the accumulation of conditions.
There are plenty of equally smart people who are mediocre. Brain power, not knowledge.
Li Xiu's 11 points of brain power only allow him to have enough advantages in terms of talent.
This day.
After the exercise, all the recruits went to the cafeteria to have breakfast under the leadership of the squad leader, and then started a day of training. However, halfway through the meal, a platoon leader walked into the cafeteria and shouted, "All squad leaders gather."
Many recruits were not puzzled at this time. They have already guessed and anticipated. The day of shooting has arrived. This article does not take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme of special forces. The protagonist is going to a military academy to train for an officer. In addition, the protagonist wants to build an information-based army, and the details and highlights are all in the back. Please phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme on there is a full outline. Please follow up, monthly ticket, recommended ticket. Presentation ceremony. Zhang Nanping glanced at the crowd, and said seriously, eat quickly, and gather outside immediately after eating. Squad leader, are we really going to shoot? Zhao Lei asked softly, impatiently. Do not talk nonsense. Jia Nanping snorted, and said again, be smart for a while, don't make a fuss. The crowd became excited, mouthing madly. Although Jia Nanping wasn't sure, he didn't deny it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. With Jia Nanping's character, it's probably done.
Soon, everyone finished their meal and quickly came to the training ground to line up. The 3 platoon leaders stood on the spot, scanning the group of recruits leisurely. Soon, Company Commander Shi Jianxiong walked up to the recruits and said, all of them.
Stand at attention. Everyone immediately stood at attention. The whole team is extremely neat.
The company commander looked down from a height and looked at the rows of soldiers lined up neatly, feeling a sense of pride in his heart. At this time, the monitors of several classes picked up one army green box after another, with red spray paint on it. There are seals on the edge of the box.
It's finally here. So excited.
Standing behind, Zhao Lei couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart, and stared at the steel gun.
It's been a month, isn't what they're looking forward to the most, holding the gun with the glory of a man?
Jia Nanping looked at everyone in the 3rd class, and said coldly, don't be too complacent.
Don't think that carrying a gun is a fun and mighty thing.
As long as you pick up the gun, you will shoulder the sacred mission.
The gun will be your most loyal and persistent comrade in arms in the future. Everyone remembers me, people are in the gun. Hearing Zhang Anping's solemn words, everyone looked forward with sharp eyes.
The company commander stood in the stands, looking at the excited recruits. Raised his voice.
All. Play and sing the military song.
The recruits did not dare to neglect, looked solemnly, and sang military songs loudly.
Onward! 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 Our ranks to the sun! Our ranks to the sun!
The singing was loud and exciting, and all the recruits played and sang military songs in unison. The solemn gun-giving ceremony kicked off when all the officers and soldiers played and sang the military song of the People's Liberation Army. Shi Jianxiong, the instructor and company commander of the recruit company, gave the gun command. Comrades, after 1 month of training after being sent to the company, you have mastered various skills of soldiers and possessed the basic qualities to become a reserve soldier. I believe that today will be the most impressive day in your life. Today, I grant you the Type automatic rifle. Soon, you will all have him. The company commander solemnly glanced at the recruits, seeing that each of them was upright, he nodded with satisfaction.
Turn around and wave your hand.
Several squad leaders carried the box to the front of the stage and tore off the seal. In China, gun control is very strict. Even if it is just a small part, if it is lost, it needs to be reported layer by layer, searched on a large scale, and jointly and severally liable.
Never allow gun leaks to happen.
If the gun is lost, it will be dealt with severely, and it will be court-martialed. The box was broken open.
The gleaming light is even more dazzling under the scorching eyes of each head.
A dark black, sharp rifle lay in the middle of the box. Countless recruits, at the same time, their hearts beat faster and their hearts were pounding.
Tension. Excited. Look forward to. This is the truest feeling of the recruits at this time. Even Li Xiu is the same. Whoever reads the name, step forward and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the gun. Wang Jian 2. I now grant you an 81 type automatic rifle. The gun number is 789-7897.
Taking over the steel gun means that you have to shoulder the sacred mission entrusted to you by the party and the people. I hope you can love this steel gun as much as you love life.
Fear the danger and strive to be the first. Can you do it?
I will continue the inheritance and shoulder the mission bravely. The first one to get the gun was the big black man Wang Jian met at the train station. Li Xiu still remembered that Wang Jian was not only strong at that time, but also had fat on his body.
Now, Wang Jian is visibly thinner, and his demeanor is a bit more fierce. Zhang Sancher. Arrive. Li Xiu. 2.
Hearing his name, Li Xiu stood up straight, with his head up and his chest up, and came to the front of the stage. After entering the queue, he came to the platoon leader.
I now grant you a bi-automatic rifle, the gun number.
Li Xiu saw that after the platoon leader Zhang Hanja checked the serial number, he held up the handle of the gun with both hands, and handed the gun to Li Xiu with a gloomy gaze. Li Xiu took the gun solemnly. The texture is cold and biting, and the hand is heavy and solid. Holding the gun to his chest, he took the long gun. Then, he returned to the team with his head held high. The other recruits also expected the platoon leader to call their names.
The entire gun ceremony lasted all morning.
All the soldiers who received the guns also looked solemn. They seem to have been entrusted with some kind of honorable mission. Even Zhao Lei is not frivolous in the slightest. Now, everyone swears to me. Through the white gloves, Li Xiu still seemed to be able to feel the coldness of the gun. He raised his right fist high, held the steel gun tightly in his left hand, and solemnly swore the oath of giving the gun. I swear, I will love the equipment as much as I love my life. Strictly implement the equipment management regulations, correctly operate, use and maintain the equipment, study hard, train hard, improve the equipment and use skills, keep secrets, ensure the safety of the equipment. Afterwards, the company commander spoke again, arousing everyone's enthusiasm. Afterwards, the awarding of guns was over, and each class waited in order. The monitor of the second class, Zhang Anping, took everyone in the second class to an open space. However, he did not speak. Instead, he suddenly said, "Everyone obeys orders." Yes. After you took over the gun today, I reminded you of some things before. Now, let me give you two more important reminders. Number 1, guns are never, ever pointed at teammates. Second, non-target shooting. During the battle, the insurance will always remain closed. The two things I warned, no matter who commits the crime. First, every day I am here, you will never have a good life. Second, you'll never be promoted to a non-commissioned officer. Zhang Anping spoke very seriously. The tone was unprecedentedly severe. Even Li Xiu could feel the aura behind the words. The recruit quickly kept this matter in mind. Zhang Anping kept his word most of the time. And, for various things, the tone changes according to the importance. Even when Zhang Anping mentioned wasting food on the first day, he was not so formal. Zhao Lei said, "Squad leader, do you have a story?" Li Xiu secretly scolded this kid for not having eyes, but Zhang Anping didn't scold him, but said, "Of course. The top bunk who joined the army at the same time as me. When I was training for a target, I was so excited that I pointed the gun at my teammates." Finally, the rifle went off. Zhang Anping didn't finish speaking, but his eyes were full of indifference. Let's not talk about it. The guns you are holding now, although they are not loaded with bullets, are all genuine guns. Before shooting the target, I want to teach you how to disassemble and assemble the gun. P.S. The background is, but the, type automatic rifle has not yet become popular. Only pilots exist. So at this time, it is still the Bai form. Worthy of being a top student. Li Xiu was holding a type, automatic rifle, and his first impression was that it was solid. It is heavy enough to touch and very solid to hold. Before, Li Xiu had exchanged the basic structure of firearms, so he was no stranger to this gun. This gun is the first generation of gun family developed by Huaxian. It is composed of Type 81 rifle, Type 81-1 rifle, and Type 81 light machine gun. The main structures of the three types of weapons are the same. Used interchangeably. Among them, the universal rate of parts reached 70.0%. This is also one of the reasons why it is necessary to learn to disassemble. It will be much more convenient to maintain the gun body, replace parts, and learn to disassemble in the future. Let me explain this gun to you. I-type automatic rifle, a gun we made ourselves. First, the barrel length is 455 mm, the caliber is 7.62 mm, and the magazine has 400 rounds. The effective range is, meters. Zhang Anping picked up a gun and said, "There is a saying in our army. When you come to the army, the gun is your wife. Treat your eldest wife with kindness and caring. Every once in a while, you have to maintain your firearms.
Only when it's critical can you not hold back.
When you maintain a gun, you have to dismantle it now. I'll hand it over to you for disassembly.
First, the magazine.
Remove the clip cover, put your thumb against it, and pull it out. As he said that, Zhang Anping pulled out the magazine, and with a pair of skillful hands, he clung to the catheter again.
The thing in the middle is called a re-entry machine.
It consists of a catheter, a guide rod, a catheter seat, a return spring and a support ring. There is also this, called the trigger, and the safety. Pay attention, if the safety is not opened, the bolt cannot be pulled.
After pumping Anping a few times, the bolt didn't move at all.
Then, he pulled out a cylinder.
Take this out and turn the trigger to your right. Did you see it? The trigger is taken out.
Li Xiu could see clearly that he might be more familiar with the structure of this gun than Zhang Anping. But the other recruits were all scratching their heads.
Those who came to serve as soldiers are not very good at studying.
It is really difficult for them to memorize such complicated things.
Zhang Anping ignored them, but continued to preach. This is the upper and lower handguards.
When taking out these two pieces, you must turn the ring of the gun to the 0 position. Otherwise, the gun cannot be taken out. Take out the air guide device, disassemble the gas guide device, and this gun is disassembled. The various parts of the gun may not be remembered clearly at the beginning, but it will be easy to disassemble and reinstall several times.
Zhang Anping didn't expect them to become fat with one bite. Afterwards, Zhang Anping said again, I'll repeat it for you again. With that said, Zhang Anping quickly assembled and demonstrated again.
This time, the speed is still very slow, and I will describe it according to the steps of disassembly.
Is it all? Zhang Anping asked.
Everyone looked at each other. They all looked at Li Xiu.
Li Xiu nodded slightly and said, I'll try.
He carefully took out the gun and began to disassemble it. He remembered all the steps clearly, so after 2 minutes, the disassembly was completed in a very stable manner. Zhang Anping nodded, and said, That's right, to dismantle it, you need to practice more. The speed needs to be fast. This thing can be disassembled with a lot of groping. As long as you practice a lot, there will be no problems. I'll give you 10 minutes, you all have to finish it.
No, ask me, or Li Xiu. Disassembly not too difficult. Several recruits also started to disassemble.
After a while, several recruits discovered that they could also disassemble the rifle in their hands into parts.
It's not difficult.
Zhao Lei showed off excitedly.
There were also a few recruits who got stuck and asked Li Xiu.
While Li Xiu answered patiently, he touched the parts and reassembled them on the other hand. Seeing that Li Xiu had reassembled the gun, Zhang Anping nodded.
As always, learning something is scary fast.
But he didn't know that when Li Xiu's experience was full, he could master the assembly and disassembly of any firearm.
After everyone had almost finished dismantling it, Zhang Anping said, It took 15 minutes to dismantle it? The level is too poor. For us, more than 1 minute is unqualified.
Now, I will teach you how to maintain your gun. Zhang Anping took out the oil and cloth, and said, The maintenance of the gun is very important. It can not only increase the life of the gun, but also improve the stability of the gun. On the battlefield, we must do our best to avoid gun jamming and bursting.
Once these problems occur, there will be major accidents at least, and the loss of life. We have 2 main methods for gun maintenance. The first is to wipe with a cloth. For plastic or wooden parts, wipe with a clean gun cloth. The second is to apply oil. Everyone followed suit.
However, when the recruits wiped their guns, the more they wiped, the dirtier they got.
These little boys are no exception.
They were all messed up. The squad leader didn't wait for them, but started the third stage of teaching directly.
Assemble. Assembly is more troublesome than disassembly, but it is basically the opposite of disassembly. As long as the function of the parts is remembered, it is not difficult for recruits. After Li Xiu finished disassembling, he was also willing to teach.
Introversion is important, but Li Xiu is also a subjective person, how to do it is his freedom.
The system is just his tool. Go back to dorms.
Everyone held their guns and were reluctant to part. Zhao Lei caressed the handle of the gun, and carefully rubbed the smooth muzzle with the gun cloth. I don't know when we will be able to fire bullets. Chen Shanfeng said, if you think too much, it will take at least 5 days.
The squad leader came from the door and said, want to shoot a target? I'll make you vomit later when you clear out the inventory. Practice gun posture tomorrow. The recruits immediately said, yes. 11:30 at night.
Li Xiu was finally full of proficiency in dismantling and assembling firearms, so he opened his personal panel. Host, Li Xiu strength, 7.5, the average adult value is 6, 10 is the upper limit, and the host has no upper limit. Response, 7, the average adult value is 6, 10 is the upper limit, and the host has no upper limit. Physical strength, 9, 6, the average value of an adult is 6, 10 is the upper limit, and the host has no upper limit. Brain power, 11, the average adult is 6, 10 is the upper limit, and the host has no upper limit. Physique, 8, 5, the average adult value is 6, 10 is the upper limit, and the host has no upper limit. Volume King value, 71 points. After a month of training in the recruit camp, Li Xiu's physical fitness has been strengthened because he wears a sand vest and sand leggings all the time.
Strength has increased by 1.5,
and physical fitness has increased by dash. The higher the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme, the harder it is to improve.
Like physical strength, basically no growth.
In terms of skills, Li Xiu is full of recruits' basic skills, military posture, formation, posture and other skills. These basic skills cannot make Li Xiu stronger, but they can show Li Xiu's attitude. Whoever says it, has to say that Li Xiu is a proper pace setter. The basic skills of new recruits are not difficult. After the skills are exchanged, one can be completed in 2 to 3 hours. It took Li Xiu more than half a month to torture subjects such as troop fighting, boxing and grenade throwing before he filled up his experience column. The more difficult the training, the higher the upper limit, and the more difficult it is to collect experience pillars. According to this theory, a bottomless pit was placed in front of Li Xiu.
That's right, shoot. Tormenting gun for shooting, there are many items and the upper limit is also high.
Li Xiu saw more than a dozen auxiliary skills alone.
Shooting is not as simple as just killing the target.
The most basic, shooting, elementary, skill does not require a lot of scrolling points, just 100 points. But to reach the next step, not only need to continue to strengthen target training, but also to light up other areas. Taking the largest sniper class in advanced shooting, as an example, 6 basic skills are required to advance. They are sniper rapid fire, heart and lung strengthening, night vision training, camouflage and lurking, sniper theory, and sniper tactics. The first 4, as the name suggests, are easier to understand.
The latter 2 are novel.
Sniper theory, the main research is the trajectory of bullets, and the content is mainly to master the correction methods of trajectory, such as Kentucky phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wind/phoneme correction, minute master height angle compensation, sniper phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wind/phoneme correction method, etc. And part of it is the calculation of optical distance measurement. Sniper tactics, more complicated. The content is group tactics, such as saturated sniping, matrix sniping, segmented sniping, etc. Li Xiu felt his scalp go numb just after looking at it.
Shoot this class, it's horrible. Compared with the regular courses he studied in school, the content is much more.
Moreover, not only physical fitness is required, but brains are also required.
Otherwise, just the trajectory correction in the sniper theory will burn out the brain.
But in general, it can also be seen how high the upper limit of the shooting skill is. No wonder many sharpshooters in the movie are so oppressive. However, while feeling shocked, Li Xiu was also very excited.
Sharpshooter, very handsome.
But with systematic accelerated training, he can also learn quickly.
He saw another opportunity for involution.
It is a bit difficult to involve the difference. However, Li Xiu also tidied up his mood, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and maintained a normal mind. Like other recruits, Li Xiu had no experience with guns.
Everyone stands on the same starting line.
Even if Li Xiu's physical strength is very good, it will not give him much advantage. Today, I will teach you 3 gun positions. They are the rifle prone position, the rifle standing position, and the rifle kneeling position.
Early in the morning, after everyone completed the daily morning 5 kilometers, Chi-Chi came to the training ground.
Jiang Nanping picked up Li Xiu's gun and began to teach the recruits the posture and movements of holding the gun. Let me tell you first, once you get the gun, you just have the qualifications to become a qualified soldier.
Don't get carried away. This is just the beginning.
While talking, Jiang Nanping took Li Xiu's gun and demonstrated the training movements.
Zhao Lei muttered while watching, "It's not difficult. It's the same as standing in a military posture."
Li Dazhuang nodded, and felt that it was not difficult. All 3 poses look easy. There is also one who is lying down. Whoever can grab a shaded place will be happy.
The Bai-style rifle is not heavy.
Although the body of the gun is made of iron, there are also many polymer materials, so carrying it will not bring much pressure to them. This afternoon, if you can do these 3 postures well. The 5 kilometers in the afternoon, hey, you don't have to run for now. As soon as Jiang Nanping said that, everyone in the second class was extremely surprised.
Since when did the squad leader talk so easily? Can physical training be lifted? However, apart from other things, Jiang Nanping's prestige in the class is still very high. As soon as he spoke, the recruits were also very active. Report. It was Zhao Lei who spoke. Speak. Jiang Nanping looked at Zhao Lei. Squad leader, what's the standard? Zhao Lei gritted his teeth. He was afraid that the squad leader would play tricks. Jiang Nanping snorted and said, "It's the same as standing in a military posture, you can't move. Of course, if you don't do well, you will be punished."
Zhao Lei chuckled. Although the military posture is very strict, for Zhao Lei, there are some small tricks. Sometimes, he can seize the moment and relax the muscles a little. Of course, there are times when you get caught. Jiang Nanping stopped talking to him, and said, "Rifle stand, 1 hour." For an hour at a time, the recruits did not dare to be negligent, and quickly put their guns on their backs, looking forward, with their backs straight. After standing for about 5 minutes, Jiang Nanping came to Zhao Lei's side. With a sullen face, he took out a bullet casing with a gold border from his palm, and put the eggshell on the muzzle of the gun. Not only Zhao Lei, but Jiang Nanping also treated all the recruits equally, letting them go one by one. This bullet casing is the Proctor artifact taught to me by my old squad leader. As soon as the casing falls, you need to reset the timer. As he spoke, the corners of Jiang Nanping's mouth raised. He secretly looked at Li Xiu. Li Xiu is a quick learner, but this time he will suffer a lot. This method is very perverted. Back then, even the best of him failed to practice. Just 2 steps away, Jiang Nanping saw the bullet casings falling from the handle of Zhao Lei's gun. Jiang Nanping said, "Zhao Lei." Zhao Lei gave a jolt. Seeing his bullets falling on the ground, he was very sad. Just now, he just twisted his neck, and the bullet had already floated on the ground. You can only pick up the bullet again and restart the timing. As time passed, the recruits gradually discovered that standing with a gun is much more torture than standing in a military posture. Although the guns in their hands only weighed nearly 4 kilograms, they were almost exhausted because they couldn't move. Time passed slowly. The invasion of high temperature and nervousness caused beads of sweat to ooze from their heads. Because the arm muscles were sore and trembling, the bullet casings fell to the ground one after another. Hey, bad luck, my hands are covered with sweat, it's torture. It's so hard, I've only stood for 10 minutes, my arms and shoulders feel like they're going to burn, back hurts, wait for me to relax for a while before standing. Li Xiu had expected it a long time ago. When Jiang Nanping said that he would give an hour, Li Xiu understood that today would definitely be difficult. Not to mention lifting a gun that weighs 4 kilograms, a normal person just lifts a book, does not move without support, and will shake incessantly within 10 minutes. And time, only 5 minutes passed. Only then did everyone understand why Jiang Nanping dared to say that if they performed well, they would not be allowed to participate in the evening physical training. This is a big pie for them. Give me some seriousness. Don't put on that bad look. Jiang Nanping shouted, "Don't you guys want to practice guns and become sharpshooters? That's the first step in training.
When holding a gun, keep your hands steady.
When aiming, you must overcome the impact of heartbeat, breathing, and other physiological factors on shooting stability.
Otherwise, you won't be able to aim correctly, and the front sight is unstable. How can you shoot well?
Now your hands are shaking. It's nothing more than training for a while.
If your hands shake on the battlefield, you will lose your life.
Jiang Anping said with a serious face.
So, now, you all hold on to your guns. No one is allowed to shake, at the entrance of the corridor.
Li Xiu held the gun, his eyes were ferocious, and sweat dripped from his forehead. The arm seemed to be burning. Even if the muscles were tensed, it was difficult to suppress the shaking of the arm. Arm shaking is beyond human control, it is human instinct. Such training is to suppress this instinct. Suddenly, a breeze blew by, and the bullets still fell to the ground. Li Dezhuang hurriedly made a report, saying, "Squad leader, Li Xiu was blown away by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme.
It is too difficult to persevere."
Li Xiu has persisted for nearly 10 minutes, and the others only lasted 10 minutes at most.
Li Xiu waved his hand and interrupted, "No, just start again if you drop it." My hands did shake too. The squad leader is right. This is all for us to prepare for shooting in the future. Practice more, there is no harm. A look of satisfaction flashed in Jiang Anping's eyes. No excuses, very conscious.
Although Jiang Anping likes to pick on Li Xiu, the main reason is to let Li Xiu grow up and go further.
If it's a mediocrity, he won't bother with it. Li Xiu's performance also made him very satisfied.
Humble, serious, capable, self-disciplined, hard-working, and never makes excuses.
Full marks in all aspects.
Li Xiu didn't lie phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, he did shake his hand and the bullet fell off. Although, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme is also a small factor. In this way, all the recruits were sore all afternoon, especially their arms, which seemed to be burned, and they were trembling uncontrollably while holding their guns.
3 simple poses back and forth, each one a nightmare.
Even in the prone position, it was very laborious. My neck was sore, and the muscles in my back seemed to be split.
Look up, no one survived? Then practice. 5 kilometers. All of them. Jiang Anping scolded. Tomorrow, it will be the same training.
If you have a gun, you must also remember the responsibility of holding a gun. The recruits also began to miss the days when they stood in a military posture.
Compared with the military posture, this action is 10 times more tiring.
Unexpectedly, with the gun, the training tasks are also increasing. In the afternoon, I went back and forth in 3 positions, and each position was much more tiring than standing in the military position. It is not to consume your physical strength, but to push the body to its limit.
Therefore, Li Xiu's abnormal physical strength was of little use.
I'm exhausted, this is too much torture. The class assistant didn't make it, it seems that this thing is really perverted. Zhao Lei's face was full of pain. Today, his arm has long been out of control, and it is difficult to carry a gun.
Li Xiu nodded, it's not easy to shoot a gun.
This action requires us to work hard. In the morning, Li Xiu had already exchanged 20 roll king points for the skill of gun-holding stance, but he hadn't maxed it out yet. Brainpower has increased, and the speed of collecting experience pillars has increased a lot, but the difficulty of skills is obviously not small.
After 1 set, Li Xiu almost couldn't stand it.
However, Li Xiu believes that after he has accumulated all the experience columns, the hand holding the gun will definitely be much more stable.
Squad leader didn't mean well, he didn't intend to let us be lazy. Hey, old fox, I actually feel now that this gun might as well be fired slowly, it sinks to death. During physical training, people around me always complain.
Li Xiu shook his head. Military posture with a gun in physical training, the direction of training is different, and it is impossible to avoid it. It's like, your brain is tired from studying, but your body can still be trained. After finally getting through the meal, many recruits didn't even have the strength to hold the chopsticks, and their hands were always shrugging and relaxing. After eating, Li Xiu was very conscious and practiced holding a gun by himself.
His system is like this.
Although it can help him speed up the training process, it is not a pie in the sky.
Everything needs his self-awareness.
Just like positive feedback, the harder Li Xiu worked, the stronger the effect of the Wanwang system and the higher the learning efficiency.
Night. The cool breeze is gentle, blowing the whistle. Facing the clock on the wall, Li Xiu silently counted. 10 minutes. 7 minutes. 10 minutes.
Li Xiu felt that he had reached the limit, and his hands began to lose control.
Very normal.
After an afternoon of exercise, Li Xiu's state is not the best in itself. 10 minutes has reached the limit. The strength of the fingers begins to weaken, and the wrist seems to lose control. He gritted his teeth tightly, mobilized the strength of his whole body, firmly clamped his arm, and continued to hold on. Unable to hold on, the bullet casing fell down. Li Xiu picked up the gun casing and continued training.
Time passed by minute. 48, 49.
Picking up the gun again, Li Xiu bared his teeth, his forehead was sweating, and his face began to turn pale. It is also essential to keep your arms stable and control your breathing.
Gritted teeth. Grit your teeth hard. Can't breathe out. Keep breathing evenly.
In front of him, scrolls of king values began to slowly jump out, giving Li Xiu spiritual relief.
Those who want to achieve great things can endure what ordinary people cannot bear. Pain is a brother. Limit. The limit, he wants to break through the limit.
The arm was made of steel, and Li Xiu firmly pressed the handle of the gun.
The biceps heat burns and the breath is suppressed. Hold on. Can't shake once. 60. 61, still going on. 70, 69, 68.
When Li Xiu lasted for 73 minutes, he suddenly let go of his hand and began to pant. At this time, Li Xiu found that he could even last for a few more minutes.
The static upper body strength consumption is not much.
Once the limit is broken, there is not much difference between 6-10 minutes and 9-10 minutes.
Breaking through the limit like Su Sanduo did. Let out a long breath. He held on and hit the mark. This feeling is very cool.
The excitement brought about by breaking the limit is unmatched by other emotions.
There is a feeling of evolution.
Li Xiu looked excited. Class 2 dormitory. Several recruits sat on the chairs, looking at Li Xiu's empty bed, but there was no sign of Li Xiu.
Is the class deputy going to train again? Don't say it, it must be. It's so self-disciplined. I don't have any strength at all. I've been squeezed dry.
The class deputy is full of energy, sleeps less than us every day, and is more energetic than us. Chatting one after another, the squad leader Jiang Anping heard it, and suddenly said, "Everyone, follow me.
Let's practice more.
Li Xiu is so good, he is willing to work hard, how about you? The new barracks is just the beginning, you can't fall too far behind.
Everyone, get up and give me a 3-kilometer lap. It just so happens that the bathhouse is open today.
We can take a shower together in 10 minutes.
Don't need it."
Zhao Lei forced a few words in a low voice, and when he saw Jiang Anping's fierce eyes, he immediately turned around in fright and said, "The squad leader is right."
Li Dania choked, "Yaoshou." The next day. Jiang Anping's eyes widened. Looking at the watch, my legs are a little weak. Not dropped. The shells didn't come off.
He also smoked. There was no magnet or glue on the barrel of the gun.
The real deal.
On the second day, Li Xiu reached the standard.
This talent. Bull batch. Thousands of emotions turned into the word nyobi.
The sound is small, but full of complexity. Yesterday, Li Xiu persisted for 30 minutes at most. Today, I have persisted for 6-10 minutes. Li Xiudao, in fact, as long as everyone breaks through the limit once, they can last for a long time.
With this momentum, everyone can do it.
Zhao Lei rolled his eyes.
Do you think everyone is like you?
Suddenly, Chen Long, the monitor of class, ran over and whispered something in Jiang Anping's ear. Jiang Anping's face changed slightly, and he immediately said, "Everyone has it."
Running rules changed today. Everyone mount your guns. The backpack, water bottle, and combat boots are also stuffed into the backpack. When you're ready, gather at the entrance of the corridor. The company commander is coming. There is something urgent. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Well, no one voted monthly.
The little author begged for a monthly pass.
If there are nails on the ground, you have to hit them. Have to hit them.
On the training ground, there was a hurried whistle.
All together.
Li Xiu rushed out of the dormitory first and ran towards the training ground. From a distance, Li Xiu saw Shi Jianxiong standing in the middle of the training ground. Behind him are army green boxes.
Li Xiu has good eyesight and can see the things in the army green box from a distance. Grenades, steel helmets, gas masks, sapper shovels, and a brick next to it. Li Xiu immediately knew what was going on. Tactical training.
Sure enough, as the troops assembled, Zhang Hanja, the leader of the platoon, raised his voice, "All squad leaders gather. Put 3 bricks in each recruit's bag, and distribute 1 each of coach ammunition, magazines, steel helmets, engineer shovels, and gas masks." The squad leaders immediately commanded order and began to distribute supplies.
It's different from the original excitement.
The recruits had serious expressions on their faces. According to Jiang Anping's urination, everyone will probably have to carry more weight for training in the future. Zhao Lei looked desperate, counting the burden silently.
Magazine for 1.2 kilograms. 4 hand grenades weigh 4 kilograms, a steel helmet weighs
1.3 kilograms, plus a canteen filled with water, engineering shovel, and marine boots also cost kg. Adding up to the gun in general, it needs to carry 15 kilograms.
Damn, it's going to kill me. Damn it, it's so heavy.
Squad officer, this is how much weight you usually carry.
It's too exaggerated. Li Dezhuang couldn't help but said.
Li Xiu didn't feel anything, and said, "It was a bit difficult at the beginning, but it will be much easier for everyone to get used to it." Jiang Anping came in front of everyone and said, "Everyone, cheer me up today.
Come with me." Everyone didn't ask more questions. They followed Jiang Anping closely.
Soon, everyone followed Anping to another training ground in the new barracks. Here, the recruits of the new barracks have never been here before, surrounded by a tall barbed wire fence and various deep trenches.
"No, where is this place?" Jiang Anping said with a smile. The recruits shook their heads. "Here is where you become a real warrior.
Today, we are going to conduct individual tactical training.
Of course, don't think that you don't need to practice gun posture in the future.
In the future, military posture training will be replaced by gun posture." Jiang Anping didn't give the recruits any room for delusion, and continued, "Basic tactical movements are combat skills summed up by countless ancestors from actual combat. Learning these will allow you to better conceal yourself on the battlefield, destroy the enemy, and use your firepower. Other legions may be fine, but you have to know that we are the Frontier Defense Group Army, and we may go to the battlefield anytime, anywhere."
That's right, even recruits, if there is an urgent need for firepower, they may go to the battlefield.
On the battlefield, if your tactical actions are not up to standard, you will be naked cannon fodder.
It will even be a burden to the team. If one action is not in place, a squad may be exposed and a company will be implicated. Not to mention, you usually don't memorize internal affairs well.
Although I scold you, I can understand, but tactical training, everyone should do it well for me.
Don't be sloppy at all. Hearing Jiang Anping's cold words, everyone became serious.
The border guards have high training requirements, and the training content is higher than that of other soldiers. In other areas, the morning exercise may be 3 kilometers, but the border guards in the border area are 5 kilometers. Everything is to give new recruits a little more hope of surviving when they go to the battlefield in the future.
Everyone responded loudly, "Clear."
The squad leader nodded, looked around, and continued, "Let me explain the basic movements to you first.
First action. Get down. When lying down, the requirement is to be quick and clean.
If you are lying down with a gun, when you are lying down, you also need to be able to connect to the combat state as quickly as possible. When lying down with guns in both hands, we first step forward with the left foot, lean forward, move the center of gravity forward, and land on the left knee, left elbow, and left forearm in sequence, then turn around, and hand the gun forward with both hands to ensure counterattack ability. As he spoke, Jiang Anping held the gun, stepped forward with his left foot, and moved his body forward. When his left knee touched the ground, his left elbow moved, and after turning his body, he fell directly to the ground and fired from the gun. The whole movement was extremely fast, especially the elbow, as if it was directly hitting the ground. While explaining, Jiang Anping said, "You guys have to follow suit. Speed, the action must be fast." Everyone started to demonstrate, this action is not difficult. Everyone's actions are incomparable. It was done perfectly. But Jiang Anping's gaze was still stern. Looking at the appearance of everyone, he said sharply, "What are you doing? You are doing so slowly? Are you performing?" When I came here, I emphasized that our actions today are all tactical actions. Tactical moves focus on efficiency and speed. Hit your elbows directly on the ground. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth, looked at the squad leader, and said, "Squad leader, the ground is very hard. There are still small rocks on it." At this time, the ground they were training on was uneven, and there were hard pebbles on it. If their arms hit it, it would be very painful. Jiang Anping stared at it. "Landmines are coming, artillery fire is coming, do you still care about the pebbles on the ground? When you're on the battlefield and I ask you to lie down, even if there are steel nails, if you should lie down, you have to give me a slap on the ground. After you slap your hands on the ground to relieve the force, you must smash your elbows to the ground." Jiang Anping said in a serious tone, "Tactical training is the real skills accumulated by countless veterans to keep you alive. Don't fucking take me seriously. If you think it hurts, go back to your house. Don't come to be a soldier." Li Shou found that since the beginning of tactical training, Jiang Anping was more rude than before, and the training requirements were also stricter. However, Li Shou could understand. Now, the squad leader is going to be fierce. Otherwise, on the battlefield in the future, the viciousness of the enemy will have to be desperate. Li Shou kept training according to what Jiang Anping said. After the hand was relieved, the elbows hit the ground firmly. Snapped. 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 Seeing Li Shou like this, the recruits of the second class did not hesitate, and started to learn one after another. Jiang Anping looked at the group of recruits, especially Zhao Lei, who was a little ashamed, and said, "Continue to practice." "Where does this go?" Before entering the internet cafe, I heard music coming from my ears. This song, Xinu Xing Yuan, caused ripples in Li Shou's memories. Did not listen carefully. In the distance, Li Shou saw a colorful lightboard with 4 large characters of Blue Internet Cafe. At this time, the door was crowded with people, and the surroundings were in chaos. Are discussing. "Boss, this should be a virus. The virus in the computer is broken. The last time my house was repaired, it cost a lot of money." Zhang Yang took Li Shou out of the crowd. Suddenly, I saw the computer page in front of me turn into a blue light. Not just one, but many. Zhang's father was even more frowning inside. The machines in this room are his lifeblood, and for some reason they suddenly stopped working. "Boy, you are here, come on, come and see what's going on here, it's all in use, why did it become like this?" Zhang's father was frowning. Li Shou nodded, and immediately looked over. With just one glance, Li Shou understood. "Uncle, this is a computer virus." "Virus?" Zhang Yang's face turned pale all of a sudden. "Sure enough, it's a virus. I'll take another look." Father Zhang quickly vacated his seat. Li Shou is a good student and has a reputation for being reliable in his work. Looking at this virus, Li Shou suddenly had an idea. After pulling out the keyboard and clicking a few times on the keyboard, the blue screen disappeared immediately, and a column of English letters appeared. Li Shou mobilized and opened the resource manager, then searched in the file, opened the file bar, and searched for the string CIHV1. 2-tit. In an instant, a large number of characteristic strings of executable files that matched the characteristics appeared in the search bar.
What's the matter? Brother Xiao, can you understand all this?
Zhang Yang beside him was amazed.
Father Zhang was also very surprised.
Li Xiaodao, it's a virus, it should be a CIH virus.
Did you use a pirated disk to download the game? Zhang Yang looked shocked, and said, Brother Xiao, how do you know? Tomb Raider?
Zhang Yang was even more shocked.
God? Can you know this too?
The passers-by next to him were also dumbfounded.
Many people have gathered together and listened seriously. This is the boss.
Li Xiao is actually very famous.
Although he is in the town, someone still recognizes Li Xiao. The son of the Li family? That nerd? The one next door to Li village who was admitted to Peking University and is going to be a soldier?
Yes, that's him. I can't understand, it's a pity, otherwise, after graduating from Peking University, people would be rushing to find a job.
It's amazing now. Isn't hackers capable of cracking viruses? It's amazing. I just don't know why this kid can't think about going to the army.
In '98, the students of Peking University were the focus wherever they went.
Moreover, the more remote the place, the more this is the case.
People around made comments, but Li Xiao was not disturbed at all.
He just confirmed now that this computer was infected by the CIH virus. It should be infected with the CIH virus, Li Xiaodao said.
CIH virus, I remember the TV station reported last month that the software was infected, so the only option is to change the chip.
Change the chip? Zhang's father suddenly showed a look of heartache.
He just changed it before.
A chip costs 800 or 900. Half of the second-hand ones cost 400 or 500. More than a dozen computers failed. This loss is too great.
Hey, pirated disks are harmful.
Father Zhang's face was very ugly. He didn't doubt Li Xiao. Everyone trusted Li Xiao.
He studies well and is a standard good student. Li Xiao is quite familiar with this virus. This virus can destroy the hard disk phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme on the computer system, rewrite the motherboard BIOS, destroy the CMOS program phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme, and overwrite the hard disk drive with garbage phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme. After rewriting, the system cannot be started, and the computer can only be sent to the manufacturer for repair.
Subsequently, every year on April 4th, there will be an outbreak.
At that time, 6,000 million computers around the world will be damaged to varying degrees. Caused the loss of billions of raspberries.
Zhang Yang had an idea, and said, Brother Xiao, can you do it? Remember, hit me hard on the ground.
Sure. Jianxiong stood in the center of the tactical training ground, watching the training of each class. When he saw the training face of the second class, he nodded.
Class 2, excellent class. The training in the class is very active.
The size of the training continued, and the internal affairs were also completed very well.
Zhang Nonping, the class leader, is good. That little guy, too, is doing really well. Training results have always been number one. After more than 30 minutes passed, Zhang Nonping said, it's done. The recruits showed excitement on their faces.
Their arms were already in pain. The recruits were all relieved to finally complete the project. Next move, stand up quickly, keep your chest up, draw your abdomen in, lift your hips, pay attention, use your elbows and knees to support your body, step forward with your left foot first, then follow with your right foot, and move forward with guns in both hands. This action still needs to be related to the previous lying down. Everyone thought that there was no need to continue smashing the ground, but they didn't expect it to be necessary, and all of them showed expressions of wanting to cry without tears. The little author asks for a monthly ticket. Your monthly pass is the motivation for my update, seek to follow up, 10 minutes to adjust. Several soldiers sat directly on the ground, rolled up their sleeves, looked at the bruises on their elbows, their expressions twisted, and they gasped in pain.
Hey, squad leader, do you have any anti-inflammatory drugs? It hurts me to death. Zhao Lei's arms and legs are slender, and he can't resist being fucked.
At this moment, whoops, kept yelling.
Jiang Nanping didn't say anything, and said flatly, "Don't think about it. There are many training items for a while. Getting down is just the beginning. Later, there are more projects." After 10 minutes, the company commander Shi Jianxiong spoke loudly and said to the tactical training ground beside him, "Did you see the iron hook here? There are barbs hanging on it. As long as your movements are not standard, you may scratch your skin. So cheer me up, everyone."
Next, Jiang Nanping, please demonstrate to everyone.
Jiang Nanping responded loudly immediately, with a smile on his face.
The company commander Shi Jianxiong called him, which surprised him. Before, they were asked to demonstrate by the best 4th squad leader of their reconnaissance company.
Without further ado, Jiang Nanping began to explain, "Have you seen the tactical basic action training ground ahead? For the first 30 meters and the first 10 meters, you need to crawl forward in a low posture, in the middle you need to crawl forward in a side posture, and in the back, you need to leap forward and lie down with a gun." I still say the same thing, tactical training is not a performance event, what is needed is speed. What we want is efficiency. Basic tactical training, 30 seconds for passing grades, 20 seconds for excellent grades. This is also a key examination item for recruit companies. Crawl forward in a low posture.
Pay attention, the hands and feet are on the ground, and the hands and feet move forward alternately. The palm of the right hand is upward, the tiger's mouth is forward, the thumb is 10 centimeters behind the handle, and the remaining fingers are behind the large handle to hold the gun body and the gun strap. Place the gun on the inside of the right forearm.
Jiang Nanping demonstrated while narrating.
He explained first, and the movements of the explanation were very detailed, but the speed of sprinting was very fast. Facing the dense barbed wire, there is no tendency to slow down at all.
Everyone looked horrified. The results are out. 1789. Lao Jiang is still fierce. The training is not behind. Their second class is also doing well. Fuck, it looks good now. This basic skill is really good.
A group of monitors were discussing in low voices.
The company commander nodded silently. Jiang Nanping's level is very high, and the second class is also very good.
No basic skills were wasted because of recruiting recruits. After climbing, Jiang Nanping also showed a smile on his face.
This result met his expectations.
At the same time, Jiang Nanping sighed silently in his heart. Fortunately, it was to give Li Xiu a little trouble, so he didn't miss training.
As a recruit squad leader, the time is relatively loose. Many squad leaders train with the same intensity as recruits, their bodies are rusted, and their level fluctuates. But he is different.
In order to make trouble for Li Xiu and maintain the dignity of the squad leader, Jiang Nanping has been training all the time.
Li Xiu's learning speed is too exaggerated.
If he did not do as well as a recruit, it would be too much to lose his majesty. Although, even with maintenance training, he is not as good as Li Xiu in some subjects. However, the pressure brought by Li Xiu actually urged him to maintain his training.
Afterwards, Jiang Nanping also began to practice actively.
The recruits practiced for a while, and finally began to fight with real swords and guns.
Climbing tactics, very tired. The crawling posture made their backs ache.
By the end of the afternoon, everyone's faces were pale, and many of them even died. The recruits' elbows, knees, and palms were all covered with mud, and there were sharp stab marks left by the stones.
It hurts.
Finally, after a long day, the team was dismissed for lunch. In the dormitory, there were bursts of wolves howling.
Jiang Nanping took out the povidone iodine that had been prepared in advance.
The frontier field troops are all men, except when facing iodophor and alcohol. The rough guys were not polite to apply one by one, and they sprayed the red potion upwards in a daze.
Squad leader, when is this the first time? You can't just apply the potion every time, right? Zhao Lei murmured. Jiang Nanping saw Zhao Lei complaining.
Because I was in a good mood for showing my face during the day, I didn't reprimand him. I took off my coat, revealing the thick callous skin on one shoulder, and said with a smile, "Did you see it? When your flesh grows back, there will be calluses.
Knock it down again, it won't hurt at all."
There is a bit of heroism in the words, and there is also a memory of a daughter-in-law who has been a mother-in-law for many years. Back then, his old squad leader took him in the same way. Li Shou also wiped it a few times, feeling the sharp pain, and frowned again and again.
Li Shou, you can't train anymore tonight.
Jiang Yanping said suddenly, it's not good if you get infected. He knows Li Shou's temperament and likes to roll in, but this kind of tactical training cannot be done all the time. Otherwise, the old injury will not heal, and it will even affect the training.
Li Shou nodded. Everyone was inexplicably relaxed. The King of Scrolls is no longer scrolling, and they feel inexplicably at ease.
However, Li Shou still carried the gun and went out. I want to continue to practice the posture of holding the gun.
The stability is still not enough.
Although his gun posture can last for an hour now, it is still far from the limit. Moreover, this thing can also increase the stability of shooting, elementary skills, liver experience is still necessary.
Awesome! Li Dezhuang exclaimed.
In this day and age, one is not considered a crime, and besides, this is in a military camp.
Barracks, Shanggu. Just pay attention to a word of contention. Li Shou's self-discipline only made them admire.
Li Shou earned this strength through hard work.
Jiang Yanping said, pay attention to your body. Don't be too tired.
Li Shou smiled and nodded.
The rest of the recruits also looked strange. The stern squad leader told Li Shou not to be too tired. No matter how you looked at it, it was strange.
The next day's training content changed to holding guns again.
The content of tactical training is interspersed.
Obviously, although the training content of the new barracks is heavy, the matching of training content is fairly scientific. If it's tactical training in the morning, it's gun posture or armed cross-country in the afternoon. As various types of training become more and more complex and difficult, the recruits have long lost their previous enthusiasm for guns. Since getting the guns, their training volume has increased exponentially. After training every day, the recruits are in the same miserable state, each and every arm seems to be crippled. In the next few days, the recruits continued a similar training method. It's just that there are more and more training difficulties and items.
Physical fitness items have also been upgraded in an all-round way.
Push-ups, horizontal bar pull-ups, dips, single leg squats, tactical training, practice with different patterns. Although it was very torturous at first, as time went by, the adaptability of the recruits continued to increase. As for the tactical training, each of them has done well. But Li Shou's life is more fulfilling.
Shooting opened a new door for him. Holding a gun every day was boring, and finally filled his liver with primary experience columns. Now, what Li Shou is looking forward to the most is to fire the bullet. Say something. After the system has learned the skills, it means that the effort must be rewarded. As long as it is beneficial to skill learning on the one hand, you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. It's just that because of different training items, the speed of increasing the experience column is different. In addition, there may be a typo in this chapter, it will be corrected later. Working overtime these days is hard. Wait for the update time to be adjusted tomorrow, so that everyone can see it more comfortably. Or you can post what kind of update time you like. Anping preached. Inside the canteen. The recruits in the second class are eating. Today's dishes are good, bright potato shreds, served with scrambled eggs with green peppers and tomatoes, red and green, very appetizing. The recruits munch on steamed buns. At this time, nearly half a month had passed since the gun was fired. After half a month of training, the tactical training faced by recruits can also be very calm. In their eyes, tactical training is no longer as scary as before. For example, the previous big problem, the posture of holding the gun, although it was a bit difficult for everyone in the second class to persist for an hour at a stretch, but it is not a big problem if you persist for more than half an hour. Hey, I've been holding the gun barrel for 15 days, and I can't even see the shadow of the bullet before. I actually felt that standing in the military posture was torture. When will I be allowed to stand in the military posture for a while? I want to shoot, squad leader, when will I be able to shoot? Chen Shanfeng touched the gun, he was not afraid of training, he just wanted to shoot quickly. Jiang Anping took a bite of the steamed bun and said, "Why, in such a hurry? If your level could reach half of Li Xiu's, I would have let you fight." Chen Shanfeng fell silent immediately. Now, he can keep the bullets from falling for an hour, and Li Xiu directly tied bricks to the barrel of the gun. According to the squad leader, this kind of training is against special forces. How dare they compare with this training intensity? Okay. For the sake of your recent performance, let me tell you the result first. Jiang Anping smiled cheerfully and said, "The day after tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, it should be these 2 days." Real? Everyone was pleasantly surprised, even Li Xiu, who had always been calm, had a flash of excitement in his eyes. Jiang Anping chewed slowly, very calmly, "Why lie to you? And, for the first time shooting, there will always be people from the company. Perform well. If you perform well, maybe someone from the company will directly take a fancy to you and book you into their company in advance." As soon as Jiang Anping said this, Chen Shanfeng's eyes lit up immediately. Not only him, except for Zhao Lei and a few countdowns, everyone else in the class also showed expectant expressions. Zhao Lei was counting down in class, so he was naturally a little confused about Xiao Lian, so he avoided Jiang Anping's sight. Li Dezhuang looked hopeful. "Squad leader, I want to go to the Ironbone 7th Company that the company commander said, make military achievements, and become an officer. I just don't know if they can take a fancy to me." 7th Ironbone Company, Reconnaissance Company. It will also be the development target of special forces. Those special forces like to recruit people from there. Jiang Anping is naturally willing to add fire to this group of recruits. "I want to be a tank soldier. With armor on, no matter how high the level of a gunner is, he can't face the torrent of steel," Chen Shanfeng said. Jiang Anping shook his head and said, "It's not easy. The tank company recruits people, they can't be too tall, big and tall people like you and Li Xiu. The tank company doesn't need you. Unless you are exceptionally good, people will make an exception." Chen Shanfeng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there was a height limit for being a tank soldier. As soon as the others started talking, they also started to ask the squad leader about things in the company. "Squad leader, how do you become a sniper?" Li Xiu asked. "Sniper?" Jiang Anping was taken aback, but he didn't expect that Li Xiu wanted to be a sniper. No wonder he trains so hard. "Sniper, look at your talent. I can't give you advice on anything else." Jiang Anping's eyes flashed apologetic. He didn't know much about snipers, he only knew that snipers were very valuable compared to ordinary soldiers. And, a lot depends on talent. Li Xiu shook his head and said, "It's okay, monitor. I'm just asking casually. The sniper is really cool. On TV, a terrifying sniper, killing people from 1,000 meters away, is a ghost killer." Of course, Li Xiu was not disappointed. He asked casually, but he didn't make up his mind. He still has the main task on him. As long as he can join the information department and become the ace of the information department, he will be able to obtain advanced hacker red field skills. The road is also very good. If there is a chance to enter, Li Xiu will naturally not hesitate. For the current Huagua, the information department is still in the development stage, and it is very eager for talents. If you can enter, the prospect of treatment is definitely better than that of snipers. Moreover, Li Xiu is very clear that the future development direction of the army must be information synthesis. But the fact is, Li Xiu has no way to enter. You can't say, "I have a system, if you give me a trump card, I can get a reward and take you to fly?" That would just be sliced. Li Xiu didn't even have the qualifications to enter the information department. As for what Jiang Anping said before, Li Xiu didn't take it seriously. Jiang Anping, that is, a second-stage non-commissioned officer, has no connection with the information department at all. At most, discuss with the platoon leader, and then the platoon leader continues to discuss with the company commander, going up layer by layer, and then falling down layer by layer. But Li Xiu's face at this time is obviously not enough. Moreover, why do others believe that a freshman is qualified to enter the information department of the army? Therefore, Li Xiu didn't take it seriously, let alone hanged himself on a tree. Training course.
Jiang Nanping found a shady place to sit down, watched Li Xiu phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the recruits to do assassination exercises from a distance, with a smile on his face. The rest of the monitors were also very envious when they saw him like this. They all secretly scolded Jiang Nanping for shit luck. When Jiang Nanping was the squad leader, he met Li Xiu, which was a real treasure. Not only is he capable and high level, but he can also help him share his worries, and he has also shown his face in front of the company commander many times. On the training ground, Li Xiu didn't have stage fright at all. I repeat again, the essentials of assassination. Remember, how to thrust, how to resist, how to deceive and strike at it. Next, I will demonstrate separately. When stabbing, be fast and ruthless, and never draw the gun. While speaking, Li Xiu raised his arm suddenly, his body shot like an arrow, his right foot kicked heavily on the ground, his waist formed a combined force, his left calf drove his thigh forward, and he took a big step forward. Everyone could only hear the sound of whining phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme. This assassination operation was like a tiger. It is good. Jiang Nanping watched Li Xiu's movements and nodded involuntarily. As expected, I learned from him and learned some of his charm. Li Xiu, come out. When Li Xiu was in full swing, Shi Jianxiong suddenly appeared next to the training ground. Yes. Li Xiu got up immediately when he heard Shi Jianxiong calling him. After Jiang Nanping saluted Shi Jianxiong, he motioned slightly to Li Xiu. Li Xiu understood immediately, nodded and followed Shi Jianxiong to the office. This is not Li Xiu's first visit to the office. This is where I met Dina Zhuobo last time. It's just that Li Xiu didn't observe much last time, but this time he has time to observe carefully. The office where Jianxiong was implemented was not luxurious, it was a single room with a small area and only one door. A bed and a large bookshelf. Li Xiu was also curious at this time. Shi Jianxiong called himself, "What do you want to do?" P.S. The protagonist will not always be a sniper, it's just a developmental transition. In the future, Li Xiu will go to Taigan Military Academy for further studies and follow the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme of commander. In addition, it is difficult to test new books for further reading, so please help me. Tomorrow's update time will be ideal, frownyface, noon and, frownyface, PM is the update time. First actual target shooting preparation. Shooting. Do you know why I called you here? Shi Jianxiong said with a smile. Li Xiu shook his head quickly. Okay, I'm not going to show off. Shi Jianxiong took out a military medal and a pair of certificates from his hand. Said, "Do you know what this is?" Li Xiu took a look and saw the words "Excellent Recruit" written on the certificate. Shi Jianxiong said with a smile, "This time it counts as the reward you gave for protecting people's property last time." After waiting for half a month, it finally came down. Li Xiu was a little excited looking at the bright medals and certificates. Military Medal. Although it is only a consecutive award, it is also the first time he has won an award. Li Xiu took a deep breath. Be calm, don't be happy with things, don't be sad with yourself. Buddies are people who have seen the world. You must be calm. In the future, there will be many opportunities to make meritorious deeds. At this time, the commander of the recruit company, Shi Jianxiong, withdrew his smile and said in a serious tone, "Comrade Li Xiu." 2. Li Xiu knocked his feet together and made a snap sound, his military posture was straight. From the Huaxia People's Field Army, the Political Department of Group A's Award Order Number 1999033. In order to commend Comrade Li Xiu's outstanding performance in protecting people's property and excellent training style, a special award for excellent recruits is given once. Encouragement. Yes. Li Xiu raised his head up. Shi Jianxiong personally awarded Li Xiu a commendation medal, and hammered the recruit on the shoulder. I have been paying attention to your training results. You have performed very well in all aspects. Especially helping the herdsmen to save their property and the common people is the foundation of our People's Liberation Army. Shi Jianxiong's tone was appreciative. Commander Xia praised, "Soldier, serving the people. This is my responsibility.
That's right, keep it up. Shi Jianxiong was just about to engage in spiritual baptism education.
Seeing Li Xiu's self-consciousness, he smiled, and then realized that the young man in front of him was a high-achieving student from Peking University. The award this time is because you have protected the property of the local people, coupled with your excellent training performance. It is an exception. Previously, the awards for outstanding recruits were determined based on the assessment results after the recruits' training. You won this award, don't be proud and complacent, pay attention, you bring this outstanding recruit now, it is a ruler in the hearts of recruits, and everyone else has to benchmark against you.
You are the benchmark. Yes, Captain.
Li Xiu said quickly.
Okay, nothing to do with you, go back. Shi Jianxiong greeted him.
Li Xiu saluted, turned around and left quickly. After returning to the training ground, Li Xiu continued to train all afternoon.
Well, by the way, in boot camp, a few extra laps.
Well, just a few laps.
The news of Li Xiu's acquisition of outstanding recruits quickly spread throughout the company. Night. The recruits even have bathrooms. Big news, have you heard?
What did you hear?
The squad leader didn't bring any paper after going to the bathroom? Two shitty first-team recruits were talking in low voices. The tone is ambiguous in crazy gossip.
The monitor next door, Chen Long, who was enjoying the comfortable and quiet time, was suddenly stunned.
Damn. Isn't it just a rush? Why keep bringing it up? This group of recruits all remember his history. Don't make trouble. Li Xiu from the class next door is an excellent recruit. What the hell, really? Really? Awesome, really boss.
Li Xiu has been hanging that commendation medal for a long time today, dangling around.
Hey, their squad leader can't stand it anymore, and almost snatched his commendation away, but he couldn't stop it. Fuck, it's me, I'm showing off too. I won an award just a month after entering the army, and my future is limitless. If it were me, I would still have to show my face. Don't look at me, look at the chapter. You're so handsome anyway, damn it, why don't I have such luck? The recruits chatted more and more happily. A recruit said, by the way, you said how long the squad leader could squat without taking the paper?
You don't know that the squad leader wants to save face. The last time I squatted all night, it was estimated to be 10 hours. It was discovered by a recruit, and the squad leader was rescued. Hearing the recruits next door talking about him again, Chen Long was just about to teach him a lesson when he suddenly realized that his hands were empty. Shock flashed across the thick eyebrows and big eyes, followed by deep sadness.
Whoa, where's my paper? 2 days passed in a blink of an eye.
This morning, after everyone finished running, the squad leader did not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme everyone to the tactical training field, but came to an open space. Not only the second squad, but all the new recruits gathered here.
The second class of recruits couldn't wait.
They all know that today is what Jiang Anping said, the actual target shooting training.
It is also the training they are most looking forward to.
In actual combat shooting, he touched the gun and loaded the bullets in bursts. After everyone arrived, the 3 platoon leaders and company commander Shi Jianxiong came to the side of the crowd. Not only that, the sharp-eyed Li Xiu has already seen many officers with the same rank of lieutenant standing side by side with Shi Jianxiong, looking at the standing soldiers with a smile on his face.
The recruit company is the reserve army of the company.
The reserve army is the future of a company. The army is a place of admiration. Any company, any officer, hopes that all of his subordinates are brave and good at fighting, rather than weak soldiers with weak strength.
The top is the root of the army.
They can win honor for the company in competitions, exercises, and other activities.
In peaceful times, honor is not something to be won.
If a company of capable people emerges in large numbers, it will be honored with many honors. Then this company is a strong company, and the soldiers of the company will have a sense of honor and belonging.
Therefore, the good seedlings of the new barracks are the sweet pastry in the eyes of these companies.
The troops want to fight. It's not just soldiers at the grassroots level who are fighting, there is competition between squads, platoons, and companies.
Good soldier seedlings also have to compete.
Otherwise, after 3 months, the troops will be divided naturally, and all the meat will be robbed. And this time the actual combat shooting, it was this group of company commanders who came to find out. Although the recruits are indeed assigned by the brigade headquarters, as long as they find good candidates, they will name who they want.
As long as no one robs them, the brigade commander will naturally grow up and assign the selected seedlings to their company.
What a coincidence that you came here. It happened to be the day when this group of recruits were shooting targets for the first time in actual combat. Sure, Jianxiong said quietly. A few bird people, don't come early, don't come late, they come at this time.
Sure, Jianxiong is from the Iron Bone 7th Company, the full name is the Sharp Knife Iron Bone Company, which is an armored reconnaissance company. The colleagues are all enemies. When a few people come to see the recruit, although he can't say anything, his tone is not too good. At this time, a very young-looking officer with the rank of lieutenant on his shoulder smiled and said, "Sure Lien, that's just a coincidence. We have the 4th Company of sharpshooters, and we have a good eye for sharpshooters. Today, we must find a few good shooter seedlings from this group of soldiers, so as not to let the bright pearl get dusty." Another simple-looking officer who was phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close slash phoneme to middle age also smiled and said, "Gungjun, don't worry, you have to choose. Our tanks are the first to choose." Sure, Lao Gue, among this group of seedlings, is there anyone who has a large lung capacity and is smart? Some recruits? The tank company needs to operate the tank, so the brain must not be bad, so he has to carefully select a few good soldiers. Also, we have also heard about Li Xiu who won the excellent recruit. We have to discuss which company he will go to in the future. Gung Jun said again, showing a smile. Shooting. The battalion commander is here. Sure, Jianxiong rolled his eyes wildly watching them. He didn't give them face at all, and at the same time secretly slandered them. The recruits are divided into troops. Earlier, their reconnaissance company had a great advantage. The Sharp Knife and Iron Bone Company means the Sharp Knife Company of the Red Army. In all the previous wars, the Sharp Knife and Iron Bone Company had brilliant records. Whether it is the 9th Frontier Defense Regiment or the entire theater, the Sharp Knife and Iron Bone Company is a heroic company that dares to fight. At that time, the most common saying in the company was that if you are not the best recruit, you cannot enter the reconnaissance company. But later, several Dalian teams have their own attractiveness. The attractiveness of their reconnaissance company has dropped a bit. After all, although it is said that the troops are divided, if you are a good soldier seedling, you have a certain right to choose to join the company. Now, several companies are almost the same. Anyone can pick out a few good soldiers. Sure, Jianxiong didn't say any more, and tried his best to meet the needs of the few people, and took out the training phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data slash phoneme of this group of recruits. In fact, although the state of competition has been maintained, under normal circumstances, sure Jianxiong will fulfill the seedlings suitable for other companies. The shot is good, the sharpshooter Celian wants it, take it. Those with driving skills and smart brains, even if the tank wants it, it will take it. Of course, the individual soldiers with strong qualities, able to resist and operate, are the ones who are connected with sharp knives and iron bones. In the competition of the field army, the rule is to put it on the bright side, everyone is brothers, and the competition belongs to the competition, and there is no stumbling block. Anyway, in the end, if there is a situation where two companies compete for recruits, it is the brigade commander who will be in trouble. Looking at the various training phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme of the recruits, several people also started to discuss. Different recruits have different standards. Like a tank company, over 1.7 meters 5, basically passed directly. Anyway, they knew exactly what kind of soldiers they wanted to recruit. Sure, Jianxiong didn't write any ink, and said to the 3 platoon leaders, prepare to shoot the target with phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme ammunition. Several platoon leaders, go to a range immediately. At this time, it was late autumn. But the sun in Xinjiang is still very hot. The temperature is not high, but the sun is still very dry on the skin. On the shooting range, the flags rustled, and the recruits looked at the target in the distance expectantly, and shook the guns in their hands one after another. Feeling the coldness of the gun barrel,
there is a wave of anticipation in my heart.
There are also new recruits, Yi Gon likes dragons, and he is the happiest on weekdays.
Now when it is time to shoot, he has lost his vigor and is not confident in himself. Comrades, after more than a month of study and training, you are about to usher in the first shot in your military career.
This is a brand new starting point.
After a pause, Shi Jianxiong said with a smile, half a month ago, people kept asking me when to shoot and when to shoot.
Now, here is your chance to perform. See these people around me?
They are the company commanders of each company.
If you want to be assigned to a good company in the future, you should perform well.
As soon as these words came out, several recruits immediately became excited. His face was hot.
Even the body is straight. No one wants to go to the cooking class, otherwise why come to be a soldier? Several company commanders nodded. Also at this time,
there was a sound of rapid footsteps. The correspondent of the defense company quickly ran over and shouted anxiously at Shi Jianxiong, "Company commander, the chief came to visit suddenly."
Let everyone get ready and wait to see. Shi Jianxiong was stunned for a moment, and asked, "What level of chief?"
The correspondent immediately said, "Battalion commander."
Shi Jianxiong nodded. No surprises.
Earlier, the battalion commander said that he would come to the recruit company to meet Li Xiao.
However, it never came.
Unexpectedly, he came while shooting targets in actual combat. His battalion commander is very capable and has a great reputation in the northwest border. In military competitions in the past, he was number 1 in light weapons phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme ammunition competitions. He also participated in the war in the 80s. When the flood broke out in September this year, he rushed to Zhoguang for rescue.
He rescued 5 people in the heavy rain and won the second-class meritorious service. There are many rumors in the army that the battalion commander is going to be promoted.
Soon, 2 minutes passed, and the battalion commander with the rank of major came to the shooting range.
Shi Jianxiong stepped forward first, and saluted towards the door. After the battalion commander returned the salute, he said softly, "Actual target shooting?" Shi Jianxiong nodded immediately, "Yes." "Okay, time is not short, let's start actual shooting training as soon as possible."
"Yes." Shi Jianxiong said yes, turned around and trotted, came in front of the recruits, and said with a smile, "Today, the battalion commander of my mechanized infantry battalion is here. Don't make a fool of me in front of the battalion commander." The recruits screamed, their morale was strong, and the applause was warm. Shi Jianxiong stretched out his hand and pressed down, and the commotion of recruits stopped immediately. "Okay, I announce that now, actual combat shooting has officially begun." The 3 platoon leaders immediately go down to make arrangements. There are 5 targets in the shooting range, and 1 class has to be divided into 2 classes. The 2 platoon leaders brought up 2 army green metal boxes, which were sealed with strips of paper. In the army, the most stringent control is not guns, but bullets. Every time a bullet is issued, there is a quota, and even it has to be checked several times. A row of long tore off the seal of the metal box, and there were metal boxes inside, with a faint light shining on the army green boxes. Open the box, and there are golden bullets lying in the box. Every time a bullet is taken out, it must be checked several times, and there is a platoon leader who records it specially. 5 rounds per person. When shooting a target, unload the magazine and make sure the bullet is empty before pulling the bolt and putting on the safety. Make sure the bullet casings don't get jammed. A platoon leader exhorted. Then, the crowd began to distribute bullets. Li Xiao saw that several recruits received the bullets, pressed them into the magazine, and walked to the marking. Lie down and start preparing for shooting. Following an order from a row of leaders, several people aimed at a target 100 meters away and pulled the trigger. Boom! Boom! The sound of bullets is not neat. The recruits also stared wide-eyed, nervously looking at their comrades on the shooting range expectantly. "I can't see the result, did you hit it?" "Fuck, shoot, I'm so excited. I saw the target vibrate, so it must have been hit." Several company commanders also stretched their necks at this time, watching the recruits.
After a round,
the platoon leader took the binoculars and began to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme the results. Number 29 target, 4 shots on the target, dash, rings. Number 14 target, the second shot hits the target, dash, rounds. Number 25 target, 3 hits, dash, rounds. Number 35 target, 5 rounds on the target, dash, rings. As soon as he heard that 5 rounds hit the target with 35 rings, it immediately caused a discussion among the recruits. They have never shot a target, so they naturally don't know what level this score is.
However, the several company commanders did not show any fluctuations and behaved very calmly. 20 or 30 rings, it's commonplace. After all, it was the first time shooting.
Gungjun, the 4th company of sharpshooters, did not raise his eyelids at this time, and there was no fluctuation at all.
The level of these recruits is not too high.
At this time, another round of recruits entered the field.
Target again.
This time, the results were better, and the highest one scored 37 rings.
However, it still didn't move Gungjun's heart.
Finally, after the first class finished playing, it was the turn of the second class to play. Class 1, not to mention the perfect score, there is not a single one with a score of dash or above. This made Qianlong frown, thinking whether the training difficulty of this group of recruits was a little low. And Zhang Anping was also a little nervous. He hoped that this group of recruits from the second squad could win in glory.
People directly, it's this little guy who won the title of excellent recruit just after 2 months of training?
A look of interest also flashed in Gungjun's eyes. The 3rd platoon leader of the new barracks is his soldier. Therefore, although he did not participate in the connection of the new barracks, he knew a lot about the situation of the company. Li Xiu, he is very famous in the recruit company. It's the real top ones in the new barracks, or the ones who are out of gear. Even, he is a student of Peking University.
Gungjun showed interest, as did the other companies. The battalion commander looked at Li Xiu and asked with a smile, "Is this little guy named Li Xiu?"
Sure, Jianxiong nodded quickly, but he was a little uncertain.
Shooting is most about talent.
Unlike other sports, Li Xiu is excellent in physical fitness and training, but he may not be particularly outstanding in shooting. Okay, I want to see if the soldier you praised last time is as powerful as you said, on the shooting range. Li Xiu took the bullet, silently buckled the bullet into the magazine, and loaded the bullet by the way. His shooting, primary, has reached the full level, and he doesn't have much pressure to deal with an actual target.
Lying prone in the shooting position, Li Xiu's eyes sharpened immediately.
The translucent pupils clearly reflected the 10 white rings in the center of the chest ring target, dash, meters ahead. At a distance of, dash, meters, the target in the distance looks only the size of a fist, and the 10 rings in the center are only the size of a coin. Take a deep breath, aim the machine at the small hole, and align the muzzle, 3 points and 1 line. The heartbeat gradually slows down, the breathing gradually stabilizes, aiming. The shoulders, arms, body, and guns form a support, relying on the position, like a rock.
Target!
The squad leader shouted in his ears. Li Xiu's face was calm, and the trigger was pulled.
Boom!
The bullet shoots out, passes through the target, and hits the bullseye. Li Xiu's left shoulder also sank slightly.
Intentionally aimed, unintentionally stimulated.
This is what Zhang Anping has said countless times. After the first shot, Li Xiu didn't make much adjustments, and the second shot was fired again. Immediately afterwards, the third shot, the fourth shot.
1 shot, 1 second apart. Bang 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 bang.
4 shots in a row, the sound of the Bai-style rifle was clear and crisp. Li Xiu took a deep breath expressionlessly, and the smell of gun oil rushed into his brain. At this moment, Li Xiu had some aftertaste. Shoot, cool. Whether it was the crisp sound of the bullet ejected from the chamber or the strong recoil brought by the bullet's excitation, Li Xiu had some aftertaste. Zhang Hanja, the leader of the row, was holding a telescope, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes.
5 hits. 50 rings. Full marks. Moreover, the stability is ridiculously good.
After the shooting was over, Li Xiu pulled the bolt of the gun to make sure that all the bullets were fired.
After completing the routine inspection, Li Xiu stood up and left.
Afterwards, everyone replaced them together.
Li Xiu, how many rounds have you hit? I think I'm doing well, at least 5 shots hit the target. Chen Shanfeng spoke.
Although because of the long distance, I don't know how many rings were played, but Chen Shanfeng also got some points, at least 5 shots hit the target. Li Dezhuang also breathed a sigh of relief, he felt that he was doing okay. Before Li Xiu could respond, a voice came from beside his ear.
Zhao Lei hit the target with 4 shots, 32 rings. Li Dezhuang hit the target with 5 rounds, 39 rings.
Chen Shanfeng hit the target with 5 rounds, 39 rings. Li Xiu hit the target with 5 shots, 50 rings.
5 shots hit the target, 50 rings.
As the target caller's voice sounded, the expressions of the recruits seemed to change faces.
Some are happy, some are worried.
And when the target announcer said 50 rings,
everyone stared at Li Xiu. Even the battalion commander showed a surprised expression.
It was his first actual target shooting that year, and he only scored 44 rings. Of course, his gun at that time was the type dash or dash, which was incomparable in performance with the Bai. But Li Xiu's first actual target shooting score of dash rings is still very good. This is a proper sharpshooter.
Moreover, the level of the second class is obviously better than that of the first class.
Although it is possible that the first class played first, everyone was a little nervous, but the gap between them is too obvious.
I'm rough, 50 rings. Too ruthless, too stable. Handsome or not, is my soldier handsome? Zhao Nanping shook Chen Long's shoulders, his big face was full of smiles. Awesome. 50 rings.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme up to it. Chen Long showed a numb expression, and only said that he wanted to give it to the proud Zhao Nanping. His grandma, how could this guy be so arrogant? Afterwards, Zhao Nanping caught a squad leader and showed off one, until he saw that the platoon leader was also hugged, and Shi Jianxiong stared at him, shut up in embarrassment, and was full of desire to survive.
Gung Jun of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters aimed at Shi Jianxiong immediately, with a kind and friendly expression on his face. I found the treasure. This is the best seedling for their 4th Company of Sharpshooters.
Not to mention anything else, when shooting, his shoulders are abnormally stable.
Come to the team to train, and properly snipe the top. Company Commander Shi, I want this soldier. Battalion Commander, you have seen it too.
It is very suitable for our 4th Company of Sharpshooters, and he is a good seedling.
Come to our company and you will not let him down. Our company has enough bullets to fill him up every day.
It will definitely make his marksmanship improve by leaps and bounds.
Gung Jun didn't talk too much nonsense.
Seeing that Shi Jianxiong was about to speak, he added, this soldier is really suitable for our 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Only in our 4th Company of Sharpshooters can he display his talent.
Shi Jianxiong naturally quit, and sneered, go to the 4th Company if you are good at marksmanship? Just let Li Xiu shoot? It's a waste for him.
Our reconnaissance 7th Company is the place where Li Xiu can play the most. Li Xiu is not only good at shooting, he is also top-notch in other levels. His training results are all first.
It is definitely a waste of his talent if you only let him shoot.
Why don't you go to our company? I promise to train him into a sniper. The reconnaissance company also has snipers.
The environment is no worse than Xilian.
The company commanders of the other companies quit, and everyone said how suitable Li Xiu was for their company.
It's normal, guns are indispensable in the army, good marksmanship is popular everywhere.
Field Army, you are the cooking class, you also need to touch the gun, and you can also represent the company to participate in the military competition. At that time, winning glory will be the glory of your own company.
Looking at the menacing company commanders, the battalion commander shook his head and said, stop arguing, what's it like? Shrews swearing at the street? Also, if others are arguing, you will be arguing. Why do you have a tank company to join in the fun? Li Xiu is 1. 8 meters 3, not 1. 7 meters 3. Can he get into the tank? Or can you make the tank a bit higher? You can solve this matter privately. Don't discuss it now.
After the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme ammunition exercise is over, I'll come to see this young soldier. The battalion commander opened his mouth, and the others immediately shut up. It's just the eyes, still fighting fiercely. Next, the recruits continued to shoot targets. With the completion of the new round of target shooting, the results of each class were also released. Father Zhang also looked at Li Xiu expectantly. Li Xiu pondered for a while. As an amateur hacker in his previous life, Li Xiu really had contact with him. CIH is an old virus. Correspondingly, it is not difficult to write several detoxification formulas and antivirus programs. However, Li Xiu still said, "A little bit, but not sure." Li Xiudo. That's the meeting? Father Zhang looked hopeful. Son, if you can fix it, I'll give you a reward. Li Xiudao, uncle, it's not a matter of money or not. Just try it, don't worry about anything else, Father Zhang said. Li Xiudao, okay. Although he said he was not sure, Li Xiu skillfully turned on another computer that was not infected with the virus, created the IDE, and then wrote the software. Everyone saw Li Xiu's hands constantly jumping on the keyboard, but they didn't dare to say a word, for fear of affecting Li Xiu's operation. The whole house became very quiet. However, they were all silently shocked. They saw Li Xiu touch the keyboard, and they felt that he was a master. Deciphering formulas and antivirus programs is not difficult. In the previous life, the executives of the technology company who designed this virus were under pressure to announce the original formula of the virus. Several viruses of later generations are also much more complicated than CIH. Li Xiu didn't have a scanner, but he remembered the original formula of the virus. After writing out the antivirus program and detoxification formula in a targeted manner, Li Xiu made the final modification to the code, so that the code content can be completely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme and run. After finishing, Li Xiu closed the page and connected to another computer. Soon, with the running of the software, the virus was scanned out. A look of joy appeared on Li Xiu's face, and he started to run the software to kill the virus. Afterwards, Li Xiu checked again, and after confirming that the virus was completely wiped out, he began to repair the system and check for loopholes. Fortunately, although the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme on the hard disk has been destroyed, it can still be saved. Li Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. It's that simple. After more than half an hour, Li Xiu finally extracted the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme, imported the system boot disk into disk A, restored, backed up, and formatted. Rewrite BIOS chip code. Reinstall the system and applications. Restore the backup phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme. Afterwards, Li Xiu couldn't wait to turn off the virus-infected computer and restart it. A look of anticipation flashed in Father Zhang's eyes. After 1 minute, the computer starts up. Li Xiu clicked on the system and retested for the virus. No CIH virus detected. Then tested the next function. Everything is fine. Fixed? Father Zhang looked in disbelief. The people around also opened their mouths wide. It's too bullshit. As expected of a college student from a prestigious school, he is not good looking. What a boss. Li Xiu then said, 3% of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme on the C drive is lost. This virus is still destructive. Father Zhang hurriedly said, it's all right. Immediately, a startled expression appeared. Peking University is different. It's amazing. He turned his head to look at his son, a little bit resentful that iron could not be made into steel. Reading well is great. Look at Li Xiu, how capable is he? In comparison, his own child is simply a waste. Zhang Yang also expressed admiration. Thank you so much. Father Zhang expressed gratitude again. Li Xiudao, take a floppy disk and copy this software, and then run it on other machines to eliminate the CIH virus. I also put the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme recovery tool in the software. Just click on restore. Li Xiu said again. Father Zhang nodded and said, boy, I heard that you are going to be a soldier. It's hard being a soldier.
Li Xiu smiled and said, "Uncle, stop trying to persuade me. My enlistment notice has already come down." Father Zhang sighed. "Okay. But I still want to thank you." Father Zhang hurriedly ran to the counter shelf, opened the drawer, and gritted his teeth to count a few green bills. "Boy, you take the money. You saved our family so much money, and if you don't take it, I won't be happy." Li Xiu became the only 50 ring in the company. Below him is Wang Jun from Class 4. He also aroused the exclamation of everyone, and the level of 46 rings also made Gung Jun's eyes shine. Sure, Jianxiong was a little depressed. He hoped that Li Xiu had a good shooting talent, but he didn't expect Li Xiu to be a blockbuster. With his achievements, Gung Jun will definitely go to the brigade headquarters to find the brigade commander and try his best to fight for this soldier. In the future, there is no telling where Li Xiu will go. P.S. It's too late. I checked a lot of information, but I didn't have time, so I will be on time next time. Update time: 2 updates before the shelves, 1 at, frowny face noon, and 1 at, frowny face p.m. Maybe there is a brother Bing who reads this book and is afraid of being called a layman. Now the difficulty of shooting targets is lower, because the performance of firearms is much better. The accuracy and stability of the previous guns were not as high as they are now. Targeting is relatively more difficult. Therefore, 50 rings can be called a sweet pastry. Commander summons, the way to become an officer. Officer. The company commanders discussed enthusiastically on the sidelines. Several platoon leaders and squad leaders also gathered together to count the shooting results. Soon, the shooting results came out. Class has the worst grades and Class has the best grades. In the second class, Li Xiu was not the only one who got the limelight. The whole second class has better grades than other classes. This result did not surprise them. What kind of training state do these recruits usually show? What appearance they can show in actual combat shooting? Individuals may have errors, but taking the class as a whole as the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme, it basically conforms to the law. Shooting depends on talent, and basic skills are equally important. On weekdays, aiming with empty guns and simulating shooting, the second class is the most attentive, and naturally the second class deserves to get grades. In the final analysis, it is still a matter of training quality and atmosphere. The recruits in the second class, because there is an introverted Li Xiu in the class, the overall training intensity is much higher than that of other classes, and the basic skills are more solid. In other words, the whole class is out of the book. Drive the atmosphere of a class. Looking at Zhang Anping's smiling old face with distorted features, the other squad leaders were furious. Especially in the last class, the class leader Chen Long shouted furiously, "Everyone in the first class, hold guns and aim at the training for 2 hours, and go to eat after the training." Everyone in the group lost face, but no one refuted. At the same time, Chen Long took a step forward and said to the platoon leader, "Pai Zhang, the mental outlook of class is not good enough for training. As the class leader, I cannot escape the blame, so I will be punished together with the application." Zhang Hanja nodded, "I need to learn more from the second class. On weekdays, I also need to ask Zhang Anping how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme recruits." Yes. Chen Long immediately agreed. There are a lot of things to say in my mind. Where does Li Xiu get it? Li Xiu's hard work turned Class 2 into a positive and hard-working class. It is not easy to change the class style of a class. Even if it is a heavy punishment, it will not be able to form that kind of atmosphere. One is active, the other is passive, and there is a lot of difference between the two. The first platoon leader naturally didn't know the complaints in Chen Long's mind, and added, "You are punished together with the whole class. It's not strong enough. You are a veteran, and you need to add a brick." Yes. Chen Long grumbled in his heart. Speed up the bricks, that's really terrible. However, he had nothing to say about his poor grades. Some lower-ranked squad leaders were also a little unwilling, and also applied for additional training. The recruits in these squads also looked helpless. It's a shame to be ashamed, so I have no choice but to pick up the steel gun and start training. The recruits of the second class are happy and confused at this moment.
After the actual target shooting, they were all praised. At that moment, the tiredness on their bodies seemed to have faded a lot, and their bodies were full of blood.
This is motivation. The motivated recruits are full of energy, thinking of making a big splash. Deputy class, you are so handsome today. A steel gun hit every shot. When the results came out, I watched the battalion commander applaud.
Li Dazhuang smiled and put his arms around Li Xiu.
Really? I'm so envious.
Zhao Lei looked envious. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. If you practice as hard as Li Xiu in your daily training, you can show your face today. Chen Shanfeng said to Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei is the worst student in the second class, and he phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals FN often slash phoneme slacks off during training. Chen Shanfeng has a good relationship with Zhao Lei, and he doesn't want Zhao Lei to continue to slack off. Zhao Lei curled his lips and said again, okay, don't talk about me. I heard that there is nothing wrong with the cooking class, crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Li Xiu didn't say much, but said modestly, good luck, my hands are hot today. You can't play 50 rings even if your hands are hot. Behind him, a voice sounded. Zhang Anping patted Li Xiu's shoulder and said with a smile, good job, you boy made me fight for face today. Come with me and tell you something. After finishing speaking, he gave a rare compliment to the recruits in front of him, you guys did a good job too, our squad is doing well. Everyone smiled. As soon as Zhang Anping finished speaking, he grabbed Li Xiu. You performed very well today, and the company commanders almost didn't fight for you. Zhang Anping slammed Li Xiu's head down and said with a smile, the commander of the 4th company of the sharpshooter almost didn't rush. Really? Li Xiu opened his mouth, is that an exaggeration? Really? A top soldier is the company commander's darling. Everyone wants a top soldier. Seeing that Li Xiu didn't believe him, Zhang Anping said, don't think about these things for now. The battalion commander wants to talk to you a few words. Our battalion commander is a genius, you should be smart. Zhang Anping reminded. Don't worry, monitor, you still don't believe me? Li Xiu said. Report on the battalion commander's side. At this time, the battalion commander had already picked up Li Xiu's target, looked at the 5 holes on the target that were phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme together in the middle, and nodded in satisfaction. Deng Jun of the 4th company of sharpshooters stood on tiptoe, desperately wanting to see the target. Seeing his eagerness, the battalion commander handed the target to Deng Jun. After taking the target, Deng Jun immediately looked at the bullet marks on it. The gaps between the 5 bullet holes are very small, and they are basically concentrated at the same point. Good marksmanship. This kid Wu Huan still has enough strength, let him try the 200-meter target today. By the way, there are also multi-terrain targets. Our newly built training ground with a pitch angle of 25 degrees can just take him to practice. His voice was loud. Their 4th company of sharpshooters has a lot of special shooting ranges, which are phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme to actual combat, while the reconnaissance company doesn't have these. Sure, Jianxiong snorted and ignored him. At this time, Zhang Anping also brought Li Xiu. Deng Jun's eyes lit up immediately. If the battalion commander wasn't here, Deng Jun would definitely have posted it. The battalion commander looked at Li Xiu and said, your performance today is very good. It's useless to let me apply for you. It also serves as a benchmark for recruits and a role model. Li Xiu hurriedly said, thank you battalion commander for your cultivation. The battalion commander nodded, phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red slash phoneme your recruit information, you were a student of Peking University before? Several company commanders stared, a little shocked. This soldier is actually from Peking University. Li Xiu nodded and said, report, yes. Why do you want to join the army? Isn't it good to go to college? The battalion commander stared into Li Xiu's eyes and asked. Those admitted to university or joined the army are not uncommon, but very few. After all, to get Li Xiu's score, those who are capable have gone to big factories to make money. If you have feelings for the college entrance examination, you will go to the military academy. Li Xiu is a special case.
Moreover, it is a very special case. He had only been in college for 1 year, and he didn't even meet the criteria for direct recruitment as an officer. Report: joining the army is my dream. During the college entrance examination, I also struggled, but I didn't make my choice. That's why I delayed it for a year. The battalion commander nodded and said, since you gave up your bright future to join the army, you definitely didn't want to be a conscript for 3 years. Li Xiu has this courage, and he definitely didn't come here for the sake of conscripts. Undoubtedly, officers were his targets. Okay, then let me tell you by the way, how to become an officer in the army. P.S. I didn't finish writing, I was a little dizzy after being bumped in the car for a day. Wait till I finish writing. These 2 chapters are a bit watery, but they are quite necessary, and they will be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme in a few days. You want to play with guns? Li Xiu immediately pricked up his ears. When he came to the army, he went for the officer. Sergeant, he didn't even think about it. The battalion commander was willing to explain his doubts, so Li Xiu naturally listened respectfully. The battalion commander didn't give a damn and said, it's every soldier's dream to be an officer. But it's not easy for an ordinary soldier to become an officer. If you want to be a good officer, you must first enter the military academy. The military academy entrance examination in the army is basically the same as the college entrance examination. The requirements are to meet the military entrance examination standards, be under the age of 23, and stay in the army for 1 year. The only difference from the college entrance examination is that the competition is less, and you can only apply for the military academy. But it's all the same, it depends on the grades. Whoever gets the best grades has the final say. If you have the performance in the college entrance examination, you can go to the National Defense University of Technology. The battalion commander said. The National University of Defense Technology, this university, in Li Xiu's ears, it can be said to be deafening. The best military academy is also the military academy with the highest recognition and gold content. You are a student of Peking University. I don't worry about your grades at all. This is also the way I recommend you the most. Li Xiu listened quietly, this method is indeed suitable for him. It was also the method Li Xiu thought of at the beginning. Anen was a new recruit, picked up the previously forgotten knowledge, and then waited for the military examination. Another point is that the direct recruiting of college students to serve as cadres or professional skills training is aimed at college graduates. But you have only been in college for 1 year, so it doesn't meet the regulations. The third method is to send outstanding soldiers to school. This is the most difficult, but the brothers are the most recognized. As soon as this was mentioned, the battalion commander smiled and said, before, I took this path. Excellent soldiers are recommended to enter school, which is a path that only very good soldiers can take. If you have made 3 third-class meritorious service twice, or 1 second-class meritorious service, and have served as the deputy squad leader or squad leader at the grassroots level for more than half a year, you will have the opportunity to get qualifications for recommendation of excellent soldiers. Not only are military schools exempted from examinations, there are special channels, but when you come back to be an officer, the soldiers will absolutely admire you. And, this way, you only need to enter the military academy for 2 years. This path is the most difficult. But you also have a chance. Military competitions, the top 3 in the military region's comprehensive score, have the opportunity to win the 3rd class, and the first ones, there is a chance to win the 2nd class. Li Xiu's eyes lit up. With a system, he can speed up his skill learning. The various items assessed by the military region are easy for him. Therefore, Li Xiu has to try this approach. Anyway, the 2 methods do not conflict, and Li Xiu has every chance to catch both. After listening to the battalion commander's words, Li Xiu thanked him again. The battalion commander waved his hand and said, "You don't need to thank me, I still hope that you can win honor for our regiment in the future and win some honors in the military competition." Yes. I will work hard in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme up to the battalion commander's expectations of me. Li Xiu responded heavily. On the way, Li Xiu was also thinking about what the battalion commander said. Both paths, each not easy.
What he has to do now is to accumulate introversion value, be more conscious, a little more introspection is a little bit.
Forging iron has to be hard. If you have a high quality, you are not afraid of anything.
In the past half month, Li Xiu's introversion focused on shooting in military theory. Needless to say about shooting, Li Xiu is personally interested, and the upper limit is very high. Before touching other mechanized facilities, Li Xiu planned to focus on shooting. And military theory is a subject that Li Xiu is very interested in recently.
Informatization debate. Synthetic reform.
The command and development of the steel torrent reloading cluster.
Rabbit's research direction on modern warfare is written here.
The teaching materials are new teaching materials, and things are very shallow. But every content direction in it is thrilling. Out of thirst for knowledge, Li Xiu also began to exchange skills in this area through the king value to enhance his understanding of the form of war. However, because there is no learning and training path, the progress is mediocre. Boot camp, no library, no machine room.
Li Xiugan's skills were naturally not smooth. Saturday morning, 6 o'clock. The sky was dizzy.
Li Xiu got up early and cleaned up his housework, but he didn't hurry to practice on the training ground. On the contrary, Li Xiu raised his head high, his expression was calm, and he looked deeply at the towering stars in the sky. In the virtual panel, the experience column of the skills, farsightedness, and night vision is slowly rising, and the column is about to be full.
Hyperopia allows you to see farther.
Exchange, 50 rolls of king value. Night vision allows you to see things in the dark. Exchange, 50 rolls of king value. Finally, with the passage of time, the experience column was finally full. At this moment, Li Xiu seemed to be able to clearly see the outline of the grass on the distant mountains. Even in the dark night, it could not affect his vision. These two skills have been practiced for half a month, and they are finally complete. Li Xiu let out a long breath, satisfied in his heart.
There are too many basic shooting skills, and these two are one of them.
However, Li Xiu did not lack the king value of scrolling. Every time he used the liver skill to fill up the experience column, he would be rewarded with the king point of scrolling. At present, Li Xiu's scroll king value has accumulated to 328 points. If it is not for the pure expenditure of purchasing a brain power strengthening card, Li Xiu's scroll king value has accumulated to more than 800 points. Of course, the brain strengthening card is not a white flower. The speed at which he learns skills will also increase. Otherwise, skills like hyperopia and night vision, with a value of 50 points, will take at least 9 days to complete according to the previous 20 points of brain power.
It's 6 o'clock in Xinjiang, and it's still dark.
Holding the gun, Li Xiu began to seriously practice holding the gun again. He tied one end to a brick, and placed another bullet over the barrel. Today is a rest day, and Li Xiu didn't want to train all day. After practicing for 2 hours, he was ready to put away his guns and rest. Li Xiu likes to roll, but he is unambiguous when it is time to rest. However, at this moment, a long voice came from the ear. "Hey! That's soldier." Li Xiu turned his head and saw a muscular young officer walking towards him. Take a closer look, and you can see that there is a bar on the shoulders.
Good fellow, Lieutenant. And the same level as the company commander.
Li Xiu didn't dare to be negligent, so he also ran over and saluted. Report, the deputy squad leader of the second squad, Li Xiu, please give instructions. The visitor smiled, but said, "What a coincidence, I was going to look for you, but I saw that you came to practice gun posture early in the morning." "That's right, young man. Our 4th company of sharpshooters wants soldiers like you. Come on, come with me to test the waters." It was Gung Jun who came. Li Xiu showed a vigilant look. But Gung Jun didn't take it seriously at all. He pointed to the epaulets on his shoulders and said, "What? Want to disobey orders? Can this be fake? I'm Gung Jun, the commander of the 4th company of the sharpshooter. Do you want to play with guns? If you want to, come with me to the 4th company to try. P.S. The transition is finally over, and the plot will start tomorrow. P.S. There will be a recommendation tomorrow, and I will add a new chapter.
Think you all range playing with guns? A big question mark flashed across Li Xiu's head. Moreover, looking at Gung Jun's face, Li Xiu always felt a little unreliable. Too young. Look, 25 at most. Report, I need to apply to the monitor. Li Xiudo. After thinking for a while, Gung Jun said, I'll ask someone to apply for you, and you don't need to come forward. Li Xiu hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Li Xiu was silent, Gung Jun suddenly smiled and continued, worried about your company commander? Don't worry, I'll inform you about the company commander. If you come with me, you don't have to go to our company. Gung Jun spoke straight to the point, without any twists and turns. Moreover, anyone who is familiar with him knows it. Gung Jun likes top people, and he doesn't put on airs. If you are good at it, he can chat with private soldiers. When Li Xiu heard this, he knew that he had to go this time. No more hesitation, nodded and said, yes. Gung Jun smiled. I'll go back and prepare. Li Xiu said. No need to prepare, just bring it. Gung Jun waved his hand, we have everything we need, follow me. Subsequently, Gung Jun led Li Xiu to the military vehicle and let Li Xiu sit in the co-pilot. Training on rest days, you are really hard-working. I can't sleep in the morning, I want to practice for a while. Li Xiu didn't continue this topic. You are sincere? Gung Jun took another look at Li Xiu, and said, have you played with guns before? Guns were banned in '96. Gung Jun thought that perhaps Li Xiu had been exposed to guns before. Li Xiu shook his head and said, no, it's the first time. Gung Jun laughed, and said, it's the first time I hit a full circle. Not bad, not bad. Come to our 4th company of sharpshooters, the bullets are full, and we will surely feed you into a sharpshooter. Li Xiu didn't answer, he hasn't made up his mind yet. And there is still 1.5 months before the recruits are divided. Company commander, when will you apply with my squad leader, and our company commander? If you don't tell me, I almost forgot. Gung Jun patted his head, annoyed. Afterwards, Gung Jun got off the car immediately, and Gung Jun came back 5 minutes later. It's done. So fast? Li Xiu was surprised. It's not so fast to pee. Nonsense, how hard can it be to bring someone out from the new barracks, and I already applied yesterday. Gung Jun said. During the conversation, the car was also driving at high speed. On the way, Li Xiu was not idle. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Open the system panel and prepare to redeem the basic shooting skills of the system. Finally got the chance to play with guns. The last time 5 shots were painless, this time I must brush up the experience points. After taking a look, Li Xiu chose to purchase 2 basic skills. Rapid Fire, 100 points of Scroll King value. If you have learned Sniper Rapid Fire, you only need 60 points to redeem it. Heart and Lung Strengthening, 100 points of King value. After the 1-pass purchase, Li Xiujuan's King value was only left at more than 100. However, as long as his basic skills are full, he can take back these skills. The 4th company of sharpshooters is stationed, kilometers away from the border of Huagua, in a Gobi. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme filled with phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and sand. There are 2 mountains in the middle, which is India. This is the true sense of the frontier. On the way, Gung Jun kept talking to Li Xiu about the 4th company of sharpshooters. We have 4 companies of sharpshooters and 2 collective first-class achievements. In the 50 years since the company was established, a big battle has not been lost. Division T's quarterly military assessment, among the top, there are 2 soldiers from our 4th company of sharpshooters. Our company, out of the top, out of the king. T Division is the strategic quick reaction division of the entire army, the absolute main force of the group military area. The division has 2 armored regiments, 1 mechanized infantry regiment, 2 anti-aircraft artillery regiments, 1 engineer regiment, and 1 army aviation regiment, as well as direct subordinates. Artillery regiment, a reconnaissance battalion, a chemical defense battalion. The whole army is composed of 5 people.
Our company has more than 100 people, and 2 of them entered the top, Teacher Award.
Li Xiu nodded straightly. It seems that the 4th company of sharpshooters is very strong.
In the army, rewards are also divided into levels. Li Xiu's award is not as valuable as the teacher's award. This year, we said we won the 1st place in the company.
He wants to be in the top 3 in the military competition. Take military merit. Gung Jun had pride on his face.
To put it simply, our company is awesome. If you are ambitious, come to our company. Li Xiu was also moved, but he was not fooled so easily. Soon, Li Xiu and Gung Jun came to the gate of the 4th company of sharpshooters, and the military vehicle stopped.
Gung Jun rolled down the car window and showed his ID.
The sentry on duty came over and saluted Gung Jun respectfully.
Then check as usual.
Yes, even those with company commanders are subject to inspection.
However, the routine inspection was very fast, and after 2 minutes, the sentry on duty let it go.
After parking the car, Gung Jun took Li Xiu directly to the training range of the 4th company of sharpshooters without ink marks.
Li Xiu looked around curiously.
Even though it was a rest day, the entire company still had a chilling, intense atmosphere.
In my ears, there are gunshots all the time. Coincidentally, today is our company's small competition. It happens to be more lively.
Sure enough, when Li Xiu looked from a distance, he saw countless well-armed elite soldiers shooting at targets in the distance. Moreover, Li Xiu did not hit the 100-meter target, but the 200-meter target. In addition to this side, there are veterans lying on the uneven terrain in the distance, leaning over to carry the spy. Seeing Li Xiu's gaze, Gung Jun smiled slightly and said, "This is a simulated actual combat shooting range specially arranged by our company. It's not an empty flat field for shooting, but a rugged mountainous terrain." In addition, what he is holding is naturally not a rifle, but an 800 sniper with an effective range of 88 meters.
Gung Jun pointed to a shooting range in the distance.
On the training ground, the targets kept moving, and countless veterans picked up their rifles and started shooting.
This is a moving target.
To be precise, it is a moving target for hostages.
It is more common in WJ's anti-terrorist emergency troops.
It is mainly used to train the responsibility when approaching shooting, psychological stability, and actual shooting skills.
Our company's CBQ and CQs, street fighting, are trained in this way. Gung Jun talked eloquently. So much. Li Xiu was shocked. Where is this going?
We also have a rapid-fire shooting range, which specializes in training shooting speed.
Seeing Li Xiu's expression, Gung Jun smiled. Intimidated? Come to the bowl soon?
Soon, Gung Jun was not impressed, and brought Li Xiu to a shooting range 150 meters away for training.
At this time, there were not many people on the shooting range.
On the edge of the training ground, a non-commissioned officer saw Gung Jun bringing someone, first saluted, and then handed Gung Jun a cigarette with a smile.
Company commander, did you bring a new recruit?
He noticed that the epaulets on Li Xiu's shoulders were empty. Obviously he was a recruit. Gung Jun took the cigarette, didn't smoke, and said, "Okay, don't talk nonsense to me, you go get some bullets, I will take this guy to play with guns."
Okay.
Just right, there are few people in the 150-meter shooting range, and there are a lot of vacancies.
The sergeant didn't say much and left quickly. 2 minutes later, half a box of golden bullets was brought in. Company commander, here we are. Gung Jun nodded, looked at Li Xiu, and said with a smile, "Do you want to try?" After thinking about it, I added a sentence. The 150-meter target is much more difficult than the 100-meter target. You adjust 2 shots first, and then calculate the score. Li Xiu immediately stood at attention and said, "Yes."
As he spoke, he took the bullet from the non-commissioned officer and pressed the bullet into the magazine.
At this time, the arrival of Gung Jun also attracted the attention of many veterans. The company commander brought in another recruit. I want to hit a 150-meter target. Recruit? Wasn't it the first time for a recruit to shoot a target in actual combat the day before yesterday? How do you shoot a 150-meter target? Go and see the excitement.
A few veterans, who were a little bored because they had already completed the competition, immediately rushed to the 150-meter shooting range. Shooting, 2 guns and 1 bullet hole. Compared with the first actual target shooting in the new barracks, Gung Jun was more majestic. He gave Li Xiu 30 bullets in one go. Li Xiu pressed the bullets into the magazine tightly. The sergeant found the target paper and placed it at the position of the 150-meter target. Pull the safety, the bullet is loaded, aim, and all that remains is to pull the trigger. The 10-ring bullseye is reflected in the eyes, with a clear outline. Bang! 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 5 shots were fired, evenly spaced. The smell of gun oil penetrated into the brain. Li Xiu still didn't want to finish, so he stopped the gun. The 150-meter target is still not difficult. He wanted to try a longer shot, so he only fired 5 rounds. Ever since Li Xiu started shooting, Gung Jun has picked up the binoculars. And Li Xiu's 150-meter target result also made him look happy. 49 rings. Good. 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 Except for the first round, which was slightly off the 9th ring. After correcting the angle, all hits. I saw you right. Gung Jun laughed out loud. The first shot is slightly off, which is normal. It's not a grade, Gung Jun has automatically ignored it. Li Shigang has only held the gun a few times, and he still doesn't know how to grasp the distance. It is understandable to adjust the first shot when hitting a 150-meter target. The veterans around also nodded slightly. This recruit can do it. He is a recruit who has not yet been awarded a medal, and he is very strong at this level. Feed him the bullets. We have another sharpshooter from the 4th company. Marksmanship depends not only on talent, but also on resources. Even if you are an idiot, if you have the resources to give you a lot of practice every day, you can hit the nail on the head. The soldiers of the 4th company of sharpshooters are all shooting geniuses, and they have all been fed bullets for at least a year, and their shooting skills are very high. 150 meters full circle, many of them can also do it. The recruits, with Li Xiu's level, are definitely outstanding. That is to say, there are 4 companies of sharpshooters, capable people come out in large numbers, and they have high vision. If it was another company, it would have been yelling a long time ago. Not having fun? When Gung Jun saw Li Xiu's expression after pulling the safety catch, he immediately understood. Li Xiu nodded. Go, hit the 200-meter target. With a big wave of Gung Jun's hand, his bold and unrestrained style was fully displayed. And this group of veterans also became interested. 200 meters? Does this kid dare? The company commander really dares to let him fight. Aren't you afraid of embarrassment? What kind of a shame is this? It's not bad for a recruit to have this grade. 200 meters, the sniper rifle is okay, but I changed it to an 81 rifle, and the bullets kept floating. This recruit doesn't shoot many bullets, so I'm afraid he doesn't have such experience. The veterans also became a little curious about the recruits brought by the company commander, and followed them one after another. Looking at those sharpshooters in the company pretending to be aggressive, how can it be so good to see Mingxin being deflated? None of the veterans thought that Li Xiu could perform well on the 200-meter target. The 200-meter target is very different from the 100-meter target. Because of the long distance, the bullet stays in the air for a long time and will be disturbed by a lot of external forces, such as phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals wind wind slash phoneme direction, phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals wind wind slash phoneme force, air resistance, air humidity, etc. By type, as long as you aim well within 100 meters without shaking your hands, the error will not be too large. But 200 meters is different. In addition to considering aiming, it is also necessary to correct the aiming point based on feeling. But these are indispensable to the accumulation of a lot of shooting experience. Of course, the biggest impact has to be vision. The Bai style does not have a scope, and relies entirely on the naked eye to aim. At a distance of 200 meters, the 10-ring bullseye is not much bigger than a coin. Not to mention aiming, even those with normal eyesight can't see clearly. It's a vast expanse of whiteness, let alone corrections. Shooting at this time depends entirely on the gun feeling brought about by the accumulation of experience. As a recruit, Li Xiu felt that if he didn't practice this, he would probably make a fool of himself. At the 200-meter shooting range, Li Xiu didn't have stage fright and stepped forward with a gun. For a target 200 meters away, the bullseye is really small. However, Li Xiu's farsightedness, skill experience column has already been filled up, so there is no pressure on his long-sightedness. Lie down, pull the safety, aim. The target area in the distance is clearly reflected in the pupil of the eye. Li Xiu suppressed his breathing and his heartbeat slowed down. Tap the trigger. Boom! There was a crisp gunshot. It touched Deng Jun's heart. Under the lens of the telescope, there is an extra hole in the bust. 8 rings. That's it. This shooting talent is very abnormal. Li Xiu had no expression on his face, and his breathing didn't fluctuate much. After re-aiming, pull the trigger again. After the gunshot, there was a gunshot mark on the target paper. 10 rings. Right in the center of the bullseye. The heart of Company Commander Deng Jun, who was holding the binoculars, jumped violently. Li Xiu brought him a huge surprise. Then, a shot went off. It's 10 rings again. And then, 6 shots in a row. Every time there is an extra round, there will be one more bullet hole on the bullseye. Sudden. 10th shot. Deng Jun's pupils shrank slightly. A shocked expression appeared on his face. He saw that Li Xiu's number 11 bullet passed through the bullet hole left by Li Xiu's second punch through the target paper. 2 bullets, 1 bullet hole. Is this going to be Super God? At this time, veterans are also discussing. They couldn't see the target paper in the distance, so they could only wait for the company commander to report the results later. Guess how many times this recruit can hit the target? He has good basic skills. He just scored 150 points in 49 meters. I think he should be able to hit the target. As for how many points, it's hard to say. It's about 70 rings, 200 meters away, it's a bit far for recruits. I think he can reach, dash. If you see how much the company commander likes him, there must be something, soon. A non-commissioned officer picked up Li Xiu's target paper and began to calculate the score. On the target paper, the bullet holes were very concentrated, almost all within the range of the bullseye. Soon, after a moment of calculation, the sergeant hesitated and announced, 88 rings, 88 ring. The veterans were in an uproar. This result is excellent. 200-meter long-range shooting, 88 rings, in their 4th company of sharpshooters, they can be called pretty good. If you can reach the 90 rings, you will be a top student. You know, Li Xiu is still a recruit. Is this soldier really a recruit? Could it be that the company commander came to play tricks again? Deng Jun greeted the target paper and carefully observed the bullet holes on it. The corner of the mouth slowly grinned. Not 88 rings, but 98 rings. Mothers! This monster! Deng Jun smiled and became more and more kind. But in front of the veterans, the company commander's smile always made them feel stupid. However, Deng Jun didn't mention it much. Li Xiu hasn't been in his bowl yet. If the news of 2 shots and 1 bullet hole spread again, it would be much more difficult to abduct Li Xiu. Boy, you are not bad. After coming to our 4th company of sharpshooters, if you have anything to ask me, my name is Wang Tai. The king with 3 horizontal lines and 1 vertical line, the iron forging iron. In the crowd, a dark-skinned man spoke loudly. Company commander, when will this recruit join the company? How about I take him around first? Deng Jun wanted to agree, but suddenly said, it's not over yet. You should go to Shobi, what's the matter here? Wang Tai, you go back to your sniper position. Don't worry about this little thing. It's your business to work hard to prepare for the military competition. Anyway, you have to win me an honor to come back. The corners of Wang Tai's mouth raised, very confident. Don't worry, Captain, it's all right. At this time, Deng Jun took over Li Xiu again. Have you had a good time?
Would you like to try a sniper rifle? If there is a typo, post it first and then correct it. One more chapter. If you have a vote, vote for Zyapuji. Thank you food and clothing parents. Consecutive aces. Can the sniper theory work? Seeking follow-up, work?
Seeking follow-up, Li Xiao naturally had no reason to refuse.
Come to the barracks, who doesn't want to play sniper?
Moreover, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme ammunition shooting just now made him earn a lot of skill experience. Although it will take a long time to reach the full height, if you don't accumulate steps, you can reach thousands of miles. Li Xiao also has full enthusiasm for sniping. As the most favorable individual lethal weapon in modern warfare, firepower is not its strong point, but high precision endows it with many specific attributes, especially in modern wars that are mainly localized and low intensity. When Wang Tai heard this, he also smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll apply. The security guards will recognize me."
Deng Jun nodded, "Okay, save trouble, let's go first. By the way, I almost forgot. Before you leave, you must empty the bullet and undergo an inspection before you can leave.
The army has strict control over bullets, and it is not allowed to leave bullets privately. Generally speaking, it will only be equipped when participating in combat exercises, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme ammunition training."
Yes. Li Xiao said yes, and wrote it down.
"Okay, you are such a good soldier, it's a pity not to go to our 4th company of sharpshooters."
Deng Jun thought as he walked. Li Xiao coughed. "I just feel that the company commander is approachable. Commander, I really haven't figured it out yet." "It's okay, just think about it slowly." Deng Jun was very patient and didn't put on airs at all.
Although he is young, he has been in the army for so many years, so he can be considered an old fritter.
He doesn't know about other places.
But as an officer of the Border Field Army, a thick skin is the basis of survival. If you encounter great talents, advanced equipment, and team honors, if you don't draw from the unit to your own pocket, don't fight or grab, and don't cry with your superiors, then you are not worthy of being a qualified officer.
Deng Jun thought he knew this well.
He was promoted to company commander at the age of 26, and made the 4th company of sharpshooters flourish.
He relied on promoting the datha of shamelessness and fear of death. Put your arms around your shoulders and get closer, and you won't lose a single hair. Seeing this scene, the veterans were not surprised.
"My own company commander, I like top players the most. Li Xiao has great potential, and the company commander's attitude is a bit normal." At this time, because of Deng Jun's scolding, some veterans scattered away, and some, burning with gossip, continued to follow Deng Jun's ass. The sniper shooting range is not a flat area, but a rugged, deserted forest area with various shelters. In this way, it is closer to actual combat.
Subject 600 meters, is there any problem? Deng Jun asked.
Li Xiaodao, you can try. Hearing what Li Xiao said, Deng Jun said, "Our troops are equipped with Type 800 sniper rifles, a sniper rifle independently developed by Huagua. The effective range is 5.8 meters. The bullet caliber is 800 millimeters, and the effective range is meters.
Don't be nervous, sniping requires more practice.
It's your first time touching this guy, so don't worry if the level varies greatly." Back then, Wang Tai didn't have a good foundation, but he made it to the present through hard work.
"I heard you praise me as soon as I came."
Wang Tai smiled and took out a big black and shiny sniper. Li Xiao looked at it, and his eyes lit up.
"It's so handsome naturally." Wang Tai responded with a smile, "Do you want to watch something exciting?" "Exciting?" Deng Jun rolled his eyes and said, "I know you have a high level. Every time someone comes, you have to perform this, is it annoying?"
Li Xiao was at a loss.
The veterans in the distance laughed. Is Wang Tai going to show the newcomer that trick again? Not to mention, that move is really cool. I just know how to show off my skills. I really don't know what is going on in this person's mind. Laugh at the Soldier King? If you can do it, you can do it too? Just know how to force it.
That's right, platoon leader Wang Tai is the pride of our 4th company of sharpshooters.
Why are you so stubborn?
In the army, the strong are supported. Like Wang Tai, there are also some fans. Wang Tai didn't stop him, and said directly, the 900-meter balloon target.
Type, sniper rifle. 900 dangling target.
3 words made Li Xiu serious. Beyond the effective range, it is necessary to use the Kentucky phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine/phoneme method for ballistic correction compensation, and a new extended aiming point needs to be calculated. For a suspended target, it is necessary to predict the trajectory in advance.
It is also equivalent to a moving target. Wang Tai is very confident.
He is the veritable trump card of the 4th Company of sharpshooters. He also wanted to show his face in front of Li Xiu, the good young man of the company.
Gung Jun did not refuse. Let the recruit seedling see how powerful their company is, so that this soldier seedling can stay. Soon.
A non-commissioned officer on duty at the shooting range fixed a position in the distance and released a balloon.
The balloon quickly floated into the air.
Shattering in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine/phoneme. Li Xiu stared at Wang Tai firmly. But Wang Tai just adjusted and lay down on the ground to aim.
Adjust breathing, heartbeat. Boom! 88's signature dull short point exploded in the space. Next second, the balloon burst suddenly. Wang Tai, 900 meters suspended target. Success!
The veterans were suddenly excited and shouted. How many times have I watched it? The unique skill has to be the unique skill. This hand, needless to say, is indeed our trump card.
Handsome. The recruit must have been frightened by Wang Tai's move. Seeing Wang Tai's successful performance, the veterans applauded loudly. Gung Jun also nodded. There is nothing to say about Wang Tai's marksmanship. Teacher T is considered to be ranked first. Handsome? Wang Tai smiled, showing his white teeth.
Li Xiu nodded and said, handsome.
Wang Tai smiled and said, do you want to learn? Think. Let me tell you briefly. The sniper is different from other positions, it depends on here.
He pointed to his head.
Snipers have to aim at a long distance, and there are many external environmental factors. You can't become a good sniper just by feeling. Many trajectories, especially targets outside of effective range, require ballistic correction. It's just that those things are too complicated, and I don't understand them very well. I just memorized a shot table. If you need it, I can teach you. Li Xiu nodded immediately, and then hurriedly said, thank you. Do you have any relevant information books? I want to copy them. Self-taught? Wang Tai hesitated, that one is more difficult. Li Xiudao, I want to try it, I won't learn how to say it. Gung Jun interrupted, don't underestimate Li Xiu, he was from Peking University before. Can he learn anything? Peking University?
Wang Tai was stunned, a little shocked.
Li Xiu nodded. Awesome. I don't understand. What do Peking University soldiers do? They don't even take the military academy exam. It's fine if you can learn it. I'll give you the book after practicing tonight. Don't worry about returning it, there's even the team's library. Wang Tai sighed again, you are really a recruit? That talent is really good. You can't even touch a gun.
It hasn't been long since I touched it.
Okay, thank you.
Li Xiu responded first, then waved his hand.
Luck, luck. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. Father Zhang looked solemnly and patted his chest. Moreover, the money has already been handed out.
Li Xiu shied away a few times, but also accepted it.
Play around, I'll fix the machine.
I'll have to settle the score with that stall selling pirated CDs later.
Father Zhang said. You boy, learn more from others. Don't leave tonight, why don't you have dinner at my house? Zhang Yang said.
Li Xiu watched Zhang's father fix a computer, and quickly said, no, I've done it at home.
Is this software usable? He asked Father Zhang. Yes, it's very useful.
You're so smart, kid, and learning is still useful. Father Zhang grinned. Li Xiu felt relieved.
Okay, uncle, I'm leaving. Goodbye, uncle.
With that said, Li Xiu was about to leave. You go and send him back, he has helped our family a lot. Father Zhang called Zhang Yang to send Li Xiu back.
Zhang Yang nodded quickly and followed Li Xiu to leave.
After saying goodbye to Zhang Yang, Li Xiu took out the green ticket.
A little bit, 15. It's quite generous. 1005, not a lot.
It is only because the Zhang family has money that they can spend so much. Of course, if Li Xiu sells that software, he can earn dozens of times that amount. Moreover, it cost him more than 1005 just to recover the Zhang family's losses.
However, these things have nothing to do with Li Xiu.
With the money, Li Xiu didn't stay idle, and bought some miscellaneous items such as spare medicines. After thinking about it, I bought 2 more packs of cigarettes.
2 days passed in a blink of an eye.
Early in the morning, Li Xiu took his personal belongings and went to the Armed Forces Department. Son, you have never experienced hardship since you were a child, pay attention to yourself, don't get tired son, your second uncle said that no one knows where you are assigned. The army has the organization and discipline of the army, and many things can't be taken with you. You take the 500 yuan, and if it is not enough, you can go to the family to ask for it. The army is very hard, we must be stronger. Also, don't learn to smoke. I heard that the army is stressful, but don't smoke. It's bad for your health, don't learn from your father.
The nagging of parents seems to be still in my ears.
Li Xiu stood outside the door of the Armed Forces Department in a daze. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Armed Forces, relatives are not allowed to pick up and drop off, so Li Xiu is the only one. Looking up, looking at the red flag flying in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme above the Armed Forces building, a flash of respect flashed in his eyes.
Without hesitation, following the flow of people, he resolutely stepped into the Armed Forces Department. There is a red line at the entrance of the Armed Forces.
The red line is divided into 2 sides, one side is smooth and beautiful porcelain stone, and the other side is flat marl ground. Taking this step is equivalent to officially taking off the identity of an ordinary person and becoming a soldier who can endure hardship and serve the people. Reported recruits, gather here. As soon as he entered the Armed Forces Department, he heard a heavy thunder-like sound exploding in his ears.
P.S. Simply burying a thread is not a meaningless chapter. Let's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme novels.
Don't take it too seriously. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. The author is not a student of this major, and his brain is also stupid.
So leave your brain with me first. Time you run?
Li Xiu followed the sound, and immediately saw a burly soldier in a yellow-green military uniform in an open space not far away, scanning the crowd with piercing eyes. This man is very tall, 1.9 meters long, and his body is as straight as a pine tree. Li Xiu saw his epaulets, which were decorated with a golden semicircle of pine branches surrounding crossed rifles and a thin turning rod.
Obviously, this is a first-class non-commissioned officer.
In the 94 military rank system, the non-commissioned officer symbol mainly depends on the number and thickness of crutches. Ishigui is a first-class non-commissioned officer.
A rough crutch is a second-level non-commissioned officer.
At the same time, Li Xiu silently memorized the word company library. When he goes to the company in the future, he will naturally make good use of it. The target is an officer, and theoretical knowledge must keep up. Moreover, there are many knowledge and skills that need to be exchanged for the king value, and they also need a theoretical basis. If you want to be an officer, you must also be inseparable from theoretical knowledge. Anyway, Li Xiu gained a lot from going out. In particular, with Wang Tai's information, Li Xiu's sniper theory skills can start to experience liver. Moreover, there is also a chance to shoot phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme ammunition, increasing the experience column of some of his auxiliary skills. P.S. Today is still the 3rd watch, so this chapter is yesterday. Adjust the status today and update earlier. Ask everyone to support the monthly ticket. Adapt quickly, ring.
Okay, stop the ink marks, you can practice your own. Gung Jun urged Wang Tai.
Wang Tai laughed and handed the sniper rifle to Li Xiu.
Without a gun stock, it will be a bit tiring to hold it.
Li Xiu quickly picked it up.
Thanks, I'll keep an eye out. Li Xiu's first feeling was heaviness when he touched the icy sniper. The second feeling is handsome. An icy sniper with a pitch-black color and a long scope.
Under the sun, the rough metal particles reflected the light of the equipment, and Li Xiu couldn't help but Tomosuo for a while.
Okay, now I will teach you how to use him.
88 Sniper. The accuracy of using machine gun bullets at a distance of 100 meters is 3 MOA, and the accuracy of using sniper bullets is 1.
5 MOA. Have you seen the scope above?
When using the sniper, you must pay attention. The scope is very easy to be disassembled and assembled repeatedly, and it will vibrate when shooting. You must correct it before each shot. Gung Jun talked about how to use 88 Sniper, as well as various precautions.
As Wang Tai said, I'm not very good at professional orbit correction methods. Let's just talk about it briefly.
First of all, the 88 Sniper is equipped with a PSO-1 modified scope, which is a representative differentiation of Mao Xianghua's sniper rifle. This type of scope is a scope with a fixed focal length.
Try it first. What can you see? Gung Jun asked Li Xiu to observe the scope.
It was Li Xiu's first time to use a scope, so he was curious about everything, so he quickly set his eyes on it. Gung Jun gave Li Xiu a hand and said, when using a scope, don't stick it to your eyes like a telescope. You must keep a distance of about 4 to 7 centimeters. Otherwise, the recoil when shooting can blind you.
Li Xiu quickly corrected it. Gung Jun continued. Look, there are various scales on it. There are 3 types in total.
The first is the small dots from the center point to the sides, and the scale of each small dot is 1 mil.
Oh, by the way, I haven't said what a mil is yet.
Gung Jun suddenly realized that he hadn't explained some specific matters, so he patted his head annoyed. Li Xiu, report, I know, mil is milradian, milliradian. 1,000th of a radian.
Fuck, I almost forgot, you know English. Okay, that's easy to explain. Let's continue. Looking down from the center point, there are many inverted V symbols. Below the arrow, there is a vertical line. Isn't it?
Li Xiu nodded quickly. The small dots on both sides are dense scales, which are called windage scales. In the vertical direction, there is a ballistic drop scale, and the arrow on the top is the crosshair. There are 2 gauges, one is to correct the phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals wind whine/phoneme deflection and eliminate the influence of phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals wind whine/phoneme force on bullets. 1 milliradian is equivalent to the height and width of 1000 meter at 1 meters. There is a shooting table for phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals wind whine/phoneme deflection correction. You can learn it later. The other gauge is the ballistic drop gauge.
The main purpose is to correct the influence of gravity.
The PSO-1 scope equipped with our 88 Sniper specification and the Soviet-style sniper scope equipped with SVD are of the same origin, but our scope can only be adjusted at most return to 0 at 800 meters. At this time, the uppermost sharp corner points to the impact point 800 meters away, and the lower 3 sharp corners correspond to distance corrections of and meters respectively. However, this distance exceeds the effective range of the sniper rifle. The walk is too big, it is exclusive to some sniper kings. Originally, what Gung Jun wanted to say was that on the battlefield, there will never be a lack of sniper kill records over 1000 meters, or even 2000 meters. But he sighed when the words came to his lips. 88 sniping is not considered sniping in the eyes of foreign troops.
No way, we have just started, and the accuracy cannot be compared with others. However, Gung Jun was not discouraged. The Research and Development Department was already researching and developing.
As he spoke, Gung Jun pointed to the knobs on the sniper rifle and said, look, on the mirror tube is the height adjustment knob, also called elevation angle adjustment, and on the side of the mirror tube is the left and right adjustment knob, also called windage adjustment. Li Xiu listened carefully, gestured carefully, and nodded.
Very well, let me continue.
When we are shooting sniper shots, we must first know the distance between the target and you.
Did you see the mark of a parallel solid line and an arc-dotted curve in the lower left corner? This is the rangefinder of the PSO-1 scope.
It can help us quickly and roughly measure the distance. 1, 7 is written on the solid line, and 2 to 10 are written on the curve. First of all, we need a reference object. Generally, this reference object is a person. The average height of a person is about 1. 7. When measuring the distance, it is necessary to place the person on the bottom line and the top line so that the arc completely wraps the person at this time. The corresponding scale line on the top of the person's head is a rough measurement of the distance between the target and you. Li Xiu nodded vigorously. The use of the scope, although it looks complicated, sounds quite simple. Have you learned? Li Xiu hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded. Gung Jun pointed to the shooting range and the target in the distance, and said with a smile, "Try it?" Don't be too arrogant. He thought he had to say it twice more, but Li Xiu said yes, so let him try. Naturally, Li Xiu couldn't ask for it, so he nodded slightly. Okay. Li Dahou, give this kid a 600-meter target and let him try the water first. Li Dahou, the non-commissioned officer who was on duty before, nodded quickly and quickly set up the target. Holding the gun, Li Xiu leaned over slowly. Sniper rifle aiming. Looking through the scope, Li Xiu adjusted carefully. Gung Jun said, "It's just a little windy at this time, and the results will be better now." Li Xiu didn't respond, he was concentrating on aiming. Soon, Li Xiu completed the debugging according to what Gung Jun said. Then, slowly pull the trigger. The bullet was activated and quickly exited the chamber. In the next second, the target paper 600 meters away trembled slightly. Bingo! Gung Jun, who was observing with a telescope, was in a turbulent mood. 8 rings. It's 8 rings again. Moreover, looking at the position, Li Xiu has indeed corrected the falling trajectory and digested what he just taught. The more he looked at this young soldier, the more he liked it. Fast learner and gifted. Damn, I have to buy a few packs of Huazi tonight. Afterwards, Gung Jun quickly put on the binoculars. Another short sound. 9 ring. 9 ring. 9 ring. Li Xiu, who was shooting the target, frowned and pulled the trigger again. 8 ring. At this moment, Li Xiu paused. At this time, the surrounding phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine/phoneme is very small, and the distance of 600 meters will not be affected much by external factors. Moreover, even though Li Xiu made some small corrections to bring the score closer to the 9th ring from the 8th ring, he still couldn't go any further. The gun itself deviates? Is bad. Otherwise, it would not be called Babasan. However, there are also good people who use it well. Li Xiu quickly recalled Wang Tai's shooting posture before. Didn't find much difference. And many more. Li Xiu's mind flashed, and he understood. The problem lies with oneself. Because it was the first time he touched a sniper rifle, Li Xiu's heart beat violently. Although I tried my best to suppress it, I still couldn't reach the best state. Although his hands were not shaking, his breathing was disturbed. For a high-precision weapon like a sniper rifle, a slight tremor can have a big impact. Just like an error of 0. 001 plus 0. 01 will have a big impact, and an error of 0. 1 plus 0. 01 will have less impact. Shortness of breath will cause slight shaking of the body, rapid heartbeat, and unstable heartbeat, which will affect the shooter's shooting posture and further affect shooting accuracy. Only then did Li Xiu understand. No wonder some of the top snipers he had seen in his previous life even engaged in extreme anaerobic sniping, crazily exercising his physical fitness and lung capacity. The purpose is to reduce these unnecessary effects. Therefore, Li Xiu immediately suppressed his breathing and let his mind go empty. Heartbeat, slow and steady. Half an hour. The trigger is pulled. The target paper on the shooting range in the distance trembled suddenly. There was an extra gunshot mark at the bullseye of the 10 ring. P.S. The first sniper is written in detail, and other scopes will not be written in such detail in the future. The scope is in the last comment.
Everyone can take a look. In addition, the system will not explode equipment or something, and the firepower of explosive equipment does not match the style of writing. I saw a reader say it before, and I will answer it here. Finally, I knelt down and begged for a monthly pass. Thank you, Zyapuji. Bullseye. Bullet marks are clearly visible. 10 rings. Gung Jun squeezed tightly. Their fourth company of sharpshooters must get this soldier. Whoever robs him is in a hurry. Li Xiu felt extremely comfortable after finishing the magazine. Later, his stability got better and better. I played more than a dozen rounds, basically around the 10th ring, only 2 rings were out of standard, and only 9 rings were hit. After the end, just as Li Dahu was about to take the target paper, he was stopped by Gung Jun. Okay, a group of veterans are looking for a sense of superiority on the recruits? Want to wait to see other people's jokes? Go to training, don't let me cut you. The company commander didn't show it, and the veterans around showed helpless expressions. Afterwards, Gung Jun deliberately comforted Li Xiu loudly. Li Xiu, don't be discouraged, you need to practice sniping. Looking back, our fourth company of sharpshooters has twice as many target shooting opportunities as other companies. I remember you haven't eaten yet. Come and have a meal with me in the cafeteria. Ahem, I still have to hide my clumsiness. Young people, don't be so sharp. Wait for 2 feet to step into the door of his fourth company of sharpshooters, and then fuck all the other companies down. Gung Jun thought happily. Good soldier. Really good soldiers. It is most suitable to come to the Sharpshooter 4 company. They have 4 consecutive sharpshooters. What is the most? Not honor, but sharpshooter and bullet quota. Of course, there are many assigned tasks. Located on the border, there will be no less friction. Not only the friction between countries, but also the frequent need to prevent armed criminals from entering and leaving the country. That is to say, because of the large amount of tasks, the tasks are completed well. The country will give sharpshooters such a high ammunition quota for the 4th company. Of course, bullet spit is definitely an adjective. Even Li Xiu knew this. The bullet casings are all made of steel, and there is gunpowder inside. Although it is self-produced, the cost will never be small. What Gung Jun said is of course reasonable. The ammunition allocation of the 4th company is much more than that of other companies. At the end of each year, the inventory of bullets is cleared, and it is also the first to distribute to the 4th company. Thank you for your concern, company commander. I'm a little hungry. Li Xiu nodded, he was indeed hungry. Following Gung Jun to the cafeteria, Li Xiu ordered a meal. Gung Jun followed beside him and said, "How is it?" "It's very cool to shoot," Li Xiu said truthfully. Other companies don't have this opportunity. The small competition in the shooting range is an exclusive activity of our 4th company. Look, our Celian cafeteria is also good. Every meal has some meat. Company commander, let me tell you the truth. I really like this place very much, but company commander sure has always been very caring. Li Xiu had just finished speaking halfway, and Gung Jun laughed out loud. What's the matter with that old boy? You haven't joined the reconnaissance company yet, why are you helping them worry about it? Don't worry, your company commander is not so stingy, especially when facing me. If you join the reconnaissance company and you are a juicy Chinese cabbage cultivated by others, if I kidnap you secretly, that would be my disloyalty. Now, you are still in the recruit company, and you are using the country's public resources. Sure, Lao Gue also applied for a company award for you, but even if you change the company commander who is more stingy and unscrupulous, you will there should be. In this way, I will calculate for you according to the army's poaching standards. You only need to nod, and the matter will be considered. After thinking for a while, Gung Jun shook his head again. Oh, forget it, you won't worry about it, it's as if you owe someone a fucking debt. In this way, you don't object, right? Our company, firstly, has many sharpshooters, and secondly, has many missions. It is a veritable frontier defense company. This time, Li Xiu nodded seriously. If you can't get into the information department, it's not bad to come here.
One is to be able to hone the gun, and the other is the Frontier Defense Company, which has the opportunity to perform tasks.
Okay. You practice first today.
I will give you another 30 rounds of rifle ammunition.
Gung Jun's main purpose this time is really not to poach people.
His idea is to simply dip to the bottom and test the waters. Now, seeing Li Xiu's talent also made him determined. At this moment, a correspondent ran to Gung Jun's ear and whispered something into Gung Jun's ear.
Gung Jun's expression changed, and he said immediately,
"Okay, Xiao Zhou, you can take this recruit for a walk later, and also, the rounds of bullets, let Li Xiu remember it."
Gung Jun said to a veteran at the entrance of the cafeteria.
"Yes.
Company commander." Zhou Zhang, a veteran who looks like Zhou Zhang, responded.
"Then I still have something to do here, so I'll leave first."
Gung Jun said, "When you want to leave later, just tell me and I will drive you away."
Li Xiu quickly thanked him. Gung Jun was really kind to him, a company commander. He didn't have the slightest airs, it can only be said to be rare. What's more, I have been with him for so long, and it would be impossible for the company commanders of other companies to even think about it. After Gung Jun finished speaking, he immediately turned and left. After Li Xiu finished his meal, he followed the veteran Zhou Zhang and walked around the 4th company of sharpshooters.
"Oh, that soldier, are you really a new soldier? When will you leave the company?"
Zhou Zhang was taking Li Xiu for a stroll while chatting with Li Xiu.
"There is still 1 month to leave the company,"
Li Xiu said truthfully.
"How about our company commander?
I'll take you here for a tour of the company."
However, it's something he can do.
Back then, Wang Tai was also a thorn in the head. He competed with the company commander on the first day.
The company commander was not impatient when he lost. He was still smiling.
At that time, I knew that our company commander was a good company commander. When I was young and had a big belly. And, take us to barbecue every quarter, and change to other company commanders, don't even think about it. After Gung Jun left, Zhou Zhang actually boasted about his company commander. I didn't expect company commander Gung to be so good. Li Xiu was also a little surprised. The company commander Gung Jun was really different from other company commanders. Necessary 30 rounds of ammunition, plus the remaining rounds of ammunition, were quickly fired, and the sniper rapid fire and heart and lung strengthening experience pillars have all improved to a certain extent. Of course, judging from the price of the king value of these kinds of skills, it is also known that these are far from enough to fill the liver with experience columns.
"Li Xiu, why don't you go and see our company's little contest?"
Zhou Zhang suggested. "Li Xiudao, thank you, but I still want to visit the company library."
Zhou Zhang was stunned for 2 seconds, then nodded. "It's just that the expression is a little weird." "To the company library? Which recruits go to the library?"
"The other side." Shi Jianxiong came to the front of the company with a cold demeanor, with a serious look on his face. When Gung Jun saw Shi Jianxiong coming, he smiled.
However, the first sentence is straight to the point. "Leave me alone."
Shi Jianxiong raised his eyebrows coldly. Damn, not only did she steal Li Xiu away, she didn't explain when they met, she even poached people. Where's the face?
Just ask your face? He.
Shi Jianxiong sneered. I'm afraid you haven't slept well these days, and you're dreaming in broad daylight. Gung Jun and Shi Jianxiong are old acquaintances. Of course, there is a big age gap between them, but Gung Jun's brother and Shi Jianxiong are of the same age. Moreover, the elders of the two knew each other, and they also knew each other. Their elders even went to the Indochina Peninsula battlefield together, and fought against the Nanri people.
This chapter is 2005. Please stop scolding.
I also want to be on time, but phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme want to change after writing.
From superiors? Gung Jun lost his face.
You bastard, didn't you say that there was a distant relative of your third brother's natal family among the recruits?
Damn, Li Xiu was abducted into the company when he said he was taken out for a stroll? Shameless, are there any rules?
Shi Jianxiong furious.
Dong Jun spread his hands after listening. Old Ghostcher, if you come late, you can smoke a pack of Huazi. I'm not ready for coming so early. Hearing this, Shi Jianxiong asked directly, the kid said he was going to your company? Not yet. Dong Jun said. Shi Jianxiong was stunned for a moment, and seemed to understand the meaning of Dong Jun's words after a while. You want to ask your superiors for a transfer order? Are you so serious? Find a superior and ask for a serious transfer order. The order came. Even if Li Xiu has been assigned to the reconnaissance company, it's useless. The field army unit poaches the rules, the other party agrees, you poach away, and the other unit does not agree, you are good enough, go to the superior to ask for an order, and then poach away. Of course, forceful digging must be done on the bright side, and it must be made clear to the people in the opposing company. The former grinds people, and is usually a matter of bickering. The latter is more efficient. But still the same sentence, making trouble for superiors, no matter what kind of occupation it is a hard work. Not only must you have a thick skin, but you must also be able to draw cakes and persuade your superiors. Moreover, it is not so easy to apply for a transfer order. If the superior is willing to apply, he has to go through a lot of reviews. In this regard, the army is even more troublesome than the workplace. Shi Jianxiong hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. No. The top of the company still needs to be fought for. Dong Jun has such a face, he can also find his superiors. Aces are so important. It is the benchmark belief of the soldiers of the grassroots company. Stop talking, Shi Jianxiong, I'm really anxious for you. It's just a recruit. We have such a good relationship. Before we joined the army, we both worshipped him. And my brother, I heard that he saved you before. As his only younger brother. Fuck, you come here. Damn it. Shi Jianxiong glared. I don't care, Li Xiu didn't choose, let's see the brigade commander judge. Shi Jianxiong didn't want to accept this. Dong Jun said, I won't talk nonsense to you. I went to your company, and 9 out of 10 were still caught by the Special Warfare Brigade. Who doesn't know that your reconnaissance company is the hometown of the Special Warfare Brigade, and they caught one by one? Li Xiu quality, properly caught. Tell me, if someone from the Special Forces comes to ask for someone, will you let them go? Do you still have to send good soldiers out? Can you refuse? If you think about it this way, instead of being poached by those special forces, it's better to make it easier for the Brotherhood. You say no. You are sophistry. Shi Jianxiong snorted, his tone weaker. But he quickly retorted, don't steal the concept here. Dong Jun knew that Shi Jianxiong didn't get along with that group of giants, and all the top recruits of the reconnaissance company had been dug out, so it would be strange to give them a good face. In order to be a good soldier, Shi Jianxiong was able to beat Dong Jun into shit, and when he arrived at his house, he hadn't warmed it up yet, and there was nothing but a paper order from above. The Special Brigade's order is more effective than his side. Of course, the most important thing is that the Special Brigade specially caught their reconnaissance company and squeezed them hard. Therefore, on Shi Jianxiong's side, the Special Operations Brigade made him suspicious. Dong Jun mentioned this to loosen Shi Jianxiong's mouth. Don't give me a sloppy eye here. I only know that if I don't fight with you now, this soldier will definitely not fall into my hands. When the special forces come back later, I will fight with them again. How do you understand so well? Dong Jun complained. Shi Jianxiong's thoughts were clear and he didn't get involved. In this way, I want this soldier, the remaining soldiers of the recruit company, we will not compete with you, plus a pack of Huazi. Treat you to a drink on the festival, is this okay? Dong Jun said. If it doesn't work, I'll really ask my brother to beg you. Hearing that Dong Jun wanted to find his brother, Shi Jianxiong said angrily, it's just a recruit. You asked him to come here to test his background? How did the test go? It's not bad. It's the first time I touched sniping, and I scored 7 rings at 600 meters. Rifle, 200 meters, 10 rounds and 88 rings. Dong Jun said. Shi Jianxiong was stunned for a moment, but couldn't help but nodded. How many times has this been the target? 200 meters 88 rings, no wonder Gung Jun is so persistent.
However, although it is top-notch, it is not unheard of. After thinking for a while, he let out a breath and said, Bing is a good seed.
Come to your company, don't be ruined.
Besides, I must see the transfer order, otherwise I will fight for this soldier. When Gung Jun heard it, he knew it was done, and immediately suppressed his joy, saying, Company Commander, sure, you finally figured it out.
Don't worry, Li Xiu, our company will take good care of it.
After a few hacks, Shi Jianxiong asked again, You are here to persuade me, it is not because Li Xiu still wants to go to our reconnaissance company.
Then I still have to fight.
Bullshit.
Our fourth company of sharpshooters is so good, it doesn't matter which soldier is here.
Just now, Li Xiu was on my side, and he swore that non-sharpshooters would not go to the fourth company.
I just told you that it didn't hurt your self-confidence. Blow it and you will. Shi Jianxiong definitely didn't believe it.
If Li Xiu agreed straight away, this guy would have been taken aback long ago. % still want to go to their Chilean. It's just a pity, because I just lost my mind and let go. You said, except for Li Xiu, other soldiers will not fight.
Shi Jianxiong said in a bad mood.
I won't fight with you, but I still need to pick some good soldiers.
Gung Jun laughed like a winner.
Shi Jianxiong stretched out his hand.
Gung Jun said, I'll pack Taschen for you first. Huazi cigarettes are too expensive. Wait a month, and when the salary is paid, I will send you one by one.
Hold.
The other side. Company library.
Li Xiu picked up several books. In terms of sniper tactics, there are Sniper Technical Manual, Classic Sniper Tactic Theory Case, Strategic Deception, National Security and Intelligence, Sniper Manual, Sniper Formula, International Sniper. He originally thought about picking up a few more books on military theory. But it was not found. Only a few interesting reading materials were found, but no textbooks or reference books were found. Moreover, Li Xiu asked, because all he chose were reference books and complete sets of books, so they were not allowed to be borrowed, they were only for reference.
In fact, it is said that there are not many books in the library.
That is, the fourth company of sharpshooters, there are more books about sniping. For other companies, it is estimated that these few books are not available.
Li Xiu didn't waste any time, and just soaked in the library.
His brain power is 11, surpassing the limit of the human body, plus the exchange skills. Basically no one can match him in terms of learning efficiency. In the process of reading, Li Xiu also constantly improved his knowledge network. This kind of book is not a basic textbook, but has been translated and re-edited. Li Xiu knew there would be mistakes without thinking about it.
Unfortunately, there is no original English version.
Huagua also has very, very top snipers, but they didn't compile teaching materials. Li Xiu felt sorry for this. It can only be said that in terms of education, including military construction education, Huagua in 98 has not yet taken the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme in the world. In the afternoon, Li Xiu phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme a third of the book, Sniper Technique Manual. If you look at it like this, you won't be able to finish reading a book. The only consolation is the continuous appearance of the King of Scrolls, which keeps Li Xiu motivated. Naturally, Li Xiu didn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme the book from the beginning. The first is the most important phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine/phoneme correction method. What Gung Jun and Wang Tai said was mysterious, but after Li Xiu studied for a while, it was not difficult at all. For example, the most commonly used correction method, Kentucky phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine/phoneme correction. There are three calculation variables, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine/phoneme speed, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine/phoneme direction, and distance. First calculate the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine/phoneme angle, also called mil, which is a unit for measuring angles. It is almost the angle between two straight lines of 1000 meters at one end and the distance between the two line segments at the other end by 1 meter. On the order of magnitude, 1 mil is equal to 1 milliradian. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme angle is the range divided by 100 times the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme speed. At this time, the calculated phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme angle is based on the assumption that the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme direction is perpendicular to the ballistic trajectory, but the actual sniping needs to be corrected by considering the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme direction. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme blows from different directions and has different effects on the bullet. It needs to be multiplied by the angle parameter according to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme direction angle, and the angle parameter needs to be memorized to calculate the density position in the shooting direction, and then compensate. Of course, when Li Xiu saw the back, he knew it was not that simple. After windage correction, there are a lot of additional formulas. Temperature, humidity, air dust particles, and even natural light ranging can also fool you. It is necessary to select and screen according to the complex actual situation. The shot table is just a linear summary of various situations in general. The way of field army sniping has been practiced before. No wonder even Wang Tai, a top sniper, is hesitant to these formulas. After all, most of the time, the experience accumulated over the years of sniping and the shooting tables that must be memorized can meet the requirements of most missions. Only in extreme cases will these formulas be used. Who would bother to memorize them? However, Li Xiu was very patient. Anyway, when he was learning this knowledge, his test scores skyrocketed. In this field, his test scores were exceptionally good. Wang Tai came to the company's library at around 9 o'clock in the afternoon. When he entered the door, he saw that Li Xiu had phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme half of the book, and asked with a smile, "You phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme it so quickly? Do you understand?" Li Xiu, these formulas are so complicated. On the battlefield, there may not be time to calculate. Wang Tai smiled and said, "That's right. I heard that the snipers of the special brigade go out, and the observers wear calculators with them. However, when we snipe, we play with range. There is nothing we can do on the frontal battlefield. But we still have a lot of room for sniping when we hide." Wang Tai had the pride of a sniper, but after speaking, he scratched his head honestly and said, "Of course, I still can't learn it. I only used the simplest calculation of shooting tables. This is our textbook, which happens to be the one you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme." Li Xiu saw that there were 2 books in total. One, Sniper Technical Manual, and the other, Classic Sniper Tactic Theory Case. As it happens, one is about theory and the other about tactics. The theory page, however, is slightly worn, the tactics are brand new. Li Xiu quickly thanked him, picked it up carefully, and said, "I'll phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme it right away, and then I'll return it to you." "You're welcome. I'll teach you my trick when you leave the company." Wang Tai smiled and patted Li Xiu's shoulder enthusiastically, "You have a good talent. We may be competitors in the future. Please advise, please advise." Gung Jun was sent back to the company from the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Gung Jun was relieved and said, "How do you feel?" "The company is very good. Eat people with short mouths, and take people softly." At this time, Li Xiu himself felt that if he didn't go to the 4th Company of the Sharpshooter, it would be difficult to face the enthusiastic Gung Jun. Of course, Li Xiu didn't regret it. People need to face up to their own value. Anyway, Gung Jun expressed his sincerity. "This is a real problem. I saw Shi Jianxiong, that old ghost dug a lot of holes for me. If you don't object, then you will be a member of our 4th Company of Sharpshooters." Old man Shi still wanted to argue with me, so I went directly to my superior to ask for an order. Shi Jianxiong was so thin-skinned that he insisted at the beginning that he wanted to have sex with me, but then I told him about obstacles, and he gave up. I laughed so hard. Gung Jun didn't mention his concession at all. "By the way, Li Xiu, you will enter the military academy in the future, have you thought about any majors?" "Li Xiu, I've thought about it, but I'm not sure yet. Li Xiu has phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme that military theory in the past few days, and has a vague direction for the future.
Oh. There is a goal so soon. Tell me?
I also came out of a military academy, and I will give you a staff officer.
Gung Jun was surprised.
I want to major in communication or armor, preferably command major.
Li Xiu replied. Communication or armor related.
Gung Jun paused, and quickly said, "It's a coincidence, the major you chose, our country is paying attention to. When you go to a military academy, you should learn this, especially the former. The army is catching up with informatization.
We can understand after hearing the sound.
The communication major is very unusual." While talking, Gung Jun took out a cigarette and lit it.
The sparks from the cigarette butts flickered red, bright.
When he said this, Gung Jun seemed a little melancholy. Thinking that Li Xiu was beside him, he quickly extinguished the cigarette and said, "Snipers can't smoke." Li Xiu suddenly felt that Gung Jun was a little unhappy, and quickly said, "Sorry, company commander."
"No, that's not what I mean. If our company can go out to be an officer, we must be honored. Don't think too much. A sniper is a sniper. If you become a good officer, you can play a greater role. Sniper talent is just a part of you. Officer, you can go further." Gung Jun stopped the car and took out another cigarette from his pocket. "Company commander, what's wrong?"
Li Xiu felt something was wrong. At this time, Gung Jun lit the cigarette again, put it in his mouth and took a deep breath.
"Fuck, I still can't spit out some words. Do you know the establishment of our army? I don't really understand."
Li Xiu replied immediately.
"It doesn't matter if you understand it or not. If you don't understand it, you don't need to understand it now."
Gung Jun said, "Don't worry, what I'm talking about doesn't include details, and it doesn't count the confidentiality regulations." Li Xiu listened carefully. He had a feeling that what Gung Jun said would be very heavy. This year, our country will make some big moves. Foreign military mechanized units already have a mature model. We must continue to move forward and cross the river by feeling the stones. Intensive pilot projects have been launched in various places, the cadres have been divided into specialties, 3 battalions have been abolished, the non-commissioned officers are professional, the establishment has been optimized, and the army has been integrated. Gung Jun grasped the measure and only said a few words.
"You are smart, you should understand these. Do you know what they mean?"
Gung Jun looked at Li Xiu with sharp eyes.
A word popped out of Li Xiu's head. After thinking about it, he didn't say it. He knew what was going on.
In 1998, it was time to catch up. There is a large gap between generations of equipment, the command of the old establishment is bloated, the functions of non-commissioned officers are vague, and the old troops. The army needs to be restructured.
Many non-commissioned officers have to be diverted professionally and cannot continue to stay in the army.
Many military establishments need to be reformed.
Some companies will disappear. Some clusters will compress. Some divisions will be organized and transferred. Some armies will cancel the designation. Many companies have already received a strong signal. Moreover, judging from Gung Jun's reaction, it may even affect the Border Defense Company. But, want to stop? Who can stop it? The torrent is unstoppable.
We can only follow the times and change the military establishment system to adapt to the new form of information warfare.
P.S. I believe some readers have already noticed that the main line is officers, not special forces. It is another form of modern warfare.
It is not the suppression of firepower of weapons like the anti-Japanese war. Like the old AN, soldier assault, it is just a pilot of the initial form of the informationized army.
Announcement. Barbecue meeting. Cut-off meal? In the dormitory. Many recruits are playing cards. There are also some recruits who go to the training ground to play basketball. Last time, Li Xiu enriched the leisure activities of the second class of recruits, bringing basketballs and hoops. Apart from playing cards, they could also play basketball, and their lives were more fulfilling than other classes.
Li Xiu, who had just returned to the dormitory, recalled what Gung Jun said, and pondered.
He understood what Gung Jun meant. Practicing shooting is just too much.
It's too wasteful for him to become a pure sniper.
The officer is the direction of his future.
However, Li Xiu naturally would not cut down on the learning time of shooting skills. With the Volume King value system, his learning efficiency is oversaturated.
Shooting skills, though many. But it's just a few more months.
Squad deputy, where did you go today?
Seeing Li Xiu's return, Li Dazhuang asked quickly. Zhang Nanping saw Li Xiu coming, and also looked at Li Xiu.
In the morning, he only knew that Li Xiu had left the company, but he didn't know where he went.
Sharpshooter 4 Company.
Li Xiu put down his backpack and didn't sit on the bed, but sat on the stool next to him. In the army, there should never be anyone in the bed except sleeping.
Commander Gung asked me to shoot a few targets.
Holy shit, so cool?
I'm so envious.
Li Dazhuang listened with envy. He also wants to hit the target.
How many meters is the target?
Zhang Nanping asked sharply. 200 meters, more than 30 rounds were fired. Li Xiu still restrained himself.
More than 30 rounds?
Zhao Lei, who was playing cards, and other recruits all looked at Li Xiu. They shot more than 30 rounds, but they only fired 5 rounds in total.
Haven't had a good time playing.
Just as Zhang Nanping was about to ask about his grades, he suddenly saw the book Li Xiu was holding in his hand.
Sniper Technical Manual. A big question mark suddenly appeared on his forehead. What? Sniper? The book euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme? Do you want to be a sniper? Did you touch the sniper rifle today? Zhang Nanping asked in surprise.
Li Xiu coughed twice and nodded. The other recruits were extremely shocked at this moment and surrounded Li Xiu.
Squad deputy, are you going to be a sniper?
Awesome, class deputy. You touched the sniper rifle.
I'm so envious. The sniper is so handsome. Squad deputy, what book are you reading?
The recruits of the recruit company all had envious expressions on their faces.
Even Zhang Nanping is the same. Zhang Nanping was even more envious.
Damn, he's a good shooter, and he wasn't selected that year.
I have been melancholy for a long time. Li Xiu, a new recruit, went out for a trip. Why did he get a sniper rifle?
Li Xiu reluctantly opened the cover and said, "This is the book that platoon leader Wang Tai lent me. I played a few rounds today, and I was lucky and played well."
Luck, and fucking luck.
Zhang Nanping was speechless, and was even more surprised when he heard Wang Tai's name again, Wang Tai. The trump card of the Sharpshooters 4th Company. This year's Division T military competition is number 6. If it is not for the 400-meter obstacle error, he can compete for the first place.
So awesome? Deputy squad leader, how do you know him?
I'm so envious of you getting to know such an awesome person. Zhang Nanping's words quickly aroused the restlessness of the recruits. Li Xiu didn't see each other for a day. Not only did he get the sniper rifle, but he also got to know the boss.
So envious.
After waiting for 10 minutes, Li Xiu finally got rid of the interrogation of the recruits and had time to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme the books borrowed from Wang Tai.
Breathing control.
Training methods: abdominal breathing, blowing balloons, practicing swimming, extreme armed cross-country.
Hawkinsian fire improvement option sniper targeting scene.
With Li Xiu's learning, his sniper theory and experience column is also rising.
The other side. Gung Jun handed Shi Jianxiong a cigarette.
After Shi Jianxiong took it, he said quietly, "Stay in your company, shoot every day, and your brain will be fooled."
People come to the army because they want to be officers.
I feel that if you come to your sharpshooter and stay for a few days, you will become a targeting machine. He's a student of Peking University, and obviously he has more potential to go to military academy.
Fuck, I shouldn't have agreed to you.
Shi Jianxiong said sullenly. I didn't know why before I let go, but now I feel a little regretful. Gung Jun scolded, I am a graduate of the 8th Military Academy, so I know better than you. He thinks very clearly. He has a goal from the beginning. He just aims at going to the military academy, and he has already decided which major to go to.
He understands?
Shi Jianxiong was surprised.
He has a good mind. He is different from normal people.
He can learn everything quickly and has his own understanding. I feel that he doesn't need much energy to learn how to shoot. When the military competition is held in June next year, this kid will definitely win us honor.
Gung Jun sighed. You think too much.
Shi Jianxiong rolled his eyes.
Next June, only 7 months?
Although the recruits made rapid progress in the first year, it is still very rare for them to participate in military competitions in 7 months and get a ranking.
Gung Jun chuckled, but didn't say anything.
Li Xiu's shooting talent is enough for him to know. In addition to training in other subjects, it is also excellent. It's not that there are no opportunities for military competitions. Even if you can't get merit, you still have a chance to get a reward. Although he went to the sharpshooter Celian, Li Xiu's life rhythm still hasn't changed much. The chances of them touching the gun to shoot the target did not increase much, but as the recruit assessment approached, it became more and more stringent. And after the second squad exerted pressure on the recruits last time, each squad also launched a new round of involution process.
Not only has the training intensity increased, but the squad leaders have also become stricter.
The training intensity of the second class is still at the forefront. With Li Xiu, the volume king, in charge, the second class will naturally not be dragged down. And Li Xiu, on the rest day a week later, returned the sniper technique manual to Wang Tai and began to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme another, classic sniper tactics theory case. The other one talks about sniper tactics, and there are many tactical analysis, the so-called sniper tactics cases, including infantry street fighting, hostage rescue, warship target environment, surveillance team cover shooting, security protection realm, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme target reconnaissance, urban combat, etc. One rough crutch plus one thin crutch is a third-rank non-commissioned officer, and so on. 3 rough crutches is a sixth-rank non-commissioned officer, also called a first-class sergeant major. The person in front of him is a first-class non-commissioned officer, that is to say, he has been in the army for at least 3 years.
Everyone, line up. Come one by one to get your uniforms, betting.
You have to remember, from now on, these things will accompany your military career until the end.
Take it yourself, and don't lose it.
Everyone didn't dare to say anything, they all quietly went to collect their supplies.
Thank you, Captain.
When it was Li Xiu's turn, Li Xiu said thanks. The first stage non-commissioned officer glanced at Li Xiu, smiled cheerfully, and said, "Boy, you're so clever, you know he's called the squad leader." Li Xiu also smiled, "Hey, I made some inquiries before coming here."
"What a fart to inquire about."
"You are clever."
"Don't be so perverted, recruits."
Unexpectedly, the face of the non-commissioned officer in that episode changed as soon as he said it. "Hurry up and gather at the playground, why are you dawdling?" Li Xiu was not angry. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme.
In the army, this is almost normal. The purpose is to let the recruits realize the concept of superiors and subordinates. To put it bluntly, give the recruits a blow.
Li Xiu came to the playground with his luggage and the military uniform and bedding he brought, and waited quietly. Here, Li Xiu saw 3 non-commissioned officers with golden half-surrounded wheat ears and a thick folded pole on their shoulder badges.
These 3 non-commissioned officers stood upright, their eyes sharper than that of the first-rank non-commissioned officers.
Obviously, these 3 are second-stage non-commissioned officers. Spent at least 6 years in the military. And behind them was a second lieutenant with a pole on his shoulders and a star on his shoulders. Roll call. The second lieutenant didn't talk nonsense, and directly counted the number of people on the list, and called names one by one. Long Army arrive. Li Xiu arrive. After everyone arrived, a second-stage non-commissioned officer with triangular eyes directly raised his horn, saying, "Put on your military uniform."
Everyone was stunned. Change now? Everyone has no experience of changing clothes in the open air. What are you doing in a daze? Do you want me to change it for you?
The third stage non-commissioned officer with triangular eyes had a loud voice, which made the eardrums of the recruits ache.
3 minutes. Hurry up.
The third stage non-commissioned officer of triangular eyes urged, they are all big men, and there are no little girls here.
If you want to change, do it quickly. Don't be inked.
Everyone gritted their teeth, and all began to take off their clothes and change clothes on the spot.
It's too slow.
You still have to look left and right when you take off your clothes.
Are you different from them? Hurry up and change.
After his urging, everyone didn't dare to neglect, and immediately changed into their military uniforms. Put the original clothes on your body into the luggage bag.
The second lieutenant didn't give everyone time to speak, and said, everyone is there, listen to my password. Target train station, run forward, no whispering on the road. Train station? Everyone was shocked. Even Li Xiu was stunned.
Although it is not far from the train station, it is still 4 kilometers away.
4 kilometers, run?
Everyone also carried more than 10 kilograms of luggage.
Is this exhausting?
For a while, the crowd was in a commotion. Running 4 kilometers with luggage is really crazy.
Daff? Run. The sergeant reprimanded, how dare this group of recruits disobey the command?
Li Xiu didn't hesitate any longer, turned around, picked up the snakeskin bag, and ran towards the train station. As soon as he ran, several soldiers around him immediately followed him. A group of recruits, escorted by an officer and 3 non-commissioned officers, ran to the train station.
4 kilometers? Is this going to kill someone?
I have a lot of luggage to die. In Li Xiu's ears, he could always hear all kinds of complaints.
Hurry up, what are you talking about there? The lieutenant yelled.
Li Xiu subconsciously accelerated. After a while, I suddenly heard a mechanical sound coming from my ear. Although these cases have a certain story, they are teaching materials after all, which basically fit the reality. Li Xiu didn't enjoy reading this book. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either / phoneme. Although it is the subject matter of the case, Li Xiu does not focus on the story, but on the tactical thinking and thinking model of the top snipers. Li Xiu didn't know if this would be useful, but he knew that during this process, his sniper tactics experience column increased faster. Every week on the rest day, Deng Jun will send someone to pick up Li Xiu from the 4th Company of Sharpshooters for target shooting training. Every time, Li Xiu can fire at least 50 rounds. In the afternoon, I would just sit in the company library and phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals red read / phoneme. The veterans of the 4th Sharpshooter Company were also very curious about this new recruit. Not only does the company commander value it, but he is also so weird, he spends time in the library on his off day, and doesn't know what he is doing. In this way, another 3 weeks passed. This morning, although there was no wake-up call, at 8 o'clock, one by one jumped up from the bed like a hesitant conditioned reflex, and hurriedly put on clothes and shoes. Li Xiu stood in line at the door early.
Squad leader Jiang Anping waved his hand and said, okay, there will be no more training today. Come back, I have good news for you.
When the recruits heard this, they all looked up, a little curious.
Isn't it a rest day and no training? Why?
Jiang Anping smiled and said, you also know that there are only 2 weeks left for the recruit company to end, so today the company commander and the instructor will organize a barbecue meeting. Finally, the squad leader announced the good news. The recruits were in an uproar, one by one commotion.
Barbecue meeting? Li Xiu frowned, the barbecue meeting shouldn't be held on the training day, right?
Sure enough, in the next sentence, Jiang Anping said the reason. However, don't get excited, we veterans, we generally call this barbecue meeting a decapitated meal.
That's 2 chapters today.
Sort out the plot. Company Commander and hashtag 039, S sermon, the barbecue meeting is the most relaxing day for your recruits for 3 months in a row. And after this day, you will face the final sprint of nearly 15 days.
15 days later, the new recruit assessment. Dismount the company.
And in the last week, you will conduct a 120-kilometer field training for 3 days and 2 nights. Jiang Anping said solemnly, let me tell you in advance that this field training is different from other places. For 120 kilometers, we crossed mountains and walked on snowy roads. As soon as they heard that they were going to practice in the field, the recruits who didn't know why didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, and all of them showed excited expressions instead. Outdoor training, fresh. And it can go out, and you can see the vast snow scene outside. Not to mention, there is also a barbecue meeting. Report. Jiang Anping glanced at Zhao Lei, nodded and said, "Speak." Zhao Lei suddenly said, "Squad leader, what about the rest day of the last week? Why did you say it was 15 weeks? A rest day? Isn't today a rest day? Your barbecue meeting is not a rest?" Jiang Anping snorted. "I can still take time off." Zhao Lei became depressed, but he was happy in vain. "Okay, hurry up and prepare. When the time comes, you can eat what you bake yourself. Also, today I want you to prepare some talent show or something. Li Xiu, you can arrange it." Li Xiu nodded quickly and said, "Yes." After speaking, the squad leader turned and left. Li Xiu looked at the recruits in the second class and asked, "Does anyone want to perform a talent show?" The recruits looked at each other. Before they could speak, Li Xiu said, "I can sing, is there anyone with me?" Li Xiu took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme. Li Dezhuang gritted his teeth and said, "Squad deputy, I sign up for stand-up comedy, I know a little bit." "It is good." Li Xiu looked at Zhao Lei and said, "Zhao Lei, don't you know how to sing?" "I don't want to show it off." Zhao Lei hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Facing so many recruits, he was afraid of losing face. Afterwards, Qin Shanfeng also signed up, "Squad deputy, do you have any bricks? I want to sign up to split bricks." "Okay, this job is hard enough." Li Xiu praised, and said, "I'll help you make a count, and I'll get someone to help you find it later." And he laughed? Seeing that no one is coming out, Li Xiudao. This is a chance to show your face. The company commander and the instructors are all watching. They just can't compare to others. Think about it, do you want the company commander to remember your name? Don't forget, we are about to be divided into classes, and recruits with similar grades may not be sure. Because the company commander has an impression, he can be divided into a good company. He didn't tell lies, and he didn't draw big cakes. In the army, you have to show your face. It's better to show your face more. After hearing Li Xiu's words, some recruits were moved and began to sign up. Soon, out of the 10 students in the second class, a total of 7 people signed up, and Quack was enthusiastic. The squad leader came later and was shocked when he saw the list. "So much?" Jiang Anping was shocked when he saw the list. To be honest, there are not many performances at the barbecue conference every year, and generally there are only 4 or 5 performances at most. Usually the people below booed, and then put people up. Now that's all right, there are 7 people signing up for each class in the second class. Li Xiudao, everyone is talented, it has nothing to do with me. It's also inseparable from your mobilization. Jiang Anping is well aware of the role of mobilization. The recruits are so active, it must have something to do with Li Xiu, looked at the registration form and said, "Want to sing?" "I can't tell, you still have this skill." Li Xiu just wanted to respond. Jiang Anping said again, "Take everyone to the cafeteria to gather, the other classes are almost over." He is also looking forward to the barbecue meeting. Moreover, you have to go to the bottom first and report the registration status. Li Xiu nodded, and headed to the cafeteria with the eager recruits. According to the old rules, military songs are allowed. After shouting the song, "Unity is Strength," at the top of his voice, everyone entered the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, there were already many recruits, and they all gathered in front of a pile of barbecue dishes, helping to pick vegetables and cut leaves, holding steel skewers in hand. Next to my ear was the voice of comrades from the cooking class. "Everyone, wash your hands first when you enter the door, and each person rubs them for me, times. Pick and wash vegetables first. Be sure to pay attention to hygiene when you are grilling later, you should also pay attention to it. The meat must be cooked." All the recruits quickly understood and began to prepare the barbecue ingredients. At this time, there are a lot of barbecue samples, mostly vegetables, and some meat skewers that are being marinated, such as chicken, lamb, grilled fish, etc.
The number is significantly less.
However, for barbecue, what you want is the atmosphere, so it's good to have it.
The main thing is not to eat seasoning?
Of course, for recruits, this is definitely a rare feast. The field army can't be said to be very rich.
Although the meals in the weekdays are delicious and nourishing, they can't eat much meat.
Seeing so much meat this time, their eyes brightened and they were very positive. Looking at the meat, everyone was crazy, imagining the scene of the barbecue sizzling on the flames, cumin and pepper spices dancing on the barbecue, and then brushed with a layer of barbecue sauce.
Hungry.
Thinking of these pictures, everyone became even more hungry and salivated.
Finally made it to noon.
The barbecue must be outdoors. Several squad leaders pulled out an oven. Although the oven was a little old, it was as shiny as new. The recruits, on the other hand, stacked several small tables with barbecue ingredients on them.
Hyun barbecue myself. Everyone knows what to do next.
At this time, the company commander Shi Jianxiong and the instructor Jiang Shanhai also came to the front of the phalanx, looked at each soldier, and gave a speech. The characteristics of the field lieutenant's lectures are still as clear as ever.
Without a loudspeaker, the whole company can hear clearly with that voice alone.
Of course, when Shi Jianxiong was speaking, all the recruits looked solemn and did not dare to pant. At this time, it was already a cold winter in the border area. Although they were not wrapped in silver clothes, many recruits still put on military coats. Shi Jianxiong never talked much, and his speech was to look forward to the new barracks assessment 2 weeks later.
Comrades, 2.5 months have passed in the blink of an eye.
When I was a recruit, I felt that 3 months in a row was the longest 3 months in my life.
Every morning I looked forward to the evening.
Shi Jianxiong's words made the recruits laugh out loud. But these 3 months are also the 3 months in which I have changed the most. I corrected my standing posture and sharpened my will. The cross-country run went from the first 3 kilometers to the last 5 kilometers. I also touched a gun, I also learned to use a smokeless stove, I learned emergency rescue, and I met a lot of comrades from all over the world. I also understand what a soldier is, what a soldier wants to do, and why a soldier does what he does. 3 months, the melting pot of the army recast your appearance.
You have survived now. None of the 90 people retreated. 90 people, just short of the last step of assessment.
Next week, there will be a 120-kilometer snow mountain field training.
You have to be prepared. The field training will be one of the items of the assessment.
Today, we will organize a barbecue meeting.
Let everyone relax and welcome the next training together.
I hope you will go forward bravely and not be afraid of difficulties in the future training. With a roar, the recruits quickly unpacked the large and small packets of ingredients.
The flames were lit.
The charcoal is boiled, the cooking smoke slowly floats, and the fresh air rises continuously. Smelling the scent of fireworks, the recruits grinned and couldn't wait to barbecue.
Everyone's emotions were ignited, and there was laughter. P.S. Zaya Puji begged for a monthly ticket and a recommended ticket. In addition, thank you for the reward.
For those who have monthly tickets, a post will be sent to thank you before Xiaopu Street is put on the shelves.
Of veterans.
I have one friend, maybe a bit toxic to skip. Several veterans of the cooking class held a large handful of skewers in one hand and a brush in the other hand, brushing them up and down. The meat was roasted until it was squeaked with oil, and it was rolled again on the cumin noodles.
The aroma dissipated, and the recruits couldn't wait to take a bite.
It tastes good. Especially the roasted sauce, dipped in cumin chili noodles, will be unforgettable for a lifetime. Shi Jianxiong also picked up a bunch, but he didn't eat it. He lifted it up and said, now we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme better. In the early years, our field army ate pickled cabbage and sour radish in winter.
You bunch of recruits, it's really about time. The company commander's emotion evoked memories of some veterans.
Especially some of the 3rd and 4th rank non-commissioned officers, thinking about the food they had when they joined the company, were indeed far from the recruits.
Company commander, it's okay, the future will be better.
I don't know who started it, but after saying such a sentence, Shi Jianxiong was also happy when he heard it, and said with a smile, yes, the future will be better. Our future will be better, your future will be better, and the future of our motherland will be better. The recruits were happy, and the IC phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme seemed to be warmed up. Because it is a border area, Li Xiu didn't expect to eat the roasted leek that he liked most in his previous life. However, baked potatoes, roasted pickles, and roasted kohlrabi are colorful and delicious. Kebabs are still a classic, but there is not much mutton, and each soldier is only assigned a skewer. But just a string, but also great happiness. Li Xiu picked up a string of mutton skewers and took a bite. The taste of sauce and cumin melts in the mouth, and it is sizzling hot. The more chewy, the more fragrant. That taste is very beautiful. Please put more chili peppers for me. Li Xiu smiled, pointing to a bunch of baked potatoes. It was Wang Jun who grilled, the soldier who fought before. He has always been very good, he is the second in the recruit company. Wang Jun nodded, and then sprinkled a lot of chili noodles.
Squad deputy, do you love spicy food so much?
Li Dezhuang asked quickly when he saw Li Xiu eat a bunch of baked potatoes in one bite. People who don't eat spicy food can only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme a relatively unsuccessful life.
Jiang Anping snorted.
Li Xiu almost froze. Seeing Jiang Anping's serious face, he knew it was a coincidence. Under everyone's feasting, most of the food was wiped out soon.
Soon, new recruits brought in a new round of food.
At this time, Jiang Shanhai saw that everyone was almost finished eating, and said, okay, the barbecue meeting can't just be barbecue.
Before, according to the usual practice, there must be a talent show. Everyone handed in the program list before. I just watched it.
There are 5 classes, and I handed in a blank paper.
Look at the second class. There are 7 people in the second class, and they all want to come up to perform.
Now, I'll give you another chance to present.
Is there anyone who wants to perform but hasn't signed up?
Singing, reciting poems, talking about crosstalk, and telling stories are all fine. In short, talented people should come up and perform, and they can't hide it. Jiang Shanhai saw that no one came up, and there was no ink mark, and said, okay then, there is no one in the first class, so the second class will perform first.
Chen Shanfeng, you want to perform brick splitting? Try it? Chen Shanfeng immediately stood up.
Walking on the podium, after pondering for a moment, he said, hello everyone, I am Chen Shanfeng from class 2. Today, I will show you how to split bricks with bare hands. While he was talking, Li Xiu took 2 big green bricks. There are only blue bricks, which are a bit hard.
It's okay. Chen Shanfeng nodded. Really?
This brick is so hard, how do you split it? Amidst the exclamations of the recruits and veterans of the recruit company, Chen Shanfeng split the blue brick in half with one punch, causing the recruits to exclaim.
The company commander and the instructor were also stunned and applauded.
Soon, several soldiers from the second squad came to the stage to perform one by one. Some sang, some rolled, and some talked about crosstalk. It may not be very exciting, but both the instructor and the company commander gave encouragement and smiles.
At this time, even if you come up, you win. Finally, it was Li Xiu's turn.
When Li Xiu came on stage, he was also a little nervous. Under the eyes of everyone, Li Xiu walked steadily onto the stage.
Hi everyone, I'm Li Xiu from class 2. I'm going to sing a song for you today. Because I don't have an instrument, I'll just sing a cappella. The name of the song is The Lonely Brave.
Li Xiu just finished speaking.
Let's discuss it below. Lone Brave? Almost no one has heard the song?
Even the instructor felt puzzled. He listened to a lot of songs, but he had never heard of this song. However, it doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it, everyone's doubts quickly disappeared. Both are brave. The wound on your forehead, your differences, your mistakes. All, no need to hide your battered doll, your mask, your ego. With Li Xiu's singing sounded. In the army, all eyes were on Li Xiu. I didn't understand it at first, so I just felt that the melody was very comfortable.
Moreover, it is indeed a song that I have never heard. The instructor listened with a smile and simply beat the beat.
As the singing progressed, the veterans smiled even more.
It sounds pretty good. A little stronger than the last one.
They say take the light and tame every monster, they say to sew your wounds up. No one loves clowns, why is it not honorable to be alone? People are only imperfect and worthy of praise. Who said that a person covered in mud is not a hero? Li Xiu's singing skills are good, and the rhythm of this song is also very good.
And the recruits also felt that they were listening to something very new.
But when the melody was melodious and the lyrics gradually advanced, a group of veterans suddenly froze.
Why is it not glorious to be alone?
People are only imperfect and worthy of praise.
Who said that a man covered in mud is not a hero?
The lyrics.
Who is singing?
A group of veterans, company commanders, and instructors were all stunned. They have been stationed in the frontier for 10 years. When it comes to loneliness, they are the most complicated. Their frontier garrisons may be silent in this life, or they may be lost in the times, and no one will remember them.
It's boring and monotonous all day, day after day, year after year, living on the border. Is it an honor? Is it worthy of praise? Are you a hero? This song seems to be responding to them. Calculate.
And as Li Xiu's singing progressed, the tune and mood also continued to rise. Suddenly, Li Xiu's voice paused.
Everyone also felt that their breathing was stagnant.
The next moment, Li Xiu's voice sounded again. I love you walking alone in a dark alley, I love the way you don't kneel, love you have persisted through despair, I won't cry, love your tattered clothes, but dare to bet on the gun of fate, love you so much like me.
The gaps are the same. Going? Do you deserve it? This ragged cloak fight? Fight.
With the humblest dream to the whimpers and roars in the night.
Who said that a hero is standing in the light?
Shi Jianxiong was stunned for a while, his chest rising and falling.
The instructor also sounded like thunder pouring into the eardrums. The last sentence is all in my mind. Who said that a hero is the one who stands in the light? Several recruits also opened their mouths wide. It sounds good. This song is really nice. And heavy.
Veterans, the deepest feeling. For more than 10 years, he has been stationed on the frontier, abandoning social interaction and isolating society.
There is no trace in the world, stick to your mission. Aren't they the ones who stand in the dark and forge ahead?
At the end of the song, Li Xiu bowed deeply to everyone. At this time, a group of veterans were also in tears. Li Xiu's song touched their hearts.
Their mission is to guard silently in the dark. Clap clap, applause echoed throughout the barracks. Warm and long. Zhang Nanping wiped his eyes and yelled at the recruits, applause. Everyone applaud.
I can't spare anyone whose hands are not red.
Jiang Shanhai took a deep breath and said, Comrade Li Xiu, did you compose this song?
Li Xiu hesitated, yes. Lonely brave, although in this world, no one has composed music, let alone filled in lyrics. However, after saying this, Li Xiu blushed.
Burning panic. Guilty. I actually became a plagiarist. Jiang Shanhai's eyes were slightly red, and he said, this song is well written and sung well. This song. I want more people to listen to it. Moreover, there are too many people who are worthy of our praise.
And everyone else admired Li Xiu very much at this time.
Too strong.
Worthy of being a top student. It's nothing more than a good score in recruit training, there are talents, and they can write lyrics.
Comrade Li Xiu, can I trouble you to write down the lyrics of this song? I want to report it to the art troupe. Jiang Shanhai said sincerely. Li Xiu nodded, okay.
Then, I took out a pen and paper and wrote down the score.
Only.
Li Xiu was still a little embarrassed, secretly thinking that he would never do this again.
Company commander, this kid is really good. Zhang Hanja saw Shi Jianxiong's eyes were slightly red, and said with a smile. Nikki.
Shi Jianxiong snorted, turned his back, and said, after singing, I'll go to the bathroom. Keep eating what you need to eat, and perform what you need to perform.
P.S. Xiaopujie Cao out to ask for a monthly pass. Without a monthly pass, there is no motivation for code words. 200 monthly tickets plus 1 change.
This month, there is a guaranteed minimum monthly pass, which is guaranteed plus 2 changes.
The more you vote, the more you add.
The number of words in this chapter is much better, nearly, dash. After it is put on the shelves, it will be updated steadily with, dash, words.
I especially like a sentence in Soldier Assault. Glory belongs to mediocrity, and difficulty lies in length.
I've always wanted to use this sentence, but I didn't find a chance after changing it for a long time.
Training begins. The lively scene lasted until the end of the afternoon. Compared to Li Xiu's talent show, other people's performances were not so amazing. However, the veterans are still very happy. The song was just a small episode.
In the afternoon, the recruits ate their fill, and all the ingredients were in their stomachs, without any loss.
After 2.5 months of nurturing, the recruits are obviously deeply impressed by cherishing food, and even the steel skewers for skewers are as shiny as new.
After transporting the equipment back to the cooking class and cleaning the venue, everyone disbanded the queue.
After the barbecue meeting, the recruits will have a 15-day final sprint to end the journey of the 3-month recruit company.
For nearly a week after that, Li Xiu's training is still assiduous, but in the recruit company, apart from increasing the intensity of his training, he has already done nothing. For the rest of the time, Li Xiu basically devoted himself to the big category of shooting. There are not many opportunities for phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme ammunition shooting, and the progress of sniper rapid fire is slow. But, heart and lung strengthening, under Li Xiu's high intensity training, the experience column rises rapidly, and the liver is full first. After the liver is full, the effect is also obvious. Li Xiu's stamina broke through again, reaching 10.
The heart and lungs are the respiratory organs.
When the heart and lungs are strengthened, the physical strength will naturally increase.
Another day of training is over. The recruits in the second class were all exhausted and paralyzed.
After washing and turning off the lights, they basically fell asleep. Squad leader Jiang Anping suddenly said, "Tomorrow morning, we have special arrangements for a 120-kilometer field training." When the recruits heard this, they looked at each other with anticipation in their eyes.
Training in the wild. Fresh. And get out of camp. Excited them even more. As for suffering,
the training intensity of the recruit company in the last week has basically reached their limit.
How tired can you be? Seeing the anticipation in everyone's eyes, Jiang Anping couldn't help laughing. These little guys only know that it is a rare thing to go out to camp, but they don't know how hard it is to train 120 kilometers in the wild. Although I ran 10 kilometers twice before, but that was only in the barracks. The ground is flat and lightly loaded. This time, they will leave the barracks, facing the harsh environment of the border area. The recruit training is not just about marching 120 kilometers. It contains many training items and requires 25 kilograms of full equipment. Even without mentioning these exercise programs, Frontier Field Army training is not easy. They need to cross the small half of southern Xinjiang, across the snow, across the mountains, and the ultimate goal is to reach the border of our country. The harsh environment in Xinjiang is obvious to all. Temperature difference between day and night, Kaikai Snow Mountain, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert phoneme Gobi. If you are unlucky, encounter a sandstorm or a snowstorm. Each item is a huge test. There have been accidents in the past. However, the 120-kilometer field training is a tradition of the Frontier Field Army. It is not only a training, but also a result test. According to the Field Army, it is the barracks coming-of-age ceremony of breaking the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Jiang Anping faced the recruits with a solemn expression and sharp eyes. 120 kilometers is the tradition of our border guards. Every soldier who comes out of us must experience the suffering of the Red Army's mile-long march and inherit the spirit of the Long March. We can't copy the Long March of our ancestors, but no one can back down when faced with a mere kilometers. tonight, sleep well. Zhang Anping said this because he wanted the recruits to be mentally prepared.
The recruits also slept with their clothes on, making full preparations for the real test tomorrow.
The next morning,
a hasty whistle broke the tranquility of the sky.
Zhang Anping suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Quick! Get up! Get up! All ready!" Immediately, all the recruits were awakened, resisting the discomfort and pulling away the warm blanket. The cold air suddenly penetrated into the chest, and several recruits suddenly took a deep breath. But the 3-month recruit company training is no longer as indulgent as the first day of school.
The drowsiness was instantly suppressed, and then resisted the air conditioning, quickly dressed, and immediately got up.
Fuck, it's so cold. Huh, it's still not bright outside. A few small complaints were suppressed by the violent Zhang Anping.
What the hell, hurry up, I'm urgently assembled. Hit the backpack, tidy up the crossbags, and the water bottle must be filled. And Li Xiu, who got up early, had already packed his marching backpack and stuffed some daily necessities into it.
Then tie up the quilt and pack the backpack. Press on the marching pack.
At the same time, carry water bottles, guns, gas masks, anti-cold masks and other loads and survival necessities on your waist.
There are even fur coats and leather gloves that are unique to the Frontier Regiment in winter. An emergency assembly of 3 minutes is excellent.
The other recruits in the second squad also quickly followed Li Xiu's pace, and quickly assembled in less than 2 minutes and 30 seconds. At the door, Shi Jianxiong and the platoon leaders were already waiting at the door.
And they are also fully armed.
Naturally, no one would come forward to ask questions, and Zhang Anping immediately said, "Everyone has it.
Stand at attention. Report the number. 123. After the report is completed, the platoon leader reports quickly. Shi Jianxiong nodded slowly. Finally looks like a soldier.
As soon as Shi Jianxiong said this, the recruits breathed a sigh of relief.
Take a break.
I believe that today's training content, you should also be clear. It is a tradition of our 7th Border Defense Regiment to conduct a special training program in the last week. The 120-kilometer field training will last for 3 days and 3 nights. During this period, the entire recruit company, including myself, will also participate. I'm not afraid to tell you that in our field training, more than 70%
of the area is snowy no man's land. This will test your will and ability to survive. Are you confident to complete it? Have. Can not hear. Have. Hearing the roar of the recruits, Shi Jianxiong nodded in satisfaction.
Afterwards, Shi Jianxiong ordered, "Everyone is there, turn right and run." Following the company commander's order, the recruits started running in unison. The entire recruits ran together, each step was very uniform, and the momentum was quite huge. As they walked out of the barracks, everyone gradually lost their sleepiness.
Outside, the environment is very good.
Just after leaving the barracks, there is a stretch of mountains, and the mountains in the distance are continuous and towering into the clouds.
And because it has already entered winter, the Gobi phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme and the distance is covered with a layer of snow white. Except for Li Xiu, the recruits have basically never been out of the camp, so they are naturally extremely curious about everything outside. Who is a hero? Who is a hero? Compare and see on the way.
Blood and sweat without tears, skin and flesh without falling behind. In the cold winter and the 12th lunar month, cast fine steel, cut through the waves, and be the strongest in the group. The recruits yelled loudly, and their slogans were extremely loud. The classes also worked harder, and their morale was high. Sorry for the lateness, I still can't find it, and I recoded it again. Frozen hard. Just eat this ice water. At this time, the recruits were mighty, and their slogans were extremely loud. But Li Xiu, who was walking in the front row, was a little helpless. No way, Shi Jianxiong called him by name and arranged a difficult task for him. Carry the flag. Army flag, company flag. It is the soul of a soldier. In the recruit company, Li Xiu had the best physical fitness and the best performance, so naturally he carried the military flag and walked in the front row. The flag will not fall when people fall, but the flag of death will stand upright. Shi Jianxiong's original words made Li Xiu quite helpless.
The winter in Xinjiang is very cold.
Especially in the early morning, at least 10 degrees below zero. Li Xiu was just glad that the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme was relatively small, otherwise Li Xiu felt that his hands might be frozen off. The marching phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut/phoneme this time did not follow the Gobi phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme last time, but circled half a circle, thinking about another path to the west.
Keep the formation, no one can fall behind. Anyone is not allowed to leave the team without authorization, Shi Jianxiong warned from behind.
At this time, the instructor Jiang Shanhai walked beside Shi Jianxiong, looked at the neatly paced recruits, and nodded slightly. This group of recruits is full of vigor.
Vigor?
Shi Jianxiong smiled when he heard the words, and said, it's only 5 kilometers away, so they are naturally energetic.
Try again after reaching 15 kilometers? Jiang Shanhai was non-committal, and reminded, is the weather okay?
The climate in the Xinjiang region is changeable, and extreme and severe weather continues. Shi Jianxiong nodded and said, don't worry, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme the weather forecast, there shouldn't be any problems.
Jiang Shanhai nodded, feeling slightly relieved.
He sighed again, the snowy road is difficult. Shi Jianxiong smiled and said, we have walked this road more than a dozen times, and we have to come here once a year.
Don't worry, there will be no problems. Besides, where are these bastards going?
Before, the camp training of my unit was several times more intense than this. Our slogan at the time was not to be afraid of suffering, and not to be afraid of death. If there is a road, don't go to the Gobi. If you have a bridge, you can't go to the glaciers. If you have a house, you don't sleep in the snow. If you have water, you don't drink ice and snow. Everything is prepared for war.
Now how do they run the playhouse?
Shi Jianxiong shook his head.
Aren't they still recruits?
If you want your 4th company to practice like that, I will never stop you.
Jiang Shanhai said.
Shi Jianxiong smiled, and then said, don't worry, the containment vehicle is behind, if you can't hold on, you can sleep in the vehicle. Only then did Jiang Shanhai feel relieved. In the beginning, there was a road, and the recruits walked along the road. Both sides are wrapped in silver, and the ground is hard.
The road surface was icy and uneven, which was very rough.
The slogans of the recruits also gradually became smaller over time. After all, they were fully armed at this time, and they carried 25 kilograms, which was half the weight compared to before. Moreover, when the 5 kilometers were reached, the road also had a slope.
Backache, shoulder pain, many recruits began to pant. You've only walked 10 kilometers, and you can't take it anymore? Don't forget, there are snow mountains ahead of us. Now, you are taking the dirt road, which is the best and most comfortable road.
Seeing that the recruits at the end showed signs of falling behind, Shi Jianxiong lightly reprimanded them. The recruits who were reprimanded could only bite the bullet and continue to move forward. Many recruits have long since lost their initial enthusiasm. There was no way, the weight on their bodies was too much, and they couldn't breathe under the pressure.
And, haven't had breakfast yet.
Li Xiu was carrying the flag in front and rushed forward step by step. Jiang Shanhai suddenly saw that Li Xiu was still carrying the flag, and said in surprise, Li Xiu, why are you still carrying the flag?
You have carried the flag for 10 kilometers?
Li Xiu nodded without blushing or panting.
He didn't have much pressure.
He usually practiced holding a gun, which was more tiring than this. After all, holding a gun requires a very steady hand, and carrying the flag as long as the flag does not fall down is fine. Moreover, Li Xiu discovered that carrying the flag is actually a basic skill for recruits. With the basic skills of the recruit company that was finally brushed up, Li Xiu naturally couldn't miss the opportunity to be the king of papers. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Shanhai said, change someone else, you should rest for a while. Unexpectedly, Li Xiu smiled and said, instructor, I have good physical strength, I will resist for a while.
Jiang Shanhai nodded, and asked again, are you tired?
Yes, a little bit. After all, Li Xiu was still wearing a sand vest, and although he didn't have sand leggings, he was carrying an astonishing 40 kilograms. However, he still shook his head, not tired. If you have the king value of volume, you can phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live slash phoneme well, so it's nothing to be tired. Jiang Shanhai didn't say anymore, patted Li Xiu on the shoulder, and said, I can't hold on anymore, I can change. Li Xiu nodded and continued to march. After marching for another kilometer, Shi Jianxiong finally told everyone to stop. Okay, everyone, rest on the spot for 10 minutes, ahead, we are going to cross the first snow mountain no man's land. As soon as Shi Jianxiong finished speaking, all the recruits squatted down tiredly, and sat on the ground directly, regardless of whether the ground was dirty or not. So tired and hungry, this weight is really terrible, 25 kilograms, I feel like I am carrying a rock, there are still more than 100 kilometers. The recruits cherished the hard-won opportunity to rest, and quickly took out the self-prepared food from their pockets. It's over, my steamed buns are frozen hard, I can't bite, what should I do? My teeth. But at this moment, the recruits were shocked to find that their steamed buns were all frozen hard, and they had to be softened with saliva before they could be chewed. It's only 10 minutes, and it's too late to start a fire. For a time, everyone was in trouble. Shi Jianxiong looked at the crowd, and said coldly, if it's frozen hard, can't you eat it? Why are you so delicate? When the People's Liberation Army was fighting, the ancestors ate cold and hard raw potatoes. You are not willing to eat white flour steamed buns? For a while, the recruits were silent. 10 minutes, I still only give you 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, we're going to start walking the snowy road. The voice just fell. Without hesitation, Li Xiu gnawed on the steamed bun, took a bite of the steamed bun, and drank a sip of water. Along with the water, the steamed buns gradually softened and became easier to chew. Seeing Li Xiu taking the phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals lead slash phoneme, the others followed suit. A whole piece of frozen steamed bun was stuffed into the stomach, but the taste was not good. However, the steamed buns are only frozen on the surface, and the inside is still soft. Li Xiu stuffed the steamed buns into the deep layer of the backpack, so that the steamed buns were wrapped in a thick backpack to limit heat exchange. And passed this technique on to other recruits. With Li Xiu's prestige, the recruits of the second squad naturally followed suit, and Li Xiu naturally couldn't control the rest. After the rest, everyone was ready to continue to set off. As time went by, the terrain became steeper and steeper, but the recruits still maintained a complete formation, walking step by step. After they walked for another 5 kilometers, they suddenly found that the road gradually disappeared and the ground was covered with a layer of silver. Similarly, the slope became steeper and steeper. Finally crossing the snow road. The snowy road is rough. The ground is slippery. Although the snow was relatively shallow at first, the footprints became deeper as we walked. However, it was obviously not the first time for Shi Jianxiong to come here, he was familiar with the road ahead and led the team forward. And, prepare the first exercise project. Dozen and hashtag 039, T believe in reasons, and the division company only wants our company only wants the results. The boundless territory. Miles of silver equipment. Li Xiu and a group of new recruits also kept moving forward. There was a crisp clicking sound when the feet stepped on the snow. The snow became thicker and thicker, until it even covered the ankles. Many recruits found that snow had entered their shoes, making them cold and damp. As a result, many of their feet were frozen and painful. Where is this? I think back then, when we were practicing, the mountains were covered by heavy snow, and the snow could reach the waist. Shi Jianxiong said. When everyone heard it, they were also extremely surprised. Snow up to waist? How difficult is that road? However, Shi Jianxiong just smiled and didn't explain much. As the crowd continued to march, the snow became thicker and thicker. Moreover, the surface is getting harder and harder. This is normal. When the ice and snow fall and do not melt all year round, a hard shell of ice crystals will form on the surface. Finally, everyone suddenly discovered that there was an open space in front of them. The open space is very large, and it is all covered with ice and snow. Li Xiu suddenly felt something was wrong, and just wanted to say something.
But Jiang Nanping pulled him, and the next moment, he took Li Xiu's flagpole away.
Just about to ask why, Shi Jianxiong suddenly shouted,
"Lie down!"
At the same time, the recruits only felt their ears explode. There was a rumbling sound in my ear. Li Xiu didn't hesitate.
After Shi Jianxiong's words fell, his elbow had already smashed into the snow.
The ground was covered with ice and snow. Li Xiu didn't follow the order of hands, elbows, and knees, but directly smashed his whole body. Then, the right hand directly sent the gun to the target direction, the legs were straightened and separated, and the left hand took the small grip.
Next second,
the ice and snow were blasted. The slow recruit who was lying down had his face smashed by the ice sand, and some of them smashed into his clothes.
What happened? There was no warning at all. Enemy attack?
All the recruits changed their faces and panicked.
Shi Jianxiong's indifferent voice sounded again.
Quick! Crawl forward with a low profile. The recruits were finally awakened by the company commander's words, and they also fell down one after another, crawling forward in a low profile. There were also recruits who were slow to react, and they squatted down directly with their heads in their hands, as if they were dumbfounded all of a sudden. Except for Li Xiu, Wang Jun was the first to react. He lay down directly, with his abdomen sticking to the ground, bent his right leg, stretched out his left hand, and moved his body forward quickly with the help of the push force from the inner side of his right foot and the push force from his left hand.
Then, alternately,
others also reacted quickly.
How can there be war in a peaceful country? Definitely fake. However, when he reacted, he was half a beat behind.
Because the ice and snow are thick, crawling in a low posture requires being able to pass through a shelter about centimeters high.
This knock, basically the recruits' necks will be covered with snow.
There were still explosions on both sides, rumbling.
It seems to be far away, but it seems to be very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme.
Moreover, the most surface layer of ice and snow is a bit hard, and if you scratch it, your skin will turn red. Li Xiu's movements were standard. He had already reached the full level of the tactical training for recruits. At this time, he leaned forward and rushed out, quickly pulling away from the recruits behind him. Sideways in low posture, crawl forward. Halfway through, Shi Jianxiong spoke again. Li Xiu lifted the gun and turned over, with his center of gravity on the left side of his body, his left forearm on the ground, his big arm leaning forward to support his upper body, his left leg bent, his right heel kicking wildly on the ground, and his speed suddenly increased.
Cut!
Finally, after climbing the entire distance, Wang Jun was 2 meters behind him. The company commander ignored them, but waited quietly until the last recruit who was squatting on the ground also came to his senses, and after slowly crawling to the other side, his eyes were as cold as a knife.
You little brat, when the bomb goes off, you become like a headless chicken? How many times have I told you, don't hesitate to let you lie down? If you squat down with your head in your arms, the bomb won't explode? Fuck!
The squad leader of the 5th squad had a cloudy face and reprimanded the recruit who was holding his head.
The recruit bowed his head in despair, accepting the squad leader's reprimand.
Shi Jianxiong looked at the recruits with a dark face, and after a while, he said slowly, I have been emphasizing since I entered the barracks that soldiers should obey orders as their bounden duty. As long as you hear the order, even if the ground is a nail, you have to smash it down with your elbow.
Today, your performance will be included in the training results. The performance of the recruits, each squad leader writes a summary.
Except for Li Xiu, Wang Jun, and Chen Shanfeng, the rest of the recruits did not reach the second passing standard. All of them did 50 push-ups.
That soldier, what are you mumbling about? Give me a louder voice.
Shi Jianxiong suddenly saw that there were still recruits muttering in the queue, and immediately shouted angrily. The recruit's face was pale, and after a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Report. Before, I got full marks in tactical training.
This time, I just wasn't ready.
We only slept for 5 hours today, and the steamed buns we ate for breakfast were hard and frozen into lumps of ice, and we couldn't even drink the water.
If it was normal, I would definitely be able to react. Training results.